Upon awakening, Huang Yifei found himself transmigrated into the world of Naruto, now a war orphan. In the midst of despair, the god-level ninja sign-in system activated. His journey commenced with a sign-in at Hokage Rock, bestowing upon him a treasure trove that included the first Hokage's cells, sage body, and would-release techniques. What? The Nine-Tails incident would lead to the demise of the Minato couple? Huang Yifei declared, "I refuse to accept this." Would release. True Thousand's hands hold strong. The Uchiha clan faced extermination. I'm Idiot. In my star-hidden village, the Uchiha are all bright, cheerful youths. The Akatsuki organization seeks to collect tailed beasts for the Moon Eye plan. They must first inquire if my would release. Birth of the World of Trees permits it. From the hidden leaf to the ninja world, from the fourth great ninja war to confronting Kaguya Otsutsuki hidden. Chapter 1. A New Life as Hokage. God-level sign-in. The cold fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, filling the air with an odd aroma of caffeine mingled with instant noodles. Huang Yifei, a mere 22 years of age, yet already a weary office worker entangled in the relentless 996 work culture, stared blankly at the screen, inundated with a sea of code. His eyelids felt as heavy as lead, each blink a monumental effort. The throbbing at his temples resembled a relentless drumbeat of impending doom. He had endured over 36 consecutive hours of overtime for an impossible project deadline. "Brother Huang, the proposal needs revisions. The client has new demands." The timid voice of intern Xiao Li drifted from the adjacent workstation. Attempting to respond, Huang Yifei found his throat constricted, silenced by an invisible grip. He tried to lift his hand to massage his aching temples, but his arms felt burdened as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds. His vision blurred, the code on the screen warping into grotesque symbols, while the buzzing in his ears crescendoed. Bang. Ultimately, he succumbed to the unbearable weight of existence, collapsing onto the cold office desk, his keyboard producing a cacophony of disarray. His consciousness ebbed away like receding tide, his last thought echoing, "Damn it, I shall never be a programmer in my next life." Time passed, and amidst the sound of children's laughter, Huang Yifei struggled to open his eyes. The glaring sunlight filtered through the crude wooden window, casting mottled shadows across his face. A foreign ceiling loomed above him, the bedding exuding a musty scent, and a pair of delicate, small hands that clearly did not belong to an adult. He bolted upright, surveying his surroundings. This was a simple room, furnished with a few small wooden beds, the bedding bleached from washing. Outside, lush trees swayed beneath a cerulean sky. Nearby, the joyful laughter of children echoed, brimming with vitality. "Where am I?" Huang Yifei gazed down at his youthful hands and touched his slender frame, his mind a whirlpool of confusion. Fragments of memory scattered like shards of a shattered mirror, chaotic and disjointed. He recalled succumbing to exhaustion from work. Did this mean he was in the afterlife? Or had he been reincarnated? At that moment, a torrent of vivid yet chaotic memories surged into his consciousness, a sharp pain forcing him to emit a muffled groan. War orphan, 7 years old, Hidden Leaf Village. Huang Yifei, Hidden Leaf. His pupils dilated, and his heart raced uncontrollably. He struggled to process the memories of this boat's original owner, alongside the profound narratives of his previous lives anime. Naruto. He had inexplicably traversed into this perilous yet fervently passionate world, becoming an ordinary orphan who lost his parents amidst the turmoil of war. After the initial shock, a complex array of emotions surged within him. In his previous life, he lamented the tragedies of the Naruto world, the sacrifice of Minato and Kushina, the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, Jiraiya's demise, Neji's death. Each name represented a heavy regret. What if I could alter all of this? A thought, akin to a wildly growing vine, swiftly spread through his heart. Just as his emotions surged, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Beep. Host soul stabilization detected. Consciousness awakened. Binding conditions met. God-level sign-in system successfully bound. Newbie gift package being distributed. Huang Yifei trembled as standard benefits system for transmigrators. Beep. Newbie gift package distribution complete. Congratulations, host has acquired. Perfect sage body beginner. Congratulations, host has gained photographic memory. As the system notifications concluded, a surge of warmth enveloped Huang Yifei. Radiating throughout his limbs, he distinctly felt his frail body infused with boundless energy. His previously malnourished muscles seemed to swell with vitality. The mental fatigue dissipated entirely, leaving his mind remarkably clear. Perfect Sage Body Beginner significantly enhances host's physical abilities and energy limits, accelerates chakra recovery and self-healing capabilities. Photographic memory. The host possesses memory and information processing capabilities comparable to a top-tier computer, enabling clear recollection and rapid comprehension of all. Observed, Sage Body. Photographic memory. Huang Yifei's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart racing uncontrollably. This newbie gift package was akin to a lifeline. No, it was a veritable dragon-slaying sword gifted at the beginning of his journey. The perfect Sage Body meant he possessed the formidable vitality and chakra potential akin to the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Photographic memory would grant him unparalleled efficiency in learning ninjutsu and analyzing intelligence. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. System, aside from a newbie gift package, what other functionalities are available? Huang Yifei silently inquired. This system is a god-level sign-in system. The host may sign in at specific locations, during particular events, or upon achieving specific accomplishments to receive generous rewards. The first special sign-in will yield additional surprises. Huang Yifei's gaze flickered as he calmly assessed his current situation. A 7-year-old orphan, situated in the Hidden Leaf, poised to confront the aftermath of the Third Great Ninja War and the ensuing crises to come. Yet he was no longer the powerless office worker he once was. Now, he was Huang Yifei, equipped with a god-level sign-in system, endowed with a perfect sage body and the gift of photographic memory. To alter tragedies, protect those dear to me, and create a world devoid of regrets. In Naruto, a clear and resolute goal took root within his heart, that he clenched his youthful fists, his gaze radiating a maturity and determination beyond his years. Then, for my first special sign-in, Huang Yifei's eyes turned towards the window, peering beyond the orphanage walls towards the village's iconic structure. Let it begin from there. Chapter 2. Beneath Hokage Rock, the First Hokage's Gift. Would release. All creation. The following morning, Huang Yifei arose early. Thanks to the vigorous energy bestowed by his beginner sage body, he required little sleep. After a brief wash and a modest breakfast in the orphanage's dining hall, he ventured forth alone. His 7-year-old frame moved with far greater agility than his previous, hollowed-out office worker form. The sun bathed him in warmth, reminiscent of early summer. Villagers of the Hidden Leaf hurried past, their faces marked with the fatigue of recent conflict, yet imbued with a yearning for peaceful existence. Guided by the memories of his predecessor and an intimate familiarity with the Naruto narrative, Huang Yifei navigated the streets of the Hidden Leaf with ease. His destination was clear. The village's emblem, the statues of the Hokage, Hokage Rock, especially the visage of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, as the deity of the ninja world and the hero who pacified the tumultuous era. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, possessed not only formidable power but also the unique bloodline limit of wood release, which commanded reverence across the land. The prospect of engaging in a special check-in beneath the effigy of the first Hokage promised extraordinary rewards. Filled with anticipation, Huang Yifei soon beheld the towering Hokage Rock. The massive cliff face was adorned with the visages of the first, second, and third Hokages, solemn and dignified, embodying the will and legacy of Konoha Village. At that moment, the square beneath Hokage Rock was sparsely populated. Huang Yifei gazed up at the grand visage of the first Hokage. Those deep, penetrating eyes seemed to perceive all, radiating a compassionate mercy and an unwavering resolve to protect. System, I wish to perform my first special check-in at the effigy of the first Hokage. Huang Yifei silently intoned. Special check-in location detected. Hokage Rock effigy of the first Hokage. Conditions for the first special check-in have been met. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Huang Yifei confirmed without hesitation. Ding. Check-in at Hokage Rock effigy of the first Hokage successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a divine reward. First Hokage Cell's Ultimate Fusion version. Congratulations, host. You have received a divine reward. Would release all things in nature growth type. Congratulations, host. You have received a divine reward. Chakra Refinement Technique Max. A series of system notifications resonated in Huang Yifei's mind like celestial music. First Hokage Cell's ultimate fusion version perfectly inherits the cellular traits of Senju Hashirama, endowed with immense vitality, a terrifying quantity of chakra, and an unparalleled affinity for wood release. The ultimate fusion version has no rejection reactions and aligns perfectly with the host's soul, possessing vast potential for continual growth. Would release all things in nature growth type. An all-encompassing would release bloodline talent, granting the host immediate mastery of basic wood release techniques. As the host's strength increases and understanding of wood release deepens, more powerful secret techniques will be unlocked, with a ceiling equivalent to that of the First Hokage. Chakra Refinement Technique Max. The host masters the pinnacle of chakra refinement methods and control techniques, achieving max levels in refinement efficiency, purity, and control, all at the current physical limit. This is an extraordinary start, Huang Yifei exclaimed, his body trembling with excitement. The ultimate fusion version of the First Hokage cells meant he would not endure the pain and instability of experiments like Yamato, nor would he need to exercise the meticulous control required by Danzo and Obito. This was an external aid tailored specifically for him. The growth type would release all things in nature held boundless potential. Moreover, the Chakra Refinement Technique Max directly addressed the common issues of insufficient chakra and poor control faced by novice ninjas. As he reveled in this euphoric moment, an indescribable wave of warmth surged from his heart, quickly spreading to every cell in his body. Unlike the agony and rejection typically associated with cell transplants, this power was gentle yet formidable, akin to a spring rain nurturing his parched earth. He could distinctly feel his body undergoing a profound transformation. Every cell rejoiced, eagerly absorbing the immense vitality bestowed by the First Hokage's cells. The chakra within surged forth like a raging river, skyrocketing in volume several dozen times over. Even more astonishingly, his understanding of wood release felt innate, deeply etched into his very soul. The entire fusion process was exquisitely comfortable, devoid of any pain. After a moment, as the warm current gradually subsided, Huang Yifei slowly opened his eyes. His gaze now shimmered with newfound depth and brilliance, and within his slight frame resided a power that astounded even him. He attempted to channel the chakra. Within the sensation of effortless command was far beyond anything he had experienced the previous day. The chakra volume reached a terrifying level for a 7-year-old, likely surpassing that of many genin and even chunin. Huang Yifei exhaled deeply, suppressing his elation and striving to maintain composure. Such formidable power, especially the resurgence of wood release, would undoubtedly attract the attention of Konoha's higher-ups. He must tread carefully, ensuring he did not reveal all his cards prematurely before possessing adequate self-defense capabilities. However, the emergence of wood release could not be concealed. He required a suitable opportunity to appropriately present it before certain individuals. A subtle smile graced Huang Yifei's lips as he began to formulate a preliminary plan. Chapter 3. The initial manifestation of wood release, the third Hokage's suspicion and summons. Having acquired what could only be described as an extraordinary check-in reward, Huang Yifei did not immediately return to the orphanage. Instead, he wandered through Konoha village discreetly for half a day, familiarizing himself with the terrain and calming his turbulent emotions. As evening approached, he returned to the orphanage. The rear mountain of the orphanage was a relatively secluded grove, rarely visited. Here, he had chosen the perfect location to tentatively explore the powers of wood release. As the moon ascended, casting its glow upon the willow treetops, the night deepened. Huang Yifei quietly made his way to the rear mountain, ensuring no one was around before taking a deep breath, closing his eyes, and carefully attuning himself to the wondrous power connected to his wood release bloodline. Extending his tender right hand, palm facing down, he mimicked the posture of the first Hokage performing wood release from his memory, concentrating intently as he slowly channeled chakra outward, would release. As he silently intoned this, a stream of pure chakra coursed through his meridians to his palm on the ground, An unremarkable weed seemed to be catalyzed by some mysterious force, growing at a visible rate. Tender shoots broke through the soil, stems elongated and branched out, leaves unfurling. In mere moments, the weed transformed into a vine as thick as a child's arm, adorned with resilient thorns, coiling around Huang Yifei's arm like a sinuous serpent, exuding a faint fragrance of foliage alongside an air of danger. Huang Yifei opened his eyes, gazing at the vine birthed entirely from his chakra, a glimmer of excitement flashing across his gaze. With a mere thought, the vine responded as if animated, flexibly stretching, twisting, and even adeptly lifting pebbles from the ground. That I did it. To execute would release for the first time with such effortless grace, devoid of any clumsiness, was remarkable. This combination of the First Hokage cell's ultimate fusion version and would release all things in nature was indeed formidable. He attempted to channel chakra again, pressing towards an empty space. Would release tree binding eternal burial. Though merely a fundamental area control would release technique, its manifestation in Huang Yifei's hands wielded impressive power. The ground trembled as several robust tree roots erupted like giant serpents from the earth, rapidly entangling the designated target area against adversaries. They could instantaneously bind multiple foes. Next, he endeavored to conjure a sapling 2 men tall, with a sturdy trunk and flourishing branches, radiating life. With each successful application of wood release, Huang Yifei's control over this power grew increasingly adept. Immersed in this exhilarating and potent sensation, he became unaware of how pronounced the fluctuations of chakra within him had become. For an ordinary 7-year-old, even a student from the Ninja Academy would typically exhibit relatively weak chakra levels and fluctuations. Yet at this moment, the chakra emanating from Huang Yifei was not only abundant, but also remarkably pure, imbued with a unique vitality and authority exclusive to wood release. This anomalous chakra fluctuation, like a lighthouse in the night, swiftly captured the attention of the Umbu ninjas tasked with vigilance within Konoha village. What is this? Such vast and pure chakra. The source is located at the back mountain of the orphanage. A dark-clad Umbu ninja, wearing a raccoon mask, halted in his tracks, a look of astonishment flickering in his eyes. The quality of this chakra seems to possess a unique attribute. Report this immediately to Lord Hokage. Another Umbu ninja, adorned with a raven mask, decisively commanded. In a flurry of shadows, they vanished into the night. In Hokage's office, the lights glowed brightly. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, was currently puffing on his signature pipe while sifting through a mountain of documents. Although the Third Great Ninja War was nearing its conclusion, the post-war reconstruction, negotiations with other ninja villages, and various village affairs continued to exhaust. Knock, knock, knock. An urgent knocking echoed. Come in, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, putting down his brush, his brow furrowed. Tea this hour. The Umbu would not display such urgency unless it was a matter of great importance. An Umbu ninja, kneeling on one knee and wearing a raccoon mask, reported in a grave tone, Lord Hokage, there's an abnormal chakra fluctuation at the back mountain of the orphanage. It is vast and pure, suspected to be a powerful bloodline limit. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze sharpened, the ember on his pipe flickering uncertainly. Abnormal chakra? At the orphanage's back mountain? That should be a place filled with ordinary children. To be regarded as vast and pure by the Umbu was certainly extraordinary. Take me there at once. Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded, rising with an aura of authority that demanded respect. He had to personally confirm any potential threats to the stability of Konoha. After a brief moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by several Umbu guards, stealthily approached the outskirts of the orphanage's back mountain. He signaled for the Umbu to remain concealed while he cautiously advanced towards the source of the chakra fluctuation, drawing upon his wealth of experience. As he parted the last cluster of bushes and beheld the scene before him, even this seasoned third Hokage, who had witnessed countless grand events, could not suppress the tremor in his pupils. The pipe he had been holding clattered to the ground, scattering hot ash everywhere. Under the moonlight, a slender black-haired boy, appearing to be only 6 or 7 years old, was earnestly manipulating several thick vines with his small hands, moving them with an elegance akin to conducting an orchestra. Beside him stood a vibrant young tree, its pure wood-style chakra emanating from the boy himself. This is would release. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice trembled slightly from sheer astonishment. Disbelief etched on his aged face. Would release, a legendary bloodline limit that could only be wielded by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Since the passing of the first Hokage, would release had vanished from the ninja world. Even during Orochimaru's experiments with the first cells, the resulting subject Yamato could not wield would release with the same ease and vitality as the first. Yet here, this 7-year-old child demonstrated would release, though inexperienced, imbued with an authentic essence reminiscent of the first Hokage. Could it be that the bloodline of the first Hokage has continued in some unknown place? Or perhaps, a phenomenon of atavism? Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind surged with tumultuous thoughts, each more bewildering than the last. Regardless, the reappearance of would release held immense significance for Konoha. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous waves within, and gazed thoughtfully at the boy, Huang Yifei, who was still engrossed in his play with would release. This child must not come to any harm. Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved instantly. He waved his hand, signaling the surrounding Umbu to remain calm. Then, he straightened his slightly disheveled Hokage robe and stepped out of the shadows, striving to adopt a gentler tone. "Child, what is your name? Who taught you this extraordinary technique?" Huang Yifei appeared momentarily startled by the sudden voice, a touch of well-placed panic and confusion crossing his youthful face. The vines he had been controlling fell limp to the ground. Turning to face the elderly man adorned in the Hokage hat and ceremonial robe, a flicker of innocent curiosity danced in his eyes as he timidly replied, I am Huang Yifei. This is not a ninjutsu. I don't know how it happened, but I just thought about it, and they grew on their own." Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Huang Yifei's pure and innocent gaze, nodding inwardly. Awakening would release at such a young age, with a disposition still akin to an ordinary child, could indeed present Konoha with another fortuitous opportunity. Huang Yifei, is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen silently repeated the name, a warm smile gracing his face. "Child, do not be afraid. I am the Hokage of Konoha. That I would like you to accompany me to the Hokage office. I have some questions for you, if you'd be so kind." Huang Yifei hesitated for a moment, then obediently nodded. "All right. Okay, Hokage Grandpa. Plan successful." Huang Yifei mentally celebrated, feeling a surge of triumph. His plan to reveal his initial manifestation of wood release had been flawlessly executed. Now, it remained to be seen how this third Hokage would respond to the sudden emergence of a wood release prodigy. Chapter 4, Ninja School? No, it's my stage. In the shadowy embrace of night, the Hokage's office remained brilliantly illuminated. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind a grand desk, his expression grave as he scrutinized the young Huang Yifei seated before him. Huang Yifei sat obediently on a petite chair opposite him, his small face betraying a blend of youthful awkwardness and curiosity as he covertly surveyed the office, a symbol of the highest authority in Konohagakure. "Yifei, is there anyone besides yourself who is aware of the unique power you displayed earlier, the ability to promote plant growth? Perhaps your parents?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was gentle, yet his gaze held an undercurrent of subtle inquiry. Lowering his head, Yifei nervously twisted the hem of his clothing, his voice tinged with sorrow. I no longer have parents. They both perished in the war. This power, I only discovered it tonight. I have never possessed it before." He artfully linked his identity as an orphan with the awakening of his newfound abilities, rendering it a plausible tale. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression softened, dispelling the last vestiges of his doubt. An orphan of war awakening a bloodline limit was not without precedent in the shinobi world. While the emergence of wood release was indeed astonishing, the child's innocent demeanor and the purity of his wood release chakra inclined Hiruzen to view it as a gift from fate. "Fear not, my child. The power you possess is known as wood release, a remarkably potent and rare bloodline limit. It was through this very power that the first Hokage quelled the chaos of his time and established our village, Konohagakure," Sarutobi Hiruzen explained slowly, his voice imbued with nostalgia and reverence. Yifei raised his head at the opportune moment, his eyes sparkling with wonder and aspiration. "The first Hokage was so impressive. Can I also be as formidable as he was?" "Indeed, As long as you are willing to exert effort and master this power, your future is boundless. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, his heart lightened by Ifei's childlike enthusiasm. After a moment of contemplation, he made a decision. Yifei, starting tomorrow, you shall attend the Ninja Academy. There, you will systematically learn the knowledge and skills of a ninja, enabling you to better control your abilities. I will arrange for someone to safeguard you discreetly, ensuring your safety. Enrolling Huang Yifei in the Ninja Academy served a dual purpose, providing him with formal ninja education while facilitating observation and protection. The resurgence of wood release was of paramount importance, and any misstep was unacceptable. Ninja Academy? Huang Yifei tilted his head, seemingly puzzled, yet soon nodded vigorously. Yes, thank you, Hokage Grandpa. I will work hard. His demeanor resembled that of a child receiving a sweet treat, brimming with innocence and joy. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, imparting a few final words of caution before dispatching an umbu to escort Huang Yifei safely back to the orphanage. After Ifei's departure, Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile gradually faded, and his gaze grew contemplative. Approaching the window, he gazed at the luminous moon in the night sky, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. The resurgence of wood release in this era, was it a blessing or a curse? He murmured to himself, regardless, this child must remain firmly in the grasp of Konohagakure. The following day dawned bright and sunny. Under the guidance of the orphanage director, Huang Yifei arrived at the Konohagakure Ninja Academy. Due to special approval from the Hokage, the enrollment process went exceedingly smoothly. He was assigned to a new student class, with a young CHN named Irika, appearing to be in his early 20s. Sporting a high ponytail and a faint scar across his nose, as the homeroom teacher. All right, class, settle down. Irika clapped his hands, capturing the attention of the chattering children. Today, we have a new student joining us. Please give a warm welcome. A smattering of applause erupted in the classroom. At Irika's gesture, Huang Yifei stepped up to the podium. He surveyed the room, noting over 20 children of similar age, most of whom were unfamiliar faces. Clearly characters not mentioned in the original narrative. Hello everyone, my name is Huang Yifei. I look forward to learning with you. He bowed slightly, his tone calm and composed. His delicate features, coupled with an unexpected air of maturity for his age, caught the attention of several girls in the class. All right, Huang Yifei. You may take that empty seat by the window. Irika indicated a spot. Huang Yifei expressed his gratitude and quietly settled into his seat. The first lesson of the school year naturally revolved around the fundamental three body techniques, the shadow clone technique, the substitution technique, and the transformation technique. Irika stood at the podium, patiently explaining the hand seals for the three techniques, the application of chakra, and the scenarios for practical use. His explanations were clear and accessible, quite thorough for children encountering ninjutsu for the first time. However, for Huang Yifei, possessing the talents of photographic reflexes and chakra refinement, the material felt exceedingly simplistic. After Irika concluded his lecture, he began a demonstration. Shadow clone technique. He quickly formed hand seals and called out. With a poof, a clone identical to him appeared beside him, flawlessly mimicking both form and expression. Wow, amazing! The children exclaimed in awe. Substitution technique. Before the words left his mouth, Irika vanished, replaced by a wooden stump, while he reappeared at the opposite end of the classroom. Transformation technique. Irika formed seals once more, and in a swirl of smoke, he transformed into a robust-looking umbu ninja, even imitating the voice with remarkable accuracy. Once the demonstrations were concluded, Irika smiled at the students. Did everyone see that clearly? Next, we will practice. Who would like to come up first to try? The classroom fell silent, many children looking apprehensive, with only a few eager to volunteer. After all, it was their first encounter, and remembering the sequence of hand seals was an accomplishment in itself, let alone executing them flawlessly. At that moment, Huang Yifei calmly raised his hand. Irika glanced at him in surprise. This new student, who appeared so composed, was unexpectedly enthusiastic. All right, Huang Yifei, please come up and give it a try. Huang Yifei stepped forward, taking a deep breath. He did not immediately begin forming seals, but instead mentally reviewed Irika's earlier demonstration. His photographic reflexes allowed him to vividly recall every detail of the hand seals and the flow of chakra. Meanwhile, his chakra refinement skill afforded him an astonishing level of control over his own chakra. Shadow clone technique. Huang Yifei's youthful hands executed the hand seals with an unmatched fluidity and precision. With a poof, a clone identical to him appeared. not only flawless in appearance, but also perfectly mirroring the tranquility in his eyes. In fact, it surpassed Irika's earlier demonstration in intricate detail. Irika's smile froze on his face, his eyes widening in disbelief. The children below gasped in amazement. Substitution technique. Without hesitation, Huang Yifei formed the seals again. His figure vanished, and a small stone that had been prepared in advance took his place, while he silently appeared behind Irika. The entire process was seamless, without a hint of delay. Irika spun around, astonished to find Huang Yifei standing behind him, his shock intensifying. The timing and stealth of this substitution technique were beyond that of a novice. Transformation technique. Huang Yifei's voice rang out once more. Smoke enveloped him, and when it cleared, he was no longer the 7-year-old boy, but a miniature, remarkably lifelike version of the third Hokage. Every detail, from the folds of the Hokage cloak to the iconic hat, even the third Hokage's slightly stern yet benevolent gaze, was replicated with astonishing accuracy. A few children drinking water couldn't contain themselves and spat it out in surprise. Iryu was utterly stunned, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word for a long while. He rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he had misjudged the situation. Is it truly possible for a newly admitted student to accomplish such feats? Especially when it involves the transformation technique for the first time. Although the technique is fundamental, achieving such perfection without weeks or even months of rigorous practice is simply inconceivable, particularly that transformation technique, which mimicked even the expressions so convincingly. This surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary genin. The classroom fell into a hushed silence, with all the children gazing at Huang Yifei as if he were a monster. Whispers began to surge like a tide. Heavens! How did he do that? It's astonishing. Is he truly a newcomer? Could he be a renowned jounin in disguise, amusing us? A monster, indeed, is what he is. Huang Yifei dispelled the transformation technique, reverting to his original form, and bowed slightly to the astonished Iryu. Teacher Iryu. I have completed it. It took several seconds for Iryu to regain his composure. He cleared his throat twice to mask the tumult within. Striving to maintain a calm demeanor, Huang Yifei, you performed exceptionally well. Truly remarkable. You are nothing short of a genius. He found himself at a loss for more suitable words to describe the feat. Huang Yifei merely smiled faintly and returned to his seat. He was aware that his impressive display would undoubtedly create quite a stir within the ninja school. However, this was precisely a part of his strategy. By appropriately showcasing his talents, he would garner more attention and resources, enabling him to access higher realms of power more swiftly. Meanwhile, in front of the crystal ball in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who witnessed the entire event, dropped his pipe once again. This boy is truly an unadulterated prodigy. Chapter 5, Library Sign-In, Mastery of All Chakra Attributes. Huang Yifei's astonishing performance on the first day of school sent ripples throughout the entire ninja academy, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Have you heard? There's a monster in the freshman class. He mastered the transformation technique after just one glance. And even better than the teacher. Is that for real? That's too exaggerated. Absolutely true. Teacher Iryu was left dumbfounded. They say he can even transform into the third Hokage flawlessly. How can we compete with that? We took months to learn the transformation technique. Various discussions echoed through every corner of the Ninja Academy. Huang Yifei's name spread like wildfire among all the teachers and upperclassmen overnight. Curiosity and awe filled the air regarding this newly emerged phenomenon, tinged with disbelief and a hint of jealousy. However, Huang Yifei, the focal point of the event, remained remarkably composed. He continued to attend classes punctually, attentively listening, although he had already mastered most of the material. Apart from essential physical and chakra training during breaks, his favorite haunt was the library of the ninja school. Though modest in size, the library boasted a rich collection of books covering the history of the ninja world, foundational theories of ninjutsu, an introduction to chakra nature transformation, the basics of sealing techniques, and various tactical strategies. For Huang Yifei, who possessed the gift of photographic memory, it was a veritable treasure trove of knowledge. He absorbed information like a sponge, finding boundless allure in what others deemed tedious. Each line of text and every diagram constructed a clear and comprehensive knowledge system in his mind. That afternoon, as usual, Huang Yifei nestled in a quiet corner of the library, perusing an ancient tome titled Detailed Explanation of Chakra Attributes. System. I wish to sign in at the ninja school library, Huang Yifei silently intoned. Since his initial special sign-in at Hokage Rock, he had eagerly anticipated the next opportunity. He believed that the library, as a gathering place of knowledge, was highly likely to trigger a special sign-in. Beep. Special sign-in location detected. Ninja School Library. Sign-in conditions satisfied. Would you like to proceed? Just as he hoped, Huang Yifei felt a surge of joy within. Yes. Beep. Ninja School Library sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained mastery of all chakra attributes. Congratulations, host. You have obtained overview of sealing techniques, initial insight. As the system notifications resonated, a profound stream of information cascaded into Huang Yifei's mind, enlightening him as if he had received divine revelation. Mastery of all chakra attributes. The host's affinity for the 5 fundamental chakra attributes, fire, water, wind, lightning, and earth, as well as the 2 special chakra attributes, yin and yang, has been elevated. The ability to easily comprehend and master the principles and techniques of various attribute ninjutsu has significantly accelerated, and when performing corresponding attribute ninjutsu, the power is slightly enhanced. Overview of sealing techniques. Initial insight: the foundational theories of sealing techniques, common technique structures, and methods for executing several basic sealing techniques are systematically imparted to the host. The host's understanding of sealing techniques has reached the level of initial insight, laying a solid foundation for the study of more advanced sealing techniques in the future. Fantastic! Huang Yifei suppressed his excitement, meticulously savoring the changes within his body and consciousness. He could distinctly feel an enhanced sensitivity to the various natural energies present in his surroundings. Whether it was the wind flowing through the air, the weightiness of the earth beneath his feet, or the warmth radiating from the sunlight, he could effortlessly discern the chakra attributes they represented, evoking a delightful sense of kinship. It was as if these diverse chakra attributes had become friends, willing to heed his command. The knowledge of sealing techniques flowed into his memory like a gentle stream. The previously obscure runes and technique structures now appeared clear and comprehensible, as if he could effortlessly wield them with a bit of practice. Mastery of all chakra attributes, combined with my wood release, is akin to adding wings to a tiger. Huang Yifei mused internally. Wood release is, after all, the product of the fusion of water and earth chakra attributes. Possessing mastery over all chakra attributes means he could not only better understand and utilize wood release, but also enhance his efforts in developing new wood release techniques or learning other elemental ninjutsu. As for sealing techniques, their importance is self-evident. They are indispensable trump cards, whether for combat support or in facing certain unique adversaries in the future, such as tailed beasts. Particularly, the powerful knowledge of sealing techniques is crucial for the plan in his mind that does not require sacrificing the lives of Minato and Kushina to save them. The elevation of his power brought Huang Yifei immense joy. He closed the book in his hands, gazing out the window. The sunset's afterglow painted the sky in vibrant hues of orange and red, while many students continued their diligent training on the ninja school's playground. With these new abilities, my plans will unfold more smoothly, Huang Yifei thought, a confident smile gracing his lips. He did not revel in his superiority over his peers. Rather, he recognized the pressing urgency of time. Approximately 2 years remained until the Ninetales incident. He must enhance his strength as much as possible during this period and accumulate sufficient resources to alter the course of fate amidst the calamity that would engulf Konoha. After school, Huang Yifei did not return directly to the orphanage, but instead ventured to a secluded training ground on the outskirts of the village. This remote location, rarely visited by others, was perfect for him to experiment with his newly acquired abilities. He extended his hand, focused his mind, and began to channel chakra of different attributes. Fire release, great fireball technique. Huang Yifei recalled the hand seals and chakra flow described in the book, swiftly forming hand seals. Whoosh! A blazing fireball erupted from his mouth. Although it lacked the size and power of a seasoned ninja due to being a first attempt, its speed of condensation and stability far surpassed that of an ordinary novice. The fireball screamed through the air, striking a distant rock with a resounding thud, charring its surface black. Water release, water chaos wave. Wind release, great breakthrough. Lightning release, earth walk. Earth release, earth flow wall. Within a mere half an hour, Huang Yifei had successfully executed ninjutsu of all 5 fundamental elemental attributes. although its potency awaited enhancement and his proficiency required further refinement. Such a pace of learning would surely astonish any onlooker. It is known that a typical ninja invests considerable time and effort to master a new chakra attribute, let alone 5 simultaneously. Mastery of all elemental chakra truly lived up to its reputation. Huang Yifei nodded in satisfaction. He could sense that with diligent practice, he would soon elevate the power of these ninjutsu to match his own chakra capacity. With these skills under his belt, his future combat strategies would become increasingly diverse, no longer relying solely on wood release. As the sunset sank below the horizon and night began to descend, Huang Yifei concluded his training for the day. Filled with boundless anticipation for what lay ahead, invigorated by the chakra coursing through him and the strengthening of his power. His path to becoming Hokage had only just begun, while the ninja school's exhibition was far from over. Chapter 6. Conflict in Taijutsu Class, a modest display of wood release. The curriculum at the Ninja Academy, in addition to theoretical knowledge and basic ninjutsu, places great importance on taijutsu training. A robust physique and agile movements are essential qualities for every competent ninja. On this particular day, the taijutsu class was led by a burly, boisterous instructor, Guitian, who specialized in taijutsu. Known for his rigorous training style and impressive martial prowess, Instructor Guitian held considerable renown among the students. Everyone, perk up. Taijutsu is the foundation of a ninja's combat. Without formidable taijutsu, no amount of chakra or flashy ninjutsu will save you when the enemy closes in. Instructor Guitian's resounding voice echoed across the training ground, his piercing gaze sweeping over each student in the lineup. The students, feeling the weight of his scrutiny, stood straight as a rod. After completing the basic warm-up exercises, they moved into paired sparring sessions. Form pairs and practice freely. Remember, control your strikes. The aim is to familiarize yourselves with combat techniques and hone your reflexes, announced Instructor Guitian. The students immediately dispersed in small groups, each seeking a partner to engage in somewhat inexperienced exchanges of punches and kicks. Huang Yifei quietly stood to the side, not in haste to find a partner. His perfect sage physique, beginner, endowed him with strength, speed, and reflexes far exceeding those of his peers. His ordinary classmates posed no challenge. He preferred to observe the battles of others, gleaning practical techniques from their encounters. Yet, trouble often finds its way uninvited. "Hey, you must be the new kid, Huang Yifei, right?" A somewhat raspy and unfriendly voice called from a distance. Huang Yifei turned to see a boy, taller than him by half a head and notably sturdier, approaching him with a group of followers, wearing a provocative expression. This boy, named Sarutobi Xiaowu, was a distant nephew of the third Hokage and, riding on this trivial background, had a reputation for arrogance at the academy. He had long heard of Huang Yifei's prodigious talent and felt a sense of rivalry, especially after Huang Yifei had stolen the spotlight on his first day. "Is there something you need?" Huang Yifei replied calmly, his demeanor unruffled. He had no desire to instigate trouble, yet he was not one to shy away from it. Sarutobi Xiaowu stepped in front of Huang Yifei, sizing him up with a hint of disdain in his eyes. "I hear you're quite impressive. Better at the body flicker technique than the teacher?" "Humph, merely flashy tricks. A true ninja must rely on taijutsu." His followers chimed in, "Exactly. Xiaowu is the strongest in our class. Are you brave enough to spar with Xiaowu?" Huang Yifei's brow furrowed imperceptibly. Such juvenile provocation hardly piqued his interest. "I have no interest in practicing with you," he replied coolly, preparing to turn away. "Stop right there." Sarutobi Xiaowu, enraged that Huang Yifei dared to ignore him, lunged forward, reaching out to grab Huang Yifei's shoulder. "Are you looking down on me?" Huang Yifei's gaze turned icy. He had no intention of revealing his full strength in taijutsu class, but since the other party insisted, he was unperturbed by the prospect of imparting a small lesson. As Sarutobi Xiaowu's hand neared Huang Yifei's shoulder, Huang Yifei's body pivoted at an astonishing angle, slipping away like a fish evading a grasp. "Oh!" Sarutobi Xiaowu was momentarily taken aback, astonished at Huang Yifei's swift reaction. With a scoff, he pressed forward, launching a straight punch toward Huang Yifei's face, the wind of his strike howling with force. In his view, Huang Yifei's slender build would surely result in tears upon impact. Nevertheless, Huang Yifei remained unfazed. He shifted his feet slightly, his body swaying like a willow in the breeze, narrowly evading Sarutobi Xiaowu's fist once more. Simultaneously, he extended his right hand, casually brushing against Sarutobi Xiaowu's arm. A surge of subtle strength coursed through, leaving Sarutobi Xiaowu's arm numb, abruptly halting his advance and causing him to stumble forward. What? Sarutobi Xiaowu was taken aback. The strength he prided himself on had been effortlessly neutralized before Huang Yifei. Xiaowu, his followers, witnessing the turn of events, grew anxious and began to shout. Sarutobi Xiaowu, feeling the pressure, roared in frustration and charged again, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks with increased ferocity. Huang Yifei remained composed, moving with an odd rhythm, effortlessly dodging Sarutobi Xiaowu's relentless onslaught, as if strolling through a park. Each evasion was perfectly timed, conserving energy while precisely avoiding his opponent's strikes. The speed of response and coordination brought forth by the perfect sage physique was on full display at that moment. Other students engaged in sparring gradually turned their attention to the commotion, ceasing their own activities to form a circle around the spectacle. Even Instructor Guitian, arms crossed and intrigued, observed quietly from the side. This kid has impressive footwork, Instructor Guitian thought, surprised. He could see that Huang Yifei was not exerting his full strength, rather toying with Sarutobi Xiaowu. As Sarutobi Xiaowu grew increasingly frustrated at his inability to land a hit, his face flushed red, panting heavily from exhaustion. Damn it! If you have the ability, stop dodging, he shouted, losing his footing and nearly falling. Huang Yifei sensed the time was ripe and no longer wished to waste time. His gaze sharpened. He ceased evading and chose to engage. As Sarutobi Xiaowu threw another punch, Huang Yifei advanced rather than retreating, lowering his body slightly. With lightning speed, he seized Sarutobi Xiaowu's wrist with precision. Not good. Sarutobi Xiaowu's heart sank. He attempted to pull away, only to find Huang Yifei's grip as unyielding as a vice. Then, with a subtle twist of his wrist, Huang Yifei transmitted a supple yet powerful force through Sarutobi Xiaowu's arm. Simultaneously, he discreetly hooked his foot. Thud! Sarutobi Xiaowu felt an irresistible force surge through him, his center of gravity thrown off balance, and he tumbled backward uncontrollably, landing heavily on the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Some onlookers couldn't help but burst into laughter. The followers of Sarutobi Xiaowu were left utterly astonished. The formidable Xiaowu they revered had been effortlessly subdued by this newcomer. Huang Yifei released his grip and looked down from a height at the disheveled and incredulous Sarutobi Xiaowu, calmly stating, "I have expressed my lack of interest in sparring with you. If this is the extent of your abilities, do not trouble me further." His tone was unremarkable, yet the innate composure and strength he exuded instilled an inexplicable pressure among all present. At that moment, Huang Yifei sensed a flicker of defiance within Sarutobi Xiaowu, who seemed unwilling to concede and was attempting to rise again. Wishing to avoid escalating the situation, yet not wanting to leave any lingering threats, he seemingly nonchalantly lifted his foot and lightly stepped onto the ground. A barely perceptible trace of wood-released chakra seeped from his foot into the earth. In the next instant, as Sarutobi Xiaowu was about to rise, slender, hair-like azure vines unexpectedly erupted from the ground, silently ensnaring his ankles. Ouch! The moment Sarutobi Xiaowu exerted himself, he found himself firmly tripped by the seemingly inconspicuous vines, tumbling back to the ground and tasting the dirt. The onlooking students could no longer contain themselves, erupting into a chorus of laughter. Even the usually stern Instructor Guitian couldn't suppress a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. He recognized the cleverness of the vines, elevating his assessment of Huang Yifei. This lad not only possessed solid physical skills and quick reflexes, but also demonstrated a remarkable ability to adeptly utilize his bloodline limit, striking a perfect balance between teaching a lesson and avoiding serious harm. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and fury, Sarutobi Xiaowu struggled to break free from the vines around his ankles, only to discover their surprising resilience. His strength was insufficient to free himself. Huang Yifei approached him, bent down, and whispered in a tone audible only to the two, "Remember, some individuals are not so easily provoked. This was merely a minor lesson." With that, he lightly tapped the ground with his toe, causing the vines to seemingly come to life, releasing their grip and retreating into the earth, vanishing without a trace as though they had never existed. Gazing into Huang Yifei's calm, unflinching eyes, Sarutobi Xiaowu felt a stir of genuine fear for the first time. He realized he had truly encountered an immovable obstacle. Huang Yifei turned away, preparing to leave the crowd. At that moment, Instructor Gue Tian's resounding voice rang out. Huang Yifei, well done. The essence of physical combat lies in achieving maximum results with minimal cost. Your performance exemplified this beautifully. The students surrounding him shifted their gazes from mere curiosity to astonishment, admiration, and even a hint of reverence. Those who had only heard of Huang Yifei's reputation as a genius in ninjutsu were now witnessing his composure and prowess in physical combat firsthand. Huang Yifei merely nodded slightly to Instructor Gue Tian before rejoining his peers. He understood that, following this minor altercation, he would likely enjoy a period of peace at the Ninja Academy. Furthermore, his discreet application of wood release had added an air of mystery to his persona. Not far away, several upperclassmen engaged in physical training also took note of the commotion. Among them, a black-haired boy with flamboyant hair and goggles, along with a silver-haired youth wearing a mask, revealing only one lifeless eye, exchanged contemplative glances towards Huang Yifei. The wheels of fate were quietly turning. Chapter 7. The Golden Generation's First Encounter, Kakashi's Attention. Following the minor upheaval in physical training class, Huang Yifei indeed found his days at the Ninja Academy significantly quieter. No longer did the likes of Sarutobi Xiao Wu dare to provoke him, and his classmates regarded him with a mix of respect and cautious admiration. Huang Yifei reveled in this newfound tranquility, dedicating more energy to acquiring knowledge and enhancing his abilities. Thanks to his photographic memory, the theoretical courses at the Ninja Academy posed no challenge. He effortlessly achieved full marks across nearly all subjects, leaving the instructors astonished and further solidifying his reputation as a prodigy. The enhancements from his perfect sage body and chakra refinement technique propelled his chakra capacity and physical prowess to a level that surpassed the ordinary. And at 7.5 years old, his total chakra was likely on par with some experienced nin. His mastery of wood release grew increasingly adept. Besides practicing in secret on the mountains, he occasionally crafted small wood release creations when he was certain no one was watching, such as weaving a concealed storage basket from vines beneath his desk or coaxing a modest blade of grass to bloom vibrantly on the orphanage windowsill, adding a splash of color to the drabness of life. These small gestures not only honed his fine control over wood release, but also helped him better integrate into the world around him. That afternoon, after school, Huang Yifei did not head directly back to the orphanage as usual, but instead took a detour to a public training ground on the west side of the village. He sought a relatively open space to practice the combination of newly mastered elemental ninjutsu techniques. The setting sun cast a warm golden hue over the training ground, where clusters of ninjas engaged in various drills, the air thick with the sense of sweat and earth, punctuated by the sounds of weapon clashes and the explosive bursts of ninjutsu. Huang Yifei found a secluded corner and was preparing to commence his training when a sudden flurry of intense weapon strikes and familiar shouts nearby captured his attention. Kakashi, your movements are too slow. Show your true strength. Let us ignite the flames of youth together. A vibrant voice shouted, full of energy like an unceasing dynamo. In response, only the cold sounds of clashing weapons and a barely audible, stifled grunt echoed back. Following the sound, Huang Yifei observed two figures engaged in what could be described less as a sparring match and more as one side relentlessly attacking while the other executed near-instinctual blocks and counterattacks. One of them, clad in a striking green jumpsuit with the trademark watermelon head and thick eyebrows, was none other than Might Guy. Even at the tender age of 12, every move he made exuded explosive power and dazzling speed. His robust punches and kicks whipped up gusts of wind, already hinting at the wild ferocity of a future Konoha beast. Opposing him was a more slender figure, yet extraordinarily swift and fierce. A silver-haired boy with a deep blue mask obscuring most of his face, revealing only one eye, cold and empty, like a millennia-old frozen pond. His other eye was obscured by a forehead protector, angled with a near-defiant precision, as if concealing some secret best left unspoken or a painful memory best forgotten. It was Kakashi Hatake. At this moment, Kakashi, also 12, was already recognized as the village's once-in-a-century top genius. Rumors swirled that he graduated from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 6, became a nin at 9, and now possessed the strength of a nin, with whispers of a secret promotion. Yet, he was shrouded in a heavy gloom and solitude that seemed incongruous with his age and talents. He stood there in silence, akin to an emotionless combat machine, blocking Might Guy's fierce onslaught with precision and efficiency. Each of his strikes was aimed at the vital points, merciless and ruthless. Yet not a ripple could be seen in his eyes, as if his soul had long since departed along with certain significant people and events. Huang Yifei watched this scene unfold before him and couldn't help but let out a faint sigh. Kakashi Hatake, he murmured softly, as memories from a past life surged forth like a tidal wave. Was this truly the Kakashi who had lost Obito Uchiha and Rin Noara? Indeed. He appeared even colder and more heart-wrenching than he remembered. The Battle of the Kanabi Bridge, which marked the end of the Third Great Ninja War, had also buried countless heroes and dreams, and it had come to pass. Obito Uchiha, once a bright and optimistic boy who aspired to become Hokage and valued comradeship above life itself, had been pinned beneath a boulder while trying to protect Kakashi and Rin. In his dying moments, he had gifted his remaining Sharingan to Kakashi as a token for his promotion to Jonin. Meanwhile, Rin Noara, the gentle and kind medical ninja who had silently supported both Obito and Kakashi, ultimately met her end beneath Kakashi's Raikiri while trying to protect the village, sacrificing herself for what she cherished most. Vivid memories of bloodshed flashed through Huang Yifei's mind, weighing heavily on his heart. He understood that the tragedy of the Kanabi Bridge was not solely about Obito and Rin's deaths. It was a nightmare that Kakashi could never escape, the precursor to many greater calamities. If only I had arrived a few years earlier, perhaps I could have prevented all of this. Huang Yifei sighed inwardly. But now it was too late to dwell on such thoughts. However, since I have come to this world, I shall ensure that similar tragedies do not unfold again. The future of Konoha, the future of the ninja world, will be irrevocably transformed by my existence. As he pondered these thoughts, the sparring session reached a temporary pause. Might Guy, panting heavily, halted, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, yet the fighting spirit in his eyes blazed fiercely. Kakashi, you still lack any sense of romance, Guy exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow and addressing the still expressionless Kakashi. I've poured my fiery youth into this battle. Can't you at least give me a little response? Kakashi merely cast a cold glance at him without uttering a word, collecting his kunai and turning to leave, seemingly disinterested in any further interaction. Hey, Kakashi, don't go. Let's battle 300 more rounds. Today, I shall use the unquenchable flame of my youth to melt your frozen heart. Might Guy, undeterred, chased after him, intent on continuing their rivalry. At that moment, Guy's large, bell-like eyes suddenly caught sight of a black-haired youth quietly observing them from a distance. Oh, it's you, Guy exclaimed with a spark of excitement, pointing at Huang Yifei. Aren't you that super famous Huang Yifei from the Ninja Academy? I've heard of your exploits. Truly remarkable. You are brimming with youthful chakra. His trademark loud voice and unabashed admiration momentarily halted Kakashi's departure. Kakashi slowly turned his head, his concealed right eye, sharp as the keenest probe, scrutinizing Huang Yifei with an intensity that seemed to pierce through to his very core. Taken aback at being recognized, Huang Yifei politely nodded at Guy and calmly replied, Yes, Senior Guy, I am Huang Yifei. Haha, fantastic. Yifei Jr. Might Guy exclaimed with the enthusiasm of a child discovering a new world, rushing to Huang Yifei's front and inspecting him from head to toe, his eyes sparkling with unabashed admiration and competitive spirit. I can feel it. You possess tremendous power within you. How about a passionate duel where we wager our manly honor and youthful glory? As he spoke, he struck a pose filled with strength and confidence, revealing a dazzlingly bright smile. Huang Yifei couldn't help but twitch his lips at the exuberance of this overly enthusiastic senior. Guy's youthful vitality was indeed as striking as ever. Senior Guy, I appreciate your kind offer, Huang Yifei gently declined, his tone remaining calm and composed. However, I currently have other training plans and may not be able to join you. He had no desire to engage in a spirited battle with someone like Guy, who was a specialist in taijutsu and possessed an almost absurd level of energy. Such a clash would be purely self-inflicted hardship. Is that so? What a pity. Might Guy expressed exaggerated regret, as if he had missed out on $1 million opportunity. But he quickly rallied, giving Huang Yifei a thumbs up and flashing his signature sunny smile. No worries, Yifei Jr. I believe we will have the chance to ignite our youth together in the future. When that time comes, I'll show you the unwavering perseverance and passion of Might Guy. Huang Yifei looked at Guy's overly familiar demeanor, feeling a mix of amusement and warmth. He recognized that while Might Guy might seem somewhat eccentric and carefree, his sincere affection for his comrades and indomitable spirit were among the most precious qualities in this cold and brutal world of ninjas. Just as Huang Yifei and Might Guy were engaged in this slightly awkward yet joyful exchange, the silent Kakashi, standing like a statue at a distance, suddenly spoke. His voice was as cold and hoarse as his demeanor, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "You are Huang Yifei?" Kakashi's gaze pierced through Huang Yifei's very soul, as if he sought to see through him entirely. Huang Yifei met Kakashi's icy gaze with calmness, nodding. "Yes, Senior Kakashi. They say you are a genius," Kakashi remarked, his tone flat and devoid of inflection, as if stating an unrelated fact. "I cannot accept such a title," Huang Yifei replied modestly. "I merely exert a bit more effort than others." His response was humble and appropriate, yet carried an undeniable confidence. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's concealed right eye seemed to narrow slightly. He fell silent for a moment before speaking again in an even colder, more profound tone. "Talent does not always equate to everything." His voice carried a hint of unexpressed weariness and melancholy, as if he had seen through all the illusions and cruelties of the world. Huang Yifei gazed into Kakashi's eyes, filled with solitude and sorrow, and felt a stirring in his heart. He understood that Kakashi's words were not only directed at him, but also reflected his own inner struggles. The tragedy of the Kanabi Bridge, the sacrifices of Obito, and the death of Rin, all felt like invisible thorns deeply embedded in Kakashi's heart, forcing him to bear burdens far too heavy for one of his age. He had begun to question talent, doubt his comrades, and even ponder the meaning of his own existence. Huang Yifei fell into a moment of silence, then spoke slowly in a calm, yet warm and powerful tone. "Indeed, talent alone cannot represent everything. However, those endowed with talent bear the responsibility to protect what is truly worthy of safeguarding." His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in Kakashi's ears and touched the hearts of everyone present. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's body jolted. For the first time, a flicker of incredulity passed through his cold, hollow eyes. He gazed at this boy, merely 7.5 years old, who articulated such profound and philosophical words, his heart swelling with indescribable complexity. To protect what is worthy of protection? This statement struck him like a bolt of lightning, instantly piercing through the fog of darkness and despair that had long engulfed his heart, revealing a faint yet resilient glimmer of hope. Might Guy also fell into a brief silence upon hearing Huang Yifei's words. He looked at Huang Yifei with an unprecedented admiration and recognition in his eyes. He understood that the words of his junior resonated deeply with him. To protect comrades, to protect the village, to uphold the indomitable will of fire. This was the true essence of being a ninja. Huang Yifei observed the dazed expression on Kakashi's face, knowing that his words had sown a small seed in his heart. He chose to say no more, merely bowing slightly to Kakashi and Guy before turning and leaving the training ground with tranquility. He understood that truly changing Kakashi was not a task to be accomplished in a day. It required time, opportunities, and actions to substantiate his convictions. As he watched Huang Yifei's frail yet remarkably upright figure fade into the distance, Might Guy's expression grew unusually serious and resolute. He approached Kakashi, firmly patting his shoulder, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he exclaimed, "Kakashi, did you hear that? Yifei is right. We have so much worth protecting. So let us rally ourselves. Let us continue to burn our youth for those worthy of safeguarding." Kakashi remained silent, merely lifting his gaze toward the direction where Huang Yifei had vanished. The eye concealed beneath his mask sparkled with a long-lost light in the glow of the setting sun. Perhaps this boy, heralded as the little first generation of Konoha, could indeed bring a different kind of change to him and to this decaying world. He did not know, but he felt a flicker of anticipation. Chapter 8. Dull Lessons. I wish to graduate early. The initial encounter with Kakashi and the Golden Generation did not create significant ripples in Huang Yifei's life. He continued to follow his study and training regimen diligently. However, as time passed, the courses at the Ninja Academy began to feel increasingly tedious to him. Whether it was the theory of ninjutsu, tactical analysis, or historical culture, his photographic memory allowed him to grasp and retain the material almost instantaneously after a single explanation from the teacher. As for the foundational ninjutsu and taijutsu training, they felt like child's play, utterly insufficient to satisfy his growing prowess. It was akin to a university student being forced back into a primary school classroom. Grappling with rudimentary knowledge like addition and subtraction, the experience was, as one could imagine, quite stifling. One day, after effortlessly completing all classroom assessments and once again securing the top score in theoretical classes, Huang Yifei finally resolved to take action. After school, rather than heading straight home, he made his way directly to the Hokage's office. Reporting, Huang Yifei called out from outside the Hokage's office. "Come in." The slightly fatigued voice of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, echoed from within. Huang Yifei pushed the door open to find Sarutobi buried under a mountain of paperwork, his face reflecting a hint of weariness. Clearly, the daily management of the village was no easy task. "Oh, it's you, Yifei." Sarutobi lifted his head, a gentle smile gracing his features upon seeing Huang Yifei. "What brings you here today? Encounter any troubles?" The third Hokage had always kept a close eye on this emergent talent of wood release. He was well aware of Huang Yifei's outstanding performance at the Ninja Academy. The talent and learning ability this child exhibited far exceeded his expectations. "Lord Hokage, I have not encountered any troubles," Huang Yifei replied calmly, bowing slightly. "I have come today to submit a request." "Oh, what request?" Sarutobi asked, intrigued. Huang Yifei raised his head, his gaze unwavering as he looked directly at Sarutobi, articulating each word with conviction. "Lord Hokage, I wish to apply for early graduation." "What?" Sarutobi nearly dropped his brush onto the documents in surprise, staring incredulously at Huang Yifei to confirm he had not misheard. "Early graduation? You are merely 7.5 years old. The standard graduation age for the Ninja Academy is around 12 years. Although there have been a few prodigious ninjas who graduated early, like Kakashi, who enrolled at 5 and graduated as a nin at 6, those are exceptional cases. Particularly since Kakashi hails from a prestigious family and received elite education from a young age. While Huang Yifei has shown astonishing talent, he is still an orphan and has only been exposed to ninjutsu for a few short months. Is it not a bit hasty to seek early graduation? Yifei, what prompts this thought?" Sarutobi set down the documents, his expression turning serious. "The curriculum at the Ninja Academy is designed to lay a solid foundation. Leaving school prematurely may not benefit your future development." Huang Yifei understood Sarutobi's concerns and calmly explained, "Lord Hokage, I appreciate your concern. However, I believe the current curriculum at the Ninja Academy no longer meets my learning needs. Remaining in school would only squander my time. I hope to engage with more advanced ninjutsu and practical missions as soon as possible to hone my skills and better control this power." Though his tone was humble, it conveyed immense confidence and a clear understanding of his own capabilities. Sarutobi fell silent, scrutinizing Huang Yifei before him. This boy, merely 7.5 years old, possessed clear and resolute eyes, devoid of the restlessness and arrogance typical of his peers. The calmness and maturity he exhibited, incongruent with his age, left Sarutobi somewhat taken aback. He had to admit that Huang Yifei's assertions might not be unfounded, given the extraordinary talent the child displayed. The foundational courses at the Ninja Academy might indeed have lost their relevance for him. "Are you truly so confident in your abilities?" Sarutobi inquired slowly, a hint of challenge lacing his tone. "Yes, Lord Hokage," Huang Yifei answered without hesitation. Sarutobi pondered for a moment, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk. Early graduation was no trivial matter. It required rigorous evaluation. Moreover, given Huang Yifei's unique status, his wood-release bloodline limit was a vital strategic resource for Konoha's future. If he were to graduate hastily and engage in perilous missions, any unforeseen incident could result in a loss too great for Konoha to bear. Conversely, if Huang Yifei genuinely possessed the capability for early graduation, keeping him tethered to the Ninja Academy would indeed be a waste of his prodigious talent. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse cannot grow into a towering tree. True strength is forged in the crucible of blood and fire. As Sarutobi Hiruzen weighed the pros and cons, a rather cheerful voice resonated from outside the office. "Lord Third, may I come in?" "Oh, it's Minato, come in quickly." Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, a smile gracing his face at the sound of the familiar voice. The door to the office swung open, revealing a young ninja clad in a nin vest, with a striking mane of golden hair and a gentle smile. His azure eyes sparkled with clarity akin to the sky, radiating a sunny aura. He was none other than the renowned Yellow Flash of Konoha, Namake's Minato. At this moment, Minato, slightly over 20 years old, had already established himself as a formidable nin in Konoha, not only for his remarkable strength, but also for his unparalleled intellect, earning the admiration of the villagers and the favor of the third Hokage. Rumors circulated that he might even be a strong contender for the next Hokage. "Minato, your timing is impeccable," Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured towards Huang Yifei with a smile. This is Huang Yifei. You must have heard of him. He just made a request to me to graduate early from the Ninja Academy. Minato's gaze fell upon Huang Yifei, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes, which quickly transformed into a warm smile. I am indeed familiar with Yifei-kun's name, a once-in-a-century talent from the Ninja Academy, mastering the body flicker technique perfectly on the very first day of school, and even transforming into you, Lord Third. Such feats have spread among the J-nin like wildfire. His tone was relaxed and friendly, devoid of any airs of superiority, creating a refreshing atmosphere. Huang Yifei bowed slightly in respect. Thank you for your kind words, Minato-senpai. He felt a stirring within. Minato was one of the individuals he most wished to protect in this world of Naruto. He never expected to meet him so soon. With a smile, Minato turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, curiosity evident in his voice. Lord Third, what are your thoughts on Yifei-kun's request for early graduation? Sarutobi Hiruzen succinctly recounted Huang Yifei's reasoning, then sighed. Though this child's ambition is bold, it is not without merit. However, the evaluation for early graduation is no trivial matter. I am still contemplating whether to approve his request. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of interest sparkled in Minato's azure eyes. He scrutinized Huang Yifei intently, seemingly attempting to discern something from the youthful ninja. After a brief moment, Minato suddenly spoke up. Lord Third, I have a suggestion, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to voice it. Oh, please, go ahead, Sarutobi Hiruzen encouraged. Minato smiled gently, directing his gaze towards Huang Yifei, his voice imbued with a soft yet undeniable confidence. If Yifei-kun truly wishes to graduate early, why not allow me to serve as one of the supervisors for his graduation assessment? I am eager to witness firsthand the capabilities of this legendary genius. His words brimmed with interest in Huang Yifei, accompanied by a subtle hint of expectation. Huang Yifei's heart stirred at this prospect. Gaining Minato's recognition would undoubtedly smooth his path for future endeavors. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Minato's confident expression and then glanced at Huang Yifei's eager demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he finally nodded. Very well, since you've suggested it, I shall grant Yifei this opportunity. I hereby approve your participation in the early graduation assessment. Yifei. The assessment will take place in 3 days. I will personally arrange the content and opponents for the evaluation. Should you succeed, I will formally approve your early graduation. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Thank you, Minato-senpai. Huang Yifei exclaimed, his heart alight with joy as he bowed deeply in gratitude. His eyes sparkled with confidence and anticipation. The early graduation assessment was not merely a chance to prove himself, but also the first step toward realizing his grand aspirations on a broader stage. The presence of Minato heightened his excitement for the forthcoming evaluation. Chapter 9, Graduation Assessment, Special J-nin of Wood Release. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. The news of Huang Yifei's request for early graduation, with the esteemed Namikaze Minato personally supervising the assessment, spread like wildfire among the upper echelons of Konoha and select elite ninjas, creating quite a stir. A mere 7.5-year-old child daring to challenge the early graduation, especially under the scrutiny of a top-tier powerhouse like Minato, was undeniably a sensational affair. Some expressed skepticism, believing Huang Yifei to be overly ambitious and reckless. Others were filled with anticipation, considering his previous displays of extraordinary talent at the Ninja Academy. As the focal point of this event, Huang Yifei spent the 3 days honing himself to peak condition. Instead of succumbing to nerves about the impending assessment, he felt an inexplicable thrill. He understood that this was not merely an evaluation. It was a pivotal moment to showcase his worth to the world and assert his voice. On the day of the assessment, the sun shone brightly. The 7th training ground of Konoha, a venue designated for significant evaluations and high-level ninja battles, stood under tight security. In the center of the training ground, Huang Yifei stood quietly, his small figure appearing somewhat fragile in the vast arena, yet his composed demeanor commanded respect. Opposite him stood a tall, stern-looking middle-aged ninja, clad in the standard vest of the Konoha Special J-nin. His piercing gaze resembled that of a hawk, exuding an aura of seasoned battle prowess. This Special J-nin, known as Inuzuka Kiba, was an elite of the Inuzuka clan. Famed for his fierce physical skills and seamless coordination with ninja dogs, his strength more than sufficient to serve as a J-nin's gatekeeper. On the periphery of the training ground, a small viewing platform had been erected. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat solemnly at its center, flanked by the upright figure of Minato, whose warm smile contrasted with the anticipation glimmering in his azure eyes. Additionally, several high-ranking advisors and seasoned Nin from Konoha had also been invited to observe this extraordinary graduation assessment. Yifei, are you prepared? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice reverberated across the training ground, carrying an air of undeniable authority. Yes, Lord Hokage, Huang Yifei replied calmly, his voice youthful yet remarkably steady. Hiruzen nodded, turning his gaze towards Inuzuka Kiba. Kiba, this assessment will primarily evaluate Huang Yifei's comprehensive combat abilities. You may unleash your full strength, but exercise caution to avoid causing him any grievous harm. Understood, Lord Hokage. Kiba replied solemnly, his sharp gaze fixed upon Huang Yifei. Despite facing a mere 7.5-year-old child, he bore no contempt. An assessment that garnered the attention of both the Hokage and Minato was no trivial matter. Let the assessment commence, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared. As his words echoed, the atmosphere in the training ground grew tense. Kiba let out a low growl and launched the first attack. His body surged forward like a cannonball, moving with incredible speed and stirring a gust of wind. He refrained from summoning his ninja dogs, clearly opting to gauge Huang Yifei's abilities through his own physical prowess. What incredible speed! A.J. Nin in the viewing platform exclaimed in astonishment. Kiba's explosive physical prowess was among the top tiers of Special J. Nin. In the face of Kiba's fierce onslaught, Huang Yifei remained unfazed. His dark eyes reflected the depth of a bottomless well, clearly mirroring every subtle movement of Kiba. Just as Kiba's iron fist was poised to strike Huang Yifei's face, Huang Yifei's body bent backward with an astonishing flexibility, narrowly evading the thunderous blow. Simultaneously, he lightly touched the ground with his toes, and his body floated backward like a feather, creating distance between him and Inuzuka Kiba. Oh, quite a responsive reaction. A flicker of surprise flashed in Inuzuka Kiba's eyes, yet his offensive did not wane, as he relentlessly pursued, fists swinging and generating a cacophony of air-splitting sounds, enveloping Huang Yifei in a dense shadow of punches. Huang Yifei chose not to confront Inuzuka Kiba head-on, although his perfect celestial body endowed him with formidable strength. He remained youthful, his body not yet fully matured, making it unwise to compete in sheer power against an adult specialized J-Nin. He employed an unusual footwork, agilely dodging amidst Kiba's attacks, akin to a butterfly flitting among flowers, effortlessly evading each strike at the brink of disaster. This lad's agility is remarkably peculiar. On the observation platform, Namake's Minato's eyes brightened slightly. He discerned that Huang Yifei's movements were not the basic steps taught in ninja school, but a more sophisticated, elusive technique, brimming with grace and fluidity. Sarutobi Hiruzen also nodded in silent approval. The combat intelligence and reflexes Huang Yifei exhibited had far surpassed the realm of an ordinary genin. Inuzuka Kiba, frustrated by his inability to land a hit, began to feel anxious. With a roar, his chakra erupted, fang through fang. His body spun rapidly in midair, transforming into a white drill, charging fiercely toward Huang Yifei. This was the Inuzuka clan's signature technique, immensely powerful, capable of piercing steel. Faced with this unstoppable blow, Huang Yifei's expression turned serious. He realized that mere evasion would no longer suffice. Would release, would pillar wall. Huang Yifei swiftly formed hand seals and shouted. Boom. A sturdy wooden wall, woven from countless robust timber beams, rose from the ground, standing before him. Bang! The white drill, transformed from Inuzuka Kiba, collided heavily against the wooden wall, producing a deafening roar. Wood splintered and the wall trembled violently, with even a faint crack appearing on its surface. Yet, it ultimately succeeded in withstanding Kiba's formidable strike. What? Wood release. My goodness. It truly is wood release. On the observation platform. Apart from the already informed Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namake's Minato, several high-ranking advisors and J-Nin could not help but exclaim in disbelief, with some even standing up from their seats, their faces etched with shock and horror. Would release. The legendary Kekii Genkai of the First Hokage. It is astonishing to see it manifest in a mere 7.5-year-old child. Inuzuka Kiba, too, was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. He broke free from his spinning state, staggering back a few steps, incredulously gazing at the wooden wall before him, and at Huang Yifei, who appeared calm behind it. This kid can actually use wood release. A tempest of emotions surged within Inuzuka Kiba. Huang Yifei did not afford him much time to recover from his shock. He formed hand seals once more, a sharp glint in his eyes. Would release. Thorned vine kill technique. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of ink-green vines, adorned with sharp barbs, erupted from the ground like venomous snakes, rapidly ensnaring Inuzuka Kiba. Kiba's heart tightened, and he quickly dodged backward, attempting to evade the bizarre vines. However, there were simply too many, and their angles were cunning. Although he avoided most, several vines successfully wrapped around his ankles and arms, the sharp barbs piercing his flesh, causing waves of pain. Damn it! Inuzuka Kiba roared, exerting force in an attempt to break free from the vines. Yet, these seemingly inconspicuous vines were exceptionally resilient. Even with his strength, he could not escape immediately. Just as he was distracted by the vines, Huang Yifei's figure appeared beside him like a specter. Would release. Would clone technique. Bang! Bang! Two identical wooden clones of Huang Yifei materialized out of thin air, attacking from both sides toward Inuzuka Kiba. Although these wooden clones lacked the agility of the original, their movements were convincing, and they fought fiercely, creating considerable trouble for Kiba. Bound by the vines and restricted in movement, Kiba was now faced with the dual assault of the wooden clones, rendering him flustered and overwhelmed. Is this the power of wood release? The spectators on the observation platform gaped in astonishment. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Yifei formed hand seals once more. Wood release, silent binding technique. A larger, sturdier root erupted from the ground beneath Inuzuka Kiba's feet, ensnaring him with astonishing speed, leaving only his head exposed. Ugh! Inuzuka Kiba groaned, feeling an immense force constricting his bones, his chakra becoming sluggish. He struggled desperately, only to find that this root's binding strength far surpassed that of the previous vines. At this juncture, the outcome was clear. Huang Yifei refrained from continuing his assault, standing calmly as he gazed at Inuzuka Kiba, who was immobilized by the wood release. The entire training ground fell into an eerie silence. The spectators were still entranced by Huang Yifei's fluid wood release offensive, unable to regain their composure. A 7.5-year-old child had, through the legendary wood release, decisively defeated an experienced special J-nin. Moreover, throughout the encounter, Huang Yifei had displayed remarkable calmness and composure, demonstrating exceptional mastery of the situation and exquisite application of wood release, devoid of any signs of childish naivety or panic. This transcended mere genius. He was nothing short of a prodigy. Namake's Minato's azure eyes shimmered with unprecedented brilliance. A smile of approval graced his lips, as his estimation of Huang Yifei elevated several notches. This child's future is boundless, he mused earnestly. Sarutobi Hiruzen also exhaled deeply, a hint of contentment appearing on his aged face. Huang Yifei's performance had far exceeded his expectations. Perhaps the future of Konoha would indeed shine with a different brilliance through this child. Clearing his throat, he announced loudly, "In this examination, Huang Yifei is victorious." With the third Hokage's declaration, the J-nin surrounding the edges of the training ground awakened from their stupor, erupting into a chorus of astonished exclamations and discussions. Huang Yifei's graduation assessment would undoubtedly become a striking chapter in the annals of Konoha's history. Chapter 10. Minato's Favor, Unconventional Acceptance, as his apprentice. At the moment the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, announced the results of the examination, the atmosphere of the seventh training ground reached an unprecedented peak of fervor. Those who had merely come to observe, or doubted Huang Yifei's abilities, now wore expressions of shock and disbelief. It was inconceivable that Inuzuka Kiba had truly been defeated, and by a mere 7.5-year-old child wielding wood release. That was indeed wood release. The same power as the legendary First Hokage, Konoha has birthed another wood release user. The combat intelligence and application of ninjutsu displayed by this child were simply beyond what one would expect at his age. Terrifying. The Golden Flash, Lord Namake's Minato, had not caused such a shock when he graduated early, had he? A cacophony of awe, murmurs, and gasps filled the air. Their gazes toward Huang Yifei had shifted from initial scrutiny and curiosity to reverence and respect. Huang Yifei dispelled the wood release binding Inuzuka Kiba, slightly bowing to the somewhat pale-faced special J-nin, whose eyes were filled with complex emotions. Inuzuka Kiba-senpai, thank you for your guidance. Inuzuka took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within his heart. He offered a wry smile to Huang Yifei, his voice slightly hoarse. The Yangtze River pushes the waves forward, Yifei-kun. Your prowess has earned my utmost respect. The presence of a talent like you in Konoha is indeed a blessing for our village. Although he had faced defeat, it was one he accepted with grace, acknowledging the remarkable strength and battle acumen that Huang Yifei had displayed, far beyond his own capabilities. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly descended from the observation platform, approaching Huang Yifei with a face etched with undeniable pride and excitement. He extended his somewhat withered hand, gently patting Huang Yifei's shoulder, his tone imbued with admiration. Yifei, you have performed exceptionally well. Your display has far exceeded my expectations. From this day forth, you shall be a proud genin of the Hidden Leaf Village. Though Huang Yifei's abilities had surpassed those of a mere genin, even rivaling many chunin and particularly jonin, the customary protocol dictated that early graduates were assigned the title of genin, with subsequent promotions determined by their performance and contributions in missions. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Huang Yifei bowed deeply in gratitude, a hint of well-placed joy gracing his features. At that moment, standing beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato approached with a smile. His azure eyes sparkled like the purest gemstones, radiating appreciation and affection. Congratulations, Yifei-kun. Minato's voice was gentle yet magnetic. Your mastery of wood release has truly opened my eyes. I never anticipated witnessing such legendary power in my lifetime. His tone was filled with reverence for wood release and astonishment at Huang Yifei's innate talent. Huang Yifei gazed at this radiant young ninja, filled with myriad emotions. Minato was not only the future fourth Hokage, but also one of his most significant protective objectives on this journey. Gaining his recognition was profoundly meaningful. Senior Minato, you flatter me. I still have much to learn, Huang Yifei humbly replied. Minato's smile widened at his words. He appreciated Huang Yifei's unassuming nature. While talent was undeniably crucial, character was equally essential. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, a serious glimmer flashing in his eyes as he spoke earnestly. Third Hokage, I have an unusual request that I hope you will grant. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused momentarily, seemingly anticipating his words, and responded with a smile. Oh, Minato, feel free to share your request. Minato inhaled deeply, his piercing gaze fixed on Huang Yifei before addressing Sarutobi Hiruzen in a solemn tone. Third Hokage. Although Yifei-kun has just graduated, the talent and potential he has demonstrated are far beyond the norm. I believe that typical genin teams and routine missions will not suffice to meet his growth needs and may even stifle his abilities. I respectfully request that you allow me to recruit Huang Yifei into my direct Umbu unit, where I can personally guide and cultivate him. I will dedicate all my knowledge to help him grow swiftly into a pillar of Konoha's future. Minato's words resonated with conviction, a testament to his regard for Huang Yifei's potential. Upon hearing this, the surrounding Konoha elite and Jonin were once again engulfed in astonishment. The direct Umbu unit was the Hokage's personal guard, entrusted with highly classified missions, and its members were all elite among elites. Minato was a standout within this group, one of the third Hokage's most trusted allies. To permit a mere 7.5-year-old, freshly graduated genin to join Minato's direct Umbu unit under his personal tutelage was an unprecedented elevation. It is worth noting that even Kakashi Hitaki had entered the Umbu only after enduring years of Chunin training and the crucible of war. Huang Yifei felt a jolt within. He had not anticipated Minato would make such a direct request. This was undoubtedly a monumental opportunity for him. Learning alongside Minato would not only grant him access to higher-tier ninjutsu and combat techniques, but also offer a close-up view of this future fourth Hokage, laying a solid foundation for altering the tragic events of the Nine-Tails incident in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the hopeful glint in Minato's eyes, then glanced at Huang Yifei, whose surprise was tinged with a hint of yearning. After a moment of contemplation, he acknowledged the boldness of Minato's suggestion, yet it was not without merit. The strategic significance of Huang Yifei's wood release was too great to overlook and required the most prudent cultivation and protection. Placing him under Minato's guidance, the most trusted disciple, was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Minato's strength, character, and loyalty to the village were beyond question. Furthermore, he possessed a talent for mentoring the next generation, as evidenced by Kakashi, Obito, and Rin, who had all flourished under his leadership. Minato, are you fully aware of what this entails? Guiding Yifei will not be an easy task. His exceptional talent presents a considerable challenge for you, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked with a weighty undertone. Minato responded with a confident smile, his eyes brimming with enthusiasm. Rest assured. Third Hokage, I, Namikaze Minato, thrive on challenges. I believe that under my guidance, Yifei-kun will undoubtedly shine even brighter. Seeing the unwavering resolve in Minato's gaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally nodded, proclaiming with a clear voice, very well. In that case, I grant your request. From this day forward, Huang Yifei, you shall join Namikaze Minato's direct Umbu unit and receive his guidance. I hope you do not disappoint Minato's expectations, nor the village's hopes for you. Yes, Hokage-sama. I shall not let your expectations down. Huang Yifei responded with fervor, his heart brimming with excitement. Thank you for your support, Third Hokage. Minato also bowed to Sarutobi Hiruzen, a genuine joy lighting up his face. To take a gem like Huang Yifei under his wing and personally hone his skills was an exhilarating prospect for him. Thus, Huang Yifei, at the tender age of 7.5, officially became the youngest semi-Umbu member in the history of the Hidden Leaf Village, or more accurately, the personal disciple of a candidate for Hokage. This news spread like wildfire throughout Konoha, inciting an uproar. Countless individuals were astonished, envious, and filled with anticipation. A 7.5-year-old wood-release prodigy, apprenticed under the illustrious Yellow Flash, Namikaze Minato. What impact would this master-student duo have on Konoha and the entire ninja world in the future? No one knew the answer, but an unshakable sense lingered that the skies of Konoha would shine even brighter with the emergence of this young boy. Standing beside Minato, Huang Yifei felt the warmth and strength radiating from the future fourth Hokage, his heart swelling with infinite aspirations for the future. At that moment, a new chapter in his journey to becoming Hokage began. Chapter 11, Minato's Careful Instruction and the Secrets of Flying Thunder God. Having officially become Minato's disciple and joined his elite Special Operations Group, disguised as a protective measure rather than directly entering the Umbu ranks to safeguard Huang Yifei's growth. The rhythm of Huang Yifei's life accelerated dramatically. He no longer needed to attend the tedious courses at the Ninja Academy. Instead, he engaged in high-intensity, highly efficient elite training tailored specifically by Minato himself. Minato's training facility was located in a heavily guarded underground arena near the Hokage building. It was well equipped, featuring not only various conventional training apparatuses, but also specialized areas simulating complex terrains, and even precise instruments for sealing techniques and space-time ninjutsu research. Yifei, from today onwards, I will provide you with comprehensive guidance. In the training ground, Minato Namikaze donned a set of comfortable training attire, his face adorned with a gentle smile. Yet his eyes radiated seriousness and focus. Undoubtedly, his innate talent was remarkable. However, true strength is not solely reliant on talent, but rather on systematic training and extensive practical experience. Huang Yifei, with a solemn expression, listened intently, recognizing this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Minato's teachings were indeed legendary. Unlike ordinary instructors who merely imparted the seals and techniques of ninjutsu, he emphasized a deeper understanding of the essence of ninjutsu and the cultivation of combat awareness. The strength of ninjutsu does not reside in its destructive power, but rather in how cleverly it is employed. As Minato demonstrated a simple fire-style ninjutsu, he explained to Huang Yifei that the same technique could yield vastly different results in the hands of different individuals. It was essential to comprehend the flow of chakra, understand the principles underlying the techniques, and learn to make the most accurate judgments on the ever-changing battlefield. Thanks to his photographic memory, Huang Yifei retained every word and movement of Minato's teachings with clarity and swiftly absorbed the knowledge. The assistance of chakra refinement techniques and comprehensive chakra mastery allowed him to exhibit astonishing speed in learning and understanding various ninjutsu. Whether it was the 5 basic elemental transformations, wind, fire, water, lightning, and earth, or various auxiliary sensory ninjutsu, stealth techniques, and even the unique combat skills and intelligence analysis methods of the Umbu, Huang Yifei could rapidly grasp the essentials after just 1 or 2 demonstrations by Minato, often presenting insights that astonished even Minato himself. Yifei, your learning ability surpasses my imagination, Minato exclaimed on more than one occasion. He had initially anticipated that instructing Huang Yifei would be a formidable challenge. Yet he found that this disciple absorbed everything he taught with the fervor of an insatiable sponge. Naturally, Huang Yifei was most eager to learn the famed Flying Thunder God technique, a pinnacle of space-time ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage. The essence of this technique lies in the perception and marking of spatial coordinates, along with the instantaneous exchange between one's chakra and the energy of space. Minato solemnly elucidated the profound principles of the Flying Thunder God technique, withholding nothing despite Huang Yifei's youth, imparting his understanding of the technique in its entirety. The markings of the Flying Thunder God technique appeared simple but were underpinned by complex spatial laws. Each mark resembled a nail driven into the fabric of space, guiding one's direction. Minato produced a specially crafted kunai inscribed with unique technique symbols. When one resonates their chakra with the technique and perceives the coordinates of the mark, they can instantaneously transport themselves to that location. This process demands exceptional chakra control, formidable mental perception, and a profound understanding of spatial laws. Minato meticulously explained every detail of the Flying Thunder God technique, from the drawing and activation of the marks to the perception and locking of spatial coordinates, and finally to the techniques of chakra explosion and transportation, demonstrating each aspect without reservation. Huang Yifei listened intently, his photographic memory allowing him to memorize every word, while the formidable mental power bestowed by his perfect sage physique enabled him to grasp the intricate spatial theories. Once Minato concluded his explanation and indicated that Huang Yifei could attempt to perceive and comprehend the Flying Thunder God technique, Huang Yifei merely closed his eyes, quietly contemplating for a moment. Soon, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of understanding illuminating his gaze. "Teacher Minato, I believe I have begun to comprehend," Huang Yifei spoke. "Oh, so soon?" Minato expressed surprise. The principles of the Flying Thunder God were exceedingly profound. Even he had gradually unraveled them through the scrolls left by the second Hokage and his own relentless efforts. For Huang Yifei to grasp it after merely one explanation was astonishing. "Yifei, try infusing your chakra into this kunai and carefully perceive its connection to space," Minato instructed, handing the specially crafted kunai to Huang Yifei. As Huang Yifei took the kunai, he felt its weight, the inscribed symbols emanating faint spatial vibrations. Following Minato's guidance, he gently infused his chakra into it. In an instant, a wondrous sensation surged within him. It was as if the symbols on the kunai were a key unlocking a portal to an intangible realm, while his chakra served as the thread connecting to this portal. "Teacher Minato, I feel the kunai calling to me," Huang Yifei remarked, his tone tinged with awe. A flicker of disbelief crossed Minato's azure eyes. He could distinctly sense that Huang Yifei's chakra had achieved a perfect resonance with the Flying Thunder God technique in such a brief period. This extraordinary talent for space-time ninjutsu was unprecedented. Could it be that Yifei was inherently suited for mastering the Flying Thunder God technique? A bold thought flashed through Minato's mind. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his astonishment, allowing a smile of satisfaction to grace his face. "Excellent, Yifei. Your talent continues to surprise me. What you must do now is practice diligently, familiarizing yourself with this sensation until you can truly grasp the secrets of traversing through space." In the ensuing days, Huang Yifei devoted immense energy to mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato generously shared his insights from years of practice, even preparing numerous specially crafted kunai for Huang Yifei to practice marking and teleportation. Huang Yifei's learning accelerated at an astonishing pace. Within just a few days, he successfully mastered the first stage of the Flying Thunder God, enabling precise, short-range teleportation. After half a month, he had become adept at utilizing the second stage, achieving instant movement over medium distances by throwing kunai inscribed with the technique, all while executing precise attacks and evasions at high speeds. This remarkable progress left Minato astounded. He even began to suspect that Huang Yifei's talent for space-time ninjutsu might surpass his own. "Yifei, you are truly a remarkable prodigy," Minato exclaimed as he observed Huang Yifei darting around the training ground like a phantom, increasingly proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique. Huang Yifei merely smiled modestly. The bond between the master and his disciple deepened through this daily interaction of teaching and learning. Minato regarded Huang Yifei as his own, generously imparting not only ninjutsu, but also offering care and guidance in daily life. In turn, Huang Yifei felt immense respect and gratitude toward this gentle yet powerful teacher. He knew he had taken another step closer to his grand ambitions. Chapter 12. Initial experience of a level mission. Wood-style stealth displays its might. Under the meticulous guidance of Minato Namikaze, Huang Yifei's strength surged at a visibly remarkable pace. Not only did he experience rapid advancement in the Flying Thunder God technique, but his understanding and application of various other ninjutsu, as well as his combat experience, were greatly enhanced through Minato's teachings. At this moment, although Huang Yifei was still, in name, merely a freshly graduated genin, his actual combat prowess was likely comparable to that of seasoned elite genin. Of course, aside from Minato, no one else was fully aware of this. Huang Yifei maintained a low profile, quietly amassing his strength. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 6 months have passed since Huang Yifei became a disciple under Minato's guidance. He is also on the verge of celebrating his 8th birthday. On this day, Minato summoned Huang Yifei to his office. "Yifei, there is a mission of a significant level that requires your collaboration with me," Minato stated, his expression slightly serious. Yet his eyes conveyed a glimmer of trust and expectation towards Huang Yifei. A significant mission? Huang Yifei's gaze sharpened at the mention of such a task. Missions of this caliber typically involve national strategic security or confrontations with exceptionally powerful foes, posing high risks. It was his first encounter with such a critical undertaking. Indeed, Minato confirmed, nodding as he retrieved a scroll from his drawer and handed it to Huang Yifei. The objective of this mission is to infiltrate the border of the Land of Thunder, specifically a secret stronghold of the cloud-hidden village located in the Land of Soup, to steal vital intelligence regarding their new lightning-based weapon development. This information is crucial for the future strategic deployment of our Leaf Village. Huang Yifei accepted the scroll and began to read it meticulously. The scroll detailed the mission's background, the defensive arrangements of the target stronghold, and potential risk assessments. The Cloud-Hidden Village, one of the 5 great ninja villages, is renowned for its formidable lightning techniques and aggressive demeanor. Their secret stronghold is likely to be heavily fortified, possibly guarded by elite ninjas. "Minato-sensei, given my current strength, this task seems daunting," Huang Yifei admitted, despite his confidence. He maintained an appropriate caution when faced with a mission of this magnitude. Minato smiled and waved his hand, interrupting Huang Yifei. "Yifei, the reason I am involving you in this mission is not to have you confront the enemy head-on. Your wood release techniques provide you with a unique advantage in stealth and intelligence gathering. Your primary responsibility in this operation will be to utilize wood release for covert infiltration and information retrieval. I will handle the perimeter support and eliminate any potential threats." He paused, his expression turning more serious. "Of course, a mission of this level is not to be taken lightly. Danger lurks everywhere. I will ensure your safety. Yet, this also presents an exceptional opportunity for you to engage with the highest echelons of combat and intelligence maneuvering in the ninja world. I believe in your wisdom and capabilities." Minato's tone was filled with trust and encouragement, dissipating Huang Yifei's lingering concerns. He took a deep breath, his determination solidifying. "Yes, Minato-sensei, I understand. I will give my utmost to complete the mission." "Excellent," Minato replied with satisfaction, nodding. "We depart tonight. We will discuss the detailed action plan along the way." As night enveloped the land, 2 figures, like shadows, swiftly navigated through the dense forest, making hardly a sound. It was Minato and Huang Yifei, who had quietly departed from the Leaf Village, embarking on their journey to the border of the Land of Thunder. Throughout the journey, Minato elaborated on the specifics of the operation and various contingency plans. Huang Yifei, leveraging his photographic memory, committed every detail to memory, occasionally offering insights and suggestions that even surprised Minato. "Yifei, your tactical thinking is maturing remarkably," Minato remarked in admiration. After several days of rapid travel, they finally arrived at a secluded valley near the border of the Land of Thunder, within the Land of Soup. According to intelligence, the Cloud-Hidden Village's secret stronghold was situated deep within this valley. The valley was surrounded by numerous sentries and sensory barriers, making its defenses exceptionally tight. "Yifei, the next steps are up to you," Minato said, halting on a concealed hillside, his gaze directed into the depths of the valley. Nodding, Huang Yifei's focus sharpened. Taking a deep breath, he slowly formed hand seals. Wood release, bark camouflage, a layer of bark, as thin as a cicada's wing, yet perfectly matching the color and texture of the surrounding trees, silently enveloped Huang Yifei's body. His presence seamlessly blended with the natural environment, transforming him into an inconspicuous tree. Following this, he formed another seal. Wood release secret technique. All plants are soldiers, stealth specialization. This technique, developed by Huang Yifei, allowed him to merge his chakra with the surrounding flora, achieving near-perfect concealment. After executing these two techniques, Huang Yifei's figure vanished into the dense foliage like a drop of water in the ocean, imperceptible even to Minato, a top-tier sensory ninja. What an exquisite application of wood release, Minato thought, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Huang Yifei's understanding and development of wood release had far exceeded his expectations. Like a ghost, Huang Yifei navigated the forest stealthily, skillfully evading patrolling cloud-hidden ninjas and hidden sensory barriers. At this moment, his wood release showcased unparalleled stealth advantages, rendering obstacles that would challenge ordinary ninjas as mere illusions before him. Soon, he successfully infiltrated the core area of the secret stronghold, a subterranean structure disguised as an ordinary cave. Inside, the building was brightly lit and heavily guarded. Armed cloud-hidden ninjas patrolled in teams, the atmosphere charged with tension and hostility. Maintaining his bark camouflage and plant stealth, Huang Yifei gracefully traversed the shadows. His target was the confidential archive room located at the deepest point of the underground structure. Through his masterful control of wood release, he could even manipulate the moss underfoot and the vines on the walls to provide additional cover and pathways for movement. Finally, after considerable effort, Huang Yifei arrived at the entrance to the confidential archive room. Two formidable cloud-hidden genin stood guard at the entrance, surrounded by powerful sealing barriers. A direct assault seemed nearly impossible. Huang Yifei's gaze narrowed as he rapidly brainstormed solutions. Suddenly, an ingenious idea struck him. He quietly retreated a few steps to a relatively concealed corner and formed hand seals once more. Wood release, wood clone technique. A wooden clone identical to him materialized silently. Huang Yifei then whispered instructions to the clone, which nodded in understanding. Taking a deep breath, it dashed in the opposite direction of the archive room, intentionally creating a commotion. What was that? The two guarding genin, along with nearby patrols, were immediately drawn to the noise. Quick, go check it out. Seizing the fleeting opportunity while most of the guards were distracted, Huang Yifei's eyes gleamed with determination. Like a cat, he silently darted to the entrance of the archive room, rapidly forming hand seals. Wood release, tree binding. A unique wood release technique that can infiltrate objects with chakra, temporarily altering their structure or rendering them ineffective. A minuscule thread of wood release chakra, like invisible tendrils, stealthily infiltrated the sealing barrier on the archive room door. Under Huang Yifei's deft manipulation, the intricate sealing techniques were momentarily neutralized. With a faint click, the heavy metal door quietly opened a crack. In a flash, he slipped into the archive room. Inside, rows of massive metal cabinets stood, housing numerous scrolls and documents. The air was thick with the scent of aged paper and unique ink. Huang Yifei did not hesitate. He immediately unleashed his photographic memory. His eyes scanned the labels of various scrolls and documents with the precision of a high-speed scanner, swiftly filtering through the intelligence related to the new lightning-based weaponry. Soon, he discovered a scroll sealed with special encryption, prominently marked with the word Spear of the Thunder God Project. This is it. Huang Yifei's heart leaped with joy. He quickly unraveled the seal of the scroll, leveraging the knowledge from the seal technique's overview, initial insight, acquired earlier. Breaking such a seal was not overly challenging for him. He rapidly skimmed through the contents of the scroll. An abundance of blueprints, data, and core technical parameters surged into his mind like a tidal wave, all meticulously recorded by his extraordinary photographic memory. Just as he committed all the vital intelligence to memory, a sudden flurry of footsteps and alarms echoed from outside the archive. Clearly, the chaos he had created with his wooden clone had been uncovered. Huang Yifei's expression hardened. He knew he had to retreat immediately. Chapter 13. Confronting a formidable foe. Judiciously navigating crisis. The blaring alarms sliced through the silence of the underground stronghold like a sharp blade. Enemy incursion. An unauthorized entry into the confidential archive. Quickly. Seal all exits. Capture him. He must not be allowed to escape with the intelligence. The cacophony of shouts and hurried footsteps surged towards the archive from all directions. It was evident that Huang Yifei's presence had been completely exposed. Within the archive, he hastily restored the scroll related to the Spear of the Thunder God to its original state and returned it to its rightful place. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to remain calm. In moments of dire urgency, panic must be avoided. His mind functioned like a high-speed computer, rapidly analyzing the current situation. A frontal breakout was nearly impossible. The number of cloud-hidden ninjas within the stronghold was substantial, and even stronger foes would arrive shortly. His only chance for survival lay in creating chaos with his wood-release technique before being completely surrounded, seeking an opportunity to break free. Wood release, multiple wooden clones technique. Huang Yifei swiftly formed hand seals and shouted, "Boom, boom, boom, boom." In an instant, dozens of wooden clones identical to him appeared in every corner of the archive. While these clones lacked the combat prowess of the original, they were more than sufficient to create chaos and divert the enemy's attention. Scatter. Create confusion. Provide cover for the original's retreat. Huang Yifei commanded his clones succinctly. Acknowledged. The numerous wooden clones chorused in unison before surging forth like a tide, colliding with the cloud-hidden ninjas who had just rushed in. Capture them. These are merely clones. Find the original. In an instant, the narrow corridor erupted into a cacophony of shouts, explosive ninjutsu, and the sounds of fists and feet clashing, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Seizing this moment of disorder, Huang Yifei's eyes glinted with determination as he quietly activated the wood release. All things are weapons, stealth specialization, merging his presence with the surrounding environment, stealthily advancing along the designated escape route. However, the secret stronghold of the cloud-hidden village was no ordinary place. Amidst such a large-scale upheaval, the hidden powers within the stronghold were finally stirred. Just as Huang Yifei was about to stealthily reach a relatively weak exit, a powerful and piercing chakra surge, like a drawn blade, suddenly struck from behind him. "You little brat, where do you think you're going?" A furious roar filled with malice thundered in Huang Yifei's ears. His heart raced. Without turning around, he knew he was facing a formidable enemy. He could sense that the chakra of his opponent far exceeded that of an ordinary elite ninja, perhaps even reaching the level of a quasi-Kaguya. He rolled forward with a sudden motion, narrowly evading a flash of black lightning that struck from behind. Boom! The black lightning struck the very spot where he had just been standing, leaving a charred crater in the ground, the air thick with the acrid scent of ozone. Turning back, he saw a burly figure with dark skin, short white hair, and a vicious scar across his face. A cloud-hidden ninja, arms crossed, coldly gazing at him. Writhing with violent black lightning, he exuded an aura of terrifying menace. The Black Lightning envoy Darui. Huang Yifei's pupils constricted. Although this Darui appeared younger than in the original narrative, the unmistakable black lightning and overwhelming pressure were undeniable. Darui, a future aide to Hokage A and one of the top powerhouses of the cloud-hidden village, renowned for his unique bloodline limit, storm release, and formidable black lightning techniques. Who would have thought he would encounter him here? Little brat, managing to infiltrate here under my perception, you possess some skill. Though there was a hint of nonchalance in Darui's tone, the killing intent in his gaze was unmistakable. However, this is where it ends. Surrender the intelligence, and I may consider granting you a swift end. Huang Yifei's expression grew grave, faced with a foe like Darui. He understood that mere stealth and escape were no longer viable options. He had to find a way to delay him or seek an opportunity to draw upon the power of his mentor, Minato. You want the intelligence? Then let us see if you have the capability to seize it. Huang Yifei snorted coldly, quickly forming hand seals. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Roar. A thunderous dragon's roar reverberated throughout the underground space. A menacing giant dragon, woven from countless thick trees, erupted from the ground, its massive form nearly filling the entire corridor. Opening its gaping maw to lunge at Darui. Oh, wood release? Interesting. A flicker of surprise crossed Darui's eyes, yet his expression bore no trace of fear. Black lightning, thunder tiger. Darui roared, enveloping his hands in raging black lightning and thrusting them forward with force. Roar. A savage tiger, formed entirely of pure black lightning, burst forth from his hands, colliding violently with the wooden dragon. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air, causing the entire underground stronghold to shake violently. The chaotic wave of chakra surged outward, cracking the surrounding walls. While the wooden dragon was immensely powerful, it was still somewhat inferior in the face of Darui's devastating black lightning, being torn apart and ultimately exploding into a flurry of wooden splinters. Huang Yifei let out a muffled groan, sliding back several meters before regaining his footing. Darui's strength surpassed his expectations. Little brat, your wood release is commendable, but still a bit too immature. Darui sneered, his figure flashing as he appeared before Huang Yifei as if teleporting, his fist enveloped in black lightning, mercilessly aimed at Huang Yifei's chest. The speed was too fast. Huang Yifei's pupils dilated. He had no time to execute a large-scale would-release technique. In this critical moment, his sage body instinctively activated, his heightened reflexes allowing him to respond with utmost swiftness. Wood release, wooden pillar shield. A small but exceptionally sturdy wooden shield coalesced instantly before his chest. Bang! Darui's black lightning-infused fist struck the wooden shield with tremendous force. Crack! The wooden shield shattered upon impact. A violent force surged through the broken shield, crashing into Huang Yifei's chest. Cough! Huang Yifei felt a surge of sweetness in his throat. Involuntarily spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily against a distant wall with a muffled thud. Cough, cough. Huang Yifei struggled to rise from the ground, feeling a searing pain in his chest, as if his internal organs had been displaced. If it were not for the formidable defensive and restorative capabilities of the perfect immortal physique, coupled with the instantaneous wooden shield that previously deflected the attack, Darui's punch would have rendered him incapacitated on the spot. To think he could withstand my strike? This little rascal possesses quite a few tricks. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Darui's eyes, yet his offensive momentum remained unabated as he pressed forward once more. Huang Yifei's gaze sharpened. He understood that he could no longer afford to remain passive. Enduring the searing pain in his chest, he swiftly formed hand seals with both hands. The wood release, flower tree world descends. Although he could not manifest the large-scale flower tree world as he had during the Ninetales turmoil, he was still capable of creating obstacles and distractions in a localized area. With a rustling sound, countless trees and vines erupted from around Huang Yifei, rapidly spreading outward and transforming the narrow passage into a miniature primordial forest. The stout trunks and dense vines effectively obstructed Darui's pursuit. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Yifei activated the Flying Thunder God technique. During his infiltration, he had already placed several special kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal in various concealed corners along the way. Whoosh! Huang Yifei's figure vanished from his original position. Space-time ninjutsu. Darui was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that this would-release brat could wield such advanced space-time ninjutsu. He immediately expanded his senses to search for Huang Yifei's whereabouts. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Huang Yifei's figure appeared behind him like a specter. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The advantage of being proficient in all elemental chakras is revealed. Huang Yifei chose not to flee, but instead launched a sudden counterattack using the Flying Thunder God. A fierce water dragon, formed from high-pressure water flow, surged forth from his hand, roaring as it charged directly at Darui's back. Darui reacted with remarkable speed, executing a backhanded Black Thunder hand strike, dispersing the water dragon. However, the rhythm of his pursuit was disrupted by Huang Yifei's unexpected strike. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Yifei activated the Flying Thunder God once more, creating distance between himself and Darui. You little brat, you're quite impressive. You've managed to push me to this extent. Darui's expression grew increasingly serious. He recognized that he had to swiftly deal with this troublesome youth. Otherwise, if the information were to leak, the consequences would be dire. He took a deep breath, allowing his chakra to surge once again. It seems that a steadfast approach will not suffice to subdue you. Dark, violent lightning flickered around Darui, signaling the onset of an intense life and death chase and fierce confrontation within this confined underground space. Huang Yifei, utilizing the agility of the Flying Thunder God and the layered obstructions of wood release, skillfully maneuvered against Darui, constantly searching for opportunities to escape. His mind raced, calmly analyzing the battle situation, assessing every potential escape route and the possible locations where his teacher, Minato, might arrive to assist. He knew he had to endure until reinforcements arrived. Chapter 14. Sign in at the enemy base. Insights into the Flying Thunder God technique. The battle within the underground base grew increasingly fierce, the air thick with the acrid scent of burnt ozone, the rich aroma of flora, and a faint trace of blood. Huang Yifei, like a lone boat amidst tumultuous waves, struggled to withstand the tempestuous assaults of Darui. Leveraging his increasingly refined use of the Flying Thunder God technique and the ceaseless disruptions and defenses provided by wood release, Each of his instantaneous movements was meticulously calculated, narrowly evading Darui's lethal black lightning attacks. Every application of wood release was a bid for that precious fraction of a second to catch his breath. The perfect immortal physique endowed him with remarkable stamina and recovery, allowing him to swiftly heal from injuries without hampering his combat effectiveness. Additionally, his photographic memory enabled him to vividly recall every passage and corner of the underground base, providing precise route planning for his escape. "You little rat. Is that all you can do, scurrying about?" Darui's furious roar echoed through the passage. Though he held an absolute advantage in strength, Huang Yifei's elusive flying thunder god and relentless wood release made him feel exceedingly frustrated and agitated. Several times, he nearly captured Huang Yifei, only to have the latter slip away in an astonishing manner. The sensation of being rendered powerless drove this renowned Cloud Village warrior to the brink of madness. Naturally, Huang Yifei was unfazed by Darui's provocation. He fully understood the disparity in strength between himself and Darui. Engaging in a direct confrontation would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. His singular objective now was to buy time, awaiting Minato's support or finding an optimal opportunity to completely evade Darui's pursuit. Wood release, tree sea barrier. Huang Yifei once again utilized wood release, creating a dense forest behind him to temporarily obstruct Darui's line of sight and pursuit route. Seizing this moment, a brilliant idea struck him. "System, can I sign in at this enemy nation's secret base?" Huang Yifei silently pondered. He recalled the system mentioning that sign-ins could occur at special locations or upon completing specific events. This secret base of the Cloud Village, heavily fortified and concealing critical strategic information, certainly qualified as a special location. Ding. Special sign-in location detected. Secret base of the Cloud Village in the Land of Lightning, Soup Country Division. Sign-in conditions met. Would you like to proceed? Indeed. It was possible. Huang Yifei's heart leaped with joy, akin to glimpsing a ray of hope in dire circumstances. Yes. Sign in immediately. He confirmed without hesitation. Ding. Sign in successful at the secret base of the Cloud Village in the Land of Lightning, Soup Country Division. Congratulations, host. You have acquired advanced perception ability, range of 5 kilometers, can enhance with host strength. Congratulations, host, you have gained insights into the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato's version. As the system's notification faded, a refreshing current surged into Huang Yifei's mind, significantly enhancing his mental perception in an instant. Advanced perception ability. The host's awareness of the surrounding environment is greatly enhanced in both range and precision, allowing for clear detection of chakra fluctuations, life forces, and subtle environmental changes within a 5-kilometer radius. This ability can further expand and refine with the host's growth and strength. Insights into the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato's version. The host's comprehension of the Flying Thunder God technique used by Minato has deepened significantly, expediting the learning and mastery of its essence. Additionally, when utilizing the Minato version of the Flying Thunder God technique, chakra consumption is slightly reduced, and the stability and accuracy of the teleportation are enhanced. Just in time, Huang Yifei felt the transformation within himself, his heart brimming with elation. The acquisition of the advanced perception ability granted him a clearer grasp of the surrounding environment. He could distinctly see Darui annihilating the tree sea barrier he had just created, drawing ever closer. Simultaneously, he sensed that other cloud ninjas within the base were converging from all directions, attempting to thoroughly trap him here. More importantly, he detected a familiar and powerful chakra approaching at an astonishing speed from outside the base. It was Teacher Minato. The insights into the Flying Thunder God technique further deepened his understanding of the technique taught by Minato. Many of the details and challenges that had previously perplexed him became clear in that moment. He felt his mastery of the Flying Thunder God had ascended to a new level. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the tree sea barrier that Huang Yifei had just created was utterly destroyed by Darui in a display of brute force. "You little brat, let us see where you can run this time." Darui's figure surged forth from the storm of wooden debris, his eyes filled with violent, murderous intent. However, just as he was about to lock on a Huang Yifei once more, a confident smile graced Huang Yifei's lips. The essence of Master Watergate's Flying Thunder God technique lies in the bond of marking and trust. Images of Watergate's teachings flashed through Huang Yifei's mind, along with the insights he had just acquired. He suddenly lifted his head, his gaze piercing through numerous obstacles. as if he could see the golden figure rushing towards him from beyond the stronghold. Master Watergate, now let us see how well we synchronize. Huang Yifei silently thought. No longer opting for passive evasion, he took a deep breath and swiftly formed an unusual seal with unprecedented fluidity and precision. This seal was not one of any known ninjutsu, but rather a special resonance seal he had created on the spot. Inspired by his recent understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique, Watergate version, and his own comprehension of the laws of time and space. A unique spatial fluctuation emanated from Huang Yifei, quietly expanding outward. This wave was not a teleportation fluctuation, but rather a signal-like wave, faint yet profoundly penetrating, capable of resonating with specific Flying Thunder God techniques. Meanwhile, outside the stronghold, the figure of Minato Namikaze, rushing at high speed with the Flying Thunder God, suddenly halted. A flicker of disbelief crossed his azure eyes. Is that Yifei's chakra? Is he calling for me? Minato clearly sensed a spatial fluctuation emanating from the depths of the stronghold, one that shared the same origin as his Flying Thunder God technique, but bore Huang Yifei's unique chakra signature. This fluctuation was like a lighthouse in the dark, guiding him with pinpoint accuracy. Yifei, you have truly achieved this level. Minato's heart brimmed with surprise and admiration. He had not anticipated that Huang Yifei could grasp the Flying Thunder God technique so deeply in such a short time, and even resonate with him in this manner. What incredible talent and insight. Wait for me, Yifei. The teacher will be there shortly. Without a moment's hesitation, Minato unleashed his chakra, pushing the Flying Thunder God technique to its utmost limit. His figure transformed into a golden flash, racing towards Huang Yifei's location with greater speed than before. Within the stronghold, Darui also sensed the peculiar spatial fluctuations radiating from Huang Yifei. Although he did not understand what this fluctuation signified, an intense sense of unease welled up within him. Brat, what are you up to? Darui roared, unleashing his full power. The dark lightning coiling around him becoming even more ferocious, ready to execute his most formidable attack to obliterate Huang Yifei. However, just as he was about to strike, a golden light appeared before him, akin to the dawn's sword tearing through the darkness. The brilliance of that golden light was so dazzling and swift that even the battle-hardened Darui felt a momentary daze. When he regained his senses, a hand enveloped in light blue spiral chakra had already pressed against his chest. Raising Gan, a gentle yet authoritative voice resonated in his ears. Boom! The violent spiraling force erupted instantly. Darui felt an irresistible and terrifying power tearing through his defenses, crashing violently against his chest. Poof! A mouthful of blood erupted from Darui like an arrow. His robust physique was sent flying uncontrollably, as if struck by a speeding train, crashing through several walls before landing heavily in the distant ruins, unconscious and unresponsive. Just one blow. Merely one blow. The formidable Darui, who had just a moment ago cornered Huang Yifei, was utterly crushed by this sudden golden figure with a thunderous might. As dust settled and the golden light gradually faded, it revealed the tall and dependable figure of Minato Namikaze. He still wore that gentle smile, yet his gaze held an undeniable authority. Yifei, I'm here. Are you all right? Minato turned to Huang Yifei, who was equally astonished, his tone filled with concern. Huang Yifei gazed at the miraculous arrival of his teacher and the defeated Darui, overwhelmed by an indescribable shock and exhilaration. Is this the power of the golden flash? Truly awe-inspiring beyond words. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult in his heart, and offered Minato a radiant smile. Master Watergate, your timing is impeccable. I'm fine. The mission was a success. The rewards for signing in are plentiful. The formidable enemy was effortlessly dealt with by you. In that moment, Huang Yifei felt he had taken another significant step closer to his goal of safeguarding everything. Chapter 15. The initial understanding of Flying Thunder God, Minato's admiration and expectations. The timely arrival of Minato Namikaze and his overwhelming might that shattered Darui completely turned the tide of the battle. The remaining Cloud Village ninjas, having witnessed the terrifying power of the Golden Flash, were already paralyzed with fear, scattering like frightened birds and beasts, wishing they had been born with 2 more legs. Minato did not pursue the fleeing remnants. His primary concern was ensuring Huang Yifei's safety and securing that crucial intelligence. Yifei, have you obtained the information? Minato approached Huang Yifei, examining his injuries closely, relieved to find only superficial wounds and chakra exhaustion. Yes, Master Watergate. Huang Yifei nodded and succinctly recounted the core details of the Thunder God Spear plan that he had memorized through photographic reflexes. Upon hearing this, a serious expression flickered in Minato's azure eyes. The design concept and potential power of this new lightning release weapon from the Cloud Village were indeed formidable. This intelligence held immeasurable value for Konoha. Excellent, Yifei. You have performed exceptionally well. Minato praised sincerely, his eyes filled with pride and satisfaction, not only for successfully acquiring the information, but also for enduring against a formidable pursuer like Darui for so long, ultimately guiding him to his precise location in that unique manner. The peculiar method he referred to was, of course, Huang Yifei's final application of the spatial resonance seal. Huang Yifei smiled at the compliment and explained, Master Watergate, that was a small technique I devised under pressure. Combining the principles of the Flying Thunder God you previously taught me with the new insights I had just gained. I call it the Flying Thunder God Beacon. It can resonate with the Flying Thunder God technique you left at a distance through a special chakra fluctuation, thus guiding you in the right direction. He did not divulge the existence of Flying Thunder God Technique Insight, Watergate version, instead attributing it to his own insights and small techniques. For the system was his greatest secret, not to be easily revealed. Flying Thunder God Beacon? Minato's eyes sparkled with astonishment once more. He pondered the characteristics of the spatial fluctuation Huang Yifei had just exhibited, increasingly recognizing its intricacies. Yifei, your idea of the Flying Thunder God Beacon is nothing short of genius. Minato could not help but exclaim. It not only resolves the issue of precise positioning of the Flying Thunder God in complex environments, but also bestows the technique with a new interactive capability. This holds immeasurable strategic value for team combat and intelligence transmission. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, his azure eyes shimmering with the light of wisdom, as if a door to a new world had been opened. If we can further refine and promote this beacon technology, the mobility and efficiency of intelligence transmission in Konoha will undergo a qualitative leap. Huang Yifei gazed at his mentor, Minato, immersed in the fervor of academic inquiry, and a gentle smile graced his lips. He recognized that his small technique had indeed sparked inspiration within Minato in the realm of space-time ninjutsu. Sensei, I have some preliminary thoughts regarding the Flying Thunder God technique. Huang Yifei seized the moment to share his insights. Shaped by his understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato's version, and the expansive thinking of his 22-year-old soul. For instance, he addressed the issue of the concealment of the technique's markers. Traditional Flying Thunder God markers, while capable of being inscribed on various objects, could still be easily detected and destroyed by foes under certain circumstances. Huang Yifei proposed the possibility of quantifying or miniaturizing these markers to enhance their stealth. Moreover, he explored the idea of synergistic application of multiple Flying Thunder God markers. Huang Yifei suggested that through specific chakra frequencies or mental links, it might be feasible to achieve grouped management and one-click switching of multiple markers, thereby enabling more flexible and efficient tactical maneuvers in complex battlefield environments. Boldly, he even envisioned the potential to integrate the Flying Thunder God technique with other sensory ninjutsu or barrier techniques, creating unique markers with pre-warning or tracking functionalities. Although his concepts were still in their infancy and bore a touch of fanciful imagination, the innovative thinking and unique understanding of space-time laws resonated deeply with Minato, who nodded enthusiastically, his eyes brightening with increasing astonishment. Yifei, you are truly a treasure trove of space-time ninjutsu, Minato exclaimed, unable to suppress his admiration. He realized that Huang Yifei's talents and insights in this field had, in certain aspects, surpassed even those of his mentor, leaving him both gratified and somewhat pressured. The youth's potential was indeed formidable. As they walked side by side, Huang Yifei and Minato passionately discussed various ideas and improvements regarding the Flying Thunder God technique. The earlier tension and fatigue seemed to evaporate in the warmth of their exchange. On their return to Konoha, Minato devoted himself even more diligently to guiding Huang Yifei's practice of the technique. With the support of the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato's version, and their in-depth discussions, Huang Yifei's comprehension and application of the technique advanced rapidly. He not only mastered the various skills of the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique, but also began experimenting with integrating his wood-release chakra into the technique, aspiring to create uniquely personal markers infused with wood-release characteristics. For example, He attempted to inscribe the flying thunder god technique on his small wood-release seeds, which he would then scatter in concealed corners. When needed, he could not only teleport through these seeds, but also, at the moment of teleportation, stimulate them to take root and sprout, forming temporary wood-release defenses or bindings. This innovative attempt to merge space-time ninjutsu with bloodline limits left Minato in awe, exclaiming that Huang Yifei was a true artist of combat. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the silhouettes of the master and disciple, Minato felt a swell of pride and reflection as he looked at his young prodigy, who had already begun to reveal boundless potential. He envisioned a future star rising, destined to illuminate the entire ninja world. Huang Yifei, in turn, felt the warmth and steadfastness of Minato's gaze, filled with boundless aspirations for the future. He understood that his journey to becoming Hokage had only just commenced, and with a mentor like Minato, who was both teacher and friend, this path would undoubtedly be more splendid and resolute. Chapter 16. Kushina's Nurturing, the Future Godmother. The successful completion of the high-level mission, along with Huang Yifei's astonishing talents and potential displayed during the task, endeared him even more to Minato. Upon returning to Konoha, Minato not only praised Huang Yifei profusely in front of the third Hokage, attributing much of the mission's success to him, but also took it upon himself to cultivate Huang Yifei as his most important disciple and future ally in private. In addition to daily training in ninjutsu and combat techniques, Minato began to intentionally impart lessons on village management, strategic planning, and interpersonal relationships to Huang Yifei. He aspired for Huang Yifei to become not only a powerful ninja, but also a pillar of leadership with a broader perspective. Naturally, Huang Yifei was immensely grateful for Minato's meticulous guidance. He wholeheartedly demonstrated his learning and comprehension abilities, and the bond between master and disciple deepened, resembling that of a father and son. Meanwhile, Minato's wife, Kushina Uzumaki, upon hearing of Huang Yifei's heroic feats, developed a profound curiosity and affection for the 8-year-old prodigy. With her fiery red hair and vibrant personality, Kushina exuded warmth, embodying the unique vitality and sealing talent of the Uzumaki clan. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, she stood among the few ninja capable of perfectly suppressing the beast. One evening, after training concluded, Minato cheerfully remarked to Huang Yifei, "Yifei, let us call it a day. Come to our home for dinner. Kushina has prepared her signature dish just for you." The prospect of dining at Minato's home caught Huang Yifei off guard, a wave of warmth flooding his heart. He recognized that this invitation signified that Minato and Kushina had truly embraced him as one of their own. "That's wonderful. Thank you, Sensei." "Thank you, Kushina." Huang Yifei beamed with genuine delight. For someone who had been an orphan, deprived of familial warmth, such an invitation held immense significance. Minato's residence was nestled in a tranquil area of Konoha, a charming traditional building complete with a private garden. The yard was adorned with a plethora of flowers and plants, meticulously maintained and brimming with life. As Huang Yifei followed Minato inside, the enticing aroma of delectable dishes wafted through the air. "Minato, Yifei, you're back. Wash your hands and come eat." A melodious voice, reminiscent of silver bells, chimed from the kitchen. Moments later, a young woman clad in home attire, with her radiant red hair tied back and wearing an apron, emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming platter of braised pork. It was none other than Kushina Uzumaki. In that moment, Kushina's demeanor was devoid of the fierceness and intensity she bore during missions, replaced instead by the gentle warmth of a wife and the glowing happiness of a soon-to-be mother, though she was not yet pregnant. Huang Yifei sensed that this moment was imminent. Upon spotting Huang Yifei, her bright eyes sparkled with curiosity and affection. "Oh my, you must be Yifei. You look so handsome." Much cuter than Minato was as a child. Kushina set down the plate of food in her hand and approached Huang Yifei with warmth, playfully ruffling his soft black hair, her tone imbued with affection. Huang Yifei felt the genuine warmth and fondness emanating from Kushina, and his heart warmed in response. He understood that Kushina's nature was straightforward and sincere, devoid of pretense. "Good day, Mrs. Kushina. I am Huang Yifei. I've long heard from teacher Minato that your culinary skills are unrivaled in Konoha, and today I am finally fortunate enough to enjoy them," he said sweetly, a charming smile adorning his face, showcasing the skills of an adult navigating social interactions. "Ha! This child has quite the sweet tongue," Kushina exclaimed, her laughter brightening her face as she found herself increasingly fond of him. Please sit down. Today, I've prepared a grand feast to reward our little hero. Soon. The dining table was laden with a sumptuous array of dishes: fragrant braised pork, savory miso soup, golden and crispy tempura, and an assortment of exquisite Japanese delicacies. A feast for both the eyes and palate. Come, Yifei, do indulge in this. This is my specialty, the whirlpool-style ramen, guaranteed to leave you craving more. Kushina enthusiastically served him a generous portion of braised pork and a steaming bowl of ramen, as if fearing he might not have enough to eat. Huang Yifei gazed at the mound of food in his bowl, both amused and touched, feeling a long-lost warmth. This genuine care and concern was a rarity he had seldom experienced in his 2 lifetimes. He picked up his chopsticks and sampled the braised pork, his eyes immediately lighting up. Wow, Mrs. Kushina, your braised pork is absolutely divine. It's rich yet not greasy, melting in the mouth, far surpassing any restaurant I've ever dined at. He then tried the ramen, finding the noodles delightfully chewy and the broth rich and flavorful, a true culinary masterpiece. Delicious, isn't it? If it's good, eat more. Kushina beamed at his compliments, her smile radiating joy, as if she were happier than if she herself were indulging in the food. She continued to serve him more dishes, showering him with warmth and care, treating him as if he were her own son. Minato, seated nearby, watched the heartwarming exchange between his wife and disciple with a contented smile. He knew Kushina had always been fond of children, though her status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had made her somewhat cautious in that regard. Seeing her so fond of Yifei brought him genuine happiness. By the end of the meal, Huang Yifei felt utterly satisfied, his belly pleasantly full. Kushina's enthusiastic hospitality allowed him to experience the overflowing maternal love of his future godmother. After the meal, Minato and Kushina invited Huang Yifei to sit in the living room for a chat. Kushina was particularly interested in Huang Yifei's heroic exploits, eagerly coaxing him to share many details about his high-ranking missions. Of course, he skillfully avoided any confidential information. Upon hearing how Huang Yifei had cleverly maneuvered through enemy lines in the hidden cloud base using wood release and wit to gather intelligence, Kushina couldn't help but applaud. Her eyes filled with admiration and pride for him. Yifei, you are truly remarkable. Far more impressive than your teacher, Minato, was in his day. She jovially downplayed her husband's past prowess, eliciting a wry smile from Minato. Huang Yifei humbly attributed his success to Minato's wise guidance, acknowledging that it was ultimately Minato's formidable strength that had ensured their safety. The three conversed amiably, the living room filled with laughter and joy. As Huang Yifei observed the loving couple before him, his resolve to protect them grew ever stronger. He understood that the impending turmoil of the Nine-Tails would pose an indelible threat to this couple, but he was determined. He possessed the power and opportunity to change the course of events. He would not allow tragedy to repeat itself. As night fell, Huang Yifei rose to take his leave. Kushina reluctantly accompanied him to the door, even packing some snacks for him to take home as a late-night treat. Yifei, do come over often when you have the time. I'll prepare delicious meals for you, Kushina warmly urged. Yes, thank you, Mrs. Kushina. I will definitely come by often. Huang Yifei nodded vigorously. Minato gently patted Huang Yifei on the shoulder, speaking kindly. Yifei, be sure to return home and rest early. Tomorrow, training continues. Yes, Teacher Minato, he replied. As he watched Huang Yifei depart, Kushina suddenly linked her arm with Minato's, a dreamlike smile gracing her face. Minato, this child Yifei is simply delightful. If we have children in the future, we must have him be their god-brother. Minato, with a playful affection, gently tapped Kushina's nose, smiling as he replied, All right, we'll do as you wish. His gaze turned towards the horizon, filled with boundless hope for the future. With a devoted partner like Kushina and a promising disciple like Yifei, the future of Konoha would undoubtedly be brighter. Meanwhile, as Huang Yifei walked home, he felt the warmth of the snacks still in his hands and the heavy sense of warmth and responsibility in his heart, his gaze growing ever more resolute. To protect this happiness, safeguard this home, and cherish all those who mattered. This was the most significant purpose of his existence in this world. Chapter 17, Joyful News. Kushina is pregnant, and Yifei's heart of protection. Following the warm family gathering, the bond between Huang Yifei, Minato, and Kushina deepened significantly. Kushina began to regard Huang Yifei almost as her own son, frequently preparing delightful bento boxes for him at the training grounds or inviting him to her home to sample her new culinary creations. Huang Yifei relished this precious familial warmth, infusing the future Hokage household with joy through his maturity and thoughtfulness, occasionally displaying youthful exuberance. Time slipped by quietly amidst rigorous training and tender daily moments. Months passed, and Konoha welcomed the vibrant spring season. One day, Huang Yifei was engaged in intense training under Minato's guidance when suddenly, Minato received an urgent communication from home. A rare mix of tension and anticipation flickered across his usually gentle features. "Yifei, today's training concludes here. There's an urgent matter at home that requires my immediate attention," Minato informed Huang Yifei, his tone subtly laced with excitement. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Huang Yifei nodded in understanding, saying, "All right, Teacher Minato, you go on ahead, I'll be fine." Minato affectionately patted Huang Yifei on the shoulder before utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to vanish from the training ground in an instant. Huang Yifei watched the direction in which Minato had disappeared, a knowing smile spreading across his face. If his memory served him correctly, according to the original timeline, Kushina should be expecting at this time. Sure enough, the following morning, Minato arrived at the training ground, his face radiant with joy and an unmistakable sparkle in his blue eyes. "Yifei, I have the most wonderful news," he exclaimed, his voice a pitch higher than usual. "Kushina is pregnant. I'm going to be a father." His face was aglow with the happiness and excitement of impending fatherhood. "Really? That is absolutely fantastic. Congratulations, Teacher Minato." "Congratulations, Mrs. Kushina." Huang Yifei expressed his genuine joy and blessings, though he had already suspected the news. Hearing it confirmed filled him with elation. Naruto Uzumaki, the destined child, was finally set to enter this world, and he, Huang Yifei, would have the opportunity to safeguard the birth of this child and the lives of his parents. Haha, congratulations all around. The exuberance of Namake's Minato resembled that of a child as he could not contain his joy and embraced Huang Yifei tightly. "Yifei, from now on, you shall be the godbrother to our child. You must take good care of your little brother or sister." "I certainly will, Teacher Minato." Huang Yifei nodded fervently, his eyes brimming with resolve. The news of Kushina's pregnancy swept through Konoha like a gentle spring breeze, dispelling the lingering shadows of war and infusing the village with renewed hope and vitality. Upon hearing the delightful tidings, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was equally elated and personally visited the Namake's household, bearing generous gifts of congratulations. The other shinobi and villagers of the village also extended their heartfelt blessings to the future fourth Hokage couple. Huang Yifei began to ponder what gift would suitably express his sentiments to Kushina and the unborn child. After much contemplation, he resolved to utilize his expertise in wood release to create a unique present. Over the next few days, aside from his regular training, he meticulously selected high-quality wood imbued with a rich life force, employing his refined control over wood release chakra to carve and craft. He first sculpted a delicate wooden cradle for the unborn baby, using a rare type of timber that emanated a subtle fragrance conducive to tranquility and sleep. The cradle's design drew inspiration from his memories of baby cradles from a previous life, embodying both aesthetic beauty and practicality. More importantly, he infused a hint of pure wood release life energy into every corner of the cradle. Although subtle, this life energy would quietly nourish the fetus, aiding in its healthy development. Next, he crafted a series of vividly lifelike wooden carvings of small animals, a charming bear, an adorable rabbit, and a majestic little tiger. Each carving was palm-sized, smoothly polished, and perfect for infants to grasp and play with. Similarly, these small sculptures also contained the faint life force of wood release that Huang Yifei had imbued within them. Lastly, he created a safety talisman for Kushina, intricately carved from special wood. This talisman, ancient and elegant in form, bore simple runes he had learned from the sealing techniques compendium. Designed to ensure the safety of the fetus, focus the mind, and ward off malevolent spirits. He cleverly infused a touch of unique chakra, characteristic of the perfect sage body, which nurtures the essence of life into the talisman. When Huang Yifei presented these meticulously crafted gifts to Minato and Kushina, her eyes glistened with emotion. "Yifei, you truly are incredibly thoughtful," Kushina exclaimed, cradling the exquisite wooden cradle, feeling the gentle fragrance and warm life force emanating from it, her voice trembling with gratitude. "These gifts are invaluable. I am at a loss for how to express my thanks." She could distinctly sense the pure and gentle life energy contained within these seemingly ordinary wooden items, bringing joy to the life growing within her. Minato, equally moved, gazed at Huang Yifei with gratitude and pride. He understood that the creation of these gifts must have required considerable effort and chakra from Huang Yifei. This bond was worth its weight in gold. As long as you and the baby are pleased, I am more than satisfied, Huang Yifei replied with a smile. It is my duty. Wiping away her tears, Kushina stepped forward and enveloped Huang Yifei in a warm embrace, declaring with unwavering conviction, Yifei, from this day forward, you shall be our eldest son. Once Naruto, I've already chosen the name, is born, you will be his true brother. Should anyone dare to bully you too, I, Uzumaki Kushina, will be the first to oppose it. In that moment, her fiery temper transformed into the deepest maternal love and protection for Huang Yifei. Feeling the warmth of Kushina's embrace and the sincerity in her words, Huang Yifei was deeply touched. He realized that from this moment onward, he had become an inseparable part of this future Hokage family. Safeguarding this happiness, protecting this family, and ensuring the well-being of Kushina and the unborn Naruto had become an unwavering conviction in his life. He vowed never to let anyone disrupt this hard-won bliss. His eyes gleaming with an uncharacteristic determination and sharpness, as though he could foresee the breathtaking battles of guardianship that lay ahead. Chapter 18. Konoha's high-level meeting, Ifei's strategic value. As the news of Kushina's pregnancy spread and the due date approached, the atmosphere in Konoha subtly shifted. On one hand, the villagers brimmed with anticipation and blessings for the future fourth Hokage couple and their impending child, enveloping the village in a festive and harmonious ambience. On the other hand, the higher-ups of Konoha, particularly the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and the experienced elder advisors, keenly sensed an underlying threat. The moment of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's childbirth would be when the seal was at its weakest. This was a well-known secret, a danger signal that could incite any adversary coveting the Nine-Tails' power. On this day, a secret high-level meeting was underway in the Hokage's office. In attendance were not only the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also two esteemed elder advisors, Tsunade Kobayashi and Mito Minya, alongside Namikaze Minato, the most formidable contender for the next Hokage. Surprisingly, the 8-year-old Huang Yifei was also present, quietly seated beside Minato, indicating his significant standing among Konoha's elite. The atmosphere in the meeting room was tense. Hiruzen, we must ensure comprehensive preparations for Kushina's security during childbirth. Tsunade Kobayashi spoke first, her wrinkled face etched with persistent worry. The power of the Nine-Tails is too great. If it spirals out of control, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, we cannot rule out the possibility of other shinobi villages or hidden forces seizing this opportunity to jeopardize Konoha. Mito Minya nodded, adding gravely, Tsunade is right. The location of Kushina's childbirth must remain strictly confidential, and we must establish the strongest barriers and defenses. Furthermore, the village's alert level must be raised to the highest, preventing any suspicious individuals from infiltrating. Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, slowly exhaled a ring of smoke, his aged face betraying little emotion, yet his eyes sparkled with wisdom. I understand the concerns of both advisors. I have discussed the security measures for Kushina's childbirth with Minato multiple times and have devised a detailed response plan. I will personally oversee the situation, and the Umbu and barrier teams will spare no effort to ensure absolute safety. Namikaze Minato interjected, Lord Third, advisors, rest assured. The safety of Kushina and the stability of the Nine-Tailed Seal are my utmost responsibilities. I will not permit anyone to threaten their safety or that of our village. His tone was calm, yet resolute, brimming with undeniable confidence. Upon hearing this, the worry etched on Tsunade and Mito's faces eased slightly, though they remained vigilant. Both had lived through turbulent times and understood the treachery of human hearts and the unpredictability of fate. Just then, the previously silent Huang Yifei spoke up, Hokage-sama, Teacher Minato, esteemed advisors. Regarding the security concerns during Kushina's delivery, aside from the conventional defensive measures, perhaps my wood-release techniques could provide additional assistance in certain aspects. Although his voice was youthful, it exuded an unusual steadiness, devoid of any childish timidity. The individuals in the conference room turned their gazes toward him upon hearing his words. The senior members present were already well acquainted with Huang Yifei's wood-release abilities. His stunning performance during the graduation assessment, along with his remarkable stealth and support skills in various missions, had earned him their admiration despite his tender age of merely 8. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes sparkled with interest as he inquired, "Oh, Yifei, do you have any specific thoughts? Please share." Huang Yifei organized his thoughts and articulated clearly, "Firstly, my wood release can be utilized to enhance the physical defenses of the delivery location. For instance, I can cultivate resilient wooden barriers or walls in critical areas, forming a natural shield against external impacts and infiltration. Secondly, wood release possesses formidable life energy, which can be used to establish a special life barrier. This barrier not only obstructs chakra detection, but can also, to some extent, nurture and stabilize Kushina's physical condition, alleviating the exhaustion of childbirth, and potentially aiding in the stabilization of the Nine-Tailed Seal. Furthermore, should an unforeseen circumstance arise where the Nine-Tails' power goes awry, my wood release techniques, such as the Wood Dragon Jutsu, or even more advanced secret techniques, could serve to suppress and bind the Nine-Tails, granting Lord Minato and the others precious time to respond. Lastly, and most importantly, my wood release possesses remarkable restorative and healing capabilities. If Kushina were to sustain any unexpected injuries or experience excessive chakra depletion during childbirth, I could harness the life energy from my wood release for swift treatment and replenishment, ensuring her utmost safety." Huang Yifei spoke with eloquence, analyzing the various potential roles of wood release in Kushina's delivery with clarity and logical rigor. His proposals were not mere conjecture, but were grounded in a profound understanding of his own wood release abilities, coupled with deep reflections on the tragic events of the Nine-Tails incident in the original narrative. The expressions of the high-ranking officials in the conference room shifted from initial surprise to solemn contemplation as they absorbed Huang Yifei's analysis. They realized that this young boy not only possessed the legendary wood release bloodline limit, but also exhibited extraordinary wisdom and strategic insight far beyond his years. The applications he proposed for wood release indeed held significant feasibility and strategic value, especially considering the potent life energy and healing properties of wood release, which would serve as a crucial safeguard for the Nine-Tails host during the impending childbirth. Minato, gazing at his youthful disciple, was filled with indescribable pride and astonishment. He had not anticipated that Yifei could conceptualize and apply the characteristics of wood release with such finesse. The glances exchanged by advisors Kohar Udatane and Hamura Mitokado towards Huang Yifei were devoid of any condescension, replaced instead by profound shock and respect. They had initially perceived Huang Yifei merely as a prodigious combat talent, only to discover that he possessed astonishing potential in strategic thinking and supportive abilities as well. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, a smile of approval gracing his aged features. Drawing deeply on his pipe, he exhaled slowly, his tone imbued with a sense of reflection. "Yifei, your insights are remarkable. It appears that allowing Minato to take you as a disciple and involving you in the village's high-level decision-making was one of the wisest choices I have made." He paused, his gaze sharpening, and spoke earnestly. "Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. The security plan for Kushina's delivery will fully incorporate your wood release assistance. I am confident that with your wood release, combined with our meticulous preparations, we will ensure the absolute safety of Kushina and her unborn child." "Yes, Lord Hokage." Huang Yifei and Minato responded in unison. The atmosphere in the conference room lightened considerably due to Huang Yifei's contributions, and everyone's confidence in Kushina's delivery grew stronger. However, just as the meeting was about to conclude, the typically taciturn Shimura Danzo, whose eyes flickered with inscrutable intent, suddenly spoke in a foreboding manner. "Lord Hokage, while Huang Yifei's wood release is indeed formidable, he is still but a child, with limited chakra and experience. Is it not somewhat reckless to place such significant security responsibilities on a child?" His tone carried an imperceptible hint of skepticism and envy. Danzo's emotions were convoluted regarding the emergence of this young wood release prodigy. On one hand, he marveled at the power of wood release, while on the other, he harbored deep jealousy and desire for a strength that did not belong to him. If only he could seize such power for himself. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense due to Danzo's remarks. Chapter 19, Rising Fame, The Legend of Konoha's Little First Generation. In response to Danzo's sharp criticism, the ambience in the conference room suddenly stiffened. Minato frowned, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. He easily discerned the subtle disdain and provocation in Danzo's words. Huang Yifei remained composed, seemingly oblivious to Danzo's comments, quietly awaiting the third Hokage's judgment. He understood that in such moments, there was no need for him to speak further. The third Hokage and Lord Minato would undoubtedly make the wisest decision. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a penetrating glance at Shimura Danzo, a hint of warning flashing in his eyes. He set down his pipe, his tone calm yet authoritative. Danzo, while Yifei may be young, the strength and wisdom he has demonstrated have earned our unanimous recognition. His wood release is an indispensable component of the security plan during Kushina's delivery, not a matter of reliance, but rather an enhancement. Do you understand? Though the third Hokage's words were couched in politeness, the underlying admonition was unmistakable. Danzo's expression stiffened slightly as he sensed the third Hokage's discontent and the icy glare from Minato. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately chose silence, refraining from further comment. He understood that this was not the moment to confront the third Hokage and his favored disciple directly. However, his desire for Huang Yifei's wood release had intensified. Thus, the secret high-level meeting regarding the security of Kushina's delivery concluded amidst such an atmosphere. Huang Yifei's wood release was officially integrated into the highest-level security plans, and his strategic value received unprecedented acknowledgement from Konoha's higher-ups. Following this meeting, Huang Yifei's reputation spread rapidly among the elite shinobi of Konoha, acquiring a more legendary status. Have you heard? That Huang Yifei not only wields wood release with incredible finesse, but also possesses strategic insight that far surpasses ordinary individuals. During the high-level meeting convened by the Hokage, his proposed security plan for Lady Kushina's delivery received high praise from both the third Hokage and Lord Minato. Is that true? An 8-year-old child participating in such a high-level meeting? Boldly offering suggestions before those prominent figures? Absolutely. It is said that even Lord Danzo attempted to voice his doubts, only to be rebuffed by the Hokage. This kid is truly a prodigy. No wonder Lord Minato took him on as a disciple and is personally nurturing him. Discussions and legends surrounding Huang Yifei have proliferated like a snowball, growing increasingly grandiose. Some claim he is the reincarnation of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, a treasure bestowed upon Konoha by the heavens. Others assert that his wisdom rivals that of the Nara clan strategists, establishing him as a future military advisor of Konoha. Furthermore, some draw comparisons between him and the illustrious fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, speculating that his future accomplishments may even eclipse those of Minato himself. Gradually, a resounding nickname began to circulate within the village, Konoha's Little First. This moniker encapsulates both reverence for Huang Yifei's wood release Kekei Genkai and boundless anticipation for his future achievements. Amidst this cacophony of external opinions, Huang Yifei maintains an air of tranquility. Rather than basking in the glow of accolades and recognition, he grows increasingly aware of the weight of his responsibilities. He understands that with greater fame comes greater challenges and risks. Hidden adversaries will undoubtedly focus their attention on him, viewing him as a thorn in their side. Consequently, he dedicates more energy to his training and preparations for potential crises. Under the guidance of Minato, his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique has reached unprecedented heights. Not only can he adeptly employ the second stage of the technique for rapid combat and long-distance teleportation, but he has also begun to seamlessly integrate his wood release chakra into the Flying Thunder God techniques, developing unique skills. For instance, he can discreetly attach seeds imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique to enemies or specific targets, allowing him to track their locations and launch unexpected ambushes at critical moments. Additionally, he has experimented with combining the life-sensing abilities of wood release with the spatial awareness of the Flying Thunder God, enhancing his perception of the environment and life forces surrounding the target during teleportation, thereby significantly improving safety and accuracy. These innovative endeavors have left Minato in awe, exclaiming that Huang Yifei's talent in space-time ninjutsu surpasses that of his predecessors. Beyond the Flying Thunder God, Huang Yifei has never ceased to develop his wood release Kekei Genkai. No longer content with merely executing basic wood release techniques, he has begun to create more practical and powerful new forms of wood release jutsu tailored to his insights and combat needs. For example, he developed a defensive technique called wood release, Forest Guardian, which allows him to instantaneously summon a resilient armor composed of high-density wood fibers, complete with barbed surface patterns that absorb chakra, offering formidable defense. Furthermore, He has combined the binding capabilities of wood release with sealing techniques to create a unique jutsu known as wood release, life-draining vines. These vines not only ensnare enemies, but also gradually siphon their chakra and vitality, converting it into his own energy, a skill marked by its insidious and domineering nature. Admittedly, the development of these new wood release techniques has demanded significant chakra and mental fortitude from Huang Yifei. Yet each success deepens his understanding of wood release and strengthens his abilities. Meanwhile, his contemporaries in Konoha have been profoundly inspired by the tales of Huang Yifei's exploits. Kakashi Hatake, known for his calm demeanor and aloofness, has seldom felt pressure until now, prompting him to intensify his training in lightning release techniques and swordsmanship in an effort to catch up to this prodigious junior, who is nearly 5 years his junior. Might Guy regards Huang Yifei as his lifelong rival, though Huang Yifei himself does not share this sentiment, subjecting himself to more grueling physical training while proclaiming the virtues of youth and effort, striving to bridge the gap created by their differing talents. Huang Yifei's emergence has stirred the placid waters of Konoha's younger generation, igniting a sense of competition and ambition among all. The entire village has been revitalized by the rise of this little first. Yet, all of this is merely the calm before the storm. Huang Yifei is acutely aware that the true test lies ahead. He quietly gathers strength and hones his skills, awaiting the moment that will determine the fate of Konoha, which is set to arrive. His gaze is fixed upon the imminent tempest known as the Nine Tails Incident. Huang Yifei, Konoha's little first, is destined to shine with unparalleled brilliance amidst this approaching storm. Chapter 20. As time flies, the countdown to the Nine Tails Incident begins. Seasons change, and time flows relentlessly. Under the attentive tutelage of Minato, and through his own diligent training, Huang Yifei's prowess has grown at a staggering pace. Unbeknownst to him, nearly a year has passed since he began his apprenticeship under Minato. He has transformed from a tender 7.5-year-old child into a composed boy on the cusp of his 9th birthday. Though he still appears to be an ordinary youth of slight build, his deep and serene eyes conceal wisdom and strength far beyond his years. Throughout this year, Huang Yifei's abilities have undergone comprehensive enhancement. His total chakra has reached an astonishing level, thanks to the continuous nourishment of his perfect sage body and the remarkable efficiency of chakra refinement techniques, rivaling some well-established elite shinobi. This formidable foundation allows him to execute various powerful wood-release secret techniques and high-consumption space-time ninjutsu with ease. His mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique has reached an advanced state, enabling him to navigate complex environments for swift combat and precise teleportation. With Minato's guidance and his own insights, he has even begun to grasp the threshold of the 3rd stage of the Flying Thunder God, an advanced technique that promises to elevate his combat capabilities exponentially. Moreover, his wood-release Kekei Genkai has been developed to a new zenith. Beyond powerful offensive wood-release techniques, he has devoted significant energy to exploring wood-release's applications in defense, support, and life energy utilization. The new techniques he has created, such as wood release, forest guardian, and wood release, life-draining vines, are continuously refined through practical application, becoming increasingly potent. Most importantly, his exploration of the perfect sage body has progressed further. He can sense a vast and pure natural energy residing within his cellular structure. Although he is yet to fully master the sage mode training methods, this affinity for natural energy has subtly enhanced his physical capabilities and chakra potency. It can be said that at just under 9 years of age, Huang Yifei's combat prowess has already reached the pinnacle level of an elite J-nin. And in certain aspects, such as his application of wood release, chakra density, and talent for space-time ninjutsu, he stands comparable to some of the strongest elite shinobi. However, aside from Minato, who possesses some awareness of his progress, the rest of Konoha, including the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, remains oblivious to his true capabilities. Huang Yifei continues to embody his characteristic humility and composure, quietly amassing strength as he awaits the historical turning point that will alter the destinies of countless individuals. In the nearly 1 year that has passed, the situation within Konoha village has undergone some subtle changes. The call for Minato Namikaze to become the next Hokage has grown increasingly louder, and his prestige within the village has surged as he consistently excels at completing high-difficulty missions and demonstrates remarkable abilities in managing village affairs. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, has consciously begun to transfer more power and responsibility to Minato, paving the way for his future succession. Kushina Uzumaki's belly has also been growing day by day. Her fiery red hair seems even more lustrous and smooth due to her pregnancy, and her face is often illuminated by the radiance of motherhood and a blissful smile. However, as the due date approaches, a trace of subtle worry occasionally flickers across her brow. As the host of the Nine Tails, she understands better than anyone what giving birth entails for her. On the surface, Konoha Village appears tranquil and harmonious, filled with optimistic anticipation for the future. Yet beneath this calm, an invisible undercurrent surges quietly. The village's higher-ups have elevated the security measures surrounding Kushina's delivery to unprecedented levels. Various sentinels, both overt and covert, are strategically positioned throughout the village. A powerful barrier meticulously arranged by the barrier core protects Kushina's secret delivery location, isolating it from any external scrutiny. Huang Yifei is acutely aware that the fateful night, which will determine the destinies of countless individuals, a night that plunged Konoha into flames and claimed the lives of the illustrious couple, draws ever nearer. He can almost hear the heavy and slow grinding of fate's gears, inexorably pushing everyone toward that predetermined abyss. Yet he will not sit idly by. Over the past year, he has not only fervently enhanced his own strength, but has also engaged in meticulous preparations in secret, utilizing his role as the Hokage's special advisor, a title that, while somewhat nominal, can offer considerable advantages at times. He has reviewed a vast array of ancient texts and materials pertaining to the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Combined with the knowledge gleaned from the system's sign-in rewards, he has gained a deeper understanding of the principles and applications of various sealing techniques. He has even attempted to integrate his wood-release chakra into several unique sealing formulas, aiming to create new sealing techniques that stabilize seals while minimizing harm to the host's body. Furthermore, he has skillfully embedded specially treated wood-release seeds in key defensive nodes around Konoha and within the concealed corners near Kushina's delivery location. These seeds, imbued with his pure wood-release chakra and life energy, can be remotely activated at critical moments to instantaneously generate indestructible barriers or formidable thorny cages. He has also discreetly sought the counsel of seasoned medical ninja, humbly acquiring knowledge about childbirth and emergency medical techniques for various unforeseen circumstances. Although he possesses powerful healing capabilities through wood release, acquiring additional professional medical knowledge is never a disadvantage. Like a master chess player, he has quietly placed crucial pieces on the board, preparing for the storm that is to come. His objective is not merely to alter the fates of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, but to rescue Konoha from the impending catastrophe. In the stillness of the night, Huang Yifei sits cross-legged in his room, slowly opening his eyes. The moonlight filters through the window, casting a dappled glow upon his serene face. He can acutely sense a tense and oppressive atmosphere permeating the air. Soon, very soon, he murmurs, a sharp and resolute glimmer flashing in his eyes. The countdown to the Nine Tails turmoil has begun, and he, Huang Yifei, is ready to face any challenge that lies ahead. Chapter 21, Urgent Warning. The Guardian Task at a Historical Turning Point. On this tranquil night, with stars faintly twinkling, most of Konoha Village has succumbed to slumber, with only a few patrolling ninjas vigilantly safeguarding the village's peace. In Huang Yifei's room, the lights have long been extinguished. He sits cross-legged on his bed, eyes closed, appearing to meditate and rest, yet his spirit is highly focused, acutely sensing every subtle change in the environment around him. His heightened perception allows him to be extraordinarily sensitive to the flow of chakra and the life force surrounding him. He can feel that the chakra density near Kushina's secret delivery location is higher than ever, with formidable barriers layered like a spider's web, rendering the area impenetrable. The tension in the air grows ever more palpable. Calculating the time, he realizes the moment is imminent. In the original narrative, the Nine Tails turmoil erupted on the night of Naruto's birth, and Kushina's due date falls within these days. Just as he concentrates on sensing the environment, the long silent system notification abruptly echoes in his mind. Ding! Warning! Warning! A significant historical turning point is approaching. Mainline task initiated. Huang Yifei's heart jolts. A mainline task. This is the first time he has received such a high-level mission since binding to the system. Task name: Protect the Golden Flash and the Red Hot-Blooded Dance. You will rewrite Konoha's future. Task background: The trajectory of fate is converging here, and a catastrophic calamity, poised to engulf Konoha, is brewing. The mysterious masked man will launch a surprise attack during the childbirth of the Nine-Tails host, Kushina Uzumaki, unleashing the Nine-Tails with the intent to destroy Konoha. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, will fall in this disaster, and their child, Naruto Uzumaki, will bear a heavy fate, growing up in solitude and discrimination. Konoha village will also suffer grievous injuries, sowing the seeds for future turmoil. Task requirements. 1. Ensure that the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, survives flawlessly during the Nine-Tails turmoil. He must not perish. 2. Ensure that the Nine-Tails host, Kushina Uzumaki, survives flawlessly during the Nine-Tails turmoil. She must not perish. 3. Ensure that Naruto Uzumaki is born safely and successfully becomes the Nine-Tails host. The use of sealing techniques that cost lives, such as the dead demon-consuming seal, must be avoided. Task rewards. Partial preview 1. Sage body complete. 2. Randomly draw a top tier would release secret technique once. 3. A substantial amount of sign-in points. 4. An unknown mysterious grand prize. Task failure punishment. The host will be forcibly stripped of all abilities obtained from sign-ins and will be permanently trapped in this world. Doomed to witness all tragedies unfold, never to escape. A series of system notifications detonates in Huang Yifei's mind like heavy explosives. The difficulty of the task. The requirement for flawless survival. The restriction against the dead demon-consuming seal. The rewards, bountiful to the point of breathlessness. And the cruel penalties that send chills down the spine. Huang Yifei takes a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within. A grave expression appears on his face. This task is not merely the ultimate test of his strength and wisdom. It is the final judgment of his resolve to alter the tragic course of this world. Success would lead to boundless horizons, granting him unimaginable benefits and allowing him to truly seize the fate of the Naruto world in his hands. Failure, however, would mean eternal damnation. He would lose everything, forced to watch his cherished ones march toward destruction. System. With this significant historical turning point approaching, how much time remains? Huang Yifei pondered deeply within his heart. Ding. According to the system's calculations, the Nine-Tails crisis is expected to officially erupt within the next 24 to 48 hours. Only a day or two left. Huang Yifei's gaze sharpened. The urgency was even greater than he had anticipated. He immediately rose from his bed and illuminated the room. Approaching his desk, he unfurled a detailed map of Konoha village alongside various sketches he had previously drafted regarding the defensive arrangements for Kushina's childbirth location. His mind raced, meticulously reviewing all preparations he had made and integrating the diverse abilities acquired from the system. The masked man, Obito, wielded the space-time Sharingan technique, Kamui, which allowed him to become intangible and disregard most physical defenses and barriers, enabling direct infiltration into target locations. This posed one of the greatest threats. The power of the Nine-Tails was incredibly ferocious. Once unleashed, ordinary ninjas would be utterly powerless to resist. He needed a means to confront and effectively control the Nine-Tails head-on. After giving birth, Kushina would be extremely weakened, and the seal would loosen. How could he re-establish the seal on the Nine-Tails while ensuring her safety? Avoiding the use of the dead demon-consuming seal? This was a monumental challenge. Moreover, there was Danzo, that old fox. In the original story, he played a minimal role during the Nine-Tails crisis, instead suspected of conserving his strength to reap the benefits later. He must remain vigilant against any attempts Danzo might make to disrupt or stab him in the back at a critical moment. One potential risk after another surfaced in Huang Yifei's mind, each analyzed and dismantled. He understood that he needed to devise an infallible plan, one that could even be deemed miraculous, to have any hope of successfully completing this monumental guardian task. The night was already deep, yet the lights in Huang Yifei's room remained bright. His eyes grew increasingly sharp and resolute. To protect that hard-won warmth, to alter those heart-wrenching tragedies. For this world he had gradually embraced and come to love. He, Huang Yifei, would spare no effort and fight tooth and nail against the predetermined fate. Outside the window, the darkness before dawn seemed to tremble slightly in response to his unyielding spirit. Chapter 22. Sign in at the Whirlpool Clan's ruins. Resonance of the Diamond Lock bloodline. Upon receiving the system's notification of a high-level guardian task, Huang Yifei fell into a state of intense focus and preparation. He knew that time was not on his side. He must seize every moment to maximize the resources and conditions available to him. System, apart from the task prompts. Do you have any additional warnings or suggestions regarding this Ninetales crisis? Huang Yifei inquired in his heart, hoping to obtain more useful information from the system. Ding. The system detects that, for the host to perfectly accomplish this guardian task, strengthening the combat capabilities and vitality of the target, Kushina Uzumaki, post-childbirth, is essential. In addition to the host's own strength. System prompt. To the southeast of Konoha village. The former site of the Uzumaki clan may hold a special sign-in opportunity beneficial to the host. The former site of the Uzumaki clan? Huang Yifei's eyes brightened slightly at these words. He recalled that, at the founding of Konoha, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju's wife, Mito Uzumaki, hailed from the formidable Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan was renowned in the ninja world for their powerful vitality, superb sealing techniques, and unique physical skills. Unfortunately, their overwhelming strength led to jealousy and attacks from other ninja villages, ultimately resulting in their extinction, with only a few members surviving. Indeed, Konoha village still retained a remnant of the area where the Uzumaki clan had resided when they migrated. However, due to the passage of time and the subsequent decline of the clan, that area had long since fallen into disrepair, with few traces of humanity. Could the system's special sign-in opportunity relate to enhancing Mother Kushina? Huang Yifei speculated. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, if he could sign in at the clan's ruins, the rewards would likely pertain to the Uzumaki bloodline or secret techniques. This was undoubtedly fantastic news for him. He promptly resolved to act without delay and hastened to the Uzumaki clan's ruins to sign in. The next morning, as dawn broke, Huang Yifei informed the Umbu, dispatched by the third Hokage, responsible for his supervision, that he would assist teacher Minato in inspecting the village's defenses in preparation for Kushina's childbirth, and quietly left his residence alone. Utilizing his familiarity with Konoha's terrain and his extraordinary speed, he swiftly arrived at the long-abandoned ruins of the Uzumaki clan. Located at the southeastern edge of the village, once a thriving settlement, it now lay in ruins, with only remnants of crumbling walls and dilapidated houses, eroded by the ravages of time and weather. The air was thick with a faint scent of decay and desolation. As Huang Yifei walked slowly through the ruins, he felt the lingering, unique essence of the Uzumaki clan imbued in the land. Though faint, it bore an indomitable resilience and formidable vitality. He halted before what appeared to be a relatively intact structure, likely the ancestral hall or a significant gathering place of the Uzumaki clan. System. I wish to sign in at this location. Huang Yifei silently declared in his heart. Ding. Special sign-in location detected. Uzumaki clan ruins, core area. Sign-in conditions met. Would you like to proceed with the sign-in? Yes. Ding. Successful sign-in at Uzumaki clan ruins, core area. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Diamond Lock Bloodline Resonance version, exclusive to Kushina Uzumaki. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Uzumaki secret technique of life restoration, fragment. As the system's prompt resonated, two streams of profound and powerful information surged into Huang Yifei's mind. Diamond Lock Bloodline Resonance version, exclusive to Kushina Uzumaki. This is a special enhancement of the Diamond Lock secret technique tailored to the bloodline characteristics of Kushina Uzumaki. When executed by Kushina, the power, resilience, and binding strength of her chakra chains will increase several-fold. Additionally, during its execution, it will better tap into the deeper powers of her Uzumaki bloodline, significantly reducing chakra consumption and lessening the strain on her body. Uzumaki secret technique of life restoration. Fragment. This is a fragment of the top-tier secret technique passed down through generations of the Uzumaki clan. By practicing this technique, one can transform and store their own vitality through a special method, allowing for an instantaneous burst of power at critical moments to enhance combat abilities, rapidly recover from injuries, and even extend lifespan to a certain extent. This fragment records the fundamental principles and some applications of the technique. Incredible. Huang Yifei carefully absorbed the information flooding his mind, his heart brimming with indescribable excitement and joy. This sign-in reward was tailor-made for Mother Kushina. The Diamond Lock was already a hallmark of the Uzumaki clan's formidable sealing and physical techniques. In the original story, even when Kushina was on the brink of death after the Nine Tails was extracted, she could still utilize the Diamond Lock to forcibly restrain the Nine Tails. buying precious sealing time for Minato. And this bloodline resonance version of the diamond lock undoubtedly elevated Kushina's ability to an entirely new level. Greater power, reduced consumption. This indicated that, even in her weakened state post-childbirth, Kushina could unleash an extraordinary level of combat prowess, providing the crucial safeguard needed to protect herself and her child. As for the Uzumaki's secret technique of life restoration, fragment, it truly dazzled Huang Yifei. This technique, capable of transforming and utilizing vitality, was precisely tailored for a clan known for its robust life force. If Kushina's mother could master this technique, even a mere fragment would enable her to replenish her vitality at critical moments, swiftly restoring her condition, and even to some extent, mitigate the life force depletion caused by the extraction of the tailed beast. With these two elements, Kushina's mother would have her chances of survival during the Ninetales turmoil increased by at least 50%. Huang Yifei mused inwardly. The only concern he had was how to impart this sudden knowledge of secret techniques to Kushina's mother in a rational and reasonable manner, ensuring she could master it within a short time. This was undoubtedly a considerable challenge. He certainly could not directly tell Kushina's mother that he obtained this knowledge from a system reward, could he? Furrowing his brow, Huang Yifei fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, a glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes, and he formulated a preliminary plan. Perhaps he could leverage the ancient texts and the resonance of her bloodline as justifications. He decided to thoroughly comprehend the principles and cultivation methods of these two secret techniques, then organize them into a manuscript that appeared to be a weathered, ancient scroll. He would then await an opportune moment to present it to Kushina's mother, under the pretext of having discovered an ancient legacy that resonated with her bloodline at the ruins of the Uzumaki clan. With her intelligence and the uniqueness of the Uzumaki bloodline, coupled with his guidance, she should be able to grasp the essence of these techniques in a short period. Time was of the essence. He needed to act swiftly. Huang Yifei resolved, no longer hesitating. After meticulously inspecting the ruins of the Uzumaki clan to confirm he had overlooked nothing, he quietly departed, returning to his quarters. In the following days, he secluded himself in his room, engrossed in studying every detail of the diamond sealing bloodline resonance version and the Uzumaki's secret art of life restoration, fragment. With his remarkable memory and profound understanding of sealing techniques, he quickly mastered the principles and cultivation methods of these two secret arts. Subsequently, he devoted considerable effort to meticulously forging a manuscript that appeared ancient and worn, using special ink and faux parchment. After completing this task, Huang Yifei let out a long sigh of relief. Everything was prepared, only the right opportunity was lacking. He believed this unique gift would undoubtedly bring unexpected surprises to Kushina's mother and the impending Ninetales turmoil. Chapter 23. Signing in at Minato's office. Improving the Four Crimson Yang formation. After skillfully forging the ancient scroll containing the diamond sealing bloodline resonance version and the Uzumaki's secret art of life restoration, fragment, Huang Yifei did not immediately present it to Kushina's mother. He understood that such matters could not be rushed. It was essential to find the most suitable moment to deliver this opportunity to her in the most natural and unobtrusive way. Before that, he had another important task to accomplish, signing in at Hokage Minato's office. Several months prior, following the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War and the village's urgent call for a new leader, Minato Namikaze had officially assumed the position of the Fourth Hokage of Konohagakure, supported by the entire village and entrusted by the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. His office, located on the top floor of the Hokage building, had rightfully become the epicenter of power in the village. At this moment, under his governance, Konoha was gradually emerging from the shadows of war, striving to regain its vitality, while also preparing the highest level of vigilance for Kushina's impending childbirth. Such a unique location was highly likely to trigger a special sign-in opportunity within the system. Moreover, Huang Yifei had a vague premonition that the rewards gained from signing in at the office of the now-respected Fourth Hokage would be closely related to the upcoming Ninetales turmoil and how he could better assist him. That afternoon, Huang Yifei visited the Hokage building under the pretext of reporting recent insights from his training and seeking advice on village defense barriers. As the direct disciple of the Fourth Hokage and a well-known figure among the higher-ups of Konoha, entering and exiting the Hokage building was no longer a challenge for him. The guard ninjas along the way would respectfully salute him, addressing him as Lord Yifei or Advisor Yifei. Upon reaching the door of the Hokage's office, Huang Yifei straightened his attire and gently knocked. "Come in," came Minato's gentle yet familiar voice from within, now imbued with a sense of poise and authority befitting a Hokage. Huang Yifei entered to find Minato seated behind the imposing desk symbolizing Hokage authority, engrossed in a pile of never-ending paperwork. His brilliant golden hair shone under the sunlight, adding a touch of vitality to the somewhat solemn office. Although a hint of fatigue marked his face from his labors, his eyes remained clear and bright, brimming with the vigor and sense of responsibility that came with leadership. "Oh, it's Yifei. Please, have a seat," Minato greeted warmly, a gentle smile gracing his features, inviting him to sit at ease. Even as Hokage, he retained a sense of familiarity and expectation towards this exceptionally gifted disciple. "Thank you, Fourth Hokage. You have worked hard." Huang Yifei replied with a slight bow, his tone imbued with appropriate respect and concern. He understood the immense pressure that came with managing a vast ninja village, especially in the aftermath of war, where everything was in disarray and external threats loomed. "Haha, it's all right. For the future of the village, this little hardship is nothing." Minato chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. He then set aside his paperwork, looking at Huang Yifei with keen interest. "Have you come to share new insights from your training? Or perhaps new thoughts on the Flying Thunder God technique or village defenses?" He eagerly anticipated each visit from his talented disciple, as Huang Yifei consistently brought unexpected insights and inspiration, whether in ninjutsu training or village governance strategies. Huang Yifei smiled slightly, first briefly reporting his recent insights and progress in wood release and the Flying Thunder God technique, of course, omitting the part about system sign-ins, which prompted Minato to nod appreciatively, praising his advancements. He could sense that Huang Yifei's strength was visibly improving each day, which filled him with both pride and a sense of pressure. Then, Huang Yifei shifted the conversation towards village defense barriers, which was his ostensible purpose for visiting. "Fourth Hokage, I've recently identified some areas for potential improvement while studying the village's defense barriers. For instance, the 4 Crimson Yang formation we currently employ, while powerful in defense, requires a significant number of practitioners and consumes a vast amount of chakra. In the event of a sudden large-scale crisis, such as an attack from a tailed beast, we might find ourselves somewhat constrained, unable to respond swiftly and effectively." Huang Yifei elaborated on his understanding and improvement ideas regarding the 4 Crimson Yang formation, articulating his thoughts clearly to Minato. His insights were not unfounded, but rooted in his profound comprehension of the general principles of sealing techniques and his recollections from a previous life regarding the strengths and weaknesses of various barrier techniques within the Naruto storyline. Minato listened intently, his eyes occasionally flashing with contemplation and appreciation. He recognized Huang Yifei's talent and insights in barrier techniques were equally impressive. The breadth of his thinking and the uniqueness of his perspectives even surprised this Hokage, who was well-versed in sealing techniques. As the two engaged in a spirited discussion, Huang Yifei quietly issued a sign-in command to the system in his mind. "System, I wish to sign in at the office of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze." Beep. A special check-in location has been detected. The office of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The conditions for check-in have been met. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Ding. Check-in at the 4th Hokage's office successful. Congratulations, host, you have received Flying Thunder God Guiding Thunder, multiplayer collaborative version. Congratulations, host. You have received improved blueprint of the 4 Red Sun formation. As the system notification concluded, 2 streams of information, both vastly different yet imbued with immense practical value, surged into Huang Yifei's mind. Flying Thunder God Guiding Thunder, multiplayer collaborative version, a unique collaborative technique developed based on the Flying Thunder God technique. The practitioner can, through special seals and chakra guidance, allow multiple companions to teleport collectively within a small area in a short time, or concentrate the attacks of several individuals onto a single target instantaneously using the Flying Thunder God. This technique demands exceptional chakra control and mental strength from the practitioner. Improved blueprint of the 4 Red Sun formation, a detailed document outlining how to enhance the existing 4 Red Sun formation. The modified version maintains its formidable defensive capability while significantly reducing the number of practitioners required. As few as 3 can cooperate to execute it, effectively decreasing chakra consumption, and also increasing the range and stability of the barrier to a certain extent. This is crucial, Huang Yifei silently exclaimed with excitement. These two rewards are undoubtedly tailored for the impending Ninetales crisis, serving as superlative auxiliary techniques. If Master Minato could master the Flying Thunder God guiding thunder, then during the Ninetales crisis, he could maneuver and support other ninjas with greater agility, and even swiftly relocate Kushina-sensei and Naruto to safety in times of peril. Its tactical value is immeasurable. Moreover, the improved version of the Four Red Sun formation is a timely boon. In the original narrative, the Four Red Sun formation required 4 shadow-level experts to execute, a condition that was exceedingly demanding. The revised version not only lessens the practitioner count and chakra expenditure, but also enhances the defensive strength and range. This signifies that during the Ninetales crisis, Konoha will be able to establish a more robust defensive barrier at a lesser cost, maximizing the safety of the villagers and the village itself. Yifei, what's the matter? Have you thought of a good idea? Minato Namikaze, noticing Huang Yifei lost in thought with a glimmer of unusual brilliance in his eyes, curiously inquired. Huang Yifei came to his senses, a hint of excitement gracing his features as he replied, Fourth Hokage. I suddenly had some mature thoughts regarding the improvement of the Four Red Sun formation. Perhaps we could explore this direction. He did not directly present the system's reward blueprint, but adeptly conveyed the core concepts and critical technical points of the revised Four Red Sun formation to Minato through his insights and deductions. Minato, a master of sealing and barrier techniques, was immediately captivated upon hearing Huang Yifei's exposition. His eyes sparkled with brilliance as he exclaimed, striking his thigh in excitement. Brilliant. Yifei, your idea is ingenious. If we can indeed implement the modifications as you suggested, the practicality and might of the Four Red Sun formation will be elevated to unprecedented heights. Our defensive power in Konoha will experience a qualitative leap. He immediately became enthusiastic, pulling Huang Yifei to the office floor, where they began to intricately sketch and design based on Huang Yifei's proposed concepts with pen and ink. The master and disciple were wholly engrossed in their study of barrier techniques, oblivious to the passage of time. Huang Yifei seized this opportunity to subtly integrate some core principles and techniques of the Flying Thunder God guiding thunder into their discussions, guiding Minato to think and explore in that direction. He was confident that with Minato's unparalleled talent in space-time ninjutsu, a mere hint and inspiration would soon lead him to grasp the essence of the Flying Thunder God guiding thunder. Outside the window, the sky gradually darkened. Yet, the light within the Hokage's office remained bright. Huang Yifei gazed at Minato, who was wholeheartedly immersed in the study of barrier techniques, filled with admiration and anticipation. With the advanced technologies gained from the system check-in, combined with Minato's wisdom and strength, as well as his own would release and various hidden cards, he firmly believed that the forthcoming Ninetales crisis would yield a vastly different outcome from the original narrative. A Konoha devoid of sorrow and regret was beginning to take shape in his hands, step by step. Chapter 24. The plan to defy fate takes shape. Huang Yifei's script. After receiving the astonishing check-in rewards of Diamond Sealing Bloodline Resonance Version, Vortex Secret Life Restoration, Fragment, Flying Thunder God Guiding Thunder, and improved blueprint of the Four Red Sun formation, Huang Yifei's confidence in confronting the Ninetales crisis became unprecedentedly robust. He isolated himself in his room for several days, tirelessly and obsessively organizing and consolidating all known plot information, his own abilities, and the various enhancements obtained from the system. His mind, bolstered by his photographic memory talent, operated at the speed of a supercomputer, simulating every possible detail, every potential variable during the Ninetales crisis, and the various countermeasures that could be adopted against these variables. Gradually, a comprehensive and audacious plan to address the Ninetales crisis, which could even be described as subverting the original narrative, began to take shape in his mind. The core objective of this plan was clear: perfect protection, safeguarding the lives of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, ensuring the safe birth of Naruto Uzumaki, and protecting the entire Konoha village from devastating blows. To achieve this goal, Huang Yifei divided the entire plan into several key execution steps. First step, early warning, gain trust. This was the most crucial and challenging aspect of the entire plan. He must find a way to inform Master Minato and Kushina-sensei in a reasonable manner that they would believe and accept about the conspiracy of the masked man Obito, the risks of the Ninetales potentially going out of control, and the dangers Kushina might face during childbirth before the Ninetales crisis erupted. This was undoubtedly a spoiler. A significant revelation that could alter the course of the entire ninja world's history. Striking the right balance to achieve the warning's purpose without exposing his identity as a time traveler or the secrets of the system was a monumental test. Second step, strengthen Kushina, enhance margin for error. Utilizing the Diamond Sealing Bloodline Resonance version and Vortex Secret Life Restoration fragment acquired from the Vortex clan's ruins. He aimed to maximize Kushina's combat capability and vitality post-childbirth, ensuring she could retain a certain level of combat strength even after the Ninetales was extracted, and could actively participate in combating the Ninetales and the Masked Man, rather than merely waiting for death as in the original narrative. Third step, improve sealing techniques, eliminate sacrifices. This was the core technical challenge of the plan. He must devise a way, with the assistance of Master Minato and Kushina, to research and master a new Ninetales sealing technique that did not require the sacrifice of the practitioner's life. In the original narrative, Master Minato used the dead demon consuming seal, paying the price of his own life to seal half of the Ninetales chakra within Naruto. Huang Yifei would not allow such a tragic outcome to transpire again. He placed his hopes on the profound sealing technique legacy of the Vortex clan, alongside the insights gained from the comprehensive guide to sealing techniques, and would release life energy. He believed that with the right approach, a mutually beneficial solution could surely be found. Fourth step, divide the battlefield, focus protection. Utilizing his formidable wood release abilities, he swiftly erected a vast barrier of trees at the onset of the Ninetales turmoil, effectively segmenting the battlefield to minimize the devastation inflicted upon the Hidden Leaf village and to safeguard the innocent villagers. Simultaneously, he harnessed the life energy of wood release to construct a secure cradle for Kushina and Naruto, ensuring their safety throughout the ordeal. Step 5. Unite against the foe. A pincer attack. Following the eruption of the Ninetales chaos, he would ally with his mentor Minato and the rejuvenated Kushina to confront the masked man Obito and the rampaging Ninetales. Minato would engage in direct confrontation and lead the assault, while Kushina would employ her reinforced adamantine sealing chains for auxiliary control. He, armed with his powerful wood release, Flying Thunder God technique, and an array of hidden cards, would serve as the ace and battlefield commander, adeptly responding to unforeseen circumstances. Step 6. Flawless sealing, rewrite the future. Upon successfully subduing the Ninetales and repelling or severely injuring the masked man Obito, he would immediately execute the improved sacrifice-free sealing technique, sealing the Ninetales chakra into Kushina and Naruto's bodies in a manner that posed minimal risk to them. Thus, he would irrevocably alter the tragic fate of the Golden Flash couple, preventing Naruto from becoming an orphan. These 6 steps are intricately linked, with each being indispensable. Every step is fraught with challenges and risks. Huang Yifei meticulously scrutinized the details of each phase, striving for perfection and leaving no apparent flaws. He even devised contingency plans for various potential unforeseen circumstances. For instance, how to respond if the masked man Obito proved stronger than depicted in the original narrative or possessed other unknown trump cards. What if the Ninetales rampage exceeded expectations, rendering existing suppression methods inadequate? How would he manage unexpected energy surges or other emergencies during the sealing process? Huang Yifei pondered each of these dilemmas deeply, endeavoring to find corresponding solutions. He recognized that his plan was nothing short of a miraculous reversal of fate. To succeed, not only would he require immense strength, but also unparalleled wisdom, meticulous planning, and the courage and determination to take bold risks at critical moments. As night deepened, the moonlight streamed through the window, casting its glow upon Huang Yifei's youthful yet resolute face. In his eyes sparkled the light of wisdom, as if he had already envisioned the harrowing battle ahead and the ultimately hopeful conclusion. Obito, the Ninetales, and that damned fate, Huang Yifei murmured, a cold smile gracing his lips. This time, I, Huang Yifei, shall compose an entirely new script for you. He carefully folded the plan in his hands and secured it. What lay ahead was the transformation of this script into reality, step by step. The first and most crucial step was convincing Minato and Kushina to trust and adopt his avant-garde proposal, a bold notion that had begun to take shape in his mind. He needed a fitting opportunity, a compelling reason that would leave them astonished yet compelled to believe. That reason, he mused, might soon present itself. Chapter 25. Prophetic Dreams and Ancient Secrets. The Trust of Minato. Time, like a fleeting shadow, slipped away unnoticed. Less than a day remained until the predicted eruption of the Nine-Tails chaos. The tension and foreboding in the air reached a fever pitch. Huang Yifei knew he had to act immediately. Taking a deep breath, he carefully secured the ancient scroll he had prepared, a forgery detailing the adamantine, sealing bloodline resonance version and vortex secret life restoration fragment, and a meticulously crafted warning memo containing crucial information regarding the Nine-Tails turmoil. He approached Minato and Kushina under the pretense of seeking their guidance on urgent insights concerning chakra stability and life force replenishment during Kushina's childbirth. Minato and Kushina harbored no doubts about Huang Yifei's request. They were well aware of his remarkable wood-release abilities in harnessing life energy. Moreover, Huang Yifei had consistently offered valuable advice regarding Kushina's pregnancy. Soon, in the cozy living room of the Namikaze household, Huang Yifei met with Minato and Kushina. Kushina's belly had grown considerably, making movement somewhat cumbersome. However, her spirits appeared high, radiating maternal warmth and anticipation for the new life about to arrive. Minato remained steadfastly by her side, his gaze filled with tenderness and love. "Yifei, you're here. Please, have a seat." Kushina greeted him with a warm smile, inviting him to sit down. "Yifei, you mentioned in the message that you have some urgent insights to share with us. Is it regarding Kushina?" Minato inquired with concern. Huang Yifei nodded, his expression shifting to one of grave seriousness, tinged with a hint of anxiety and trepidation. This demeanor, emerging from a mere 9-year-old boy, struck a discordant note, instantly capturing the attention of both Minato and Kushina. "Minato-sensei, Kushina-sensei." Huang Yifei's voice trembled imperceptibly, as though bearing the weight of tremendous psychological pressure. "I have been plagued by terrifying nightmares lately." "Nightmares?" Minato and Kushina exchanged puzzled glances. Huang Yifei inhaled deeply, his eyes reflecting lingering dread and confusion. "Yes, they are incredibly vivid and frightening. In my dreams, a mysterious figure wearing a vortex mask suddenly appears, and then the Nine-Tails goes berserk, engulfing the entire village in flames." As he spoke, he inadvertently dropped the warning memo he had prepared, allowing it to fall to the ground. The memo bore his childish handwriting, with fragmented notes on keywords such as vortex mask, Nine-Tails rampage, village engulfed in flames, Kushina in danger, Minato's sacrifice, and so forth. Minato's gaze was instantly drawn to the memo on the floor. His pupils constricted, shock etched across his face. "Yifei, what is this?" Minato's voice trembled slightly, betraying his astonishment. He bent to retrieve the memo, scanning its contents rapidly, and with each word, the gravity of his expression deepened, as if a tide of horror washed over him. A mysterious figure in a vortex mask? The Nine-Tails rampaging? The village consumed by flames? Kushina in peril? Even the possibility of his own sacrifice. Each keyword struck him like a hammer, pounding relentlessly against his heart. Kushina sensed Minato's unease and Huang Yifei's unusual demeanor. "Minato, Yifei, what is happening?" she asked, her voice laced with tension. Huang Yifei, perfectly poised, donned an expression of panic and confusion, stammering, "I don't know. These are just things I saw in my dreams. I was so frightened that I hastily wrote them down." His performance was impeccable, a 9-year-old boy, terrified and anxious from nightmares, randomly jotting down dreamscapes, all perfectly logical. Minato clutched the memo tightly, his eyes filled with uncertainty. He turned to Huang Yifei and asked in a deep voice, "Yifei, are you certain that these are merely your dreams?" Huang Yifei nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with fear and certainty. "Yes, Master Watergate. I don't know why I'm having such dreams, but the scenes are so vivid, as if they are truly about to happen." His voice trembled, as if he were on the verge of tears. Wolfing Watergate fell silent. He understood Huang Yifei, though young. This disciple possessed an extraordinary character and would never speak without reason, nor would he jest about such matters. Moreover, certain details mentioned by Huang Yifei in his notes, such as the mysterious figure behind the whirlpool mask and the potential risk of the Nine-Tails losing control, resonated with some of Watergate's own deep-seated concerns. As the fourth Hokage and the husband of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Watergate was acutely aware of the risks that might arise during Kushina's childbirth. He had envisioned various potential accidents and devised meticulous contingency plans. Yet, Huang Yifei's prophetic dream laid bare the very possibility that Watergate most dreaded. Could this truly be more than mere coincidence? As Watergate's mind swirled with uncertainty, Huang Yifei timely produced an ancient scroll he had prepared earlier. He handed it to Kushina, his tone laced with a mix of hope and uncertainty. Kushina-sensei, I stumbled upon this a few days ago at the ruins of the Whirlpool clan in the southeast corner of the village. I don't know what it is, but when I held it, it felt as if it was calling to me, and I sensed a peculiar connection between it and the baby in your womb. He cleverly linked the discovery of the ancient scroll to bloodline resonance, providing a relatively reasonable explanation for this fortuitous encounter. Kushina took the scroll, feeling a faint yet peculiar chakra fluctuation emanating from it. This wave triggered a slight resonance within her own Whirlpool bloodline. Surprised, she looked at Huang Yifei and then at the scroll in her hands, her eyes filled with disbelief. Watergate leaned in closer, his gaze fixed upon the ancient scroll. It contained ancient texts detailing the bloodline powers and special sealing techniques of the Whirlpool clan, subtly referencing an advanced application of the Vajra sealing technique and fragments of a mysterious secret art capable of condensing the essence of life and reversing death. For Watergate, who was well-versed in sealing techniques, this was akin to opening a door to a new world. He could clearly sense that if Kushina could master the secret arts recorded in this scroll, her survival chances after childbirth and her ability to confront unforeseen dangers would be significantly enhanced. The warning from the prophetic dream, the verification from the ancient scroll, combined with Huang Yifei's consistently extraordinary performance and the profound emotional bond they shared, compelled bluffing Watergate and Uzumaki Kushina to regard the information brought forth by Huang Yifei with utmost seriousness. Though they remained astonished and incredulous, the scales of their hearts began to tilt towards belief. They could not afford to lose. Should Huang Yifei's prophetic dream come to fruition, they would face an abyss from which there would be no return. Taking a deep breath, Watergate's expression turned grave and resolute. We understand what you have said. He refrained from probing further into Huang Yifei's source of information or questioning its authenticity. He recognized that the most pressing matter was not to delve into the details, but to act immediately, preparing comprehensively for the unprecedented crisis that might soon unfold. Seeing the reactions of Master Watergate and Sensei Kushina, Huang Yifei quietly exhaled in relief. His plan's first and most crucial step had succeeded. Chapter 26. Detailed Plan. The shock and resolution of the Watergate couple. Under the dual impact of Huang Yifei's meticulously crafted prophetic dream and the ancient scrolls revelations, the shock and gravity within Watergate and Kushina reached an unparalleled intensity. They repeatedly studied the warning memo and the ancient scroll that Huang Yifei had dropped, every word and detail sending shivers down their spines, while also hinting at a glimmer of hope amidst despair. The atmosphere in the living room was stifling, almost suffocating. Yifei, are you really sure that the mysterious figure wearing the Whirlpool mask has the Nine Tails as his target? Watergate's voice was hoarse as he fixed his gaze on Huang Yifei, seeking any trace of falsehood or hesitation in the eyes of his young disciple. Huang Yifei appropriately displayed an expression of deep recollection and unease, nodding with a hint of uncertainty yet remarkable conviction. Yes, Master Watergate, while I cannot recall his exact appearance, I will never mistake that cold and malevolent aura, nor the intense covetousness and malice he harbored towards the Nine Tails and Kushina-sensei. His words struck like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves in Watergate and Kushina's hearts. The notion of coveting the Nine Tails was undoubtedly their greatest fear and the most likely scenario. Regarding the ancient scroll, Kushina picked it up, a faint resonance of bloodline energy emanating from it, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Yifei, do you truly believe I can master the techniques recorded within? She sensed that the scroll contained profound knowledge, embodying the core secrets of the Whirlpool clan's heritage. Yet, she also felt a lack of confidence in her ability to grasp such powerful techniques in such a short time, especially in this special period of impending childbirth. Huang Yifei, noticing the flicker of apprehension in Kushina's eyes, immediately offered steadfast encouragement. He took a deep breath, his gaze becoming clear and confident, his tone steady and powerful. Kushina-sensei, please trust me, and more importantly, trust yourself. You are the finest descendant of the Whirlpool clan, possessing unparalleled vitality and sealing talent. The fact that this ancient scroll resonates with your bloodline at this moment signifies that it is destined to be your opportunity. Moreover, Huang Yifei continued, his eyes sparkling with wisdom, regarding the advanced application of the Vajra sealing technique and that secret art capable of condensing the essence of life and reversing death. I believe I have some rudimentary insights and understanding. He did not directly state the complete names and specific effects of the Vajra sealing bloodline resonance version and Whirlpool clan's secret art of life restoration fragment, but instead, he adopted a collaborative approach to elucidate the core principles and cultivation essentials of these techniques to Watergate and Kushina piece by piece. He began by explaining how, through special chakra guidance and bloodline activation techniques, Kushina could better harness the deep-seated powers of her Whirlpool bloodline when employing the Vajra sealing, thereby greatly enhancing its potency while effectively reducing chakra consumption and physical strain. He then elaborated on the secret art of condensing the essence of life, focusing on how to efficiently transform and store one's vitality so that in critical moments, it could be unleashed instantly to replenish energy, heal wounds, and even withstand fatal injuries to a certain extent. Huang Yifei's explanations were profound yet accessible, clear, and structured. He elucidated the previously obscure principles of secret techniques in a manner that both Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki could easily comprehend. Minato, a master of sealing techniques and ninjutsu theory, found his eyes growing brighter as he listened to Huang Yifei's exposition, and his astonishment grew like a snowball. He realized that the principles Huang Yifei articulated not only aligned closely with the contents of the ancient manuscript, but were even clearer, more refined, and more actionable in certain details and key points than the manuscript itself. It was as if Huang Yifei had not merely stumbled upon this ancient text by chance, but possessed an exceptionally profound understanding and mastery of these secret arts. Yifei, how do you know all of this? Minato could not help but ask, his tone imbued with incredulous awe. Huang Yifei displayed a somewhat bewildered and uncertain expression, scratching his head as he replied, I don't really know, Teacher Minato. Ever since I awakened my wood release, I often feel as if there are ancient and vague memories hidden within my body, especially when I come into contact with anything related to the First Hokage or the Uzumaki clan. This feeling intensifies. Just now, when I saw the ancient manuscript in Kushina-sensei's hands, my mind suddenly filled with insights regarding these secret techniques. He cleverly attributed his premonitions to the inherited memories of the wood release bloodline and a peculiar resonance with the Uzumaki clan. This explanation, though it sounded somewhat mystical, was not entirely implausible in a world filled with extraordinary bloodline limits and inherited secret arts, at least for Minato and Kushina, who were eagerly seeking a lifeline. They were more inclined to believe it was a divine favor, a guidance and protection from the First Hokage and their ancestors. After listening to Huang Yifei's explanations and his analysis of his own bloodline power, Kushina's previously anxious heart gradually settled. She could distinctly feel a strong resonance between the secret technique principles Huang Yifei described and her own chakra and bloodline power. She had a premonition that she would certainly master these techniques. All right, Yifei, I believe in you. Kushina's eyes rekindled with resolute light as she tightly grasped Huang Yifei's hand, her tone filled with gratitude and trust. From now on, I will follow you, learning these secret techniques. No matter how arduous or challenging it may be, I will persevere. Minato took a deep breath, his gaze becoming sharp and resolute. He looked at Huang Yifei and said solemnly, Yifei, it's not just about Kushina. Regarding the mysterious figure wearing the Uzumaki mask mentioned in your prophetic dream, as well as the potential risk of the Nine Tails going out of control, we must devise the most comprehensive response plan immediately. His gaze fell upon the warning memorandum that Huang Yifei had inadvertently dropped. The words about Minato's sacrifice pierced his eyes like needles. Concerning the Shiki-F gene, do you have any alternative sealing methods that do not require sacrifice? He understood that if the Nine Tails truly went out of control, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and the Guardian of Konoha, he, Minato Namikaze, bore an inescapable responsibility. If it came to a worst-case scenario, he had even prepared himself to sacrifice his life, using the Shiki-F gene to perish alongside the Nine Tails. However, Huang Yifei's appearance, along with the warnings and opportunities he brought, offered a glimmer of hope that did not require sacrifice. Huang Yifei looked at Minato's gaze filled with anticipation and determination. His heart warmed. He knew that the seeds he had sown earlier were finally bearing fruit. He nodded and, with firm conviction, said, Yes, Teacher Minato. I do have some preliminary ideas regarding the sealing of the Nine Tails. Perhaps we could attempt a sealing method that divides and harmonizes yin and yang. Following this, Huang Yifei elaborated on his previously pondered concepts regarding the yin-yang separation sealing of the Nine Tails, how to utilize the life energy of wood release for harmony and assurance, and how to leverage Kushina-sensei and Naruto's unique physique as a perfect vessel for yang chakra to realize this intricate sealing approach. He detailed everything meticulously, emphasizing the significance of the improved 4-red yang formation blueprint acquired during sign-in at Minato's office, though he presented it as his own deduction and the role of Flying Thunder God guiding lightning in the overall response plan, encouraging Minato to comprehend it himself. For instance, the improved 4-red yang formation could construct a more potent defensive barrier at a lower cost when the Nine-Tails rampaged, safeguarding the village and its inhabitants. Meanwhile, the Flying Thunder God guiding lightning would enable Minato to execute tactical transitions and support with greater agility during combat, even allowing for the instant relocation of Kushina-sensei and Naruto to safety at critical moments. The more Minato listened, the more astonished his expression became, and the light in his eyes grew brighter. The strategies Huang Yifei proposed were nothing short of astonishing, yet they were also entirely reasonable. Each aspect, from enhancing Kushina to the non-sacrificial sealing of the Nine-Tails, as well as the meticulous control and defense of the entire battlefield situation, was intricately considered, interconnected, as if Huang Yifei had truly experienced the calamity himself and discovered the perfect solutions to all problems. Yifei. Minato was so excited he stumbled over his words, gazing at this 9-year-old disciple who possessed such terrifying wisdom and foresight. The shock within him was beyond verbal expression. He even felt an illusion, as if standing before him was not a mere youthful boy, but a sage who had weathered the storms of life and perceived all truths. Kushina was equally dumbfounded, utterly unprepared for Huang Yifei to devise such a meticulous and audacious response plan in such a short time. In that moment, the trust she and Minato had in Huang Yifei reached an unprecedented pinnacle. They were thoroughly captivated by Huang Yifei's intellect and preparation. All right, Yifei, we shall proceed as you suggest. Minato slammed his hand on the table, his eyes filled with an unprecedented conviction and determination. From now on, all our preparations will revolve around your plan. I, Minato Namikaze, in the name of the Fourth Hokage, vow to prevent the tragedy from your prophetic dream from occurring in this world. Kushina also nodded firmly, her eyes shimmering with steadfast light. Yifei, Sensei believes in you. Whatever happens in the future, our family will face it together with you. Huang Yifei looked at the trust and determination reflected in Minato and Kushina's eyes. Feeling a surge of ambition within him, he understood that his plan to defy fate had fully commenced. A race against destiny, a battle against the unseen puppeteer, was about to unfold, and he, Huang Yifei, was confident and capable of emerging as the ultimate victor in this contest. Chapter 27. Secret Drills. The hidden backup of wood release. After Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki resolved to fully adopt Huang Yifei's response plan for the Nine-Tails disturbance, the preparatory pace in Konoha village accelerated dramatically, becoming more clandestine and efficient. Minato, in his capacity as the future Fourth Hokage, secretly summoned a select group of elite Umbu operatives and top-tier barrier specialists, individuals he deemed most trustworthy. These individuals were either Minato's confidants or had established deep mutual trust with him through various prior missions. In a heavily guarded, completely isolated secret training base, Minato meticulously explained and deployed the various collaborative tactics and improved formations proposed by Huang Yifei to these individuals. As these battle-hardened elite ninjas first encountered the astonishing and exquisitely crafted tactical schemes conceived by the 9-year-old Huang Yifei, their faces were universally etched with expressions of shock and disbelief. The improved version of the 4 Red Suns formation could astonishingly be executed collaboratively by merely 3 top-tier barrier ninjas, with both its defensive range and intensity remarkably enhanced. The Flying Thunder God technique, it seemed, could be further developed into a collaborative multi-strike and teleportation technique known as lightning guidance. Furthermore, there was the initial concept of a yin-yang separation seal aimed at the Nine-Tails, which did not require the sacrifice of the caster's life. Each of these ideas alone had the potential to stir up a considerable uproar in the ninja world. However, upon witnessing the unwavering gaze of Lord Minato and the calm, confident demeanor of Huang Yifei, their doubts gradually transformed into curiosity and anticipation. As loyal subordinates of Lord Minato, they were resolute in their commitment to execute any plan he endorsed without reservation. Thus, A series of highly confidential, yet intensely rigorous clandestine drills commenced within this secluded training base. The elite members of the barrier class, under Huang Yifei's guidance, as Minato's assistant and the proposer of the plans, dedicated themselves day and night to researching and practicing the arrangement of the improved Four Red Suns formation. They were astonished to discover that Huang Yifei possessed a deeper understanding of barrier techniques than even those seasoned experts who had devoted decades to mastering this art. He consistently pinpointed their subtle errors during the execution process and offered remarkably constructive suggestions for improvement. Meanwhile, the elite members of the Umbu, led by Minato, repeatedly practiced the collaborative combat techniques of lightning guidance. They endeavored time and again to achieve collective instantaneous movement among team members through specialized technique markings and chakra guidance, as well as to concentrate multiple strikes on a single target in an instant. This process was fraught with challenges, yet brimming with surprises. Each successful collaboration bolstered their confidence in this innovative strategy. While participating in these secret drills, Huang Yifei was simultaneously engaged in his own covert preparations. He understood that both the improved Four Red Suns formation and lightning guidance, along with the theoretical no-sacrifice sealing technique, were merely conventional weapons against the chaos wrought by the Nine Tails. When the moment of life and death arrived, he would require hidden trump cards capable of decisive impact. His greatest reliance, of course, was the limitless potential and versatile nature of wood release. In the days that followed, Huang Yifei frequently appeared in various corners of Konoha village under various pretenses, such as assisting Lord Minato in inspecting the village's defensive arrangements or searching for special herbs to aid Kushina during her pregnancy. Though he seemed to be aimlessly wandering, he was, in fact, utilizing his advanced perception abilities and exquisite control over wood release to covertly plant numerous specially treated wood release seeds around the location of Kushina's expected delivery and at several critical defensive nodes throughout the village. These wood release seeds were far from ordinary plant seeds. Each contained Huang Yifei's pure wood release chakra and immense life energy. Furthermore, he ingeniously integrated miniature constructs akin to chakra signal receivers within these seeds. This meant that, should Huang Yifei so desire, he could remotely activate these buried seeds from miles away using specialized chakra commands. Once activated, these seeds could, in mere moments, be hastened to manifest various forms of wood release creations at Huang Yifei's command. They could become an impenetrable barrier of towering trees, completely isolating foes from the village, or a thorny cage infused with paralyzing toxins to firmly trap the rampaging Nine Tails. Perhaps they could even transform into lifelike wooden clones with combat capabilities, delivering a decisive blow to the enemy at a crucial moment. These were the true trump cards Huang Yifei had prepared for the Nine Tails crisis. He was akin to the most meticulous hunter, silently laying deadly traps along the path of his prey, waiting for the opportune moment to ensnare them. Of course, this large-scale and village-wide planting of wood release seeds demanded an immense amount of chakra. Even with his perfect sage body and vast chakra reserves, Huang Yifei felt a hint of fatigue after days of clandestine arrangements. Yet he dared not allow himself a moment of complacency. He understood that these seemingly inconspicuous wood release seeds might save countless innocent lives and alter the fate of the entire village during the impending catastrophe. In addition to burying wood release seeds, Huang Yifei was also secretly conducting another crucial preparatory task, an in-depth study and experimental practice of the Vortex Clan's secret technique of life restoration, fragment. He discovered that the essence of this secret technique lay in the exquisite mastery and efficient transformation of one's own life force. If he could combine this with his wood release life energy, it might yield unexpectedly powerful effects. For instance, he could attempt to compress and store a portion of his wood release life energy using the life restoration method, releasing it instantly when needed to enhance his wood release techniques or provide others with a highly efficient boost of life force. This endeavor was undoubtedly bold and perilous. After all, life energy is the most fundamental force of the human body, and a moment's carelessness could inflict irreparable harm upon oneself. Yet Huang Yifei pressed on resolutely, for he knew that in the impending turmoil of the Nine Tails, every ounce of additional strength could prove critical in determining the outcome. He had to extract every bit of potential within himself to the utmost. As night deepened, the lights within the secret training base remained bright. Minato and his elite subordinates tirelessly continued their various tactical drills, Meanwhile, Huang Yifei, in his own corner, silently engaged in preparations that were even more clandestine and crucial. His gaze was resolute and profound, as if piercing through layers of fog to glimpse a future brimming with hope. He understood that a storm was about to sweep across the entire ninja world, and he, Huang Yifei, had already unfurled his seemingly tender yet mighty wood-release wings, ready to embrace the tempest's baptism. Chapter 28. Danzo's Instincts and Huang Yifei's Ingenious Response. The preparations in Konoha village, propelled by Minato and Huang Yifei, unfolded methodically yet shrouded in profound secrecy. Whether it was the clandestine drills for the improved Four Red Suns formation or the collaborative execution of lightning guidance, or even the wood-release seeds Huang Yifei buried in secret, they endeavored to evade the notice of nearly all within the village. However, there exists no impenetrable wall, especially in a village like Konoha, rife with factions and undercurrents. Shimura Danzo, the dark ninja who controlled the root organization and wielded significant influence within Konoha, soon detected an unusual aura with his keen, hound-like instincts. He observed that recently, Minato and the one hailed as the little First Hokage, Huang Yifei, along with some core forces under their command, had begun to act with exceptional secrecy. They frequently gathered special materials in secret and conducted certain unknown training sessions in remote training grounds. What heightened Danzo's vigilance was that the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, seemed to adopt a tacitly approving or even supportive stance toward these activities. All of this stirred the strings of suspicion and ambition within Danzo's heart once more. What schemes were Minato and Huang Yifei concocting, as he sat deep within the damp and shadowy recesses of his root organization base? A flicker of obscure light shone in his single eye as he muttered hoarsely to himself. He instinctively sensed that Minato and Huang Yifei were secretly plotting something monumental enough to influence the future trajectory of Konoha. Such clandestine actions, which excluded him, filled him with discomfort and unease. Danzo's feelings towards Huang Yifei, the suddenly emerged wood-release prodigy, were complex. On one hand, he marveled at the power of wood-release, fully aware of its strategic significance for Konoha. If he could harness this power, he would undoubtedly be one step closer to his coveted position of Hokage. On the other hand, the close master-disciple relationship between Huang Yifei and Minato, coupled with the third Hokage's high regard for him, left Danzo feeling like a thorn was lodged in his throat. He feared that Huang Yifei's rise would further solidify Minato's power, completely extinguishing his hopes of claiming the Hokage's seat. The strength of the first Hokage's wood-release must not entirely fall into the hands of that brat Minato and the old man Hiruzen. Danzo coldly snorted to himself, a glimmer of greed and murderous intent flashing in his eye. He resolved to find a way to uncover the true nature of Minato and Huang Yifei's activities. If possible, he wouldn't hesitate to create some minor troubles for them at a critical moment to profit from the chaos. Thus, in the following days, Danzo secretly dispatched the most elite spies from the root organization, attempting to infiltrate Minato and Huang Yifei's clandestine training base to gather pertinent intelligence. However, he underestimated Minato's vigilance and Huang Yifei's wisdom and counter-surveillance abilities that far surpassed his age. From the outset of their discussions regarding their battle preparations, Huang Yifei had fully accounted for Danzo as a potential destabilizing factor. They were acutely aware of Danzo's character and his pathological thirst for power. Consequently, while conducting secret drills and arrangements, they implemented numerous countermeasures against Root's infiltration. Those elite spies, whom Danzo had high hopes for, found themselves crashing against an invisible wall at the start of their operations. Some were merely approaching the outskirts of the secret training base when they were skillfully dissuaded or misled by Minato's experienced umbu. Others, attempting to utilize various stealth techniques for infiltration, were horrified to discover that their every move seemed to be perceived by an unknown force. No amount of repositioning or concealing their presence could shake the feeling of being watched. This was, of course, due to Huang Yifei's advanced perceptive abilities and the miniature wood-release sensory probes he had quietly set up around the base. Moreover, some rude assassins attempting to forcefully breach the area triggered small wood-release traps set by Huang Yifei, ending up bound and trapped in comically absurd predicaments. Ultimately forced to flee in disgrace, days of infiltration yielded no substantial progress. Instead, they incurred significant losses, leaving Danzo both shocked and furious. Incompetent fools. A bunch of useless trash. He roared in his dark bass, shattering a teacup against the ground. And you can't even uncover the secrets of that brat Minato and a yellow-haired child. What use are you to me? He realized that his covert maneuvers had likely been detected by Minato and Huang Yifei. Amidst Danzo's furious despair, a top-secret mission directive, signed by the fourth Hokage Minato and approved by the third Hokage, was delivered to him. The content of the directive was succinct yet exceedingly stern. Recently, Konoha would execute a mission of utmost secrecy concerning the village's survival. During this operation, no department or individual was permitted to mobilize ninja forces or gather intelligence related to the mission without the Hokage's office approval. All ninjas were required to perform their duties diligently, ensuring stability within the village. Any violators, or those who acted recklessly at critical moments, disrupting the larger scheme, would be treated as traitors and dealt with ruthlessly. This stern directive was undoubtedly aimed at Danzo, serving as the most direct and severe warning. Danzo gazed at the order, his expression dark enough to seem as if it could drip with water. His solitary eye flashed with anger, resentment, and a hint of apprehension. He understood that this was a joint warning from Hiruzen and Minato, cautioning him against making any impulsive moves during this sensitive period surrounding Kushina's impending labor, lest they eliminate him as a destabilizing factor at any cost. Yamato, Minato, and that Huang Yifei. Danzo ground his teeth as he muttered these three names, his murderous intent growing like a venomous serpent. Yet, he ultimately subdued his rage and impulses. He recognized that it was not yet time for an outright confrontation with the third Hokage and Minato, especially as they were already on guard and held the moral high ground. Humph, let you revel in your temporary triumph. Danzo scoffed inwardly. When the chaos of the Nine Tails truly erupts and the village is thrown into turmoil, we shall see if you can remain so composed. Though he chose to bide his time for now, he had already begun to plot how to exploit the forthcoming catastrophe to seize the greatest advantage. Meanwhile, Minato and Huang Yifei, having successfully repelled Danzo's advances and issued him a stern warning, remained vigilant. They knew that an ambitious figure like Danzo would never easily relent. He was akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, capable of striking unexpectedly. Thus, while continuing their preparations for battle, they also allocated some of their focus to closely monitor Danzo and the Root organization, remaining wary of any potential treachery from him. A subtle yet fierce struggle surrounding the impending Nine Tails incident had quietly begun beneath the surface of Konoha's tranquility. At merely 9 years of age, Huang Yifei, the budding first Hokage, was not only tasked with engaging in a life-and-death struggle against the enigmatic masked man and the rampaging Nine Tails on the battlefield, but was also compelled to engage in a battle of wits with an old fox like Danzo in the shadows. The challenges he faced were far more severe and complex than anyone could imagine. Yet he remained undaunted, for he understood that what he was protecting was worth his very life. Chapter 29, A Storm Approaches. The due date of Kushina is near. The passage of time never halts for anyone's hopes or fears. Amidst the tense preparations and undercurrents, the due date of Kushina, the vessel of the Nine Tails, loomed over Konoha like a Damocles sword, drawing closer by the day. The atmosphere in the village grew increasingly delicate. Ordinary villagers remained immersed in the joy and anticipation surrounding the fourth Hokage and his wife, often seen with children's innocent smiles gracing the streets. While businesses thrived more than usual, the sun shone brightly, birds chirped, and flowers bloomed. Everything appeared so tranquil and beautiful, seemingly heralding the arrival of a hopeful new era. However, for those high-ranking ninjas aware of the underlying situation, as well as the elites involved in the core security mission, this surface calm was akin to a thin sheet of rice paper concealing the turbulent and potentially explosive waves beneath. They could keenly sense a suffocating pressure permeating the air, one that was palpable yet elusive, as if an unprecedented and colossal storm were silently gathering beyond the distant horizon, amassing enough power to obliterate everything, waiting for the opportune moment to descend with the might of thunder. Namake's Minato, the young fourth Hokage, was on the verge of fatherhood, devoting nearly all his energy to the security of Kushina and preparing for any unforeseen circumstances that might arise. His brilliant golden hair seemed to have lost some of its former luster due to days of relentless toil, while a gentle smile remained on his face. A hint of unmasked gravity and exhaustion lingered in his brow. He stood vigilantly by Kushina's side, using his warm and sturdy arms to create an impenetrable barrier for his wife and their unborn child. He meticulously inspected each barrier, trap, and defensive detail at the delivery location, ensuring that nothing was overlooked. He tirelessly rehearsed various potential crises and devised contingency plans, striving for flawless foresight. He even spent sleepless nights poring over the materials provided by Huang Yifei regarding the improved Four Red Suns formation and the Flying Thunder God technique, hoping to integrate these formidable aids swiftly to unleash their full potential. Uzumaki Kushina, the spirited yet tender-hearted host of the Nine Tails, sensed the sacrifices made by her husband and the entire village on her behalf. Her fiery red hair fell gracefully over her shoulders, devoid of its usual flamboyance, replaced by a maternal softness and serenity. Gently caressing her prominent belly, she felt the robust heartbeat of the life within, her face aglow with happiness. Yet, in moments of solitude, a flicker of subtle worry and fear would occasionally cross her gaze. She understood that her child was not merely the embodiment of her love with Minato, but also the key to the village's safety, bound to the ceiling of the Nine Tails. She feared that her labor could bring calamity to the village and danger to Minato. However, in such moments, she recalled Huang Yifei, the prodigious 9-year-old disciple endowed with extraordinary wisdom and strength. Remembering the ancient tomes he had painstakingly prepared for her, along with his confident gaze and resolute words, an inexplicable strength would surge within her, dispelling all fear and trepidation. She believed in Yifei, in Minato, and most importantly, in herself. She was determined to give birth to this child successfully and, alongside Minato, safeguard their home and village. Meanwhile, Huang Yifei, the mastermind and pivotal executor of the entire battle preparation plan, had elevated his state to an unprecedented pinnacle. His deep, serene eyes sparkled with the sharpness of a hawk's gaze. Each day, he dedicated significant time to mentally rehearsing every detail and variable of the impending Nine Tails crisis, along with the various strategies he could employ to address these uncertainties. He meticulously examined all his formidable abilities, would release the elusive Flying Thunder God technique, the vast chakra rivaling that of the First Hokage, as well as his battle wisdom and composure that far surpassed his years, ensuring they could unleash their utmost power at critical moments. He understood that what lay ahead was not merely the disaster that had nearly annihilated Konoha in the original narrative, but a new script filled with unknown variables that he had altered himself. In the script, he was not only an actor but also the director and the author attempting to defy fate. He would not allow for any missteps. Kakashi Hatake, the silver-haired genius who had once crossed paths with Huang Yifei, keenly sensed the unusual tension in the village. Though unaware of the specifics, he could perceive the ominous signs from his teacher Minato's increasingly grave expression and the peculiar actions of the village's higher-ups. Silently sharpening his fangs, he polished the short blade inherited from his father, White Fang, making it even sharper. He knew that regardless of what the future held, he, Kakashi Hatake, would unreservedly offer all his strength to protect this village and his comrades. Other Konoha ninjas, though largely oblivious to the truth, were also affected by this intangible atmosphere of tension, unconsciously heightening their vigilance and training. The entire village of Konoha resembled a taut bowstring, all its power coalescing into the arrow, merely awaiting the moment the trigger would be pulled. The winds grew more intense, and the clouds lowered ominously. A colossal storm poised to sweep across the entire ninja world was undeniably imminent. Huang Yifei stood before the window of his room, gazing at the luminous yet somewhat chilly moon in the night sky, his eyes deep as the ocean. Within him, there was no fear, no retreat, only a blazing flame of guardianship. "Come forth," he murmured, a confident and steely smile gracing his lips. "No matter who you are, no matter how strong you may be, if you seek to take away what I cherish, you must first step over my corpse." Though his voice was soft, it resonated with an unyielding resolve, unmistakable in its finality. This night was destined to be sleepless. Chapter 30. The night before the final battle, the unquenchable golden gleam. Time flowed on. Kushina's due date arrived amidst the intense anxiety and anticipation of a select few who were in the know. It was a moonless night, devoid of starlight, with thick, leaden clouds hanging heavily over Konoha, suffocating the air and making even breathing feel laborious. A disquieting restlessness pervaded the atmosphere, as if something dreadful were about to awaken from the darkness. Kushina had been discreetly relocated to an underground delivery room, meticulously chosen and arranged by Huang Yifei and Minato. Situated in a concealed area on the outskirts of Konoha, far removed from the village's clamor, it was enveloped by dense forest. Huang Yifei utilized the properties of wood release to construct natural barriers around the delivery room, seamlessly integrated into the environment. These barriers not only effectively block chakra detection, but could also transform into indomitable defensive walls in critical moments. Inside the delivery room, powerful defensive and sensing barriers, reinforced by elite members of the barrier team and Minato himself, were laid out, capable of withstanding an assault from shadow-level adversaries. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, personally commanded the temporary command post surrounding the delivery room, mobilizing the village's most elite Umbu forces and his most trusted jonin to safeguard the entire area as if it were an impenetrable fortress. All ninjas involved in the security mission were on high alert, their nerves stretched to the utmost. As night deepened, silence enveloped the surroundings. Only the occasional mournful cries of unknown creatures from the depths of the forest added an eerie and ominous quality to the tense night. Huang Yifei did not linger near the delivery room. He understood that with the fourth Hokage Minato and the third Hokage present, there was little cause for concern regarding safety. Instead, he had ventured alone to a small hill on the outskirts of Konoha, offering a sweeping view of the village and the approximate location of Kushina's delivery. He sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed, as his profound sensory abilities were unleashed without reservation, enveloping everything within a radius of several kilometers like an invisible web, capturing all subtle movements. He was waiting for the fated arrival of an unexpected guest. At that moment, a golden figure appeared beside him silently, like a specter. It was Minato Namikaze. He wore his characteristic gentle smile, yet his eyes betrayed an unmistakable gravity and determination. "Yifei, what brings you here alone?" Minato's voice resonated with clarity in the stillness of the night sky. Huang Yifei slowly opened his eyes, gazing at his mentor, and replied calmly, "Teacher Minato, this place offers a broad view, allowing me to perceive the surroundings more effectively. Moreover, should the mysterious figure donning the whirlpool mask truly materialize, this might serve as an excellent ambush point." Though his tone remained tranquil, a sense of composure and resolve beyond his years emanated from his words. Upon hearing this, a flicker of complex emotion crossed Minato's azure eyes. He regarded his 9-year-old disciple, who had already shouldered such a heavy burden, with an indescribable sense of gratitude and guilt. He placed a gentle hand on Huang Yifei's shoulder and, with a slightly hoarse voice, said, "Yifei, I'm sorry for putting you through this. You shouldn't have to bear this weight." Huang Yifei shook his head, steadfastly meeting Minato's gaze, and earnestly replied, "Teacher Minato, you once told me that true strength lies not merely in possessing power, but in understanding how to wield it for protection. It is my honor and responsibility to safeguard you, to protect Kushina-sensei, and to defend our shared home." His words were resolute, brimming with undeniable sincerity and determination. Minato gazed into Huang Yifei's clear and resolute eyes, and he felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, as if a tidal wave had crashed over him. He knew he had not erred in choosing this student. This disciple possessed not only an unparalleled talent, but also a heart as pure and powerful as gold. Taking a deep breath, he buried all his worries and reluctance deep within, allowing his face to once again radiate that signature, warm, and confident smile. He earnestly patted Huang Yifei's shoulder, his tone filled with trust, expectation, and a subtle weight of responsibility. "Yifei, the future of Konoha, Naruto's future. And our fates rest entirely in your hands." This charge was not only a testament to Huang Yifei's abilities, but also felt like a final entrustment before facing the grim specter of life and death. Huang Yifei nodded vigorously, his gaze shimmering with unprecedented determination and sharpness, responding with a resounding voice, "Teacher Minato, rest assured. I, Huang Yifei, vow in my name that I shall not allow tragedy to unfold. The golden light shall never extinguish." Under the tranquil moonlit night, master and disciple forged the heaviest and most resolute of oaths on the eve of a battle that would determine countless fates. The night breeze swept through, lifting their hair and dispelling the final vestiges of hesitation and uncertainty in the air. Their gazes turned towards the distant forest shrouded in darkness, as if they could already perceive the impending arrival of their destined adversary, the one wearing the whirlpool mask. A monumental battle of epic proportions was on the brink of commencement. and they were fully prepared to face whatever lay ahead. Chapter 31. Undercurrent Surge. The masked man's conspiracy approaches. The night deepened. Heavy clouds, akin to spilled ink, swathed the sky in impenetrable darkness, mercilessly devouring even the faintest glimmer of moonlight. A suffocating air of oppression pervaded, reminiscent of the eerie stillness before a tempest. Outside Konoha village, within a heavily guarded secret delivery room, lights blazed brightly. Kushina Uzumaki lay on the soft delivery bed, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, her once rosy cheeks now pale from intense contractions. She bit down hard, gripping the sheets tightly as she valiantly endured the waves of pain crashing over her. Surrounding her were several experienced medical ninjas and the third Hokage's wife, Iwako Sarutobi, all engaged in a tense yet organized effort to alleviate Kushina's suffering and assist her in delivering her child. Minato Namikaze stood steadfastly by Kushina's side, gripping her hand tightly, his eyes filled with concern and affection. He continuously offered soothing words of encouragement, despite the heavy stone of dread and uncertainty weighing upon his heart. He could distinctly sense that as Kushina progressed in labor, the previously stable seal of the nine tails within her was visibly loosening and weakening. A ferocious and malevolent chakra was seeping from the cracks of the seal, sending waves of alarm through him. Kushina, hold on. Just a bit more. The child is almost here, Iwako commanded with calm assurance. Kushina let out a painful scream, summoning every ounce of strength. Finally, amidst a resounding wail, a new life entered the world. It's a boy. A very healthy boy. The medical ninjas erupted in joyous cheers. Minato gazed down at the golden-haired infant swaddled in blankets, a profound joy and exhilaration swelling within him. He carefully took his child from the medical ninjas, feeling an unprecedented sense of responsibility and duty wash over him. Our child, Uzumaki Naruto, Minato's voice trembled with emotion. Kushina mustered her last bit of strength to lift her head, gazing at the fruit of their love with a weak yet radiant smile. However, in that tender and heartwarming moment, calamity struck. Outside the delivery room, the once tranquil night sky suddenly distorted, revealing a bizarre, swirling space ripple without warning. In an instant, a mysterious figure donned in an orange whirlpool mask and a black cloak emerged silently from the twisted space. The moment he appeared, a chilling and malevolent aura spread like a plague, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it had solidified. Who goes there? The Umbu ninjas stationed outside, responsible for perimeter vigilance, sensed the uninvited guest's arrival almost simultaneously. They immediately sounded the alarm and, without hesitation, launched fearless attacks against the masked figure. Dozens of gleaming kunai and shurikens soared towards the masked man like a torrential rain, while powerful ninjutsu from all directions sought to seal off his escape routes. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming assault that would terrify even the most seasoned Jonin, the mysterious masked man merely scoffed disdainfully. At the moment the kunai, shuriken, and ninjutsu were about to make contact, his body transformed into a mere illusion, flickering unpredictably as all attacks passed through him as though he were an ephemeral specter, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Shimura Tensei, on a distant hill, Huang Yifei, keenly attuned to the movements below through his advanced perception abilities, felt a peculiar disturbance in the spatial fabric and the signature phasing ability of the masked man. His gaze sharpened, and he silently acknowledged the arrival of the enigmatic figure, the puppeteer behind the curtain. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the delivery room, the dark ninjas who launched their assault were met with disbelief as their determined strikes proved utterly ineffective against the masked man. How could this be? What manner of monster is he? In that fleeting moment of shock, the mysterious masked man, akin to a bolt of lightning, breached their defenses and appeared at the threshold of the delivery room. His solitary eye, concealed beneath the mask, gleamed with a cold and merciless light, fixated on the newborn Naruto, who was wailing in his cradle. "Kyubi, I have arrived," he rasped, his voice laden with insatiable greed and madness. He reached out, intent on piercing the barrier of the delivery room to seize both the newborn and the unstable seal of the nine tails within him. Yet, just as his hand was about to breach the barrier, a golden figure, like an arrow released from a bow, suddenly obstructed his path, none other than the timely reacting Namikaze Minato. "You shall not succeed," Minato bellowed, his eyes aflame with wrath and intent to kill. Without hesitation, he hurled his specially crafted kunai towards the masked man's throat. igniting a fateful battle over the Nine Tails and the newborn. Elsewhere, Shimura Danzo, who had remained passive until now, detected the unusual chakra fluctuations and the scent of battle near Kushina's delivery site through his network of spies planted within the higher echelons of Konoha and his own specialized perception techniques. His solitary eye shimmered with excitement and avarice, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. "Ah, as I anticipated, the spectacle is about to commence," he murmured hoarsely, licking his parched lips. "Let us see what splendid performance Watergate, Huang Yifei, and that wretched Nine Tails can deliver." He refrained from mobilizing his forces immediately, instead opting to observe like a serpent lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to exploit the chaos and seize the greatest advantage. A tumultuous undercurrent surged, fraught with peril. Konoha Village, a great ninja stronghold that had stood resilient through storms for decades, was on the brink of its darkest and most treacherous night. And on this night, the 9-year-old Huang Yifei, the budding first Hokage of Konoha, would rise to challenge fate itself, wielding a seemingly juvenile yet profoundly potent power to protect all that he cherished. The curtain of battle had risen. Chapter 32, The Birth of Naruto. The masked man appears to seize the Nine Tails. Outside the delivery room, the air seemed to congeal, an oppressive atmosphere permeating every corner. Minato's strike, infused with lethal conviction, surged forth with unparalleled speed and brilliance, aimed at the masked man's throat. The specially crafted kunai traced a sharp golden arc through the night, moving so swiftly it nearly surpassed the limits of human perception. Any ordinary ninja, faced with such a rapid and precise onslaught, would scarcely have time to react before meeting their demise. Yet, the figure behind the orange whirlpool mask merely scoffed dismissively. Just as Minato's kunai was set to pierce his throat, his form shimmered, becoming as insubstantial as a wisp of smoke. The golden kunai passed through the masked man's body, striking nothing but air. Again with this uncanny ability, Minato's pupils constricted, his wariness heightened to its zenith. He had learned from his conversation with Huang Yifei that this masked man possessed the bizarre ability to phase through attacks, rendering physical strikes ineffective. However, experiencing this troublesome power firsthand filled him with profound trepidation. This ability was truly a nightmare for all taijutsu and close combat ninjas. As Minato's strike fell short and his form momentarily stalled, the phasing masked man launched a swift counterattack, like a viper striking its prey. His right hand, unbeknownst to him, had already penetrated the sturdy barrier of the delivery room, reaching directly for the newborn Naruto, who was still wailing in his cradle. Naruto. Minato's heart raced as he witnessed the unfolding horror, his voice a mix of fury and despair. He had not anticipated the masked man's intentions to be so clear-cut and ruthless. Without a second thought, he propelled himself forward, a golden blur racing towards his son with even greater speed. Almost simultaneously, within the delivery room, Uzumaki Kushina, having just endured excruciating labor and still weakened, sensed the shocking turn of events. Upon seeing the shadowy figure with the bizarre mask extending its hand toward her newborn, a torrent of indescribable fury and maternal instinct erupted from her core like a volcano. "Do not touch my child," Kushina shrieked, her fiery red hair standing on end with rage, her eyes ablaze with a terrifying crimson glow. Ignoring her frail state, she summoned the remnants of her chakra, attempting to unleash the Uzumaki clan's most powerful binding technique, adamantine sealing chains. However, she was ultimately a moment too late and underestimated the masked man's cold cruelty. Just as Minato was about to reach Naruto, and Kushina was on the verge of activating her technique, the mysterious masked man wore a cruel and mocking grin. He lifted Naruto with a swift motion. "Minato, if you wish for your child's survival, stay away from the Nine Tails." The masked man hissed with a voice as icy as the depths of despair, brandishing a kunai that glimmered ominously, its tip poised against Naruto's delicate neck. With the slightest pressure, this fragile life, newly arrived in the world, could be extinguished. "Bastard!" Minato's forward momentum faltered, his face contorted with unprecedented anger and urgency. Yet he forced himself to suppress his murderous intent, knowing he could not risk his newborn's life. Kushina, faced with this sudden turn of events, halted her impending adamantine sealing chains, her face a mask of despair and helplessness, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. "Please, don't hurt my child," she pleaded, her voice trembling, the essence of a mother's vulnerability laid bare in that moment. The atmosphere within the delivery room became unbearably oppressive. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and the medical ninjas stood frozen, pale with fear, their bodies rigid, scarcely daring to breathe. The masked man appeared to be quite pleased with the reactions of Minato and Kushina. His single eye, concealed beneath the mask, gleamed with a sense of triumph. Now, Fourth Hokage, take your child and leave this place. Do not attempt to approach until I have dealt with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, or else his words trailed off. But the kunai pressed against Naruto's neck inched closer, the threat unmistakable. Minato clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging painfully into his palms, blood trickling through his fingers. Yet he felt no pain. His heart was ablaze with fury and an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The illustrious golden flash of Konoha, the future Fourth Hokage, was being threatened by a mysterious scoundrel with his newborn child, forced to watch as his wife fell into peril. What a profound humiliation. Yet he knew he must remain composed. He had to endure. For Naruto, for Kushina, for all of Konoha. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the raging tempest within him and spoke as calmly as possible. Very well, I agree. Release Naruto, and I will take him away. A wise choice. The masked man scoffed, casually tossing the swaddled Naruto towards Minato. Minato rushed forward, carefully cradling his child. As he felt the soft, warm life in his arms, his worries eased slightly. Turning to Kushina, he caught a glimpse of his wife, tears streaming down her face, yet her eyes urged him to leave with their child. A piercing pain and reluctance filled his heart. He understood the peril Kushina would face in his absence, but he also knew he had no other option. Wait for me, Kushina. I will return to save you. Minato silently vowed, and without a shred of hesitation, he embraced Naruto and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from the delivery room in an instant. At that moment, the enigmatic masked man immediately cast his greedy, malevolent gaze upon Kushina, who lay on the delivery bed, weakened from childbirth and the loosening seal of the Nine-Tails. Your mission, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, is now over. The masked man emitted a hoarse, sinister chuckle, akin to a death knell from the depths of hell. Now, let me liberate the pitiful fox within you. Before his words faded, his right hand, concealed beneath the black cloak, lunged forth, fingers clawing mercilessly into Kushina's slightly swollen abdomen due to her pregnancy. A blood-curdling scream erupted from Kushina, echoing through the silent night. Following this, an enormous torrent of blood-red chakra, brimming with fury, hatred, and a sense of annihilation, surged violently from Kushina's body, akin to a flood breaking through a dam. A terrifying roar, potent enough to shatter the heavens, erupted from the blood-red chakra. The Nine-Tails, a beast sealed for decades, embodying disaster and destruction, finally broke free of all restraints, re-emerging into the world. Its colossal form nearly shattered the delivery room. 9 massive tails, as thick as mountains, whipped furiously behind it, each movement conjuring devastating gusts of wind. Its crimson eyes, ablaze with ferocious anger, fixated on the masked man who released it from its seal and on Konoha, the village that had subjected it to years of torment, filled with unending resentment and murderous intent. Konoha, I shall obliterate you all. The Nine-Tails bellowed, raising its colossal paw, unhesitatingly striking down upon the very land that had imprisoned it. An unprecedented calamity was upon them. Chapter 33. The Nine-Tails rampages through Konoha. Minato and the masked man. A resounding roar akin to 1,000 thunderclaps shattered the tranquil night sky of Konoha. The Nine-Tails' colossal paw, wielding cataclysmic force, crashed down onto the ground. The earth trembled violently, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck, with grotesque cracks rapidly spreading like a spider's web. The wooden barriers meticulously arranged by H10, as well as the powerful defensive barriers reinforced by elite ninjas and Minato himself, crumbled like fragile eggshells under the Nine-Tails' unrelenting assault, disintegrating into a flurry of debris. Countless Umbu ninjas and elite jonin stationed on the periphery, even without time to scream, were instantly engulfed by the furious shockwave and flying rubble, reduced to mere remnants of flesh and bone. Those fortunate enough to survive were left paralyzed with terror, their faces etched with despair and dread. It's truly the Nine-Tails. Run, run for your lives. Hokage-sama, help. The anguished cries, desperate pleas, and the thunderous sound of collapsing buildings resonated throughout Konoha. The once prosperous and peaceful village transformed into a hell on earth under the wrath of the Nine-Tails. Houses crumbled as if made of paper, reduced to smoldering ruins. The streets were filled with panicked villagers fleeing in all directions. Blood and flames stained the once tranquil land. Ha! Destroy everything, Ninetales. Pour out all your wrath and hatred upon this hypocritical village. The mysterious masked man floated in the air, observing the apocalyptic scene below with a twisted sense of delight. The single eye hidden beneath his mask glimmered with a cold, ruthless light, as if relishing a grand and magnificent feast of destruction that he had orchestrated. At this moment, Minato had secured Naruto and the critically weakened Kushina within a secret safe house, fortified with powerful wooden defenses and concealed barriers, prepared in advance by age 10. Having accomplished this, he hesitated not a moment longer and rushed back to the battlefield, now transformed into a realm of despair. As he surveyed the devastated village, listened to the anguished screams, and inhaled the thick scent of blood and despair, his azure eyes ignited with unbridled fury and a thirst for vengeance. You despicable bastard! Minato ground his teeth, knowing that the masked man was still lurking in the shadows, waiting for the Ninetales to lay waste to Konoha. He had to stop the Ninetales swiftly and find a way to unearth this villain. However, faced with the rampaging Ninetales and the enigmatic masked man with his bizarre spatio-temporal eye techniques, he understood that relying solely on his own strength would be insufficient. His primary objective was to minimize the village's losses and protect as many villagers as possible. All ninjas capable of fighting. Organize immediately. Evacuate the villagers. Lure the Ninetales away from the village. Minato's voice, imbued with powerful chakra, resonated across the chaotic battlefield, serving as a beacon of calm for the once panicked Konoha ninjas. As the fourth Hokage, he led by example, becoming a streak of golden light as he darted through the burning village, employing the Flying Thunder God technique to rescue groups of trapped villagers and transport them to safety. Simultaneously, he was vigilantly monitoring the movements of the Ninetales, while also seeking the whereabouts of the masked man lurking in the shadows. He understood that this would be an exceptionally arduous battle. However, as Namake's Minato, he would never falter. For the sake of Konoha, for his family, and for all those who placed their trust in him, he would fight until the very last moment. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shimura Danzo, who had remained inactive, deep within the dark confines of his root organization's base. Since the unusual chakra fluctuations and the aura of battle near Kushina's location, thanks to the spies he had embedded within Konoha's higher echelons and his own specialized sensory techniques. An excited and greedy glint sparkled in his lone eye, and a sinister smile crept across his lips. Humph, as I anticipated, the grand spectacle is about to commence. Danzo licked his cracked lips, muttering hoarsely to himself, that yellow-haired brat, Namake's Minato, though somewhat capable, will likely struggle to preserve his own safety against the Ninetales and that mysterious assailant. Once they are mutually exhausted and the village descends into chaos, it will be the perfect opportunity for me, Shimura Danzo, to emerge and seize control of the aftermath. He did not immediately mobilize the forces of Root for support. Instead, he waited with keen interest, like a serpent lurking in the shadows, anticipating the moment the situation would further deteriorate. A moment that would allow him to exploit the turmoil for his greatest advantage. The undercurrents surged, fraught with peril. Konoha, this great ninja village that had stood resiliently through storms for decades, was on the verge of experiencing its darkest and most dangerous night in history. Chapter 34, Konoha in Peril. The third Hokage's Resolve and Twilight. The fury of the Ninetales raged through Konoha like a wildfire, leaving a path of charred earth and ruin in its wake. The village, once a symbol of peace and prosperity, was now engulfed by relentless flames and thick smoke. The air heavy with the acrid scent of sulfur, burnt wood, and the nauseating stench of blood. Countless innocent villagers were abruptly awakened from their slumber, only to be buried beneath collapsing structures or obliterated by the ferocious-tailed beast bomb, leaving no trace of their existence. Those fortunate enough to escape fled like headless flies, panicking in the burning streets, their faces etched with despair and terror. Their cries for help, drowned out by the deafening explosions and the roars of the Ninetales, seemed so small and powerless. The ninjas of Konoha, after the initial shock and chaos, quickly organized themselves, led by their respective captains, risking their lives in a desperate struggle against the calamity that was the Ninetales. Some focused on evacuating and protecting the innocent villagers, guiding them to relatively safe shelters on the outskirts of the village. Others, steeling their courage, launched wave after wave of attacks against the colossal nine-tails. Fire release, great fireball technique. Water release, water severing wave. Earth release, earth flow river. Wind release, vacuum sphere. A myriad of diverse ninjutsu erupted like splendid fireworks in the night sky, crashing heavily against the massive form of the nine-tails. Yet, these techniques, powerful in the eyes of ordinary ninjas, were but a mere tickle to the thick-skinned, chakra-abundant nine-tails, inflicting no substantial harm whatsoever. The nine-tails scarcely deigned to acknowledge these minuscule attackers, impatiently swatting them away with its 9 formidable tails or casually unleashing a small-tailed beast bomb. Effortlessly swatting away clusters of Konoha ninjas as if they were mere flies, sending them crashing or rendering them unconscious. The disparity in strength between the two sides was simply too vast. This was not a battle of equals, but rather an outright massacre. Damn it! This beast is too powerful. Our attacks are utterly ineffective. Hold the line. We must not let it approach the villagers' shelter. Medical team, quickly. There are numerous casualties here. On the battlefield, the anguished roars of Konoha ninjas echoed alongside desperate cries and the moans of the dying. Blood stained their battle garb and the beloved earth beneath their feet. Yet, they did not yield. They erected fragile yet indomitable lines of defense with their own flesh and blood between the rampaging nine-tails and the innocent villagers. They embodied the unquenchable will of fire that belonged to the ninjas of Konoha. At the forefront of the battlefield, an elderly man with white hair, clad in the Hokage's ceremonial robe, his face etched with the marks of time, stood resolutely amidst the raging winds and flames, his gaze gravely fixed upon the rampaging nine-tails. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, renowned as the professor of ninja techniques. In this moment, the warmth and kindness he typically exuded had vanished, replaced by the resolve and responsibility befitting a Hokage. His aged form appeared small and fragile before the raging nine-tails, as if it could be swallowed by the cataclysmic force at any moment. Yet, his eyes remained bright and steadfast, brimming with indomitable fighting spirit. "Enma, arise!" Hiruzen shouted, forming seals with swift hands. With a puff of white smoke, a towering figure emerged beside him, wielding a powerful golden staff and radiating a formidable aura. It was Enma, the king of the monkey, a powerful summoning beast with an indestructible body, with whom Hiruzen had signed a contract. "Hiruzen, the situation seems dire," Enma remarked gravely, glancing at the nine-tails wreaking havoc. "Humph, a mere unleashed-tailed beast dares to run rampant in my Konoha." Hiruzen scoffed, his gaze sharpening. "Enma, lend me your strength. Today, let this beast experience the might of Konoha." "All right, I'm more than willing to oblige." Enma laughed heartily, his golden staff instantly enlarging into a massive iron rod dozens of meters long, crashing down toward the head of the nine-tails. Simultaneously, Hiruzen launched his own attack, forming seals with rapid precision, unleashing a torrent of flames. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. A fierce fire dragon, composed of scorching flames, roared forth from his mouth, flanking Enma's golden staff as they converged upon the nine-tails. Faced with the combined assault of these two formidable foes, the nine-tails finally cast its violent gaze in their direction. It emitted a disdainful grunt, and one of its powerful tails swept out like a pillar, effortlessly batting Enma's colossal staff aside. Then, it opened its massive maw, unleashing a tailed beast bomb infused with immense chakra, hurtling toward Hiruzen's fire dragon and himself with terrifying force. Boom! A violent explosion erupted once more. Hiruzen's fire dragon disintegrated instantly under the overwhelming might of the tailed beast bomb. The powerful shockwave sent both Hiruzen and Enma reeling backward several steps, their blood surging. "Damn it! This beast's power exceeds my expectations." Hiruzen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression growing increasingly grave. He understood that, in his current state and with Enma's strength, it was nearly impossible to suppress this fully unleashed nine-tails in a direct confrontation. Unless his gaze inadvertently swept over the Konoha ninjas, who were engaged in a desperate struggle against the nine-tails, yet continually falling, as well as the innocent villagers crying out in despair amid the ruins, filling his heart with an indescribable pain and reluctance. It cannot continue like this, or the entire Hidden Leaf village will be utterly destroyed by this beast. A resolute thought quietly arose in his heart. He took a deep breath, and a fleeting sense of melancholic despair crossed his eyes, alongside an unwavering determination. Sarutobi, perhaps we should resort to that technique. The voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen was unusually hoarse and deep. Upon hearing this, the Monkey King trembled violently, looking at Hiruzen in disbelief. Hiruzen, are you truly considering using the Dead Demon Consuming Seal? The Dead Demon Consuming Seal, that ultimate forbidden technique, summons the Shinigami at the cost of the user's soul to seal both the enemy and oneself. Once employed, the user is undoubtedly doomed. Do we have any other options? Hiruzen replied with a sorrowful smile, his gaze filled with helplessness and tragic resolve. Given that Minato, as the fourth Hokage, needed to oversee the situation and protect his family, he was at a loss. Besides us, who else in the village could possibly stop this beast? For the sake of Konoha and those innocent villagers, what does it matter if I sacrifice this old body of mine? His tone was calm and indifferent, as if narrating something entirely unrelated to himself. Yet, the Monkey King could clearly sense the weight of responsibility and duty that lay within his words. The Monkey King opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately, it transformed into a helpless sigh. He understood that once Hiruzen made a decision, no one could alter it. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved to utilize the Dead Demon Consuming Seal at any cost, ready to perish alongside the Nine Tails, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A youthful yet commanding voice, imbued with immense authority and overwhelming presence, thundered from the heavens, resonating throughout the chaotic battlefield. Nine Tails, your opponent is me. From now on, this place is under my command. Though the voice was not loud, it clearly reached the ears of every Konoha ninja and villager struggling in despair. It also reached the ears of Hiruzen and the Monkey King. They quickly lifted their heads, searching for the source of the voice. In the distant night sky, a slender yet upright figure was descending slowly, stepping through the void. Behind him, flames and thick smoke illuminated his slightly youthful yet steadfast and confident face. His gaze was calm and profound, as if containing the entire cosmos. It was Huang Yifei. Chapter 35. In moments of despair, Huang Yifei's divine proclamation. The night grew deeper and more blood-soaked. Each roar of the Nine Tails struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of every Konoha survivor, instilling waves of despair and suffocation. Its colossal form moved like a natural disaster, leaving destruction in its wake, as buildings crumbled and countless lives were extinguished beneath its claws. While the ninjas of Konoha fought valiantly, their resistance appeared utterly feeble in the face of such overwhelming power. Casualties continued to mount. Blood stained the land they once cherished, tainting their unwavering spirit. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the elder who devoted his life to the village, was gravely injured, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, staining his white beard. His summoning beast, the Monkey King, was equally battered, its breath weak, nearly devoid of fighting strength. They had exerted themselves to the utmost, yet still could not halt the advancing destruction brought by the Nine Tails. Despair spread like an invisible plague in the hearts of every survivor. They watched helplessly as their homeland was ravaged, as comrades fell one by one, and as the embodiment of disaster, the Nine Tails, relentlessly drove them toward the abyss of death. Could it be that Konoha was truly destined to perish this day? Would everything they held dear vanish in this catastrophe? At the most desperate and darkest moment, the Nine Tails once again opened its gaping maw. A tailed beast ball, larger and more terrifying than any previous, rapidly took form within its mouth. This tailed beast ball was the size of a house, its surface shimmering with a harrowing dark red glow, containing enough terrifying energy to level everything within miles. Its target was unmistakably the Konoha Hospital, situated in the village's center, now filled with countless evacuees and the wounded, as well as the nearby ninja school shelter. There lay the future hope of Konoha, alongside innumerable innocent lives unarmed. The consequences of being struck by this tailed beast ball were unimaginable. No, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, cried out in despair, his eyes wide with horror. He longed to rush forth to stop it, but his injured body rendered him incapable of even standing. The surviving Konoha ninjas around him displayed similar expressions of terror. They exerted all their strength, attempting to cast ninjutsu to intercept, but their efforts seemed laughably insignificant against the cataclysmic tailed beast ball. Despair, endless despair, enveloped the hearts of everyone. They could only watch in horror as the tailed beast ball, a symbol of death and destruction, descended toward them, trailing a long tail of flames. like a spear of judgment from the heavens. Time, at that moment, seemed to stretch infinitely. Each face reflected the increasingly close, immense-tailed beast ball, and beneath its dark red glow, their pale and desperate expressions. The shadow of death had completely shrouded them. However, just as the situation reached its most critical juncture, a figure appeared before the world-ending tailed beast ball, like a dawn breaking through eternal darkness. The figure was not tall, and could even be described as somewhat frail. Its face bore youthful features, tinged with the innocence characteristic of youth. Yet, its eyes sparkled brighter than the brightest stars in the night sky, more resolute than ancient ice. An indescribable aura emanated from him, as if he were born with the supreme majesty to look down upon the world and control it all. It was Huang Yifei. He had suddenly appeared directly in front of the tailed beast ball, capable of annihilating everything without any prior indication. He floated calmly in midair, his robes billowing in the fierce winds, his slender frame appearing minuscule before the colossal tailed beast ball, as if about to be consumed by its terrifying energy. Yet, his face bore no trace of fear or panic, only an air of composure and confidence that transcended all. Ninetales, your opponent is me. From now on, this place is under my command. The youthful yet authoritative voice reverberated like thunder from the heavens, resonating throughout the chaotic and despair-ridden battlefield. The sound seemed to carry an extraordinary power, instantly piercing through all clamor and chaos, penetrating the hearts of every Konoha survivor who had long since become numb in despair. In that moment, everyone's gaze instinctively focused on the suddenly appearing youth, akin to a deity descending upon them. They gaped in disbelief, their faces etched with shock and confusion. Could it be that Lord Huang Yifei? How could he appear there? What did he intend to do? Did he truly plan to face the tailed beast ball alone? Impossible. That was the Ninetales tailed beast ball. Even the great Hokage is met with countless gasps of astonishment, skepticism, and incredulity from all directions. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, struggles to lift his head, gazing at the diminutive yet proud figure suspended in midair, his aged visage revealing unprecedented shock and concern. Yifei, quickly, take cover. It's dangerous, he desperately cries, expending the last vestiges of his strength. Yet, Huang Yifei appears oblivious to his urgent plea, remaining calmly suspended, his gaze steady upon the massive tailed beast ball hurtling toward him with apocalyptic force. A faint, almost mocking smile graces his lips, as if the terrifying orb capable of annihilating the entire Konoha hospital and its refuge is of no consequence in his eyes. Time seems to come to a standstill. Every heart is in their throats. They watch helplessly as the 9-year-old boy prepares to collide head-on with the embodiment of death and destruction. Is this the arrival of a miracle, or will it be a mutual destruction? No one knows the answer. However, a flicker of faint yet tenacious hope ignites within them, kindled by Huang Yifei's audacious declaration of divinity. Perhaps this boy, heralded as the little first Hokage of Konoha, can truly create a miracle? Chapter 36. The Wood Release. Wood Golem Technique. The boy faces the tailed beast ball head-on. The air is thick with the scent of impending destruction. The colossal tailed beast ball, the size of a house and shimmering with ominous crimson light, carries an energy potent enough to rend the earth and evaporate rivers. It descends with the force of thunder upon Huang Yifei, suspended in the air, and the refuge behind him that symbolizes the future of Konoha. The ferocious winds precede its arrival, causing the ground below to crack and the surrounding structures to groan under the immense pressure, as if they might be obliterated at any moment. In this moment, time appears to stretch infinitely. The faces of all Konoha survivors reflect the increasingly approaching, expanding sphere of death, juxtaposed against the fragile figure of the boy. Their hearts race, nearly choking their breath away. Yifei, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, emits a heart-wrenching wail, his eyes filled with despair and grief. He cannot fathom that this boy, upon whom he had placed such hopes, and who was deemed the beacon of Konoha's future, could fall in such a tragic manner amidst this calamity. Yet, just as all believed Huang Yifei to be doomed, that a miracle would not arrive, the calm boy suspended in the air finally moved. His tranquil, profound eyes suddenly ignited with two dazzling beams of light. An overwhelming, suffocating chakra, replete with vibrant life and supreme authority, erupted from his seemingly frail form. As if an ancient dragon, long dormant, had awakened from a million-year slumber. The Wood Release Secret Technique. Huang Yifei's hands moved with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, rapidly forming intricate and esoteric seals before his chest. With each completed seal, the vast chakra of wood release intensified, becoming denser and more ferocious. His youthful face flushed from the immense chakra exertion, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yet his gaze remained resolute, brimming with undeniable confidence and a commanding aura. Wood golem technique. At the moment the final seal was completed, Huang Yifei opened his eyes wide and unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens. The earth trembled violently in response to his shout. Then, under the incredulous, almost bulging eyes of onlookers, numerous colossal trees, harder than steel and thicker than mountains, erupted from the ground in a frenzy. Centering around the void beneath Huang Yifei's feet, these were no ordinary trees. Each one contained pure wood-release chakra, glimmering with a faint emerald light and emanating an aura of terrifying power. They grew, intertwined, spiraled, and coalesced at a speed visible to the naked eye. In mere moments, a towering figure, 100 meters tall, reminiscent of a fierce and mighty giant from ancient myth, rose proudly between heaven and earth. This wooden giant, forged from the hardest wood, bore a surface adorned with scales reminiscent of a dragon. Its head was fearsome, its eyes glowing with a ghostly green light, exuding ferocity and majesty. Its robust body seemed to harbor an earth-shattering power, with arms thick and strong, fingers sharp like iron claws gleaming with a chilling light. The wood golem technique. This is the first Hokage's wood golem technique. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Upon witnessing the towering wooden giant, his aged face was painted with disbelief and elation, his voice trembling with overwhelming excitement, causing his pipe to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. The wood golem technique. This was the ultimate secret art that brought fame to the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, capable of clashing directly with the complete Susanoo and tailed beasts. Since the passing of the first Hokage, this legendary technique had become lost to time. Even Yamato, once hailed as the inheritor of wood release, could not perform such a complete and powerful wood golem technique. Yet now, this 9-year-old boy, Huang Yifei, had flawlessly resurrected this ultimate secret art, thought to exist only in legend. Before all, this was nothing short of a miracle. No, it transcended mere miracle. It was as if the first Hokage had returned to life. Not only the third Hokage, but all the Konoha ninjas present, well versed in the history of their village, gasped in disbelief and drew sharp breaths upon witnessing the imposing wooden giant. Their faces mirrored the same shock and elation, alongside a profound reverence and admiration for the legendary power. Heavens! It truly is the wood golem technique. The first Hokage has returned. Konoha is saved. In that moment, the shroud of despair was utterly torn asunder by the colossal wooden giant and the small, yet formidable figure of the boy standing atop it. The dawn of hope ignited like a blazing star within the hearts of every Konoha survivor. And just then, the immense tailed beast ball, carrying apocalyptic might, descended at last. It plummeted toward the newly formed wooden giant and the refuge behind it, symbolizing Konoha's future. Faced with this cataclysmic assault, the towering wooden giant remained unshaken. Its fearsome head reared back, emitting a deafening silent roar. Then, its robust arms crossed before its chest, forming an unyielding wooden barrier. It intended to bear the full brunt of the annihilating tailed beast ball with its own chest. Madness. He must be mad. A ninja gasped in disbelief. However, Huang Yifei's gaze remained as tranquil as water, imbued with absolute confidence. Boom. In the next instant, the enormous tailed beast orb, the size of a house, collided fiercely with the towering 100-meter wooden giant. The deafening explosion resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, akin to the arrival of the apocalypse. A terrifying shockwave of energy surged forth like a tsunami, sweeping wildly in all directions. Wherever it passed, the ground fractured, rocks shattered, and the air seemed ignited. Emitting a piercing shriek, the entire Hidden Leaf village trembled violently under this cataclysmic force, as if it could collapse at any moment. Yet, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The 100-meter-tall wooden giant, despite sustaining severe damage to its chest, with splinters flying and a massive gash appearing, stood resolutely in place, unwavering. Its crossed arms, though marred with cracks, remained indomitable. The terrifying tailed beast orb, capable of flattening the entire Leaf Hospital and shelter, had its world-destroying energy completely countered by this colossal wooden figure in the most brazen and inconceivable manner. As the smoke gradually dissipated, when the onlookers beheld this awe-inspiring sight, the entire world seemed to fall silent at that moment. Everyone stood transfixed, as if ensnared by a binding technique, staring at the towering wooden giant, which, despite its damaged chest, remained steadfast, alongside the calm figure of the young boy standing atop the giant, his garments billowing, lost in thought. A 9-year-old boy, the legendary wooden technique, withstood the nine-tailed beast orb. All of this felt like the most absurd dream, assaulting their already fragile nerves. He actually blocked it. Did he truly withstand the nine-tailed beast orb? After an indeterminate time, someone finally uttered a tremulous whisper, almost dreamlike. This was followed by a tsunami of ecstatic cheers, erupting from every surviving leaf inhabitant as if a volcano had erupted. Oh, 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 Huang Yifei, the hero of the leaf, the first Hokage reborn. Despair was utterly shattered at this moment. Hope rose like the sun at dawn, illuminating the earth. And Huang Yifei, this 9-year-old boy, would at this moment, with his astonishing might, etch an indelible monument in the hearts of all leaf survivors. His name would be forever linked to the legend of the first Hokage, eternally inscribed in the annals of the Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 37. The Arrival of the Flower Tree Realm. Dividing the battlefield, protecting the innocent. The feat of withstanding the nine-tailed beast orb detonated the emotions of all leaf survivors, akin to a nuclear bomb dropped on a silent battlefield. The overwhelming cheers even temporarily drowned out the nine-tail's ear-splitting roar. However, Huang Yifei's expression bore no trace of triumph or relaxation. His profound gaze remained calm, observing the increasingly frenzied nine-tails, well aware that what had just transpired was merely the beginning. The nine-tails, as the most powerful tailed beast, possessed nearly infinite chakra and remarkable vitality. To subdue it completely would be no small feat moreover, while his wooden technique had successfully blocked the tailed beast orb. The wooden giant itself had incurred significant damage, and the massive gash in its chest would take time to fully mend. If he were to endure several more tailed beast orbs, even the wooden giant might struggle to withstand the onslaught. He needed to devise a strategy to restrain the nine tails, divide the battlefield, and secure precious moments for the survivors of the leaf to breathe and regroup. Ideas raced through Huang Yifei's mind. In the next moment, a spark ignited in his eyes, and he made his decision. Standing atop the 100-meter-tall wooden giant, he rapidly formed complex and arcane hand seals with both hands. Each completed seal caused the vast chakra of wood release to surge with greater intensity, as if it were to envelop the entire world. His youthful visage, flushed from the continuous exertion of chakra, glistened with sweat that cascaded down his resolute cheeks. Yet, his eyes remained bright as stars, filled with undeniable confidence and composure. Would release secret technique. Huang Yifei's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of every onlooker. It bore a strange enchantment, momentarily quieting the chaotic battlefield. All eyes instinctively refocused on the boy standing atop the wooden giant, as if a deity had descended. They all yearned to witness what miraculous feat this boy, who had continuously defied the odds, would unveil next. The flower tree realm has arrived. As the final hand seal was completed, Huang Yifei suddenly opened his eyes wide, emitting a low command imbued with supreme authority. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground trembled violently once more fiercely and persistently than when the wooden technique first appeared. It felt as though some ancient behemoth, dormant for millions of years, was awakening from the depths of the earth. Then, under the astonished gazes of all present, the earth within a radius of several kilometers surrounding the 100-meter-tall wooden giant began to rise uncontrollably. Hard rocks, shattered bricks, and burning ruins were mercilessly torn apart and shattered by this irresistible, terrifying force. In their place emerged countless towering trees and thick vines, blocking out the sun. They erupted from the fractured ground at a terrifying speed, visible to the naked eye. These trees and vines were not ordinary plants. Each glimmered with a rich emerald radiance, adorned with peculiar spiral patterns, exuding an overwhelming vitality and formidable pressure. They appeared to possess their own life and will, growing, spreading, intertwining, and spiraling with mesmerizing beauty under Huang Yifei's command. Within mere moments, a vast, boundless forest, brimming with primal and untamed essence. Manifested as if by divine miracle upon the battlefield, now reduced to scorched earth and ruins. This forest was immense, dense, and utterly astonishing. Its canopy obscured the sky, enveloping the entire night. Its unyielding trunks stood like fortified walls, segmenting the battlefield into countless independent zones. Its serpentine vines slithered through the forest like living serpents, radiating a sense of danger. Even more astonishing was the multitude of peculiar and beautiful flowers blooming within this colossal forest birthed from wood release. These flowers, in shades of red, yellow, blue, and purple, dazzled with their vibrant colors, creating a breathtaking spectacle. They exuded an extraordinary and potent fragrance, enveloping the entire battlefield. To the ordinary person, this aroma posed no threat, even carrying a hint of refreshing sweetness. However, for those with unstable chakra or sensitive minds, it acted as a lethal sedative. The flower tree world has descended. This is, indeed, the ultimate wood-release secret technique, flower tree world. As legendary as the first Hokage, capable of creating forests, altering terrains, and even inducing hypnosis. Upon witnessing the vast and boundless forest that had materialized before him, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stood frozen, as if petrified by a spell. His aged visage was etched with shock and elation, 100-fold greater than when he first encountered the wood clone technique. He was so overwhelmed that words eluded him. He could only point with trembling fingers at the astonishing forest, uttering incomprehensible murmurs. The flower tree world. This was the divine forbidden technique executed by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, during his fateful duel with Madara Uchiha, a technique capable of altering the very landscape of battle. This ninjutsu was not merely the pinnacle of the wood-release bloodline limit. It was the perfect amalgamation of the first Hokage's boundless vitality and formidable chakra. He had never dared to dream that he would witness the reemergence of this legendary divine technique in his lifetime. Moreover, the one wielding this forbidden art was a mere 9-year-old boy. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi had no doubt left regarding Huang Yifei's identity. This boy was undoubtedly the embodiment of the first Hokage, having descended into this world through some unfathomable means. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain how he possessed such pure and powerful wood release abilities, or how he could execute techniques like the wood clone and the flower tree world. Has the first Hokage truly returned? Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes brimmed with tears as his voice trembled, nearly bringing him to his knees. The surrounding survivors of Konoha, upon witnessing the towering forest and the swirling pollen, fell into a state of stupor and distraction. Though they did not share Hiruzen's profound understanding of Konoha's history and the first Hokage's legends, they could nonetheless feel the immense sense of security and hope brought by the suddenly appearing forest and the godlike figure of the boy standing at its center. The unyielding trees enveloped them like the most nurturing embrace, completely isolating them from the rampaging nine-tails. The peculiar floral fragrance wafting through the air acted as the gentlest lullaby, gradually calming their hearts, which had been overtaken by fear and despair. Some villagers who had been driven to madness by terror found themselves miraculously quieting down, a serene expression settling upon their faces as they inhaled the pollen. This was the power of the flower tree world. It provided not only physical separation and defense, but also mental solace and protection. At the moment of the flower tree world's emergence, the previously rampaging nine-tails also appeared momentarily stunned. In its fiery crimson eyes, a glimmer of confusion and trepidation flickered. It could distinctly sense the familiar yet loathsome, terrifying aura emanating from the suddenly materialized forest and the diminutive human standing at its heart. That was the essence of Hashirama Senju. Roaring in fury, the nine-tails unleashed a more violent growl, its massive body recoiling several steps as its 9 formidable tails whipped about like frightened serpents, shattering the newly sprouted colossal trees around it. It seemed to seek an escape from this unsettling forest. However, Huang Yifei would not grant it that opportunity. Attempting to flee? It was too late. Huang Yifei scoffed, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Standing atop the head of a 100-meter-tall, giant wooden figure, he swiftly formed hand seals once more. Wood release, tree binding eternal burial on an immense scale. With a commanding shout, countless roots and vines, more robust and resilient than before, surged forth from the vast and boundless forest, as if imbued with life. wildly ensnaring the fleeing Ninetales from all directions. These roots and vines possessed not only great numbers, but also strategic angles, working in unison to create an impenetrable net that sealed off all escape routes for the Ninetales. Though the Ninetales was powerful, it found itself overwhelmed by the seemingly endless surge of wood-release creations, experiencing waves of headache and helplessness. Its colossal body was quickly ensnared by layers upon layers of roots and vines, resembling a gigantic green dumpling, rendered immobile. Despite its desperate struggles, clawing and biting at its bindings, the trees and vines it managed to destroy would swiftly regenerate under Huang Yifei's control, tightening their grip even further. In that moment, the entire battlefield descended into a peculiar equilibrium. The Ninetales, a harbinger of disaster and destruction, was ensnared by a mere 9-year-old boy using the legendary wood-release secret techniques, trapped within this vast forest of his own creation. Meanwhile, the survivors of Konoha, sheltered by this forest, temporarily escaped the threat of death and gained a precious respite. Huang Yifei, with his singular might and the divine power of wood release, effectively divided the battlefield and protected the innocent. At that moment, his figure stood tall and radiant. Chapter 38. The Reunion of the Minato Couple. Yifei, I believe in you. The expansive flower tree world loomed like an insurmountable chasm, completely separating the frenzied Ninetales from the fragile Konoha village. The swirling hypnotic pollen gradually alleviated the survivors' fears and despair, allowing them to momentarily forget the terrifying vision of impending doom they had just witnessed. Huang Yifei stood atop the head of the giant wooden figure, his gaze calmly fixed on the Ninetales, which continued to struggle in vain against the bindings of wood release. The continuous execution of the wood clone technique and flower tree world had taken a toll on him. Despite possessing the perfect sage physique and an abundance of chakra, he felt a slight fatigue creeping in. His youthful face paled slightly from the intense chakra manipulation, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his breathing grew somewhat rapid. Yet he knew this was not the time to rest. The threat of the Ninetales had not been completely neutralized. He had to remain vigilant, prepared to respond to any unforeseen developments. Just then, a golden flash, like an arrow piercing the darkness, streaked across the distant sky, racing toward Huang Yifei at an unimaginable speed. It was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. He had finally freed himself from direct concerns for Kushina and Naruto and arrived at the battlefield shrouded in the flower tree world. As the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze beheld the vast, untamed wilderness of the immense forest before him, along with the towering wooden figure that stood resolutely at its center. His azure eyes were instantly filled with an indescribable shock and awe. Could this be the arrival of the flower tree realm and the wood release technique? A tempest of emotions surged within Minato, even stronger than when he had witnessed his young disciple, Huang Yifei, execute the flying thunder god technique. He never imagined that his mere 9-year-old student could wield the legendary ultimate would release secrets, a mastery once exclusive to the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Moreover, he had simultaneously executed 2 forms. Such prowess transcended the realms of genius or prodigy. It was nothing short of a miracle. No, it was as if the first Hokage himself had been reborn. Minato even experienced a fleeting illusion that the figure atop the colossal wooden man was not his youthful disciple, but rather Hashirama Senju, the god of the ninja world who had once restored peace and established Konohagakure. The overwhelming majesty and authority exuded by that figure mirrored the very essence of nature itself. Huang Yifei, what other secrets do you conceal? Minato pondered, his gaze toward Huang Yifei growing more complex and filled with reverence. He realized that his disciple was undoubtedly more than just an ordinary wood-release talent. There were surely more astonishing secrets hidden within him. However, this was not the moment for inquiries. Taking a deep breath, Minato suppressed the tumultuous waves of emotion within him and swiftly appeared beside Huang Yifei. Yifei, are you all right? His tone was laced with concern and worry. He could distinctly sense that Huang Yifei's chakra, while still abundant, had waned slightly. Clearly, the strain of continuously executing such powerful wood-release techniques was a significant burden. Seeing his teacher arrive in time, Huang Yifei felt a slight sense of relief. He shook his head, a weary smile gracing his face. Teacher Minato, I'm fine. It's just that my chakra is a bit depleted. I just need a moment to rest. He paused, casting his gaze toward the Ninetales, which was still thrashing wildly not far away, and the portion of Konohagakure momentarily shielded by the flower tree realm. His expression grew serious. What about that masked man? Where has he gone? At this, Minato's expression darkened, and he shook his head solemnly. That guy is exceptionally cunning. His space-time ninjutsu is incredibly perplexing and troublesome. After I secured Kushina and Naruto, it seemed he had no intention of lingering for a fight. Instead, he took advantage of the chaos caused by the Nine Tails and concealed himself. Yet, I can sense he is still watching us from the shadows. We must exercise utmost caution. His tone carried a note of gravity and vigilance, aware that the masked man's target was the Nine Tails and would not easily relent. Although the masked man had previously used Naruto as a hostage to force Minato to retreat, this was more of a tactical maneuver rather than a monumental battle between the two. The masked man's actions were always centered around the Nine Tails and Kushina. Concealed himself? Huang Yifei's eyes narrowed slightly. This indeed aligned with the masked man's style. Direct confrontation had never been his forte. Manipulating events from the shadows and reaping the benefits was his specialty. However, Huang Yifei felt no trepidation. His heightened perception was continuously monitoring the battlefield, ensuring he would detect any movement from the masked man at the first opportunity. Teacher Minato, protecting Konohagakure is my duty, Huang Yifei stated calmly, then shifted the conversation. What about Kushina and Naruto? How are they faring right now? Upon mentioning his wife and newborn child, a blend of tenderness and concern illuminated Minato's face. I have placed them in the secret safe house you prepared earlier. Kushina is quite weak due to the Nine Tails being forcibly extracted, but fortunately, she has the life-preserving techniques from the ancient text you left behind, along with the strong vitality of the Uzumaki clan, so she is currently out of immediate danger. Naruto is healthy, though he was a bit frightened and has since fallen asleep. He paused, looking at Huang Yifei with gratitude and trust. Yifei, what should we do next? The Nine Tails may be temporarily restrained by your wood release, but its power is too great. It cannot hold for long. Furthermore, while the masked man is currently hidden, we cannot dismiss the possibility of his return or some hidden schemes. Minato understood that this 9-year-old disciple, despite his youth, possessed wisdom and capabilities far beyond his expectations. In this critical moment, concerning the survival of the entire village, he was more inclined to trust and rely on Huang Yifei's judgment. Huang Yifei's gaze sharpened. He knew that now was not the time to relax. The threat of the Nine Tails must be resolved swiftly, and the enigmatic masked man was in even greater peril. Taking a deep breath, his resolve solidified as he spoke with determination. Teacher Minato, we must swiftly reseal the Nine Tails. And we must employ a sealing method that requires no sacrifices. A sealing method that requires no sacrifices. Upon hearing this, Minato's eyes gleamed with hope, and his breath quickened. He recalled the preliminary concept Huang Yifei had previously shared regarding the Yin-Yang Nine Tails separation seal. Yes, Huang Yifei affirmed with a nod, confidence radiating from him. I have developed some more refined ideas. However, this sealing plan requires Kushina's cooperation in a relatively safe and stable environment. He paused, casting his gaze toward the distant Konohagakure, now sheltered by the flower tree realm, and the Nine Tails still thrashing in a frenzy. Therefore, before we initiate the sealing, we must find a way to completely suppress the Nine Tails and ensure that no external interference occurs during the process. At that moment, a voice, though weak, yet brimming with resolve and warmth, unexpectedly reached their ears. Minato, Yifei, both turned to see Kushina Uzumaki, supported by several medical ninjas, laboriously making her way toward them. Her fiery red hair, damp with sweat and fatigue, clung to her face, and her pallor indicated significant blood loss. Yet, her eyes remained bright and defiant, filled with an indomitable spirit. In her arms, she cradled a sleeping baby with golden hair, none other than the newly born Uzumaki Naruto. Kushina, what are you doing here? Your health, Minato exclaimed, alarmed, rushing forward to support her. Kushina gently pushed Minato's hand away, offering a pale yet tender smile. Minato, I'm fine. I can still fight. Her gaze shifted to Huang Yifei, filled with gratitude and trust. Yifei, I saw everything earlier. Thank you. Thank you for saving Konohagakure and our family. Seeing Kushina's frail yet resolute demeanor filled Huang Yifei with admiration and respect. Truly, she was a woman of the Uzumaki clan, worthy of being the fourth Hokage's wife. Her resilience and tenacity were indeed commendable. Kushina, you are too kind. This is merely my duty. Huang Yifei replied with a smile. Kushina took a deep breath, her gaze resolutely firm. She looked at Huang Yifei and spoke each word with conviction. Yifei, whatever you need me to do next, I will fully cooperate. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not hesitate. Though her voice was weak, the determination and will behind it were as unyielding as steel. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, observed his wife and then his most esteemed disciple, his heart swelling with indescribable pride and emotion. He understood that with a wise wife like Kushina and a talented individual like Yifei, they would undoubtedly overcome all hardships, safeguarding their home and village. He inhaled deeply, his eyes sharp and resolute, declaring, "All right, Yifei, let us proceed with your plan. I believe in you." In that moment, the fourth Hokage, Kushina, and Huang Yifei, three individuals of varying ages yet united in their mission to protect Konoha, felt their hearts intertwine. Their gazes were fixed upon the raging Nine Tails, as the prologue to a fateful battle between three heroes and the tailed beast was about to unfold. Chapter 39. The Wood Dragon Ascends. Three heroes confront the Nine Tails. With the unwavering trust and robust support of Minato and Kushina, Huang Yifei's resolve to alter fate solidified further. He recognized that the upcoming battle would be exceedingly arduous and perilous. The Nine Tails, as the most formidable of tailed beasts, possessed a terrifying power beyond the comprehension of ordinary shinobi. Even when temporarily ensnared by his floral realm, it continued to struggle and roar, each impact causing the entire domain to tremble violently, as if it could be torn apart by its brute force at any moment. Despite their considerable might, subduing the frenzied beast and achieving a flawless seal without sacrifice would not be a simple task, especially for Kushina, who had just endured childbirth and was weakened by the extraction of the Nine Tails. Although she possessed life-preserving techniques from ancient texts and the vigor of the Uzumaki clan, her current combat capacity was likely diminished. Thus, the pivotal roles in this battle lay with Huang Yifei and Minato. They needed to devise a strategy to exhaust and suppress the Nine Tails' power, minimizing costs while maximizing conditions for the subsequent sealing. "Minato-sensei, Kushina, please step back for your safety," Huang Yifei said gravely, inhaling deeply as he summoned the vast wood-release chakra within him without reservation. He understood that against an opponent of the Nine Tails' caliber, any hesitation or restraint would be a gamble with his life. He had to present his strongest form from the outset, instilling sufficient awe in the adversary. Standing atop the towering 100-meter wooden giant, he swiftly executed a series of intricate and profound hand seals, his youthful visage flushed with the intense chakra exertion, beads of sweat trickling down his resolute face, falling onto the wooden giant's head, which absorbed them as if infusing it with renewed vigor. Would release secret technique. Huang Yifei's voice resonated clearly in the still night sky, brimming with anticipation. Minato and Kushina instinctively held their breath, their eyes fixed upon the boy who stood atop the wooden giant, commanding the scene like a deity. They were eager to witness what astonishing wood-release technique this miracle-performing disciple would unveil next. Wood Dragon Technique. As the final hand seal was completed, Huang Yifei's eyes flared open, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens. Roar. It surpassed even the Nine Tails' previous howls in intensity and authority, reverberating with an overwhelming dragon's might from the vast floral realm. Then, under the incredulous gaze of all present, countless colossal trees and vines, harder than steel and thicker than mountains, surged forth from all directions of the floral realm, as if summoned by some mysterious force. They entwined, spiraled, twisted, and coalesced with a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. In mere moments, a massive wood dragon, over 100 meters in length, with a body that undulated like a mountain range, covered in indestructible dark green scales, crowned with formidable horns, and exhaling rich wood chakra, roared into the sky from the dense forest, soaring high above. This wood dragon was immense, powerful, and vividly lifelike. Its eyes, glowing with an ethereal green light, radiated authority and wisdom, as if it possessed its own soul. Its gaping maw, lined with sharp fangs, unleashed chilling gusts with each opening and closing. The sheer size of its scaled body caused the surrounding space to subtly warp with every movement. Even more astonishing, intricate golden runes were etched upon the dragon's forehead. These runes emanated a faint sealing power, suggesting that Huang Yifei had seamlessly integrated knowledge from the comprehensive sealing techniques into the very structure of this wood dragon. Wood dragon technique. This is the legendary ultimate wood-release secret technique capable of absorbing tailed beast chakra and possessing formidable sealing abilities. As told of in the tales of the first Hokage, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was struck dumb upon witnessing the fearsome wood dragon spiraling in the sky, as if he had been struck by lightning, falling into a state of shock and daze once more. If the earlier wood giant technique and the floral realm had left him astonished and ecstatic, the emergence of this lifelike, awe-inspiring wood dragon evoked a profound reverence and worship from the depths of his soul for that legendary power. The wood dragon technique. It was one of the most powerful wood-release secret techniques employed by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, to subdue and capture tailed beasts. Its power surpassed even that of the wood giant technique and floral realm. He had never dreamed that he would witness the resurrection of a technique that existed solely in myth during his lifetime, and it was executed by a mere 9-year-old boy. At that moment, Hiruzen's heart held no doubt regarding Huang Yifei's identity. This boy was undoubtedly the reincarnation of the first Hokage, having descended into this world in an inexplicable manner. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain how he possessed such pure and powerful wood-release abilities, even more refined than those of the first Hokage himself. First Hokage, you have truly returned. Hiruzen's tears flowed freely, his voice choked with emotion, nearly overwhelmed by the urge to kneel in gratitude for the first Hokage's miraculous return. Minato and Kushina, witnessing the colossal wood dragon exuding supreme dragon might, also fell into a state of shock and awe. Though they may not possess the profound understanding of Konoha's history and the legends of the first Hokage as the third Hokage did, they could still distinctly sense the terrifying pressure emanating from the colossal wooden dragon that had suddenly appeared, a force so formidable that it sent shivers down their spines. Especially for Kushina Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, her sensitivity to the chakra of tailed beasts made her acutely aware of a unique power within this giant wooden dragon, one that seemed capable of restraining and absorbing the chakra of the tailed beasts. This ignited a flicker of intense hope within her. Could Yifei truly subdue the Nine Tails? Just as the crowd was engulfed in astonishment, the massive wooden dragon coiled in the heavens let out a deafening roar, then dove down like an arrow released from a bow, fiercely charging toward the Nine-Tails fox, which was ensnared by the floral barrier. The Nine-Tails, sensing the impending threat of the giant wooden dragon, unleashed an even more furious roar. Its 9 robust tails lashed out like wild serpents, furiously striking the surrounding trees and vines in a desperate attempt to break free and confront the descending terror. However, Yifei would not grant it that opportunity. Sensei Minato, Mother Kushina, now is the time. Lend me your strength. Yifei shouted from atop the wooden figure, addressing the couple below. Understood. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki immediately responded. A glimmer of determination flashed in Minato's eyes as he swiftly formed hand seals. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. In an instant, dozens of identical shadow clones materialized onto the battlefield. These clones did not engage in direct attacks. Instead, they rapidly dispersed, occupying advantageous positions, each wielding a kunai imbued with the flickering light of the Flying Thunder God technique, prepared for action. Their mission was not one of direct offense, but to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique for swift movement and distraction, drawing the Nine-Tails' attention away and creating optimal conditions for Yifei's Wooden Dragon technique and Kushina's Diamond Lock technique. Kushina, taking a deep breath, fought through her physical weakness and excruciating pain, fully unleashing the indomitable bloodline power of the Uzumaki clan within her. Her vibrant, flame-like red hair stood on end, and her eyes glowed with a chilling scarlet light. Diamond Lock Bloodline Resonance Version. She called out with a clear, ringing voice. Countless golden chakra chains, more robust and resilient than ever before, erupted from her back like serpents with a life of their own, intertwining and spiraling in the air. These golden chains did not directly assault the Nine-Tails. Instead, they artistically and skillfully wove together, forming an enormous net of golden light that covered a vast area of several hundred meters. This magnificent net was not intended to directly bind the Nine-Tails, but to work in concert with Yifei's floral barrier, further restricting the Nine-Tails' movement and serving as an additional defensive barrier to protect the surviving villagers of Konoha in critical moments. More importantly, this net, composed of the Diamond Lock Bloodline Resonance, could amplify the sealing power inherent in Yifei's wood release, enhancing the might of the wooden dragon technique. In that moment, the battlefield was awash with the swirling wooden dragon, dazzling golden light, and the numerous golden figures dancing within, creating a grand spectacle imbued with an indescribable sense of epicness. Yifei, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki, three ninjas of different ages yet united by their shared mission to protect Konoha, established a seemingly perfect formation against the Nine Tails, built on mutual trust, synergy, and their formidable abilities. Their singular goal was to utterly subdue the raging Nine Tails and rewrite the tragic fate that lay ahead. The battle was on the brink of erupting. Chapter 40, Bloodline Resonance, True Form of the Diamond Lock. The Nine Tails is immobilized. High above in the sky, the fearsome wooden dragon released a thunderous roar, descending with unparalleled might toward the Nine Tails fox, bound by the floral barrier. Its dragon eyes, glowing with an eerie green light, were filled with cold, killing intent and absolute confidence. To it, the once mighty-tailed beast that had instilled fear throughout the ninja world seemed merely a target within its grasp. On the ground, Minato's numerous shadow clones darted about like phantoms, employing the flying thunder god technique to maneuver swiftly around the Nine Tails. Their kunai struck from unpredictable angles, targeting the beast's eyes, joints, and other vulnerable spots with precision and lethality. While these attacks may not have inflicted substantial damage on the tough-skinned Nine Tails, they successfully captured its attention, preventing it from focusing on the terrifying wooden dragon descending from above and the expansive golden net enveloping the battlefield. Meanwhile, Kushina, leveraging her nascent command of the Diamond Lock bloodline resonance, and supported by the pure life energy of wood release that Yifei had subtly infused within her, persevered through her frailty and pain, managing the golden chakra chain net with increasing stability and pressure. She felt the resonance between her Uzumaki bloodline and the golden net, along with the vast floral barrier, creating a wondrous synergy. This resonance not only refined her control over her chakra to an unprecedented level, but also allowed her to draw upon faint yet pure energy from the net and the floral realm to replenish her dwindling strength. This filled her heart with joy and gratitude, knowing it was all thanks to Yifei. The Nine Tails, sensing its dire predicament, let out an even more ferocious roar, its nine thick tails thrashing about like colossal pillars, striving to shatter the trees and vines that bound it, as well as the golden net looming above. Yet, Yifei would not allow it such an opportunity. Wood release, floral barrier compression, and reinforcement. Yifei commanded from atop the wooden figure, his eyes glinting with determination as he formed new hand seals. With his call, the already immobilizing floral barrier underwent a remarkable transformation. Countless trees and vines surged forth as if animated, compressing and wrapping around the Nine Tails with renewed vigor and oppressive force. They transformed from mere bindings into serpentine entities of terrifying might, intent on constricting and crushing the immense form of the Nine Tails. Crack, crack, crack. The unsettling sound of breaking bones echoed from within the Nine Tails' body. Evidently, under the relentless and almost perverse suppression of Huang Yifei's wood release, even the formidable Nine Tails felt waves of unbearable pain and suffocation. Ack! The Nine Tails fox emitted a sorrowful wail, and for the first time, a glimmer of fear flickered in its blazing crimson, beastly eyes. It realized that this seemingly insignificant human and the bizarrely potent wood release he wielded were even more troublesome and terrifying than the Senju Hashirama, who had once sealed it away. In the fleeting moment when the Nine Tails fox was momentarily dazed by the excruciating pain, the colossal wooden dragon, coiling in the heavens above, finally descended. Its massive body, resembling a winding mountain range, struck the Nine Tails fox's head with unparalleled might. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated throughout the universe. The immense form of the Nine Tails fox was forcefully slammed down to the ground by the dragon's unyielding blow, creating a vast, bottomless pit in the earth. Immediately after, the fearsome wooden dragon entwined itself around the Nine Tails fox like a parasite, its maw filled with sharp fangs biting mercilessly at the fox's neck. Simultaneously, the golden sealing runes on its forehead erupted with dazzling brilliance, transforming into invisible shackles, attempting to completely imprison the Nine Tails fox's chakra. Awoof! The Nine Tails fox let out an even more anguished cry, struggling desperately to free itself from the dragon's constricting grip and bites, but to no avail. The dragon's power was simply too overwhelming. Moreover, it seemed to possess a unique ability to counteract and absorb tailed beast chakra. The Nine-Tails fox could distinctly feel its chakra being consumed at a visible speed by this cursed wooden dragon, instilling within it a profound sense of dread and despair. Now is the moment. Kushina, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, noted the situation and immediately called out to his wife, knowing this was the opportune time to suppress and seal the Nine-Tails. Upon hearing his voice, Uzumaki Kushina promptly reacted. She took a deep breath, enduring her physical weakness and intense pain, unleashing the indomitable bloodline power from the Uzumaki clan. Along with the essence of the Uzumaki secret art, life restoration fragment, she had learned from Huang Yifei in an explosive surge. Kushina's voice rang out, clear and resolute, imbued with supreme will and steadfast belief. Her long, fiery red hair seemed to ignite, radiating brilliant crimson light. Her eyes, previously dulled by weakness, now sparkled with a heart-stirring scarlet glow. A wave of Uzumaki bloodline power, more potent and pure than ever before, surged forth from her as if a slumbering dragon had awakened after a millennium. The true form of the diamond locking technique, bloodline resonance, heavenly net of sealing. Kushina's voice resonated with an ethereal authority. As her words echoed, the golden heavenly net, initially cast to restrict the Nine-Tails movements and assist Huang Yifei's would release, suddenly erupted in a blinding golden radiance. Countless golden chakra chains, thicker and more resilient than before, shining with divine and majestic light, erupted from the enormous net. As if imbued with life and intent, these golden chakra chains did not scatter chaotically toward the Nine-Tails. Instead, they intertwined, spiraled, and coiled in an intricately beautiful manner in midair, swiftly forming a towering figure of a chain goddess, 100 meters tall, composed entirely of pure golden chakra chains, exuding an aura of sacred authority as if descended from ancient myths. Though this chain goddess was merely a manifestation of chakra, the terrifying pressure radiating from her was enough to instill a profound sense of dread and submission in all present. Even the once imposing Nine-Tails fox revealed a flicker of despair in its furious crimson eyes upon witnessing the sudden appearance of this chain goddess. It could distinctly sense that the overwhelming sealing power emanating from her was both familiar and terrifying, an inescapable force belonging to the Uzumaki clan. Is this the true form of the diamond locking technique? Huang Yifei gazed at the majestic chain goddess and Kushina, who stood at the center of this ethereal vision, exuding the aura of a divine being, filled with an indescribable shock and delight. He realized that the diamond locking, bloodline resonance, and Uzumaki secret art, life restoration fragment, were indeed a perfect synergy for Kushina. However, he never anticipated that she could seamlessly integrate the essence of these two secret arts so swiftly, unleashing such astonishing and terrifying power. This was no mere enhancement. It was a transcendence akin to rebirth. Nine-Tails remained there obediently. Kushina's voice echoed with an otherworldly authority. As she spoke, the towering chain goddess suddenly extended her massive arm, composed of countless golden chakra chains, toward the Nine-Tails fox, which was ensnared by the wooden dragon, and struck down forcefully. Crack, crack, crack. A series of excruciating metallic screeches and bone-cracking sounds emanated from within the Nine-Tails fox. Under the unparalleled might of the chain goddess, the immense body of the Nine-Tails fox was forcibly compressed into a meager sphere half its original size. Countless shimmering golden chakra chains, like serpents imbued with life, coiled tightly around this sphere, binding it securely. No matter how the Nine-Tails fox struggled and roared, it could not budge these golden chains in the slightest. Its turbulent chakra was completely sealed, unable to escape even a trace. The Nine-Tails fox, once a terror that made the entire ninja world tremble, was now utterly subdued by Uzumaki Kushina in an almost crushing manner, rendered immobile. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence at that moment. Everyone stood petrified, gazing at the majestic chain goddess and the Nine-Tails fox, bound like a helpless parcel, their minds blank and thoughts stifled. Is this truly the power attainable by humanity? It was more terrifying than that of deities. Chapter 41. The Guardian Divine Tree Descends. Huang Yifei's Ultimate Assurance. In the stillness between heaven and earth, the towering chain goddess, composed of resplendent golden chakra chains, stood proudly at the center of the battlefield, exuding a terrifying authority capable of suppressing all and sealing everything. Beneath her feet, the once mighty and fearsome Ninetales now resembled a colossal, tightly bound mass of flesh, utterly immobilized and only capable of emitting a series of weak, reluctant whimpers. This breathtaking spectacle sent waves of profound shivers and a sense of submission through the souls of all witnesses. Uzumaki Kushina, a woman who had just endured childbirth and should have been in a state of extreme weakness, now unleashed an astonishing power. Fueled by her perfect mastery of the diamond sealing bloodline resonance and the Uzumaki secret technique, life restoration, fragment, along with an unwavering belief in protecting her child and homeland, completely subduing the formidable Ninetales. This strength, this will, this grace was enough to captivate and humble anyone in its presence. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, gazed at his wife with eyes filled with indescribable astonishment, joy, pride, and affection. He was aware of Kushina's formidable abilities, yet he had never anticipated she could reach such extraordinary heights. This was not merely strength, it was a miracle. Huang Yifei, observing the majestic and sacred silhouette of the chained goddess and Kushina standing at its center as if she were a deity commanding all, felt a surge of excitement and admiration. He understood that Kushina possessed immense talent, particularly in the art of sealing and the unique powers of the Uzumaki clan. But he had not expected her to grasp and wield the incomplete secret techniques he provided with such astounding proficiency in such a brief span of time. It appeared that in her desperate plight to protect Naruto and Minato-sensei, Kushina had unleashed all her latent potential. However, just as those around her were awestruck by her remarkable display, believing the tide had turned in their favor, Huang Yifei's brow furrowed slightly. His deep, calm eyes fixated on the Ninetales, bound like a zongzi by golden chains, a hint of gravity flickering within them. He could distinctly sense that although the Ninetales was thoroughly restrained and its chakra temporarily sealed, the immense, suffocating primordial force brimming with ferocity and destruction within it continued to surge uncontrollably, not truly subdued. It was akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Though its mouth was momentarily blocked, the raging magma deep within still accumulated terrifying power, ready to break free from any constraints at a moment's notice. Moreover, he noted that while Kushina had momentarily demonstrated overwhelming strength through the secret techniques, her pale countenance and the beads of sweat trickling down her forehead indicated that her current state was far from the ease it appeared to be. Forcing the activation of her bloodline power and manifesting such formidable sealing techniques exacted a tremendous toll on her. She could not maintain this state indefinitely. Should Kushina's strength wane or the Ninetales find an opportunity to escape the golden chains, the consequences would be dire. A safeguard was imperative, one that could thoroughly suppress the Ninetales and provide the most stable environment for subsequent sealing. Huang Yifei's gaze sharpened with unwavering determination in an instant. Standing atop the towering 100-meter wooden figure, he inhaled deeply, drawing upon the immense sage chakra originating from his perfect sage physique, accomplished, and the innate power of wood release. Fully mobilizing it without reservation at that moment, his youthful visage radiated a faint, verdant luminescence akin to a polished jade, imbued with an air of mystery and might. His hands slowly came together in front of his chest, forming an unusual hand seal imbued with an ancient and sacred aura, unlike any wood release technique before. The essence of wood release. Huang Yifei's voice resonated with an ethereal and commanding presence, as if it originated not from a mere 9-year-old boy, but from a distant, transcendent deity whispering above all creation. As his words reverberated through the air, the world seemed to hold its breath for a fleeting moment. An indescribable atmosphere of sanctity and solemnity enveloped the surroundings. All eyes instinctively shifted back to the boy poised atop the wooden giant, ready to unleash some unknown and terrifying wood release mystery. They sensed, with intense anticipation, that what they were about to witness would likely surpass the might of the wooden figure, the arrival of the flower tree realm, and even the wood dragon technique, something more extraordinary and awe-inspiring, a manifestation of divine power. The guardian divine tree descends. As the final word escaped Huang Yifei's lips with clarity and strength, the earth trembled violently once more intensely, more persistently, and more chillingly than ever before. It felt as though the entire world would collapse into chaos at that very moment. Then, under the nearly dazed, reverent gaze of all present. The ground within a radius of several hundred meters around the Nine Tails, bound by golden chains, began to rise uncontrollably. The hard rock, shattered bricks, and burning ruins were mercilessly torn apart and pulverized by this irresistible, almost primordial force, transforming into pure, vibrant green energy infused with life and sanctity. This emerald energy, seemingly alive, intertwined, spiraled, twisted, and coalesced in midair, rapidly manifesting into a towering tree reaching hundreds of meters high, grander and more majestic than the previous wooden giant, radiating a sacred and awe-inspiring verdant glow, as if connecting heaven and earth, supporting the entire world. This guardian divine tree was immense, spectacular, and utterly unbelievable. Its stout trunk resembled a colossal pillar supporting the heavens, exuding a terrifying pressure that sent chills down spines. Its expansive canopy, akin to a divine canopy, showered down countless gentle and sacred emerald rays. Its sinuous roots, like the claws of a great dragon, delved deep into the earth, drawing upon the planet's immense power. Even more astonishingly, surrounding this guardian divine tree was a colossal energy field composed entirely of pure life energy. This energy field acted as an invisible barrier, enveloping the bound Nine Tails and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, Uzumaki Kushina, and Huang Yifei within its protective embrace. Inside this energy field, all negative emotions, all ferocity, and all destructive energies were thoroughly purified and dissipated by the divine and pristine life energy. In their place arose an indescribable sensation of warmth, tranquility, and vibrant vitality. The fourth Hokage and Uzumaki Kushina, bathed in this emerald energy field, felt every cell in their bodies rejoicing and exulting. The chakra that they had previously exhausted from battle, along with the life force lost due to their injuries, began to visibly and rapidly recover, particularly for Uzumaki Kushina. She could distinctly feel her body, rendered extremely weak by childbirth and the extraction of the Nine Tails, being nourished and repaired by a warm and powerful life energy. The sensation was akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, filling her with unparalleled comfort and contentment. Meanwhile, the Nine Tails, which had been frantically struggling against the golden chains binding it, revealed a hint of tranquility and peace in its fiery crimson eyes, a stark contrast to its previous rage. Under the protective embrace of the suddenly manifested sacred tree and its surrounding verdant energy field, its tumultuous chakra gradually calmed, and the fierce, destructive glare in its eyes softened, replaced by an inexplicable sense of affection and reliance, as if the sacred tree was its true sanctuary. What was this phenomenon? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazed in astonishment at the towering sacred tree radiating an overwhelming aura. Having lived for so long and prided himself on his vast knowledge, he found his understanding of the world completely upended by this tree, seemingly plucked from the annals of mythology. He experienced a fleeting illusion that beneath this sacred tree stood not a mere 9-year-old boy, but a true deity, transcending all living beings. After successfully summoning the sacred tree, Huang Yifei's complexion paled further, and his breathing became more rapid. Clearly, employing such a formidable technique of wood release exacted a tremendous toll on him. However, he remained undeterred, for he understood that with the sacred tree's suppression and assistance, the likelihood of success for his audacious plan, capable of rewriting the history of the ninja world, had increased by at least 30%. This was the most potent and reliable safeguard he had prepared against the turmoil wrought by the Nine Tails. Chapter 42. The Proposal to Rewrite Fate. Sensei Minato. There's no need for the Reaper Death Seal. The sacred emerald light enveloped the entire battlefield. The sacred tree, rising majestically, not only subdued the rampaging Nine Tails, but also, in an intangible manner, soothed the fears and despair within everyone's hearts, ushering in an unprecedented peace and tranquility. The fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and Uzumaki Kushina basked in this verdant life energy, feeling their chakra and life force rapidly rejuvenating, while witnessing the once ferocious Nine Tails now exhibiting a surprising gentleness. Their astonishment and reverence had reached an unparalleled crescendo. They looked upon the youth standing atop the sacred tree, whose pallor belied the calm and confidence in his gaze. Momentarily at a loss for words, the power Huang Yifei displayed transcended their comprehension of what it meant to be a ninja. This was no mere strength or talent. It was nothing short of a divine miracle, true power belonging to the gods. What? What is this, Yifei? Minato's voice trembled slightly with overwhelming shock. He struggled to articulate his thoughts in response to the unimaginable scene before him. Huang Yifei took a deep breath to steady the swirling chakra within him, revealing a faintly weary smile as he calmly explained, Sensei Minato, Mother Kushina, this is a special technique of my would-release bloodline limit, which I have named the Sacred Tree. It can temporarily summon a phantom of a tree infused with immense life, energy, and natural power to subdue formidable foes, purify negative energies, and provide allies with chakra and life force replenishment. Although his explanation was understated, the implications were enough to send chills down the spine of anyone familiar with the significance of the term Sacred Tree. The Sacred Tree was the legendary source of chakra, the root of all power in the ninja world. Though Huang Yifei had only summoned a phantom or energy form, the might it exhibited was sufficient to prove that his would-release had reached an unfathomable, almost creation-like level of terror. Minato and Kushina fell into deep silence and shock once more. They realized that from this day forward, their perception of Huang Yifei must be completely transformed. This 9-year-old disciple had matured into a towering tree capable of supporting the entirety of Konoha, perhaps even the entire ninja world. At that moment, the Ninetales, still bound by golden chains and wood dragons, began to awaken from its frenzied state under the continuous purification and soothing of the Sacred Tree's magnificent life energy. Its once violent and destructive crimson eyes gradually regained clarity. It appeared to momentarily break free from the chaotic control exerted by the masked man. It gazed around in confusion, then looked at the Sacred Tree that inspired both familiarity and reverence, as well as at the small human standing atop it, filled with complex emotions. Senju Hashirama? The Ninetales uttered a hoarse yet uncertain murmur, mistakenly identifying Huang Yifei as the first Hokage who had sealed it away long ago. Upon hearing this, Huang Yifei's eyes flickered. He understood that it was the pure would-release chakra emanating from him, along with the Sacred Tree's life force resonating with that of the first Hokage, which had caused the Ninetales to mistake him. However, this presented him with an exceptional opportunity. He observed the bewildered Ninetales and the astonished Minato and Kushina, took a deep breath, and recognized that it was time to propose the ultimate plan capable of altering everyone's fate. Sensei Minato, Mother Kushina. Huang Yifei's voice rang out clear and powerful across the silent battlefield. The Ninetales is currently under our temporary control. We must proceed with the sealing immediately. Furthermore, the sealing plan I previously mentioned, one that requires no sacrifice, now has a viable chance of success. What? Yifei, do you truly have a way? A method to seal the Ninetales without sacrifice? Minato exclaimed, his body jolting in disbelief, his blue eyes ablaze with incredulity and hope. Although he had previously heard Huang Yifei mention this idea, he had not harbored much hope in his heart. After all, the Ninetales' power was overwhelmingly potent. Achieving a perfect seal without any cost seemed utterly fantastical. Yet now, having witnessed the series of miraculous feats Huang Yifei had displayed, the flickering flame of hope in his heart reignited with fervor. Perhaps Yifei could indeed create a miracle. Kushina gazed at Huang Yifei with excitement, her eyes brimming with hope and urgency. She understood better than anyone the tragic outcome that would ensue if Minato resorted to the Reaper death seal. She would rather embrace death than see Minato sacrifice his life to seal the Ninetales. Huang Yifei gazed into the hopeful eyes of his teacher, Minato, and his mother, Kushina, nodding resolutely as he declared, "Yes, Minato-sensei, Kushina-san, please believe in me. I have devised a relatively mature plan." He paused, his expression turning grave and serious as he articulated. "The core of my plan lies in the division of yin and yang, the harmonization of life." Yin and yang division? The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, furrowed his brow. Falling into deep contemplation, he understood that the chakra of the Ninetales inherently contained both yin and yang attributes. Indeed, Huang Yifei explained, although the Ninetales chakra is incredibly violent, its essence remains a conglomerate of yin and yang energies. We can attempt to split the Ninetales chakra in two. We will seal the yin attribute chakra back into Kushina's body. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina possesses immense vitality and sealing talent, having been the previous host of the Ninetales. She has a certain adaptability and capacity to endure the yin attribute chakra. coupled with my would-release life energy and the secret technique of Uzumaki's secret art, life restoration, I believe that Kushina can once again become the perfect host for the Nine Tails, bearing a lighter burden and in greater safety. As for the other half, the Yang attribute chakra, Huang Yifei's gaze shifted to the slumbering blonde infant, Naruto Uzumaki, cradled in Kushina's arms, filled with warmth and determination. We can seal this in a Naruto through a special 8-trigram seal. Naruto is your child, inheriting the powerful bloodline of the Uzumaki clan and the potential of Sage Body, making him the optimal vessel for the Nine Tails Yang chakra. Moreover, the Yang chakra is relatively gentle and easier to control, posing little burden to young Naruto. Most crucially, Huang Yifei inhaled deeply, his eyes shimmering with confidence. Throughout the sealing process, my guardian divine tree will continuously provide the purest life energy and natural force to protect and sustain Kushina and Naruto. This will ensure that they endure the Nine Tails chakra without suffering any substantial harm. There is even a possibility that they may fortuitously enhance their physical qualities and potential. Huang Yifei's words struck like a series of heavy bombs on the tranquil surface of a lake, leaving Minato and Kushina in a state of shock and disbelief. The division of Yin and Yang chakra from the Nine Tails, allowing Kushina to once again become a host for the Nine Tails, and enabling the newborn Naruto to become the other host, without sacrificing anyone, and perhaps even benefiting from it. This is utterly unheard of, preposterous. Had they not witnessed Huang Yifei's remarkable would-release prowess previously, they would undoubtedly think him delusional. Yet now, they found themselves compelled to believe that this 9-year-old boy might indeed turn this seemingly fantastical plan into reality. Yifei, can you truly accomplish this? Minato's voice trembled with excitement as he fixed his gaze on Huang Yifei, filled with incredulous hope and yearning. He understood that if Huang Yifei's plan succeeded, their family of 3 could survive. The temptation was overwhelming, impossible to resist. Kushina, with tears in her eyes, looked at Huang Yifei, tightly cradling Naruto. Her voice choked with emotion. Yifei, if this can truly happen, that would be wonderful. She had long dreamed of living happily together with Minato and Naruto as a family. Huang Yifei met the hopeful gazes of Minato and Kushina, nodding vigorously as he resolutely declared, Minato-sensei. Kushina-san, please believe in me. I, Huang Yifei, swear by my name. I will ensure that your family remains safe and sound. His voice resonated in the still night, clear and powerful, brimming with undeniable confidence and determination. Thus, Huang Yifei turned his gaze to Minato, his expression becoming earnest and solemn. Please abandon the thought of using the Reaper Death Seal. We have a better option. We need not sacrifice anyone. The notion of no sacrifice struck Minato's heart like a tolling bell, dispelling all doubts, unease, and despair in that moment. In its place blossomed boundless gratitude, trust, and the most beautiful hopes for the future. All right, Yifei, I shall heed your words, Minato exclaimed, slapping his thigh, his eyes ablaze with brilliance, as he declared loudly, let us, the 3 of us, teacher, student, and Kushina, create a miracle for Konoha together. At that moment, the wheels of destiny subtly shifted towards a future brimming with hope, all due to Huang Yifei's transformative proposal. Chapter 43, The Perfect Sealing in Progress. Yin-Yang Division. Would-release harmonization. After the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki resolutely decided to fully adopt Huang Yifei's plan for the Yin-Yang Division sealing of the Nine Tails. A sealing ceremony destined to be recorded in the annals of ninja history, one that could defy fate, quietly commenced beneath the sacred, radiant guardian divine tree. Huang Yifei took on the role of chief commander and core assistant throughout the entire process. His deep, tranquil eyes now sparkled with wisdom and confidence, as if he had already comprehended every detail and potential variable of the sealing process. Minato, with his superb mastery of sealing techniques and the unspoken understanding shared with Huang Yifei, served as the primary practitioner of the sealing ceremony. His golden locks shone even more brilliantly under the emerald glow emanating from the guardian divine tree. Kushina, receiving the continuous nurturing from Huang Yifei's would-release life energy and the enhancement of the Uzumaki secret art, life restoration, fragment, had already regained much of her strength. She held the sleeping Naruto tightly, her eyes resolute yet gentle, fully prepared to cooperate with Minato and Yifei to accomplish this crucial step. Minato-sensei, Kushina-san, let us begin. Huang Yifei took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. Yes. Minato and Kushina replied in unison, their gazes filled with trust and determination. Without hesitation, Huang Yifei stood atop the towering 100-meter wooden figure, his hands shifting to form the seals once more. Wood release, life link, and yin-yang harmonization. With his command, the sacred guardian divine tree erupted in a dazzling display of emerald brilliance. Countless threads of vibrant green light, thinner than hair, yet brimming with formidable life energy, extended from the branches and leaves of the tree as if alive. Some of these threads gently yet firmly connected to Kushina and her son, Naruto, continuously supplying them with the purest life energy and natural force, ensuring that they would remain unharmed during the sealing process, and even enhancing their physical qualities and bloodline potential to a certain extent. A more robust and densely packed emerald green thread of light, akin to a living chain, silently permeated the body of the nine-tails fox, which was tightly bound by golden chakra chains and an enormous wooden dragon. These emerald strands of life did not inflict any harm upon the nine-tails. Instead, they acted like gentle yet powerful hands, soothing the raging and chaotic chakra within, guiding it toward a more stable and peaceful state. Simultaneously, these life threads constructed intricate and minute energy channels and guiding nodes within the nine-tails, laying a solid foundation for the subsequent separation of yin and yang chakra by Minato Namikaze. Sensei, you may begin. Huang Yifei nodded at Minato. The fourth Hokage inhaled deeply, his gaze becoming intensely focused and serious. He understood that the next step would be the most crucial and perilous one. Swiftly forming hand seals, he began to channel the pure and vast chakra within him, operating the unique sealing technique capable of separating yin and yang that Huang Yifei had previously imparted. A surge of indescribable sealing power, imbued with mystery and profundity, erupted from Minato's being. His hands traced complex and elegant golden trajectories in the air, as if weaving an invisible net of fate that could manipulate yin and yang and reverse the cosmos. Sealing technique, yin-yang separation. Minato's eyes flew open, and he unleashed a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens. As his voice faded, his golden glimmering hands pressed firmly against the forehead of the tightly bound nine-tails. In an instant, an overwhelming force of sealing power, rich with the essence of yin and yang separation, surged into the nine-tails like a torrent breaking through a dam. The nine-tails let out a heart-wrenching howl, its massive form trembling violently, as if it were enduring an indescribable tearing and slicing from the depths of its soul. It could distinctly perceive that its once unified and colossal chakra was being forcibly divided into two clear segments by an invisible and domineering force. One part was steeped in coldness, darkness, and destruction, representing the yin aspect of its chakra. The other was suffused with warmth, light, and rebirth, embodying the yang aspect. This process was undeniably excruciating for the nine-tails. However, due to the continuous comfort and harmonization provided by the overwhelming life energy emanating from Huang Yifei's sacred tree, along with the suppressive aid of the sealing runes inscribed on the forehead of the giant wooden dragon, it remained bound and unable to resist the ongoing separation. Time passed inexorably. Beads of sweat formed on Minato's forehead, and his complexion paled from the extreme chakra expenditure. Clearly, performing this pinnacle sealing technique capable of separating yin and yang was an immense burden for him as well. Yet his gaze remained steadfast, filled with unwavering confidence and determination. He knew he could not fail. He would not fail. For Kushina, for Naruto, for the village of Konoha, and for the disciple Huang Yifei, who had bestowed upon him boundless hope and trust. After nearly a quarter of an hour, the vast chakra within the nine-tails was successfully divided in two by Minato. Success! A glimmer of joy shone in Minato's eyes, yet he did not relent, immediately turning to Kushina with a grave command. Kushina, prepare yourself. I will guide the yin chakra of the nine-tails back into your body. Understood. Kushina nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with determination and anticipation. Taking a deep breath, she activated the whirlpool bloodline power within her, along with the arcane knowledge gleaned from the whirlpool's secret life restoration fragment, channeling it without reservation. Her flame-like crimson hair radiated a dazzling brilliance, and an even more potent and pure life energy emanated from her. Seeing this, Minato hesitated no longer, swiftly changing his hand seals. For symbol sealing, Yin's return. With his command, the segmented in chakra of the nine tails, imbued with chilling and destructive energy, surged forth like dark crimson torrents, irresistibly drawn into Kushina's body through the energy channels previously constructed by Huang Yifei using wood release. Kushina stifled a groan as a cold and violent energy flooded her being, inducing an indescribable sensation of pain and discomfort. Yet, she gritted her teeth. Leveraging the formidable life force and sealing talents of the Uzumaki clan, fortified by the continuous life energy from Huang Yifei's sacred tree, enduring the onslaught of this immense energy. She could distinctly sense her sealing technique harmonizing perfectly with the nine-tails in chakra, her body visibly adapting and regaining control over this power that once belonged to her. Soon, the nine-tails in chakra was successfully resealed within Kushina. Although this left her considerably drained, her complexion paler than before, her eyes sparkled with joy and excitement. She had succeeded. She had reclaimed her role as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and this time, she felt an unparalleled mastery and safety over the Nine Tails chakra. Excellent, Kushina. Minato exhaled deeply, a genuine smile illuminating his face. Without pause, he turned his attention to the sleeping red-haired infant, Naruto, cradled in Kushina's arms. Now, it was time for Naruto. Minato's expression softened with unwavering resolve. He swiftly formed hand seals once more, preparing to invoke one of the most powerful sealing techniques passed down through the Uzumaki clan, the 8-trigram sealing. 8-trigram sealing, Yang's inheritance. With a low incantation, the segmented Yang chakra of the Nine Tails transformed into a cascade of golden red energy currents, flowing steadily and resolutely into the small body of Naruto through the energy channels crafted by Huang Yifei. Miraculously, as the immense and fiery Yang chakra entered Naruto's body, the newly born infant displayed no signs of distress or discomfort. Instead, he smacked his lips and broke into a sweet, satisfied smile. As if this Yang chakra was a delightful delicacy rather than a burdensome weight, Huang Yifei couldn't help but smile knowingly at this scene. Truly, the reincarnation of Ashura and the prophesied child of the future, his extraordinary affinity for the Nine-Tails chakra was indeed remarkable. Before long, the Nine-Tails Yang chakra was flawlessly sealed within Naruto through Minato's exquisite 8-trigram sealing. Thus, a miraculous ceremony of yin-yang separation and sealing, achieved without any sacrifice, reached its triumphant conclusion. Chapter 44. The seal is complete. The Minato couple, unscathed. Naruto sleeps peacefully, as the last wisp of the Nine-Tails Yang chakra was masterfully integrated into the small frame of Uzumaki Naruto by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The battlefield fell into an indescribable atmosphere, filled with joy and tranquility. The once menacing Nine Tails, which had wreaked havoc upon Konoha and brought forth endless calamity and destruction, had vanished completely. Its colossal chakra was divided and returned to the bodies of Kushina, Uzumaki, and Naruto in a manner both gentler and safer. The fierce, giant wooden dragon, entwined around the remnants of the Nine Tails, along with the majestic figure of the chained goddess, gradually dissipated into specks of light as they lost their purpose. Only the towering, sacred tree, radiating a pure emerald glow, stood resiliently amidst the heavens and earth, continuously nourishing the scarred land and its surviving inhabitants with its boundless life energy. Minato Namikaze exhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of exhaustion enveloping every cell in his body. The immense toll of performing such a complex sealing technique, capable of separating yin and yang, was staggering. Yet, despite his fatigued visage, a radiant smile blossomed on his face, one filled with unprecedented joy. They had succeeded. The Nine Tails had been perfectly sealed. Kushina was unharmed. Naruto was born safely and had become the host of the Nine Tails Yang chakra. Most importantly, Minato had not sacrificed himself. His wife, Kushina, had also emerged unscathed. Their family of 3 had survived intact. This outcome surpassed even his most cherished dreams. More perfect and incredible than he could have ever imagined. He felt an urge to howl at the sky, to release the indescribable joy and gratitude swelling within him. He turned to his side, casting his gaze upon his red-haired wife, who, though weakened from using powerful techniques, wore a face illuminated with happiness and delight. Kushina, we did it. Minato's voice trembled with excitement as he grasped Kushina's hand tightly. Yes, Minato, we succeeded, Kushina replied. Reciprocating his grip and feeling the warmth and strength emanating from his palm, her eyes brimming with tears of joy once more. She sensed the return of the nine-tails in chakra within her, though still vast and wild. It had become remarkably stable and docile under the continuous nurturing of the guardian tree and the resonance of her Uzumaki lineage combined with the diamond's sealing bloodline. She realized that her control over this formidable power was now more assured and secure than ever. No longer was she a ticking time bomb, perpetually anxious about the nine-tails' potential to spiral out of control. She had truly become the master of this incredible force. Her gaze shifted towards the young figure standing atop the guardian tree, who, though somewhat pale, exuded a calm and confident demeanor. Her heart swelled with gratitude and admiration. It was Yifei. This 9-year-old, endowed with wisdom and strength akin to that of a deity, had orchestrated this miraculous sealing that had rewritten their fates. It was he who had single-handedly pulled their family from the depths of despair. This debt of gratitude was immeasurable, deeper than the sea and higher than the heavens. Kushina Uzumaki knew she could never repay it in this lifetime. At that moment, the golden-haired infant, Naruto, still nestled in Kushina's arms, seemed to sense his mother's overwhelming emotions. He smacked his little lips and let out a satisfied coo before slowly opening his bright, clear eyes, reminiscent of the azure sky. He curiously surveyed the unfamiliar world around him, gazing up at his warm parents and the older brother figure nearby, whose presence felt both comforting and awe-inspiring. Then, he broke into an angelic smile, pure and radiant. The sunlight, as if acknowledging the joy and beauty of their survival, pierced through the thick clouds shrouding Konoha, showering the land with golden beams of light, illuminating the scarred yet hopeful earth. It also bathed the happy family of Minato, Kushina, and Naruto, along with the young hero Yifei, who silently safeguarded them, in a warm and divine glow. In that moment, the entire world appeared to be enveloped in a sacred golden halo. Tragedy had been utterly rewritten. Fate had been successfully reversed. A new future, brimming with light and hope, was slowly unfolding before everyone. In the distance, the surviving ninjas and villagers of Konoha, witnessing the complete disappearance of the nine-tails and the restored peace of the battlefield, erupted into joyous cheers of relief and gratitude. Wonderful! The nine-tails has been sealed. Lord Minato is safe. Lady Kushina is unharmed. We are saved. It was Lord Yifei. Lord Yifei saved us. He saved Konoha. They offered their praises and gratitude without reservation to the young hero standing atop the guardian tree, who seemed to have descended like a deity. They understood that from this day forth, the name Yifei would be eternally etched alongside that of the first Hokage on the honor pillar of Konoha, revered and celebrated by generations to come. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, with the aid of several Anbu, struggled to rise from the rubble. He gazed upon the heartwarming scene before him, feeling the surrounding joy and hope of survival. And a smile of relief and satisfaction spread across his aged face. He knew he could finally entrust the future of Konoha to these young heroes. And at that moment of collective celebration and exuberance, a long-awaited, melodious system notification echoed within Yifei's mind. Chapter 45, Battlefield Sign-In. Sage Body Achieved. True Thousand Hands Awakening. Ding. Congratulations, host, for perfectly accomplishing the historical turning point task. Protect the Golden Flash and the Crimson Blood Dance. The future of Konoha is rewritten by you. Task Evaluation. Level Flawless. Task Reward Settlement in progress. A series of delightful system notifications resounded like heavenly music in Yifei's mind. Hearing the flawless evaluation of the task, a satisfied smile tugged at the corners of Yifei's mouth. He knew that all his efforts and meticulous planning for the Nine-Tails incident had not been in vain. Then, even more exhilarating system notifications followed. Ding. Based on the host's outstanding performance in this task and the significant positive impact on the historical process, the system will issue an excessive reward. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the center battlefield of the Nine-Tails incident, where the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki are perfectly alive. Reward distribution in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sage Body, Great Accomplishment. Boom. As the words Sage Body, Great Accomplishment resonated like thunder in Huang Yifei's mind, an overwhelming surge of life energy, grander, purer, and more sacred than anything he had previously experienced, erupted from the depths of every cell in his body like a bursting river. This torrent of life energy was so magnificent and vast that even the towering 100-meter-tall wooden figure beneath his feet, along with the divine guardian tree radiating sacred light, resonated with joyous hums, as if celebrating their master's transformation. Huang Yifei felt every cell, every meridian, every bone within him being baptized and nourished by this sacred life energy, undergoing a transformative and astonishing metamorphosis. His complexion, previously pale from relentless use of powerful wood release techniques, instantly regained its rosy hue and luster. His spirit, slightly fatigued from an extreme chakra expenditure, became vibrant and brimming with boundless vitality in an instant. He could distinctly sense that the total amount of chakra within him skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket, surpassing the realm of ordinary shadow-level power and brushing against a more unfathomable, almost divine level of terrifying prowess. In this moment, his physical strength, recuperative abilities, and affinity for natural energy experienced an epic leap in enhancement. He even felt that if he so desired, he could instantly merge with the surrounding guardian tree and the flower tree realm he had painstakingly created, transforming into the true deity of nature, commanding all within this world. Sage body, great accomplishment. The host undergoes in ultimate transformation, achieving the pinnacle of life force, chakra volume, recovery speed, an affinity for natural energy within the mortal realm of this world. Possesses extraordinary immunity against most negative states and physical harm. Additionally, has begun to awaken some special abilities belonging to sages. For instance, the ability to perform certain low-level ninjutsu without hand seals, an exquisite perception and control over chakra, and the capacity to slowly absorb and convert natural energy autonomously, among others. Is this the power of the sage body? Great accomplishment. Huang Yifei, enveloped by the surging, seemingly inexhaustible power within him, was filled with an indescribable sense of awe and delight. He understood that from this moment forth, his strength had genuinely ascended into a new transcendent realm, surpassing the vast majority of ninjas. However, the system's rewards were far from over. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the true 1,000 Hands of Wood release, awakening. Another thunderous system notification reverberated in Huang Yifei's mind. True 1,000 Hands of Wood release, awakening the ultimate wood release secret art of the First Hokage, Hashirama Senju, known for its unparalleled power and terrifying destructiveness. The host has successfully awakened this art and can unleash it directly. The power of this technique will continually enhance with the host's sage chakra. True 1,000 Hands. Huang Yifei's pupils constricted to their utmost. If the previous wooden figure technique and the descent of the flower tree realm had already astonished him, the emergence of the true 1,000 Hands instilled within him a profound reverence and longing for that legendary power, emanating from the depths of his soul. The true 1,000 Hands. This was the divine forbidden technique wielded by the First Hokage during his fateful confrontation with Uchiha Madara at the Valley of the End, capable of clashing head-on with the complete Ninetales and Susanoo. The towering statue with countless colossal hands possessed the power to reshape the very earth with each strike. He had never dreamed that he would awaken this ultimate wood release technique, which existed only in myths, at such an early stage. At this moment, Huang Yifei's heart swelled with an indescribable passion and confidence. He realized that with the sage body, great accomplishment, and the true 1,000 Hands as his trump cards, the heights he could reach in the future would far exceed anyone's imagination. He was even confident that, in the near future, he could challenge those ultimate enemies lurking behind the scenes of the ninja world, who were even more powerful and mysterious. Just as Huang Yifei was swept away by a torrent of exhilaration from these continuous surprises, the aura emanating from him, heightened by the awakening of the sage body, great accomplishment, underwent a monumental transformation. A terrifying presence, more immense, more vast, and more dignified than ever before, surged from his seemingly frail body like a resurrected ancient dragon, engulfing the entire battlefield. Under the pressure of this formidable aura, the surrounding Leaf Village ninjas and villagers, who had been cheering, instinctively ceased their shouts, their faces revealing expressions of awe and submission, as if gazing upon a true deity. Even Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, upon sensing Huang Yifei's suddenly overwhelming aura, felt a chill in their hearts, their gazes toward him becoming more complex and filled with reverence. They understood that this 9-year-old boy had completely surpassed them. He, Huang Yifei, had truly ascended to the pinnacle of this world. Chapter 46. Control over the Ninetales Chakra. The fountain of life heals Kushina. The terrifying aura surging from Huang Yifei, awakened by the sage body, great accomplishment, swept across the battlefield like an invisible storm, sending waves of shivers and submission resonating from the depths of every soul present. Yet, Huang Yifei gradually reigned in this potent aura. He knew that it was not yet the time to reveal all his cards. Prematurely exposing his extraordinary capabilities would only invite unnecessary trouble and covetous gazes. He remained the same seemingly youthful boy of 9, with calm and profound eyes. However, the power contained within his slender frame was enough to make the entire ninja world tremble. The system's extraordinary rewards continued. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining control over the Nine-Tails chakra, a portion within Naruto Uzumaki, allowing for friendly guidance and communication, and the ability to borrow a small amount of chakra when necessary, without negatively affecting the Jinchuriki. This reward caused Huang Yifei's eyes to shine once more. Control over the Nine-Tails chakra, although it pertained only to the portion of Yang chakra within Naruto, coupled with the conditions of friendly guidance and communication, it remained an immensely significant boost for him. This meant that in the future, while teaching and nurturing Naruto, he could more easily guide him in harnessing the power of the Nine-Tails, preventing situations like those in the original story where Naruto lost control due to an inability to effectively manage the Nine-Tails chakra. Moreover, in extreme circumstances, he could even borrow a small amount of chakra from within Naruto to enhance his own combat capabilities. This undoubtedly added a formidable card to his hand. It seemed the system hoped for him to become the most crucial guide and protector in Naruto's future growth. Huang Yifei mused silently, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He was naturally pleased with this arrangement. Protecting Naruto and ensuring he had a joyful and happy childhood was indeed one of his primary objectives for this journey. Following that, the final reward from the system, which Huang Yifei had been eagerly anticipating, finally arrived. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have received a special item. Fountain of Life, 1 bottle. Fountain of Life, a mysterious spring containing vast and pure life energy and natural force. Consuming it can instantly heal all internal and external wounds, including soul damage, restore all expended chakra and life essence, and even enhance the user's physical potential and lifespan to a certain extent. It is effective for any living being. This item is exceedingly precious. Please use it with caution. The moment Huang Yifei read the description of this item, his eyes widened in astonishment, and his breath quickened. This reward was simply extraordinary. Instant healing of all wounds. Restoration of all energy. It even had the potential to enhance one's abilities and lifespan. This was no ordinary healing elixir. It was akin to a legendary panacea. Without hesitation, Huang Yifei retrieved the bottle from the system space, which emanated a gentle emerald glow, brimming with vitality. It was a small, palm-sized, exquisite vial made of an unknown crystal, containing a liquid as clear and green as jade, exuding a faintly refreshing fragrance. Just by inhaling this aroma, Huang Yifei felt his chakra and mental energy, which had been depleted from the continuous use of powerful wood-release techniques, rapidly recovering at a visibly remarkable pace. Wonderful. With this, he thought of Kushina's condition. Without any hesitation, he turned and walked towards the not-so-distant figure of Uzumaki Kushina, who was being carefully supported by Minato, her complexion still somewhat pale. Kushina, this is for you. Huang Yifei presented the Fountain of Life before her, his face adorned with a sincere and caring smile. What is this, Yifei? Uzumaki Kushina gazed at the crystal vial in his hand, which radiated an unusual fragrance and immense life energy. Her eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. She could distinctly sense an indescribable, compelling allure emanating from the liquid within, as if consuming it would allow her to completely rid herself of all weakness and suffering. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, also looked at Huang Yifei with intrigue, uncertain of the extraordinary object he had produced. Huang Yifei smiled and explained, Kushina, this is a special potion I obtained by chance that can rapidly restore vitality and heal injuries. You have just given birth and had the Nine-Tails forcibly extracted. Your body must be extremely weak. Drinking this will greatly aid in your recovery. He did not elaborate on the miraculous effects of the Fountain of Life, merely referring to it as a special potion. After all, some things were too astonishing to reveal too soon. Upon hearing this, Kushina looked into Huang Yifei's sincere and caring eyes, filled with gratitude. She knew he would never harm her. Without any hesitation, she accepted the crystal vial and, with Minato's assistance, drank the vibrant green liquid in one go. The fountain of life was sweet and refreshing, akin to divine nectar, flowing smoothly down her throat into her abdomen. In the next instant, an indescribable warm torrent, imbued with vibrant life and a sacred aura, surged through her limbs and body, swiftly spreading to every cell. Kushina felt every pore of her body breathing freely. The immense loss she had suffered from childbirth and the extraction of the nine tails, along with the hidden injuries from battle, began to heal at a miraculous speed, visible to the naked eye, under the nurturing and restorative power of this warm torrent. Her pale complexion instantaneously regained its former rosy glow. Her eyes, previously dimmed by weakness, sparkled with renewed brilliance. She could even distinctly feel that her chakra and the powerful life essence belonging to the Uzumaki clan were being unprecedentedly enhanced and fortified by this warm flow. Not only had her physical condition completely returned to its peak, but she was now even stronger and more vibrant than before. What kind of miraculous potion is this? Kushina marveled at the astonishing changes within her body, her face alight with disbelief and joy. She had never imagined that such an incredible elixir, capable of fundamentally transforming a person in an instant, could exist in this world. Minato watched in amazement as his wife transformed from an extremely weak postpartum woman into a radiant beauty, more vibrant and healthier than ever, in mere moments. His astonishment and joy reached unprecedented heights. He understood that what Yifei had given Kushina was far more than an ordinary special potion. It was undoubtedly a legendary substance capable of reversing life and death. He looked at Huang Yifei, his eyes filled with unspeakable gratitude, admiration, and a hint of profound awe. He realized that the secrets hidden within his disciple were far more astonishing and unfathomable than he had imagined. "Yifei, thank you," Kushina exclaimed, her emotions overwhelming her speech. She grasped Huang Yifei's hand tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. "I truly do not know how to repay this kindness." Huang Yifei simply smiled and shook his head, softly replying, "Kushina, as long as you, Naruto, and teacher Minato are safe and healthy, that is the best reward for me." His smile was sincere and warm, like the gentle sunlight of spring, dispelling all gloom and coldness. Minato and Kushina gazed at this 9-year-old boy who possessed godlike strength and a compassionate heart. Feeling an indescribable sense of gratitude and happiness, they knew that with Yifei around, their family and the future of the entire Hidden Leaf village would only continue to improve. As Huang Yifei witnessed Kushina's complete recovery, now healthier than before, a significant weight lifted from his heart. He understood that with her restored health and newfound strength, Kushina would be more composed and confident in guiding Naruto and confronting any potential crises in the future. His perfect plan of protection had thus become even more flawless. Chapter 47. The Masked Man Returns. Little brat, who are you really? The night sky over the Hidden Leaf village, having endured the devastating chaos of the Ninetales incident, gradually returned to tranquility, though the village still bore the lingering scent of smoke and charred remains, with collapsed buildings and burning ruins lining the streets. The suffocating despair and fear had been replaced by the joy and hope of survival. With Huang Yifei's assistance, the fourth Hokage and his wife not only successfully averted the crisis of the Ninetales, preserving their lives, but also allowed the newly born Naruto Uzumaki to become the host of the Ninetales Yang Chakra in a much safer and more perfect manner. All of this was nothing short of miraculous. The young hero Huang Yifei, who has created this miracle, now experiences an extraordinary leap in power due to the system's generous rewards. He has attained the pinnacle of celestial being, awakened the true essence of the wood release, gained mastery over the Ninetales chakra, and harnessed the unparalleled life spring. One could assert that Huang Yifei now possesses a terrifying strength capable of altering the very landscape of the shinobi world. Everyone believed that the calamity sweeping through Konoha had finally come to an end. They could finally breathe a sigh of relief and commence the reconstruction efforts, as well as the celebrations and accolades for the hero. However, just as the tension in their hearts began to ease, an unforeseen anomaly occurred without warning. A wave of ominous and malevolent energy rippled through the air, akin to a stone dropped into a tranquil lake, disturbing the battlefield's atmosphere. Following this, a familiar figure, adorned with an orange vortex mask and clad in a black cloak, emerged from the distorted space like a ghost, stepping forth with a deliberate pace. He had returned. At this moment, Although the masked man bore no visible fatal wounds, the consecutive high-intensity actions, the forced extraction of the Nine Tails, and the sight of his meticulously devised Nine Tails chaos being unraveled by a mere 9-year-old had rendered his aura chaotic and agitated. His black cloak, stained with dust from the earlier tumult, now appeared somewhat disheveled. The eye hidden beneath his mask gleamed with an even colder, more frenzied crimson light than before. His gaze, sharp as that of a ravenous wolf, fixated intensely on the sacred, verdant guardian tree not far away, as well as on the family of Namikaze Minato, who were basking in the joy of survival, and the 9-year-old Huang Yifei, who evoked both unfamiliarity and dread within him, filled with boundless confusion and murderous intent. How could the Nine Tails chakra still persist? The masked man's voice, hoarse and deep, resonated with incredulity and resentment. And the fact that Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina were still alive was unfathomable. How could this be possible? Though he had remained hidden, he had been monitoring the battlefield with the special ability of Kamui. He had witnessed the astonishing scene of Huang Yifei employing the wood clone technique in the floral tree realm to ensnare the Nine Tails. He had also observed Uzumaki Kushina unleash divine-like power to subdue the Nine Tails completely. Moreover, he had witnessed the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, perform a sealing technique he had never seen before, dividing the Nine Tails chakra and sealing it within Kushina and the newborn infant in an incredible process. All of this had utterly shattered his understanding and dealt a catastrophic blow to his meticulously crafted Moon Eye plan, striking it down at its very first step. He was unwilling. He was absolutely unwilling. After laboring for so long, betraying his master, abandoning companions, and staining his hands with blood to finally release the Nine Tails from its seal, he was on the brink of destroying Konoha and dragging this hypocritical world into the eternal illusion of infinite Tsukuyomi. Yet now, everything had been completely thwarted by this 9-year-old boy who had inexplicably appeared. This abrupt descent from heaven to hell and the endless resentment of a plan foiled ignited within him a wildfire of murderous intent and madness. He had to uncover the truth. What was the origin of this boy before him? Why did he possess such formidable wood-release powers? How was he so intimately acquainted with his plans? Who exactly are you, boy? The masked man's voice, filled with extreme anger and resentment, became sharp and distorted, echoing through the night sky like the wails of a vengeful spirit. His hidden Sharingan spun wildly due to the intense emotional turmoil, emanating a terrifying power imbued with the essence of destruction. A tremendous force, rife with vengeance and the desire for slaughter, surged forth from him like a tangible storm, bearing down upon Huang Yifei and the others. Under the impact of this dreadful pressure, the weaker Konoha ninjas and villagers felt dizzy and terrified, some collapsing in fear and losing control of their bodily functions. Even the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and Uzumaki Kushina felt their expressions change, filled with gravity and vigilance as they sensed the masked man's surging, terrifying aura. They understood that this returning masked figure remained a formidable enigma, particularly with his bizarre ocular technique that could render himself intangible and negate physical attacks. A more severe and perilous battle seemed poised to commence once again. However, in the face of the masked man's murderous and frenzied inquiries, as well as the terrifying pressure capable of unsettling even the strongest of foes, Huang Yifei exhibited no signs of fear. He maintained his calm and composed demeanor, as if the frenzied masked man and his ominous aura were merely the final struggles of a trivial jester. He even gently shook his head, a faint smile of pity and disdain gracing his lips. "Who am I?" Huang Yifei's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of all present, including the nearly maddened masked man. "I am merely a passerby who could not stand by and watch a tragedy unfold," casually altering the script. His tone was so nonchalant, so effortlessly breezy, as if the extraordinary feats he had just accomplished, capable of reshaping the course of shinobi history, were but trivial matters. This striking calmness contrasted sharply and ironically with the masked man's frenzied rage. "You seek death." The masked man, infuriated by Huang Yifei's dismissive attitude, let out a thunderous roar, disregarding everything else. In a flash, he lunged towards Huang Yifei with the speed of teleportation, intent on tearing apart this golden-haired boy who had obliterated all his plans and subjected him to endless humiliation and defeat. Thus, a monumental confrontation was set to unfold at that very moment. Yet this time, Huang Yifei was accompanied by a radiant figure, equally powerful and filled with the conviction to protect. Chapter 48. The Emergence of Celestial Body. The choice of would release profound secrets. In the night sky, the atmosphere was thick with murderous intent. The mysterious masked man, consumed by rage and resentment, transformed into a bolt of black lightning, charging towards Huang Yifei with a terrifying force capable of rending all asunder. His Sharingan, concealed beneath the vortex mask, spun wildly, emitting a heart-stopping crimson glow, as if it sought to devour and crush the boy who had thwarted all his plans. He had recognized the extraordinary nature of this 9-year-old boy, yet he still held immense confidence in the strength of his body, augmented by the transplantation of unique cells, as well as the ferocious chakra derived from the tailed beasts. He intended to obliterate this ignorant child in the most direct and brutal manner possible. However, in the face of the masked man's formidable and destructive strike, Huang Yifei's expression remained calm and composed, devoid of any fear. "Yifei, be careful," exclaimed the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, his face suddenly paling. He understood the masked man's peculiar and overwhelming power, particularly that technique capable of phasing out of reality, which was nearly impossible to defend against. Without hesitation, he intended to use the Flying Thunder God technique to shield Huang Yifei. Yet, Huang Yifei was quicker. In an instant, he shifted his stance, his footsteps intricate and profound, proactively meeting the lethal iron fist that surged with the force of a raging storm. Seeking death, the masked man's eyes flashed with a cruel smile. To him, the boy's actions were akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, a futile endeavor that led to his own demise. The sound of a thunderous collision erupted, akin to two colossal steel beasts colliding at high speed, reverberating through the night sky. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the anticipated sight of Huang Yifei being sent flying did not materialize. Instead, his seemingly delicate fist met the masked man's fearsome blow head-on. A visible shockwave erupted from the point of impact, sweeping outwards with ferocious intensity, causing the debris around them to rattle violently. What? For the first time, disbelief flickered in the masked man's eyes. He could distinctly sense a terrifying power emanating from the boy's small fist, a force so immense that it made his heart race. This power was not merely refined chakra. It bore a sacred and majestic aura, as if it were harmoniously intertwined with the very fabric of the universe. "Senjutsu chakra, you little brat." The masked man was both astonished and enraged. He had never anticipated that this 9-year-old boy had already begun to grasp the essence of Senjutsu. A subtle smile curved Huang Yifei's lips as the power of his perfected sage body surged forth without reservation. With a swift motion of his wrist, a purer and more concentrated Senjutsu chakra erupted forth like a volcanic explosion, crashing violently towards the masked man. Thud, thud, thud. The masked man felt an overwhelming force assail him, causing him to stagger backward uncontrollably, each step leaving deep impressions in the solid ground. His right arm, which had clashed with Huang Yifei's, throbbed with searing pain, as if his bones were on the verge of shattering. Though he did not suffer the exaggerated fate of having his arm crushed this time, he found himself at a disadvantage in this direct confrontation. This filled the masked man with an unparalleled sense of shock and humiliation. "You think this will allow you to defeat me?" he roared, his Sharingan spinning wildly as his body became ethereal, attempting to evade Huang Yifei's subsequent attack while searching for a chance to counter. However, Huang Yifei seemed to have anticipated his move. At the moment the masked man phased out, Huang Yifei vanished like a wraith from his original position. Flying Thunder God technique. In the next instant, Huang Yifei appeared precisely where the masked man's body had phased. His fist, imbued with Senjutsu chakra, mercilessly struck towards the masked man's vital points. The masked man was filled with dread. He had never expected that this little brat had mastered such advanced space-time ninjutsu and could predict his phasing location with such precision. In a desperate attempt, he barely activated his ability again, phasing a portion of his body to narrowly evade Huang Yifei's decisive blow. Yet even so, he was still caught by the residual force of Huang Yifei's fist, causing his chest to churn violently, and he nearly coughed up blood. Damn it! This brat possesses would release and Senjutsu, and even the Flying Thunder God. The masked man was consumed by anger and trepidation, realizing that his prior assessments of this 9-year-old prodigy had been profoundly misguided. This child was no ordinary genius. He was a super being endowed with a multitude of extraordinary abilities. Observing the masked man, who despite being in dire straits, managed to evade disaster with his phasing ability, Huang Yifei's brow furrowed slightly. He understood that relying solely on taijutsu and conventional ninjutsu would likely prove insufficient to inflict significant damage on someone wielding such a formidable power. The phasing ability was nearly immune to all physical attacks, and the masked man's mastery of it surpassed Huang Yifei's expectations. It seemed he would need to resort to that. Huang Yifei's gaze deepened with intensity. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed, palm facing the heavens. A force more terrifying, vast, and despair-inducing than any before began to rise from his seemingly frail form, akin to a primordial beast of the cosmos awakening after eons of slumber. Since conventional means cannot contend with you, Huang Yifei's voice turned icy and authoritative. Let me show you what true, absolute power capable of annihilating everything truly is. Sage art, true thousands hands. As those words, reminiscent of a divine decree, echoed from Huang Yifei's lips, the very heavens seemed to fall silent. An indescribable force, imbued with the essence of creation and destruction, surged forth from his slender frame, enveloping the entire realm. Under the shroud of this overwhelming majesty, both the mysterious masked man, engaged in fierce combat with Huang Yifei, and those observing from afar, including Minato Namikaze, felt an existential insignificance and submission resonate from the depths of their souls. Then, as all eyes filled with awe and reverence fixated on him, the ground within a radius of several kilometers around Huang Yifei began to rise uncontrollably, as if responding to an ancient call. Countless massive wooden arms, more magnificent than mountains and more radiant than stars, erupted from the fractured earth like a legion of colossal claws emerging from the depths of the abyss. In mere moments, a towering statue, 1,000 meters high, more imposing than the Hokage Rock and more spectacular than the loftiest peaks, rose majestically from the ground, adorned with hundreds of colossal hands, each exuding an aura of solemnity. As if it had emerged from the annals of ancient myth, a true wooden deity, standing proudly between heaven and earth. This true thousands-hand statue was constructed entirely from the most resilient and sacred wood, its surface adorned with dazzling patterns reminiscent of the cosmos. Its hundreds of mountain-sized hands hovered ominously in the air, radiating a suffocating and terrifying pressure. The enigmatic figure wearing the mask gazed upon the colossal deity, a terrifying giant whose existence was confined to the realms of myth, and upon the diminutive yet omnipotent 9-year-old boy standing atop its head, who seemed to command the very essence of creation. The single eye concealed beneath the mask had entirely dimmed, replaced by an abyss of desolation and an overwhelming dread that emanated from the depths of his soul. "I am here to assist you, Yifei." A golden flash, akin to a beacon of hope piercing through the eternal darkness, suddenly illuminated the periphery of the giant's attack zone. It was none other than the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. He was not entirely daunted by the cataclysmic might of Yifei's summoned deity. After an initial moment of profound shock, his heart, characterized by its brilliance and strategic acumen, swiftly regained control. He understood that while the deities summoned by Yifei possessed immense power, the masked man's ocular technique remained a formidable threat. He could not allow this architect of chaos to escape once more. With the flying thunder god kunai in hand, Minato traced spectacular arcs of golden light across the night sky, akin to blooming death lilies, targeting the masked figure, whose movements were momentarily hindered by fear, as well as the subtle spatial fluctuations around him that he might exploit to execute his uncanny technique. Each of Minato's strikes was as swift as lightning, ruthlessly precise. Every calculated landing sealed off potential escape routes for the masked man, thwarting any possibility of utilizing his spatial manipulation for a retreat. With the mastery of his flying thunder god technique, Minato sought to ensnare the masked man within the deadly domain enveloped by the true thousand hands. Yifei, standing atop the towering figure's head, observed the familiar silhouette darting gracefully across the battlefield, akin to a golden sprite, and felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. Truly, Minato was exceptional. This synergy and decisiveness were precisely what he required. "Thank you, Minato-sensei," he silently conveyed, and in an instant, his serene and profound gaze erupted with radiant divine light. He slowly raised his right hand, pointing toward the beleaguered masked figure, who, under Minato's relentless assaults. Found himself in a precarious situation, struggling to concentrate on executing his ocular technique for ethereal evasion or distant spatial transfer. With an air of supreme authority and chilling resolve, Yifei pronounced, "Then, let you repent amidst this ceaseless tide of fists. True thousand hands, would dragon binding kill." Boom. As Yifei's words resonated and his hand swept downward, the towering deity sprang to life. Hundreds of colossal wooden claws, imbued with terrifying force, moved as if animated by life and intelligence. Some morphed into an indestructible wooden cage, encircling and compressing the area occupied by the masked figure. Others descended upon him like a torrential storm, bearing unparalleled might, relentlessly crashing down upon the ensnared masked figure, whose situation was now dire. Simultaneously, from the deity's form, several fearsome wooden dragons emerged, entwining around the masked man like relentless leeches, siphoning his chakra and restricting his movements. The spectacle was awe-inspiring, terrifying, and utterly despairing, as if the world had transformed into a hellish domain crafted from innumerable giant fists and wood dragons. The masked figure, witnessing the apocalyptic barrage of fists and the insatiable wooden dragons draining his chakra, felt the constricting wooden cage compressing his space for movement, and observed the golden figure expertly sealing off his escape routes with the flying thunder god technique. His singular eye, once vibrant, now lost all glimmer of hope. In the face of Yifei's inexorable true thousand hands and Minato's elusive flying thunder god, the masked man found himself bereft of any possibility of escape. A scream filled with boundless terror, resentment, and despair erupted from him, echoing across the night sky, only to be drowned out by the relentless thunder of the colossal fists. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shattering explosions reverberated like an unending tempest of thunder, sweeping across the realm. The ferocious shockwaves surged forth like a tangible tsunami, fracturing the earth, shattering stones, and tearing the very fabric of space with grotesque fissures. The entire Hidden Leaf village trembled and lamented under the cataclysmic force unleashed. The barrage instigated by the true thousand hands persisted for several minutes. When the multitude of colossal fists finally ceased their onslaught and reformed into the towering figure, the battleground had undergone a complete transformation. The area once occupied by the masked figure and within a radius of several hundred meters had been reduced to a desolate wasteland. The ground lay shattered, riddled with deep and shallow impressions from the mighty fists, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred earth and the ominous essence of obliteration. The once formidable masked figure, who sought to manipulate the fates of the ninja world, now appeared battered. His black cloak lay in tatters, ravaged by the earlier cataclysm. His signature orange whirlpool mask bore immense cracks, with the largest fragment having fallen away, revealing a distorted eye beneath, flickering with a crimson three-tomo Sharingan, twisted by agony, fear, and resentment. His right arm, fractured and mangled in the initial collision, was now a bloody mess. The left side of his body bore ghastly wounds, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the ground beneath him a dark red. Though he had narrowly preserved his life through the ethereal abilities of his ocular technique and the formidable regenerative capacity of his unique cells, the injuries he sustained were so grievous that any shadow-level ninja would be rendered incapable of further combat. In the night sky, the golden figure descended gently, landing upon the shoulder of the still mighty, true thousand hands. Minato gazed down at the masked figure, who, though severely injured, still struggled to rise, and then at the terrifying deity standing resolutely on the battlefield, akin to a primordial god. He also glanced at the 9-year-old boy atop the deity, pale yet calm and confident, and felt an overwhelming sense of awe and reverence. He knew that from this day forth, the history of the ninja world would be irrevocably altered by this boy's emergence, and he, Minato Namikaze, would become both a witness and participant in this monumental moment. He extended his hand, gazing at the boy standing atop the colossal statue, their eyes locked in a distant exchange, his face adorned with a heartfelt smile brimming with solace, pride, and boundless gratitude. Yifei, we have triumphed. Chapter 50. The mask shattered, the wretched escape. The chaos of the Nine Tails finally comes to an end. On the scorched earth, the air was thick with the scent of blood. The enigmatic masked man, under the devastating assault from Huang Yifei's myriad of blows and the precise coordination of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was left gravely wounded, teetering on the brink of death. His once mysterious orange whirlpool mask was now riddled with grotesque cracks, fragments falling away to reveal a glimpse of the young face underneath, twisted in agony, rage, and despair. Stained with blood. One eye, a kaleidoscope Sharingan, was bloodshot from overuse, still glimmering with madness and resentment. His right arm had completely vanished, as if erased by an unseen force, leaving a horrific wound that exposed bone. The left side of his body was marred, with wounds resembling a centipede, seeping dark crimson blood that stained the charred ground beneath him. He gasped for breath, each inhalation accompanied by violent coughs, expelling dark red blood mixed with fragments of his insides. Clearly, not only was his body devastated, but his internal organs had also suffered grave damage from the terrifying shockwave. Were it not for the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, implanted within him, granting him extraordinary regenerative abilities and vitality, he would have perished on the spot. Yet, even now, he was a mere flicker, on the verge of extinguishment. Coughing, the masked man struggled to support his broken body with his remaining left hand, attempting to rise from the ground. However, every movement sent sharp stabs of pain through his countless injuries, eliciting muffled groans of anguish. His solitary eye, hidden beneath the shattered mask, fixated intently on the 9-year-old Huang Yifei, who stood atop the towering statue, gazing down at him like a deity. His expression was rife with disbelief, profound hatred, and a raw despair born from witnessing a power far beyond his comprehension. He never imagined he would be defeated, much less in such a catastrophic manner. He had not even probed the true limits of his opponent's strength. This 9-year-old boy, what manner of monster was he? Even the Hashirama of yore could not have wielded such earth-shattering power at that age. Endless fear and resentment gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. After painstakingly orchestrating his plans, betraying his own allies, and drenched in blood, he had finally unleashed the Nine Tails from its seal, poised to obliterate Konoha and plunge this hypocritical world into an eternal illusion of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Yet now, all of it had been utterly crushed by this inexplicable, godlike boy. The staggering drop from heaven to hell, coupled with the bitter taste of failure, rekindled the flickering flame of his murderous intent and madness, desperate yet futile. Huang Yifei, he ground out through clenched teeth, each syllable steeped in venomous hatred and resentment, as if he wished to devour the very name and the boy it represented. You will pay for this. He summoned the last remnants of his strength to unleash a hoarse, yet feeble, roar, vowing that he would not let this end here. He knew he could pose no further threat to Huang Yifei or the village of Konoha today. His only option was to flee, at any cost. As long as he could survive, return to that place, and gain assistance from that individual, he would have a chance to rise again. This vendetta, this hatred, would one day be repaid 100-fold. With that thought, his bloodshot kaleidoscope Sharingan erupted with one final, fierce spatial fluctuation. He even burned the remnants of his dwindling life force to forcefully activate this last technique. Kamui. A vortex of space rippled violently around his battered form, more intense and unstable than any previous attempt, as if struggling against death itself. In an instant, his figure twisted and blurred, ultimately vanishing from sight, leaving only a fragment of his shattered mask and the lingering scent of blood and despair in the air. Huang Yifei, atop the 1,000-meter statue, watched as the mysterious masked man, having paid a grave price and nearly revealing his identity, managed to escape in a haphazard retreat, his brow furrowing slightly in contemplation. He got away, he muttered, a hint of regret in his tone. Although his previous strike had nearly claimed the masked man's life, that elusive technique was insurmountable, particularly for self-preservation. To annihilate him completely under such circumstances had proven unrealistic. However, a cold, confident smile crept across Huang Yifei's lips. Let him run, he mused, his eyes glinting with profound wisdom. When we meet again, I shall ensure he experiences true despair. He understood that after this devastating defeat, the masked man would not dare to emerge and wreak havoc for quite some time. This undoubtedly afforded Konoha, and himself, a precious respite and opportunity for growth. Furthermore, this encounter had granted him clearer insights into the masked man's abilities and the nature of his Sharingan technique. Next time, he was resolute in his confidence to eliminate this lingering threat once and for all. At that moment, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, descended gracefully onto the statue's shoulder. He glanced toward the direction from which the masked man had vanished, a look of regret and gravity crossing his face. Yifei, "I apologize. I let that guy escape," he said, his voice tinged with self-reproach. Had his earlier sealing technique been more precise and decisive, perhaps they could have retained the masked man. Huang Yifei shook his head, smiling gently. "Lord Fourth, there is no need for remorse. The spatial technique of that man is indeed peculiar. The fact that we managed to inflict such grievous wounds is already a remarkable achievement. At the very least, he should refrain from showing his face for a considerable time to come." Pausing for a moment, he added with a lighter tone, "Besides, didn't he leave behind a threat declaring he would not let this go? That means we will have ample opportunities to engage him further." The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, gazed at Huang Yifei, whose demeanor was as serene as the clouds, even tinged with a hint of mockery. The remnants of regret and gravity within his heart gradually dissipated, replaced by an unspeakable sense of reassurance and trust. He understood that as long as Yifei was present, no matter what formidable adversaries they might face in the future, or what crises might arise, the village of Konoha would assuredly emerge unscathed. Chuckling softly, Minato felt the burdens of his earlier discontent lift away. He extended his hand towards Yifei, a genuine smile of appreciation, pride, and endless gratitude illuminating his face. "Yifei, we have triumphed." Indeed, they had won. Although the journey had been fraught with peril and turmoil, and the enemy cunning and powerful, the ultimate victory belonged to them, belonged to Konoha. With the mysterious masked man's hasty retreat, the last remnants of the Nine-Tails incident finally vanished into the ether. The colossal statue of the thousand-handed Buddha, exuding supreme majesty, gradually transformed into flecks of emerald light due to the immense chakra expenditure by Huang Yifei, dissipating into the air and reintegrating into his being. Yifei's figure descended gently from the skies, landing firmly beside Minato. The continuous exertion of such formidable wood-release techniques left him fatigued, yet his bright eyes sparkled with the joy of victory and boundless aspirations for the future. The world seemed to shine brighter, filled with newfound hope. As the calamity came to a close, Chapter 51, Cheers at Dawn. The heroes of Konoha never walk alone. As the earth-shattering statue and the guardian sacred tree transformed into shimmering emerald light, slowly vanishing in the night sky before dawn, the entire village of Konoha seemed to awaken from a long and harrowing nightmare. The air still hung thick with smoke, the acrid scent of charred remains and blood permeating the atmosphere. Collapsed houses and burning ruins dotted the streets, while the ground bore the scars of fierce cracks and deep pits, silently narrating the horrors of the previous night's devastation. In stark contrast to this grim tableau were the surviving ninjas and villagers of Konoha, their eyes reflecting a mix of relief and a fragile yet resilient flicker of hope for the future. Many of them had witnessed the Nine-Tails rampage and destruction firsthand during the cataclysmic battle, experiencing the despair and terror brought forth by the enigmatic masked man. They had once believed that Konoha was on the brink of annihilation, but now, the crisis seemed to be truly averted. The once insurmountable Nine-Tails had vanished, and the powerful masked man had fled in disarray. Everything felt surreal, as if it belonged to the realm of dreams. It was not until the first rays of morning sunlight struggled to pierce the thick clouds of smoke blanketing Konoha, casting a golden light symbolizing rebirth and hope upon the scarred land, that they realized the truth. They beheld the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, standing tall amidst the ruins of Hokage Rock. Despite his pale complexion, he directed rescue efforts, his gentle yet resolute gaze soothing the shaken villagers. His golden hair shimmered in the dawn light, embodying the brilliance of his legendary reputation, instilling immense courage and reassurance in everyone. They saw Kushina Uzumaki, though weakened from childbirth and the separation from the Nine-Tails, tightly cradling her newborn child, her face adorned with a loving yet steadfast smile. Her fiery red hair, slightly disheveled, continued to blaze with the indomitable spirit of the Uzumaki clan. Through her very existence, she proclaimed to all that Konoha's future was filled with promise. They witnessed Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, despite his injuries, tirelessly working at the forefront of the rescue efforts, coordinating teams to help those trapped beneath the rubble. His face radiated the responsibility and commitment of a Hokage, his aged figure appearing particularly noble and heroic in the morning light. They observed countless Konoha ninjas, regardless of rank or strength, diligently clearing the battlefield, aiding the injured, and comforting the bereaved, their actions embodying the undying will of fire. Those who had lost limbs or suffered broken bones fought through their pain, lifting debris with one arm or supporting comrades on a single leg. Most importantly, they saw the 9-year-old boy, who had descended like a deity during the cataclysm, standing quietly beside Minato. Huang Yifei, despite his pallor, exuded calmness and confidence. The last threads of doubt and unease in the hearts of Konoha's survivors evaporated entirely, replaced by an indescribable joy of having survived, boundless admiration for the heroes, and dreams of a brighter future. It was unclear who initiated it, but soon a deafening cheer erupted, a volcanic release of emotion suppressed for eons, bursting forth from the lips of every Konoha survivor. We are saved. The Nine Tails has been sealed. That masked scoundrel has fled. Splendid. We are alive. Long live the fourth Hokage. Long live Lady Kushina. Long live Huang Yifei. Long live the heroes of Konoha. The exuberance of the cheers was palpably real, brimming with the ecstasy of survival. It pierced through smoke and flames, resonating across the skies of Konoha and reaching far beyond. Countless villagers, young and old, were overwhelmed with emotion, embracing one another in joy and tears, as if releasing all their fears and despair. Ninjas of all ranks and abilities also sighed in relief, observing the familiar and unfamiliar faces of their comrades who had fought valiantly to protect their village, their eyes filled with complex emotions. There was sorrow for fallen comrades, relief for having survived, and a profound bond of camaraderie forged through shared trials of life and death. They understood that although Konoha had suffered unprecedented devastation, as long as the ninjas who carried the will of fire remained, and as long as the spirit of unity within the village endured, Konoha would never fall. The future of Konoha remained bright. With the aid of several Umbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged from the ruins of a collapsed building, his body weary but determined. He gazed at the boy surrounded by adoring eyes, calm amidst the chaos, and a smile of profound pride and satisfaction graced his aged face. He knew he had not been mistaken. This child was not only the beacon of hope for Konoha, but also the future of the entire ninja world. Taking a deep breath, he bore the pain of his injuries and slowly approached Huang Yifei. Then, before the astonished gaze of all, the esteemed third Hokage, who had led Konoha for decades, bowed deeply to the 9-year-old boy, a gesture of immense respect and recognition. Yifei, the voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen, slightly hoarse with emotion, carried an undeniable sense of gratitude and admiration. You have saved Konoha, and on behalf of all the villagers, I thank you. His bow was heartfelt and sincere. He understood that all that Huang Yifei had accomplished today deserved the utmost respect from anyone. Huang Yifei gazed at the elder, who had dedicated his life to the village, and felt a warm glow in his heart. He hurried forward to assist the third Hokage in rising. Lord Third, you exaggerate, Huang Yifei replied calmly, devoid of any arrogance. The protection of Konoha is not solely my responsibility. It is also the collective conviction and mission of the fourth Hokage, Lady Kushina, and all the ninjas of Konoha. Last night's victory belongs to all the heroes who fought valiantly to safeguard this homeland, even at the cost of their lives. I merely possessed certain unique abilities and, with everyone's support and cooperation, contributed my humble share. His words were humble and sincere, devoid of any exaggeration or self-praise. He attributed the glory of victory to all Konoha's ninjas who fought, to the indomitable will of fire that never extinguishes. This extraordinary maturity and magnanimity transcended his years, stirring genuine admiration among all present, including Sarutobi Hiruzen and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. They recognized Huang Yifei not only as a savior endowed with godlike powers, but also as a true hero with a heart as pure as gold and a spirit as vast as the sky. Yifei, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked into Huang Yifei's clear and open gaze, momentarily at a loss for words. He could only pat Huang Yifei's shoulder heavily, his eyes filled with indescribable comfort and hope. Huang Yifei's name would be inscribed alongside that of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, Lady Kushina, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and all the heroes who fought to protect Konoha, forever honored and recounted through generations. As Huang Yifei observed the villagers of Konoha, their faces radiant with joy and hope due to their collective efforts, he felt an overwhelming sense of achievement and satisfaction. He realized he had finally succeeded. He had used his powers, along with the strength of others, to alter the predetermined, tragic fate. He had safeguarded the world he had gradually come to embrace and love. This feeling surpassed any joy derived from obtaining formidable power. He slowly lifted his gaze to the Konoha sky, now bathed in golden light by the dawn, and a genuine, radiant smile graced his lips. The dawn of Konoha, though arduous and tragic in its arrival, had ultimately come, and he, Huang Yifei, would continue to use his strength, alongside all those he cherished, to protect this hard-won light and hope in the days to come. Chapter 52, Post-War Warmth. Naruto's guardian brother and new home, the smoke of the Nine Tails chaos, gradually dissipated through the collaboration of the fourth Hokage Minato and Huang Yifei, along with the collective efforts of all Konoha ninjas and villagers. Though the village lay in ruins, it radiated resilience and hope under the morning light. Thanks to everyone's combined efforts, casualties in Konoha were minimized. The Nine Tails had been perfectly sealed, and the mysterious masked man had been severely wounded by Huang Yifei and Minato, forcing him to flee and rendering him unable to cause further turmoil for the time being. Thus, the immense crisis that had engulfed Konoha had been thoroughly resolved. As the first rays of morning sunlight bathed the earth, Minato held the sleeping infant Naruto, while Kushina nestled beside him with a look of bliss. Their family of three gazed at the 9-year-old Huang Yifei, who appeared slightly fatigued yet bore a contented smile, their eyes filled with immeasurable gratitude, admiration, and warmth akin to that of family. Yifei, Kushina spoke first, her voice slightly hoarse with emotion, yet her genuine feelings were unmistakable. Thank you. Truly, thank you so much. She reached out, tightly grasping Huang Yifei's hand, her eyes brimming with tears once more. She understood that without Yifei, she, Minato, and Naruto might not be in this world today. It was Yifei, with his seemingly youthful yet incredibly powerful shoulders, who had provided them a safe and warm haven. This kindness would forever remain etched in her heart. Kushina-sensei, you are too kind. Huang Yifei smiled, shaking his head gently. With his other hand, he softly patted the back of Kushina's hand and said, You, the fourth Hokage, and Naruto are the most important people to me. Protecting you is my duty and my greatest desire. His words were sincere and straightforward, devoid of any pretense. The fourth Hokage, Minato, looked at his thoughtful disciple with a mix of heartfelt emotions. He stepped forward and clapped Huang Yifei's shoulder firmly, pride and satisfaction filling his gaze. Yifei, you have truly grown into a remarkable man. I consider it the greatest fortune of my life to have you as my disciple. He paused, his tone turning serious. From this day forth, you, Huang Yifei, are family to the Namikaze and Uzumaki clans. You are Naruto's only and closest brother. Indeed. Kushina nodded vigorously, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Looking at Huang Yifei, her eyes brimmed with maternal love and tenderness. Yifei, from now on, you are Naruto's big brother. You are our eldest son. This home will always be your home. Her tone conveyed unwavering sincerity and enthusiasm. Huang Yifei felt a warm surge of emotion as he witnessed Minato and Kushina's heartfelt acceptance and affection. He had never experienced such genuine and pure familial warmth in his 2 lifetimes. This feeling brought him immense comfort and security. He realized that from this moment on, he, Huang Yifei, had finally found a true home in this world. He smiled and nodded emphatically, his voice slightly choked with emotion. Yes, Lord Fourth, Kushina-sensei, I understand. He did not utter many sentimental words, but the sincerity reflected in his bright and resolute eyes spoke volumes. At that moment, the slumbering Naruto seemed to sense the warm and joyous atmosphere around him. He smacked his lips and slowly opened his bright, azure eyes, filled with curiosity as he gazed at the older brother who greeted him with a gentle smile. With a cheerful giggle, he expressed his delight and reliance on Huang Yifei. Observing this heartwarming scene, Minato and Kushina exchanged knowing smiles. They understood that with a powerful and reliable elder brother like Huang Yifei safeguarding Naruto, the path to Naruto's future growth would undoubtedly be marked by fewer hardships and more sunshine and joy. At that moment, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, suddenly recalled something. He turned to Huang Yifei with a smile and said, Ah, Yifei, to express our gratitude for your tremendous contribution in saving the village, and to ensure you are well taken care of, Kushina and I have discussed and decided to gift you the beautiful independent mansion near the Hokage building, which I have always cherished as your new home. This residence is not only spacious and comfortable, but it is also quite close to our home. In the future, our families, our family, can frequently visit and support one another. Kushina added with a smile, her eyes brimming with boundless anticipation for a happy future. She even began to contemplate what delicious meals she could prepare for Yifei and Naruto each day. The thought of the two children devouring their food filled her heart with maternal joy. Upon hearing this, Huang Yifei felt a warmth in his heart. He knew that Minato and Kushina genuinely regarded him as family, which prompted such an arrangement. He did not decline, nodding with a smile as he said, "Thank you, Fourth Hokage, and thank you, Mother Kushina." For him, an orphan, having a stable home of his own held profound significance. In the aftermath of the calamity, Konoha, illuminated by the first rays of morning sunlight, radiated vibrant vitality. And Huang Yifei, the 9-year-old savior, not only gained the power to change the world following this catastrophe, but also acquired a complete and warm home, along with a weighty sense of responsibility and bond to protect it. His journey in the world of Hokage had only just begun, and the stories of the future would undoubtedly be even more riveting. Chapter 53. A Tremor in the Ninja World. Konoha's little first Hokage renowned across the 5 great nations. Konoha Hidden Village, a magnificent shinobi village of paramount importance in the annals of the ninja world, emerged from the harrowing chaos of the Nine-Tails incident, an event that nearly led to its obliteration, not in a state of despair as some had anticipated, but rather, it rose anew with a mightier and more awe-inspiring presence on the stage of the ninja world. And all of this can be attributed to one name, Huang Yifei. This 9-year-old prodigy, possessing the legendary would-release Kekkei Genkai of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, executed the wood clone technique, summoned a blooming cherry blossom realm, and even unleashed the devastating sage art, True Thousand Hands, single-handedly subduing the frenzied Nine-Tails and partnering with the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, to deal a heavy blow to the mysterious masked adversary responsible for this disaster. His exploits spread like wildfire across the ninja world, soaring on wings of legend at an unimaginable pace. The 5 great nations and various shinobi villages, be they the esteemed Kaga-level powerhouses or the unremarkable ordinary ninjas, or even the rogue ninjas, mercenaries, and various underground intelligence organizations existing beyond the villages, were collectively astounded by the tale of this 9-year-old prodigy from Konoha. Extra. Konoha Hidden Village faces the Nine-Tails incident. Mysterious masked foe manipulates the Nine-Tails to attack Konoha, with the assistance of a 9-year-old would-release genius, Huang Yifei. 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, not only successfully averted the crisis and preserved their lives, but they also perfectly sealed the Nine-Tails. Huang Yifei demonstrated the legendary would-release techniques of the first Hokage, confronting the Nine-Tails head-on and summoning the miraculous True Thousand Hands, striking awe into all present. Though the wording varied slightly, the urgent messages shared a remarkably consistent core, spreading like snowflakes to every corner of the ninja world, igniting a tremendous uproar in the hearts of all who encountered them. In the office of the 3rd Hokage, Inoki, a short, fiery-tempered man of profound strength, was struck with shock upon viewing the confidential report sent by his most trusted intelligence officer, who had risked his life to bring back the news from Konoha. His iconic red nose twitched violently in disbelief, and the teacup in his hand fell to the ground, shattering into pieces while scalding tea splattered across him. Yet he remained oblivious. Would-release? True Thousand Hands? A 9-year-old brat? What kind of international joke is this? Inoki's voice, filled with incredulity, turned notably shrill, tinged with absurdity and farce. Having lived for so long, he believed he had seen it all, but the content of this report completely shattered his understanding of the world. Would-release? A power that existed only in legends, wielded solely by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, capable of altering the very landscape of the ninja world. True Thousand Hands. The ultimate secret technique of the first Hokage, once used to utterly defeat Uchiha Madara in the Valley of the End. Now, was it truly being wielded by a mere 9-year-old brat from Konoha? Furthermore, he had managed to completely subdue the Nine-Tails, a beast that had plagued the entire ninja world. This was indeed more fantastical and unbelievable than any myth. This intelligence has been rigorously verified to be true, the reporting Umbu from a Wagakure stammered, his face etched with disbelief and terror. Is it really true? Inoki exclaimed, leaping from his seat. Though small in stature, the aura of a Kaga-level powerhouse emanated from him, seemingly freezing the air in the Akatsuki'S office. After the initial shock and horror subsided, His gaze swiftly transformed into one of deep seriousness, tinged with an unmistakable wariness. If this intelligence were accurate, then Konoha, their greatest rival, had not only acquired the golden flash of Minato Namikaze, but also spawned a younger and even more unfathomable prodigy possessing the first Hokage's would-release powers. This was undoubtedly bad news for a Wagakure. Immediately, spare no effort. Investigate every detail about this Huang Yifei, his background, his abilities, his character, everything. I must know it all. Inoki bellowed, his voice hoarse and filled with unprecedented seriousness and intent. He understood that if this 9-year-old prodigy from Konoha were not swiftly quelled, he would soon become an insurmountable nightmare for a Wagakure and the entire ninja world. Similar scenes unfolded in Kumogakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure. In the office of the Fourth Hokage, known for his volatile temperament and reverence for power, the news of the Nine Tails incident and the detailed accounts of Huang Yifei's would-release and true Thousand Hands left him in utter disbelief. His bronze muscles trembled violently in shock as he crushed his desk into powder. Would-release? True Thousand Hands? A 9-year-old brat? What nonsense is this? A's roar reverberated through the entire Hokage building, shaking the windows. Beside him, Killer B, a powerful and perfect Jinchuriki, momentarily ceased his characteristic rap, revealing an extraordinarily grave expression. Brother, this Huang Yifei might be even more formidable than the first Hokage of your, Killer B remarked, his voice laced with an almost imperceptible tremor. In the office of the Mizukage, during the reign of terror in the hidden mist village, amidst the oppressive silence, a flicker of resilient hope ignited in the hearts of the discontented ninjas, who harbored grievances against the tyrannical rule of the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. The emergence of a 9-year-old savior possessing the powers of the first Hokage in Konohagakure stirred whispers of possibility. Could the hidden mist village also be liberated from its bloody dominion and bask in the light of freedom once more? In the wind shadow office of Sunagakure, the young fourth Kazekage, Raza, meticulously scrutinized the detailed report on the Nine Tails incident and the profile of Huang Yifei. His brow furrowed deeper, reflecting a mix of solemnity, apprehension, and a tinge of indescribable envy and helplessness. Konohagakure truly produces remarkable talents, he sighed, his voice laden with complex emotions. Raza recalled his own son, Gaara, who, despite possessing immense potential, faced discrimination and ostracism due to his status as a Jinchuriki, leading to a twisted and solitary demeanor. If only Gaara could receive the same recognition and nurturing from their village as Huang Yifei had. Could he not also become a formidable force capable of reshaping the entire ninja world? Raza remained uncertain. He understood that the rise of Konohagakure was inevitable. Should Sunagakure fail to adapt and cultivate its talents, it risked losing its standing in the future ninja landscape, potentially unfit to compete with Konohagakure. A bold thought began to take root in Raza's mind. Perhaps he should personally visit Konohagakure and meet the legendary young First Hokage. Beyond the 4 great ninja villages, the entire ninja world trembled with undercurrents due to this monumental change in Konohagakure. Various hidden factions, watching with keen interest, began to formulate their responses upon hearing of Huang Yifei's legendary feats. Some labeled him a high-level threat, warning their subordinates against provoking him. Others grew intrigued by his would-release abilities and the mysterious spring water, dispatching spies to gather intelligence and, if necessary, seize it for themselves. Furthermore, some viewed Huang Yifei as a pivotal opportunity to disrupt the existing balance of power within the ninja world, engaging in various clandestine plots and strategies. Thus, the entire ninja realm was set aflame with turbulence and transformation, all ignited by the mere presence of the 9-year-old prodigy, Huang Yifei. A new era, rife with grandeur, uncertainty, and challenges, was poised to unfold under his influence. Meanwhile, Huang Yifei, the legendary boy at the center of this tempest, remained blissfully unaware of the swirling storm around him. He continued his training with tranquility, strategizing for the future of Konohagakure and cherishing the rare moments spent with the Namikaze couple and little Naruto. It seemed as though the external tumult and scrutiny bore no relevance to him. This extraordinary composure and poise only served to heighten the apprehension of those who lurked in the shadows, aware that this young prodigy was no ordinary individual. The future of the ninja world would undoubtedly be shaped by his hand. Chapter 54. The Fourth Hokage's Resolution. Yifei's Transcendent Status. The aftermath of the Nine Tails incident not only stirred tumultuous waves throughout the ninja world, but also instigated profound transformations concerning power dynamics, status, and future direction within Konohagakure. On the third day post-disaster, the recovery efforts of Konohagakure, under the direct leadership and efficient command of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, proceeded with remarkable order. Despite the village's devastation, with countless structures needing reconstruction and many injured requiring care, the overall atmosphere did not succumb to despair. Conversely, an unprecedented sense of unity and purpose blossomed in the hearts of every survivor. They had witnessed Huang Yifei's godlike power and felt the unwavering determination and courage of the fourth Hokage and his wife to protect their village at all costs. They understood that as long as such heroes stood firm, Konohagakure would never falter. The future remained bright. In the wake of this calamity, the urgent issue of how to reward contributions and redefine Huang Yifei's status and authority within the village emerged as a pressing concern for Minato and the higher-ups in Konohagakure. A high-level meeting, tinged with seriousness yet brimming with anticipation, was convened in secrecy within the Hokage's office. Present were the true core decision-makers of the village, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, seated at the head of the table, his golden hair shimmering in the sunlight, exuding an air of maturity and authority beyond his years. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat beside him, a proud expression gracing his face as he beheld his protege. Two esteemed advisors, Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado, also attended. The focal point of the meeting, Huang Yifei, sat quietly beside the fourth Hokage, his demeanor calm and composed, seemingly indifferent to the discussions about his position and power that were about to unfold. "Gentlemen," Minato began, his voice resonating with gentleness and resolve. "Though we have suffered unprecedented losses in the wake of the Nine Tails incident, this calamity has also unveiled a cadre of heroes deserving of our pride." His gaze swept over each attendee before settling on Huang Yifei with deep gratitude and admiration. "Especially Yifei," Minato continued, his voice tinged with barely concealed excitement. "Had it not been for Yifei's intervention during this crisis, single-handedly subduing the Nine Tails and safeguarding our people, Konohagakure may very well have ceased to exist. Yifei's contributions were nothing short of a rebirth for the village, and his deeds were worthy of being compared to those of the first Hokage. I trust that everyone here, including you, third Hokage, shares this sentiment." Hiruzen nodded appreciatively, adding, "Minato speaks the truth. Yifei's accomplishments are indeed awe-inspiring." Koharu and Hamura, while conservative in certain matters, nodded in agreement, recognizing the extraordinary nature of Huang Yifei's feats, having witnessed his godlike prowess firsthand. "Minato's words ring true," Koharu affirmed, her wrinkled face displaying a rare solemnity. "The contributions Yifei has made to our village are immeasurable. We must bestow upon him the honors and status befitting his achievements." Hamura echoed her sentiment. "Though Yifei is young, his displayed strength, wisdom, and loyalty to our village command our utmost respect. How to ascertain his identity within the village and bestow upon him the corresponding authority is indeed a matter that warrants our earnest discussion. I beseech the esteemed fourth Hokage to make a determination regarding this issue." The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, gazed upon his young disciple, who was merely 9 years of age, with eyes brimming with pride and admiration. He understood that all that Yifei had achieved today was rightfully his. Clearing his throat, he spoke solemnly. "Third Hokage, esteemed advisors, I have some thoughts regarding Yifei's positioning that I wish to share with you all." "Oh, Minato, do elaborate," Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, relinquishing the lead entirely to the newly appointed Hokage. The fourth Hokage nodded, his gaze shifting to Huang Yifei, filled with trust and expectation. Though young, Yifei possesses the wood-release Kekei Genkai and a profound understanding of various ninjutsu and strategic tactics, which firmly establishes that he cannot merely be regarded as an ordinary ninja. I propose, Minato inhaled deeply, his tone gravely serious, to grant Huang Yifei the title of special advisor to the Hokage. His rank would be equivalent to that of the leader of the J-Nin class. He shall be granted the privilege to attend all high-level meetings in Konoha and partake in significant village decisions. He paused, his gaze sharpening. Furthermore, I propose the establishment of a new position, Chief Military Strategist of Konoha. This position, to be concurrently held by Huang Yifei, while lacking direct administrative power, will possess the ultimate advisory authority on the village's future direction, strategic layout, and various major reform proposals, along with a veto power under specific circumstances, subject to the Hokage's final judgment. To mitigate the concentration of power, Minato appended a clarification to the veto power, enhancing its legitimacy. His declaration resonated like heavy stones cast into a tranquil lake, causing the advisors, Tsunade and Mito Minyin, to gasp in astonishment. The title of Special Advisor to the Hokage, equivalent in rank to the leader of the J-Nin class. Participation in high-level meetings and significant decision-making. This was already one of the most powerful positions in Konoha. Aside from that of the Hokage, the title of Chief Military Strategist, although seemingly nominal, conferred unimaginable implicit power and influence due to its ultimate advisory authority and veto power. To grant such immense power and status to a mere 9-year-old, this was utterly unprecedented and unfathomable. The faces of the two advisors displayed hesitation and doubt. While they acknowledged Huang Yifei's achievements and talents, entrusting such significant responsibilities to a child of 9 seemed exceedingly rash and perilous. Yet, just as they prepared to voice their objections, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, cast a calm yet authoritative glance at them, stating resolutely, "I understand your concerns, esteemed advisors. Although Yifei is young, the wisdom and capability he has demonstrated far exceed the limitations of his age. I firmly believe that his inclusion will render Konoha's decision-making more scientific and visionary." He then turned his gaze to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had silently supported him. "Third Hokage, what are your thoughts?" A knowing smile graced Hiruzen's face, his eyes filled with appreciation and recognition for both Minato and Huang Yifei. "Minato's proposal is splendid. Huang Yifei's accomplishments and abilities are certainly sufficient to fulfill these two roles. I am confident that with his wisdom and foresight under Minato's leadership, Konoha's future will undoubtedly shine brighter." The unequivocal stance of the third Hokage, coupled with the steadfast resolve of the fourth Hokage, left no room for dissent from Tsunade and Mito Minyin. They recognized that the future of Konoha was now firmly in the hands of this formidable young duo. They exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in resignation yet relief, conceding that since both the fourth Hokage and the third Hokage had made such a decision, they held no objections. Thus, the matter of Huang Yifei's positioning and authority within Konoha was resolved. The titles of Special Advisor to the Hokage and Chief Military Strategist of Konoha, along with the immense power and influence they represented, would elevate the 9-year-old Huang Yifei into one of the most powerful and influential figures in Konoha. Second only to the Hokage, this decision, once disclosed, would undoubtedly incite a tremendous upheaval throughout Konoha and the entire shinobi world. As Huang Yifei surveyed the proceedings before him, he felt a tumult of emotions, yet predominantly, a weighty sense of responsibility. He understood that this power and status were not bestowed upon him without merit. They were earned through his own strength, intellect, and unwavering resolve to protect all that he held dear. He recognized that this power and status were not for indulgence or display, but vital tools in realizing his grand ambition of crafting a new world as Hokage, devoid of sorrow and regret. Though this aspiration seemed distant, Huang Yifei believed that as long as he steadfastly walked his path, step by step, he would surely achieve it. Chapter 55, The Reckoning of Thunder. The Twilight of Darkness in Konoha. Following the consensus on Huang Yifei's positioning and authority, the higher-ups of Konoha did not immediately adjourn the meeting. Instead, the atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense and foreboding as they prepared to deliberate on a more grave subject, the handling of Danzo Shimura and his root organization. During the recent Nine Tails incident, Danzo and his root organization not only failed to commit themselves fully to the fight against the Nine Tails and protect the villagers, but they also exhibited suspicious behavior, seemingly conserving their strength and watching from the sidelines, even attempting to exploit the chaos for personal gain. Such despicable actions, prioritizing self-interest over the village's survival in a time of crisis, had unequivocally crossed the line for both the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. They understood that if they could not eradicate or rein in Danzo, the greatest malignancy lurking in the shadows of Konoha, along with his uncontrollable root organization, Konoha's future would remain perilous. Esteemed colleagues, Hiruzen's voice, laced with suppressed fury, was exceptionally cold and hoarse. His murky eyes glimmered with a chilling light. It is imperative that we conduct a thorough reckoning regarding Danzo Shimura and his root organization, especially in light of their inaction and dubious conduct during the Ninetales incident. As a former Hokage, his proposal carried greater weight, underscoring the determination of the village's leadership in this matter. His words fell like a boulder upon a placid lake, causing Tsunade and Mito Minion to exchange concerned glances. They were acutely aware of Danzo's character and the sensitive role Root played in Konoha. However, they had not anticipated that Hiruzen would take such a staunch stance to demand a complete reckoning of Danzo. This was tantamount to a complete severance of ties with him. Hiruzen, Danzo is after all a veteran of Konoha, who has rendered significant service to the village. Moreover, the existence of Root, in certain respects, is not devoid of benefits for the village. Tsunade hesitated, attempting to defend Danzo. She and Danzo were contemporaries, having fought alongside each other. Though she disapproved of some of his actions, she found it difficult to witness him face such consequences. Mito Minion furrowed his brow and solemnly remarked, Hiruzen, addressing the issue of Danzo requires utmost caution. After all, he still commanded a formidable force that could not be underestimated. Any misstep might easily incite turmoil within the village. However, in the face of the counsel from the two elder advisors, Sarutobi Hiruzen's stance was resolute. He let out a cold snort, his eyes brimming with disappointment and indignation. Accomplishments? Humph. Those so-called merits pale in comparison to the unscrupulous dealings he has conducted in the shadows over the years, as well as his despicable actions during the recent Ninetales incident. As for the Root organization, Hiruzen's tone turned even colder. What purpose does it serve to harbor a so-called secret organization that operates outside the control of the Hokage, cultivates personal factions, resorts to unscrupulous methods, and potentially threatens the unity and safety of our village? My mind is made up. Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table, his eyes radiating an undeniable authority. Danzo Shimura and the Root organization must face the justice they deserve. Otherwise, how can we find solace for the souls of those who bravely sacrificed themselves to protect the village during the Ninetales chaos? How can we confront the trust and expectations of the village elders? His resolute words, filled with righteousness and determination, plunged the two elder advisors, Mitarashi Anko and Mito Minion, into profound silence. They understood that Hiruzen was truly enraged and had firmly resolved his decision. At that moment, Huang Yifei, who had been quietly seated beside the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, suddenly spoke. His voice, though youthful, was remarkably calm and composed. Lord Third, Lord Fourth, esteemed advisors, Huang Yifei began slowly. I have gathered some intelligence and clues regarding Lord Danzo Shimura and the unusual movements of the Root organization during the Ninetales incident through various channels. Perhaps this information can provide some reference for your judgments. He retrieved several scrolls from his robes, containing critical information he had perceived on the night of the Ninetales attack. Utilizing his photographic memory, advanced sensory abilities, and the nearly imperceptible would-release spores spread throughout the battlefield. This included abnormal chakra flow among Root members, gathering locations, and suspicious communication codes, all meticulously documented and illustrated in tactical analysis charts. Huang Yifei stood up and unfurled one of the scrolls on the conference table, revealing a hand-drawn, remarkably precise, dynamic map of Konoha's battle situation that night. He pointed to several points marked in distinctive colors and began to narrate calmly, based on my observations and analyses. His voice clear and steady. On the night of the Ninetales incident, while most of the village's combat strength was concentrated on the main battlefield against the Ninetales, multiple teams from the Root organization exhibited highly unusual movements. He indicated an area distant from the main battlefield. For instance, during the most intense fighting when the Ninetales first struck the village's defenses, these three teams from the Root, consisting of about 30 individuals, gathered in an area far removed from the main conflict. Their objectives remain unclear, and post-incident checks revealed they had not received any orders from the Hokage's office or the Umbu command system. He paused and pointed to another location. Moreover, subsequent investigations revealed that at a critical moment when the fourth Hokage was engaged in a fierce battle with that mysterious masked man and desperately needed reinforcements, some members of the Root organization even set concealed chakra traps on certain transit routes to the battlefield or released disruptive smoke. Although they did not directly attack our ninja, they objectively delayed the progress of supporting forces from other directions, and their intentions are glaringly obvious. Huang Yifei's analysis was coherent and logically sound, complemented by the hand-drawn tactical analysis chart that indicated various suspicious movements, along with fragments of intelligence that sounded both elusive and unequivocal. All the high-ranking officials present were struck with astonishment. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze's expression grew ever colder. He spoke in a deep voice. Yifei's analysis aligns with some of my perceptions from the battlefield. I indeed felt that during the most intense moments of combat with that masked man, the reinforcements from the eastern flank experienced abnormal delays. At the time, I attributed it to the chaos of battle, but upon reflection, it seems it was not coincidental. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, let out a heavy grunt, his anger intensifying. That old coot Danzo. I should have anticipated he wouldn't remain quiet. At such a critical juncture for the village's survival, he dares to employ such despicable tactics. Although Huang Yifei's evidence was not direct video footage, the rigorous logical reasoning, intelligence integration, and the intuitive demonstration of the tactical map, coupled with the corroborative insights from both the fourth and third Hokage, were sufficient to instill unwavering conviction in the guilt of Danzo among all present. Lord Third, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, suddenly rose, his gaze fixed firmly on Sarutobi Hiruzen, his voice resonating with conviction. Danzo Shimura is guilty beyond redemption, inciting the wrath of both man and deity. I, Minato Namikaze, in the name of the fourth Hokage, implore you to support the immediate capture of Danzo and bring him to justice. To set an example, to provide justice for the fallen heroes, to give the village elders an explanation. His words echoed with undeniable righteousness and resolve. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the murderous intent in Minato's eyes, and then glanced at Huang Yifei's calm demeanor, which seemed to convey an understanding of everything. Taking a deep breath, he slowly nodded. He recognized that the time had come to finally reckon with the greatest malignancy lurking in Konoha's shadows. Very well. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice turned icy and hoarse. He abruptly rose, emanating an aura of terrifying authority befitting a shinobi of his stature. Minato, Yifei, he barked, in the name of the Konoha Advisory Council. I support the fourth Hokage's decision. I command you both to lead an elite Umbu team to raid the Root's base, capture Danzo Shimura and all his loyal subordinates. Any who resist shall be dealt with ruthlessly. Yes, Lord Third, Huang Yifei replied steadily. Yes, Lord Third. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, also solemnly accepted the command, their eyes glimmering with chilling resolve. A thunderous cleansing operation aimed at Konoha's most malignant entity had officially commenced at that moment. And Danzo Shimura, the dark ninja who had stirred turmoil in Konoha for decades, was about to be uprooted completely. His end was nigh. Chapter 56, Thunderous Judgment. The dust settles in Konoha's darkness. The night remained deep and profound. Yet, the air in Konoha village, once permeated by the bloodshed and despair left by the Ninetales incident, had transformed into a more somber and oppressive atmosphere. Following the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's support in the name of the Advisory Council, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze personally issued commands for a thunderous cleansing operation targeting Danzo Shimura and the Root organization. It surged forth like an arrow released from a taut bowstring, aimed squarely at the darkest lair hidden deep within Konoha. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, renowned for his golden radiance that instilled fear throughout the ninja world, now wore an expression devoid of his usual warmth and sunshine. Instead, it was replaced by an icy, piercing murderous intent and unwavering determination. Leading a strike team composed of his most trusted Umbu elite, he moved like a blade in the night, silently advancing towards the secret base of the Root organization. Meanwhile, Huang Yifei, the 9-year-old prodigy endowed with godlike power and wisdom, calmly followed behind Minato. His profound and tranquil eyes glimmered with a chilling light in the darkness, as if he had already discerned every nuance of this cleansing operation, along with the impending, tragic demise that awaited Shimura Danzo. He did not directly partake in the raid, for he understood that with the strength of the fourth Hokage and the elite Umbu under his command, dealing with a Danzo who had long since become a mere shadow of his former self, weakened by the previous Ninetales incident, would be more than sufficient. His current objective was to ensure that no unforeseen events transpired, such as Danzo resorting to desperate measures or utilizing some obscure means to leak detrimental information about Konoha. The secret base of the Root organization lay deep beneath Konoha, resembling a labyrinthine ant nest, dark and damp, reeking of decay and blood. This was Danzo's lair, cultivated over decades, where he nurtured his private faction, conducted unspeakable human experiments, and hatched various sinister plots. However, under the elusive flying thunder god technique of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the precise guidance of Huang Yifei, this once impregnable stronghold, which even the third Hokage found hard to fully control, was effortlessly breached layer by layer. The root ninjas assigned to guard the premises, despite their rigorous training and fearless nature, crumbled before the divine radiance of Minato and his ferocious, well-coordinated Umbu elite. They could scarcely muster any effective resistance before being swiftly dismantled or temporarily incapacitated by Minato's special techniques, rendering them utterly incapable of countering. The entire assault was executed with remarkable efficiency, encountering virtually no substantial opposition. It was evident that Danzo had never imagined that Konoha's upper echelons would act with such decisiveness and swiftness in delivering his final reckoning. When the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his comrades appeared like avenging deities in the dim, damp chamber at the heart of the root base, Shimura Danzo, the dark ninja who had stirred turmoil in Konoha for decades, sat with a sullen expression on a peculiar chair crafted from human bones and animal hides, his single eye reflecting disbelief and fury. Beside him stood several loyal core members of the root, such as Yamashiro Aoi and Yamanaka Fu. Upon witnessing Minato and the other ninjas burst in, they instinctively moved to protect their master. However, before they could act, several golden flashes darted past them like the scythes of death. With muffled thuds, the capable core members collapsed to the ground like marionettes with severed strings, silenced forever. Each bore a kunai imbued with the chilling light of the flying thunder god, blood gushing forth and staining the dark floor. The fourth Hokage did not even spare a glance at the insignificant pawns, his piercing blue gaze fixated on the grim-faced Danzo, who remained seated, his expression a mix of resentment and defiance. "Danzo, do you acknowledge your crimes?" Minato's voice was devoid of emotion, resonating like a judgment from the depths of the netherworld. Danzo, confronting the young fourth Hokage and the formidable Huang Yifei, felt his fury and indignation erupt like a volcano. "Minato Namikaze, Huang Yifei, how dare you invade my root base? Are you attempting to rebel?" Danzo's voice trembled with false bravado, attempting to leverage his so-called status as a Konoha elder to intimidate them. Yet, Minato merely scoffed, his eyes brimming with scorn and derision. "Rebellion? Umph. Danzo, you overestimate yourself. Do you truly believe we would dare intrude into your den of iniquity without the consent of the third Hokage and my orders?" He produced a joint arrest warrant signed by the third Hokage and stamped with the seal of the fourth Hokage. "Shimura Danzo, you are charged with dereliction of duty during the Nine Tails incident, hoarding strength, and covertly undermining the village's safety. Your heinous crimes are beyond redemption. By the orders of the third and fourth Hokage, we are here to apprehend you. Any resistance will be met with lethal force." Minato's voice thundered in the chamber, reverberating through Danzo's ears. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen truly intends to take action against me?" Danzo's countenance paled to that of a ghost, disbelief and terror flooding his single eye. He never imagined that his lifelong friend, Hiruzen, would act with such mercilessness. "Impossible. This cannot be. Hiruzen would never betray me. You must be deceiving me, you two brats." Danzo howled in desperation, attempting to make one last stand. He even contemplated activating the implanted Sharingan in his right arm to unleash his Anaji or other life-saving trump cards. However, just as he was about to make his move, a cold and mocking voice whispered in his ear, "Lord Danzo, I advise you against futile struggles." Huang Yifei had appeared beside him like a specter, his deep and tranquil eyes keenly observing Danzo's right arm, which was enshrouded in bandages concealing numerous sins and secrets. "Those little toys on your arm may seem intriguing, but before me and the fourth Hokage, they are hardly a concern." Huang Yifei's voice, although gentle, carried a chilling intent that sent shivers of dread coursing through Danzo's very soul. He felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Huang Yifei, more terrifying and despair-inducing than that of the Nine Tails. Beneath this oppressive force, he found himself stripped of the courage to even channel his chakra. He knew he was done for, utterly finished, before the incomprehensible flying thunder god technique of the fourth Hokage and Huang Yifei's unfathomable strength. Danzo, the dark ninja who had stirred chaos in Konoha for decades, had no room for resistance. Minato easily subdued him. employing a special sealing technique to completely bind his chakra and nullify any capacity for retaliation. Subsequently, a secret trial meeting, attended by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and presided over by the fourth Hokage Minato, was convened overnight in the Hokage's office, limited to the core members of Konoha's highest echelon. Under the weight of the irrefutable evidence presented by Huang Yifei, alongside the testimonies of Minato and other informed jonin, Danzo's myriad transgressions over the decades, such as colluding with Hanzo of the Salamander, persecuting Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, conducting inhumane human experiments, attempting to manipulate the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, dereliction of duty during the Nine Tails incident, and covertly undermining the village, were all laid bare for public scrutiny. Faced with irrefutable evidence, Shimura Danzo found himself at a loss for words, ultimately lowering his once mighty head, now ashen with defeat. The verdict of his trial soon arrived. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, after consulting with the third Hokage and the elder advisors, solemnly announced that, considering Danzo's prior contributions to the village and to avert greater turmoil within Konoha, a decision was made not to execute him outright. Instead, he was stripped of all positions and powers, and his root organization was disbanded, with all members to be absorbed and reorganized by the Hokage's office. Danzo himself was to have his chakra sealed and be confined in a specially designed dungeon deep within Konoha, reserved for level traders, never to be released or contacted by the outside world. Although this judgment spared Danzo's life, for an ambitious individual who valued power and control above all else, it was a punishment more brutal than death. He would spend his remaining days in endless darkness and solitude, perpetually repenting for the sins he had committed. As Danzo was escorted to his cell, and his nefarious route was about to be completely uprooted, Huang Yifei's mind echoed once more with the delightful chime of the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Hidden Side mission. Eradicate the darkness of Konoha, Shimura Danzo. Mission evaluation. Perfect. Congratulations, host, for receiving the mission rewards. Special title, Innovator of the Will of Fire. Congratulations, host, for receiving the mission rewards. Special item, Root Secret Scroll, Complete Edition. Innovator of the Will of Fire, title. Wearing this title, the host will find it easier to gain the understanding, support, and endorsement of villagers and ninjas when implementing any reform measures in Konoha. The cohesion of the entire village will see a slight increase. Additionally, when facing Konoha ninjas who carry the legacy of the Will of Fire, the host's personal charisma and persuasiveness will be significantly enhanced. Root Secret Scroll, Complete Edition. This document contains all the secrets, forbidden jutsu research data, human experiment records, and detailed accounts of various schemes orchestrated by Shimura Danzo and his root organization over the decades. The host may selectively absorb and utilize the information contained within, but must exercise caution to avoid being tainted by its darkness. Gazing at these exceptionally bountiful rewards, a satisfied smile crept upon Huang Yifei's lips. He understood that with the complete downfall of Danzo, Konoha's greatest blight, and the acquisition of the Root Secret Scroll, his ability to implement reforms and tackle potential crises in the village had undeniably increased. The shadows looming over Konoha were gradually dissipating, and a radiant future belonging to Huang Yifei, as well as to the entirety of Konoha, was quietly approaching. Chapter 57. The Chief Military Strategist's Office and the Hokage's Expectations with the Eradication of Shimura Danzo. The most formidable malignancy that had lurked in the shadows of Konoha for decades, and the uprooting and reintegration of his root organization. The political climate of the village underwent a remarkable transformation. The oppressive clouds of factional strife and power struggles that had once shrouded the village seemed to vanish overnight. In their place emerged an unprecedented atmosphere of unity, efficiency, hope, and vitality. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, feeling as though a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart, began to entrust the various powers and affairs of the village entirely to the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, allowing him to comfortably step back into a secondary role. True to expectations, Minato did not disappoint. With his exceptional talents, noble character, and remarkable achievements during the Nine Tails incident, he swiftly won the support and affection of the vast majority of ninjas and villagers. His proposals regarding post-war reconstruction, improvement of livelihoods, and the reform of the ninja training system received unanimous approval from the third Hokage and the elder advisors, and were implemented in an orderly manner. Konoha was now thriving, poised for rejuvenation. Among the monumental changes sweeping through the village, the most captivating and legendary figure remained the 9-year-old prodigy, Huang Yifei, who had already earned the illustrious titles of Special Advisor to the Hokage and Chief Military Strategist. Although he maintained an exceptionally humble and composed demeanor, only occasionally participating in strategic discussions regarding the village's future at the Fourth Hokage's invitation. The majority of his time was devoted to rigorous training and the study of various jutsu. Yet his godlike prowess, along with his wisdom and composure far beyond his years, had already left an indelible mark on the hearts of every Konoha citizen. It was universally acknowledged that this boy, heralded as the little First Hokage, would undoubtedly become a towering pillar supporting not only Konoha but the entire ninja world. To honor Huang Yifei's extraordinary contributions during the Nine Tails incident and to better utilize his remarkable strategic talents, the Fourth Hokage, after discussions with the Third Hokage, made a decision that surprised many yet felt entirely reasonable. Within the Hokage building, adjacent to the Fourth Hokage's office, a spacious, bright room with the highest level of security and information access was established for Huang Yifei, formerly named the Chief Military Strategist's office. This office's grandeur even surpassed that of some departmental heads, further underscoring Huang Yifei's unparalleled and transcendent status and influence within Konoha. When Huang Yifei first stepped into this office, which belonged entirely to him, even his steady temperament could not suppress a flicker of surprise and satisfaction. The office was remarkably spacious, nearly 100 square meters in area. The large floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of Konoha's vibrant landscape. Sunlight streamed through the pristine glass, casting a warm and inviting glow upon the polished wooden floor. The desk was large and sturdy, crafted from the finest wood native to the land of fire. Neatly arranged atop it were scrolls awaiting review, specially crafted quills and ink pots, as well as some blank parchment, all exuding an air of professionalism and efficiency. In one corner of the office stood a massive wooden battle map board, marked with different colored threads and annotations depicting the terrain, key points, and distribution of forces in Konoha and its surrounding areas, clearly intended for daily strategic discussions. Behind the desk was a wall lined with an extensive bookshelf, filled with a diverse array of books, ranging from the history of the ninja world to strategies and tactics, from sealing techniques to barrier techniques, and even some research materials on forbidden techniques and human experiments that he had meticulously selected from the root secret scroll, all of which had been rigorously screened and encrypted for his personal study. In one corner of the room, some vibrant green potted plants and artworks, crafted by Huang Yifei using wood release, added a touch of warmth and elegance to the otherwise austere office. Yifei, what do you think? Are you satisfied with this chief military strategist's office? The Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, accompanied Huang Yifei on a tour of his new office, his tone filled with affection and expectations for his disciple. Huang Yifei glanced around, a sincere smile gracing his face as he nodded and replied, "Thank you, Lord Fourth. I am truly grateful. I am greatly fond of this esteemed strategist's residence. It is both minimalist and practical, perfectly aligning with my preferences." He understands that Minato Namikaze has orchestrated all of this not merely to commend his achievements, but rather to ensure that he can better showcase his talents here, contributing greater wisdom and strength to the future of Konoha. Haha, I'm glad you like it, smiled the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, with a sense of relief. He retrieved a scroll from his bosom, which was not an enchanted artifact, but a compilation of his own reflections and annotations regarding the insights of previous Hokages in times of significant crisis and long-term strategic planning, including some precious thoughts from the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. "Yifei," Minato said as he handed the scroll to Huang Yifei, his eyes filled with solemnity. "These are my unstructured musings and the experiences of my predecessors. They may serve as inspiration for your future endeavors. As Konoha's chief strategist, your responsibilities are immense, and I believe you are more than capable." This gift, devoid of any advanced technology, nevertheless encapsulated the wisdom of the Hokage legacy and Minato's earnest hopes for his disciple. Huang Yifei accepted the weighty scroll, feeling the wisdom and trust it contained, his heart brimming with indescribable emotion and respect. "Fourth Lord, this gift is invaluable. I shall study it diligently and will not disappoint your expectations," he declared earnestly, taking a deep breath. "I have faith in you," Minato replied with a smile, patting his shoulder. "From this day forth, This will be your battlefield. I hope you can fully unleash your talents here and craft a more magnificent blueprint for Konoha's future." Huang Yifei nodded vigorously, his eyes radiating determination and confidence. He knew that his journey as Konoha's chief strategist was only just beginning. As he stepped into this entirely his own strategist's residence for the first time, exhilarated by Minato's profoundly significant gift of insights, a familiar and melodious system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has officially acquired a dedicated strategist's residence and obtained the strategic decision-making power granted by the higher-ups of Konoha, capable of influencing the future direction of the village. Special location, strategist's residence, Huang Yifei exclusive. Check-in conditions have been met. Would you like to check in? Upon hearing this, Huang Yifei felt a surge of joy again. A new check-in opportunity had arrived, and in this office of great significance. Without hesitation, he silently affirmed, "Yes. Check in now." Ding. Strategist's residence, Huang Yifei exclusive. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received Super Shadow Level Administrative Processing Template. Congratulations, host. You have received Konoha Village Strategic Map, Mental Imprint version. Congratulations, host. You have received Military Strategy Simulation Insights, Master Level. Super Shadow Level Administrative Processing Template. The host's mind will automatically construct a cognitive model akin to the most elite politicians and strategists, enabling efficient information integration, precise analysis of pros and cons, and rapid formulation and optimization of complex administrative and strategic plans, significantly enhancing decision-making efficiency and accuracy. Konoha Village Strategic Map, Mental Imprint version. A strategic map infused with special chakra, which will be directly imprinted in the host's mental sea. This map not only contains static information regarding the terrain, resources, and troop deployments of Konoha and its surroundings, but also interacts with the host's advanced perception ability and chakra to facilitate a blurred perception of dynamic information in key areas and preliminary simulations. While not as intuitive as a physical sand table, its discrete and portable nature allows for immediate access at the thought of the host, making it a powerful tool for macro-strategic thinking. Military Strategy Simulation Insights, Master Level. A systematic infusion of the strategic tactics and wisdom from countless classic battles, alongside crisis response experiences directly imparted to the host. The host's understanding of military strategy and battlefield simulations will instantly elevate to a master level, enabling more precise predictions of situations and the formulation of winning strategies. Beholding these three extraordinary check-in rewards, Huang Yifei's lips curled into a confident smile, one of strategic foresight and assured mastery. He knew that with these abilities, he would handle Konoha's affairs and plan its future development with unparalleled ease and effectiveness. The future of Konoha would undoubtedly flourish because of his presence. Chapter 58. The Blueprint for Konoha's Revival. The dawn of the Uchiha, having officially acquired his exclusive strategist's residence and attained the Super Shadow Level Administrative Processing Template, Konoha Village Strategic Map, Mental Imprint version, and Military Strategy Simulation Insights, Master Level. Huang Yifei plunged into the arduous tasks of post-war reconstruction and future development planning with a terrifying efficiency that drew the attention of the entire Konoha High Command. His office, situated on the top floor of the Hokage building, thus became one of the busiest and most influential decision-making departments in the village, second only to the fourth Hokage's office. Every day, a deluge of intelligence, data, and pressing issues concerning the village poured onto his desk like snowflakes. Huang Yifei, utilizing his remarkable memory, the exceptional analytical and decision-making capabilities bestowed by the Super Shadow Level Administrative Processing Template, and the vivid mental map of Konoha Village that enabled preliminary dynamic simulations, efficiently integrated, analyzed, and processed this complex information. He consistently pinpointed the crux of issues with precision and formulated the most reasonable and efficient solutions at remarkable speed. Many of his innovative ideas and concrete measures regarding improving livelihoods, reviving the economy, reforming the ninja training system, and upgrading the village's defense system left both the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, astounded and deeply impressed. They recognized that this 9-year-old boy's talent and ability in governance and strategic formulation were even more astonishing and unfathomable than his combat prowess. It was as if he were born to be a brilliant strategist, destined to triumph in the grandest of schemes. Under Huang Yifei's full support and efficient planning, the post-war reconstruction of Konoha village progressed at an unimaginable pace. The homes and streets devastated during the Nine Tails incident were quickly repaired and rebuilt, even stronger and more beautiful than before. The villagers displaced by the disaster were also properly resettled and compensated, reigniting their hope and confidence in life. The village's commercial activities rapidly regained their former prosperity and vitality, even surpassing previous levels. Everyone knew that after enduring this calamity, Konoha village not only remained standing but emerged even stronger and more united. All of this was made possible by the young hero Huang Yifei. Revered as Konoha's little first Hokage, now also honored as the chief strategist of Konoha, his reputation within the village reached unprecedented heights. Almost every villager, when mentioning his name, would display genuine respect and affection. However, Huang Yifei did not allow these achievements and accolades to breed any arrogance or complacency within him. His vision extended further than anyone else's. He understood that while Konoha village had temporarily escaped the crisis of the Nine Tails incident and achieved remarkable success in post-war reconstruction, deep-seated contradictions and hidden dangers still lurked within the village, capable of undermining its very foundations. Among the myriad challenges faced, the most pressing and formidable concern lies with the Uchiha clan. As one of the oldest and most powerful noble families in the Hidden Leaf village, the Uchiha possessed the formidable Sharingan, a bloodline limit that instills fear throughout the shinobi world. They played a pivotal role in the establishment and growth of the village, producing countless exceptional warriors. However, their proud and obstinate nature, coupled with an excessive pursuit of power, has rendered their relations with other factions within the village somewhat delicate and strained. This tension was exacerbated when the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, established the Konoha police force and entrusted its management entirely to the Uchiha clan, deepening the chasm of mistrust. While the formation of the police force conferred upon the Uchiha a unique authority and standing, it simultaneously positioned them in opposition to ordinary villagers and other shinobi, making them the focal point of internal conflicts and scapegoating. Over time, the Uchiha's position within the village has become increasingly marginalized and isolated. The resentment and grievances that fester within them accumulate daily, akin to a powder keg poised for ignition, threatening the very safety of the Hidden Leaf village. In the original narrative, this long-standing accumulation of discord and suspicion ultimately culminates in the tragic annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Huang Yifei resolutely vows that such a tragedy shall not recur in his world. He recognizes that the Uchiha are not inherently malevolent or rebellious. Rather, they are pitiable souls ensnared by fate and prejudice. They once cherished the village, sacrificing their lives and blood to protect it. What they seek is not oppression or isolation, but understanding, trust, and a radiant path that allows them to reclaim their honor and sense of belonging. Huang Yifei is confident in his ability and resolve to illuminate this path for them. On this day, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, visited Huang Yifei's office as the chief military strategist. Observing the mountain of planning drafts and analytical reports concerning village affairs on Huang Yifei's desk, his eyes brimmed with admiration and reassurance. "Yifei, I have witnessed your efforts during this period. Konoha is fortunate to have you," Minato remarked sincerely. Huang Yifei set down his brush and smiled in response. "You flatter me, fourth Hokage. This is merely my duty. However, I possess a deeper concern regarding the village's reconstruction and development, which I wish to discuss with you." Minato's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Oh? What issue could possibly be so challenging that it warrants the attention of the chief military strategist?" At that moment, Huang Yifei's gaze became exceptionally bright and resolute, imbued with undeniable confidence and wisdom. He approached the expansive window, gazing down upon the flourishing Hidden Leaf village, and began to speak slowly. "Fourth Hokage, I believe the root of the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village does not lie within the clan itself, but rather in the village's perception of them, as well as the long-standing prejudices and distrust that have developed over time. We can no longer regard the Uchiha as outliers or potential threats, shackling them with the police force and relegating them to the fringes of the village, subjecting them to all manner of suspicion and dissatisfaction. We must offer them an opportunity, a chance to reintegrate into the family of Konoha, to earn respect and honor through their own strength and talents." Huang Yifei's voice rang with conviction. "I call this initiative the Uchiha Revival Plan. Turning to face Minato with fervent eyes, he continued, "The essence of this plan is renewal and glory." He moved to the wall where a map of Konoha's territorial distribution hung, pointing to the regions representing the Uchiha and the police headquarters, elaborating on his vision. First, a comprehensive reform of the police force. Second, creating a path of merit that leads the Uchiha's elites toward true glory. Third, dismantling occupational barriers and encouraging Uchiha members to fully integrate into all systems of Konoha. Lastly, and most crucially, fundamentally altering the misguided thoughts and perceptions that have long plagued the Uchiha clan. As fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze listened to Huang Yifei's coherent and interlinked exposition, his eyes began to sparkle with increasing intensity, and the shock within him grew ever more profound. He realized that Yifei's Uchiha revival plan was astonishingly bold, far-sighted, and ingeniously crafted, almost beyond belief. If this plan were to be successfully implemented, perhaps the Uchiha dilemma that had troubled Konoha for decades could be resolved within his generation. Excellent. Yifei, let us proceed as you suggest. Minato nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with unprecedented trust and anticipation. I will wholeheartedly support your Uchiha revival plan. Should you require any resources or cooperation, the higher echelons of Konoha will provide you with unimpeded support. Thus began a profound and strategic discourse concerning the fate of the Uchiha clan, marking the commencement of a new chapter. Huang Yifei was poised to employ his transcendent wisdom and determination to compose a new symphony of destiny, one filled with light and hope for this once tragic and formidable lineage. Chapter 59, Entering the Tiger's Den. The Uchiha clan's banquet of fate. Having reached a profound consensus with fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze regarding the Uchiha revival plan, and receiving his unequivocal support, Huang Yifei commenced preparations for his long-anticipated grand blueprint. He understood that to fundamentally resolve the Uchiha clan's crisis of annihilation and enable their genuine integration into the Konoha family, becoming a steadfast pillar of the village, mere administrative orders and high-level backing from the fourth Hokage would be insufficient. The crux of the matter lay in whether he could genuinely touch the hearts of the Uchiha, whether he could earn their acknowledgement and acceptance of this goodwill from the depths of their being. Therefore, he must personally engage with the Uchiha clan's highest echelons in a candid, face-to-face dialogue. He intended to win their trust with his intellect, sincerity, and an undeniable strength that no one could dismiss, alleviating their long-standing grievances and guiding them toward a future that was rightfully theirs, radiant and glorious. This was undoubtedly an exceedingly arduous and challenging task. After all, the Uchiha's pride and obstinacy are well known, and the deep-seated mistrust and barriers between them and the village's leadership would not dissipate swiftly. Moreover, while Huang Yifei currently held a prestigious position, his association with the Senju clan through the wood-release bloodline might easily provoke the Uchiha's instinctual wariness and resistance. Yet, Huang Yifei brimmed with confidence. He believed that as long as his plan was sufficiently flawless, his sincerity sufficiently genuine, and his strength sufficiently formidable, he would be able to sway the proud Uchiha to willingly accept his goodwill. Thus, after careful consideration and meticulous preparation, Huang Yifei, in his official capacity as a special advisor to the Hokage and chief military strategist of Konoha, formally and courteously extended an earnest invitation for a meeting to the current head of the Uchiha clan, Kaguya Otsutsuki. The content of the invitation was rather straightforward. Huang Yifei expressed that he had some preliminary ideas regarding the promotion of harmonious coexistence between the Uchiha clan and the village, as well as enhancing the Uchiha clan's status and sense of glory within Konoha. He hoped for an opportunity to engage in a candid and amicable dialogue with clan leader Kaguya and other prominent members of the Uchiha clan. Upon the delivery of this invitation to the Uchiha territory, it immediately stirred a considerable uproar within the clan. Kaguya Otsutsuki, the imposing and stern clan leader, often exuding an air of shrewdness and authority, furrowed his brows upon reading the invitation penned by Huang Yifei. A complex array of emotions surged within him. The name Huang Yifei was well known to him, the young hero who, during the Nine Tails crisis, single-handedly exhibited the legendary wood-release techniques of the First Hokage, subduing the ferocious Nine Tails, and collaborated with the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, to severely injure a formidable masked adversary at the tender age of 9. In the aftermath of the war, he was highly regarded by both the third and fourth Hokages, granted exceptional titles, and ascended to become a central figure of power in Konoha. It could be said that Huang Yifei's current reputation and influence in the village subtly eclipsed that of the Uchiha clan leader himself. Fugaku's feelings toward this suddenly emerged. Radiant Prodigy were undoubtedly mixed. On one hand, he felt genuine awe and admiration for Huang Yifei's seemingly miraculous would-release prowess, along with his wisdom and composure that far exceeded his years. He understood that this youth was destined to become a formidable presence in the ninja world. On the other hand, Huang Yifei's strong ties to the Senju clan and his close mentor-student relationship with the fourth Hokage instilled a sense of instinctive wariness and unease in Fugaku, who had dedicated his life to revitalizing the Uchiha clan. He feared that Huang Yifei's rise might further entrench the Hokage faction's dominance in Konoha, leaving the Uchiha clan in perpetual obscurity. Thus, upon receiving Huang Yifei's earnest yet somewhat insistent invitation for a meeting, Fugaku's initial reaction was to decline. He wished to avoid excessive interaction with this young Senju. However, upon calming his thoughts and reflecting carefully, he reluctantly acknowledged that he had no substantial grounds to refuse Huang Yifei's invitation. After all, Huang Yifei currently held the position of special advisor to the Hokage and chief military strategist of Konoha, and his proposal for fostering harmonious coexistence between the Uchiha clan and the village aligned perfectly with the political correctness of Konoha. If Fugaku Uchiha were to reject even such a sincere and friendly overture, it would undoubtedly leave a negative impression on the village's higher-ups and other ninja clans, portraying him as unyielding and untrustworthy, an undesirable image for the already delicate position of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, Fugaku was genuinely curious. He wondered what intentions lay behind the actions of this 9-year-old prodigy, who had amassed such significant power and influence. Was his vision for enhancing the Uchiha clan's status and glory a true benevolence or a concealed malice? Was it a straightforward proposal or a cunning stratagem? Fugaku, a formidable figure who had navigated the power struggles within Konoha and his clan for half his life, possessed an acute sensitivity to the complexities of human nature and the treachery of political maneuvering. He sensed that Huang Yifei's proactive approach might mark a pivotal turning point in the fate of the Uchiha clan. Whether it would lead them toward light or plunge them into deeper darkness remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Fugaku understood that he must confront this situation. He had no choice but to face it. After careful contemplation and a clandestine discussion with several core elders of the clan, Fugaku ultimately consented to Huang Yifei's request for a meeting. The meeting was scheduled for 3 days later, to be held within the Uchiha clan's territory, in a tranquil and heavily guarded guest house. This choice of location was laden with significance, reflecting both the Uchiha clan's hospitality and their seriousness and vigilance regarding the upcoming meeting. Upon receiving Fugaku's response, Huang Yifei wore a calm and confident smile. He realized that his carefully devised plan to alter the fate of the Uchiha clan had successfully taken its first step. The next challenge lay in how he would navigate the forthcoming banquet, engaging in a battle of wits and will against the proud and obstinate Uchiha, ultimately conquering them. Thus began an intellectual and willful contest, devoid of smoke and fire yet rife with undercurrents of tension. Chapter 60. The Glory and Predicament of the Uchiha. Huang Yifei's candid discourse in the 3 days leading up to the meeting beneath the tranquil surface of Konoha. A torrent of emotions brewed due to the impending dialogue between Huang Yifei and the Uchiha clan's upper echelons. Other ninja clans and high-ranking officials within the village closely monitored this momentous discussion, eager to discern the nature of the interaction between the 9-year-old prodigy and the proud, powerful Uchiha clan. Would it culminate in a partnership of mutual benefit, or would it devolve into confrontation? Internally, the Uchiha clan was engulfed in an atmosphere of tension and agitation as they prepared for Huang Yifei's arrival. Among the younger, more progressive clan members, such as Shisui Uchiha, there was admiration and curiosity toward Huang Yifei, the young hero who had valiantly rescued Konoha during the Nine-Tails crisis. They hoped that he might usher in a transformative opportunity for the Uchiha clan. Conversely, a faction of conservative elders, filled with distrust and resentment towards the village's leadership, harbored wariness and hostility toward Huang Yifei's visit. They suspected that this young Senju, along with the Hokage faction he represented, harbored ulterior motives, viewing this overture as yet another scheme targeting the Uchiha clan. The entirety of the Uchiha territory was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, rife with anticipation, tension, and uncertainty. At long last, the day of the meeting arrived. It was a sunny and pleasant afternoon. Huang Yifei donned a clean and tidy deep blue attire, draped over which was a specially designed white haori, symbolizing his identity as a special advisor to the Hokage. The back of the haori bore a unique emblem, embroidered in gold thread, representing the character for First, a design personally crafted by the fourth Hokage. This emblem not only signified his status as the inheritor of Wood Release, but also echoed the legacy of the first Hokage, carrying profound meaning. He arrived unaccompanied, without any weapons, calmly stepping into the Uchiha territory, which felt somewhat out of place amidst the aura of mystery and oppression that surrounded it. Along the way, every Uchiha clan member who caught sight of him instinctively halted their activities, regarding the 9-year-old outsider with a complex and indescribable gaze, filled with curiosity, reverence, vigilance, and even hostility, but above all, an inexplicable and profound sense of anticipation. Huang Yifei remained unfazed by the myriad of eyes scrutinizing him. His deep and tranquil eyes remained as serene as an ancient well, undisturbed by any ripple. His somewhat youthful visage was consistently adorned with a perfectly measured, polite yet distant smile. In the slightly oppressive architectural ensemble of the Uchiha clan, his slender figure appeared somewhat fragile. However, an air of calm confidence emanated from him, as if he held mastery over everything, instilling an inexplicable pressure in all Uchiha clan members who met his gaze. Soon, under the guidance of a Uchiha clansman, Huang Yifei arrived at a secluded and heavily guarded guest residence. The reception room was already infused with the scent of fine incense and adorned with exquisite refreshments. The current clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, sat regally in the main seat. He retained his robust physique and stern countenance, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness and authority, yet today, his expression seemed graver than usual. Beside him sat a strikingly handsome youth of around 12 or 13 with a gentle demeanor. Yet occasionally his gaze betrayed a depth and worry beyond his years. Clad in the Uchiha clan's distinctive high-collared dark attire, a short blade hung at his waist. He was none other than Uchiha Shirsui, the most brilliant prodigy of the younger generation, known as the Momentary Still Water. Although he had not yet fully awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, his talents and power had already earned the recognition of the entire clan, making him one of Uchiha Fugaku's most valued allies. To Fugaku's right sat a boy of similar age to Huang Yifei, roughly 9 years old. Yet he exuded a maturity and severity that far surpassed his peers. Dressed in a simple black training outfit, he sat straight-backed with his hands resting on his knees. His calm gaze is seemingly indifferent to his surroundings. He was Uchiha Itachi, Fugaku's eldest son, heralded as a once-in-a-century genius of the Uchiha clan. Though he had yet to awaken his Sharingan, the innate, suffocating aura of terrifying talent and potential he radiated was enough to draw anyone's attention. These three individuals undoubtedly represented the pinnacle of wisdom and strength across the Uchiha clan's generations, old, middle-aged, and young. They were also the most crucial and formidable bastions in Huang Yifei's endeavor for the revival of the Uchiha clan. Advisor Huang Yifei, your arrival is a loss of a grand welcome. I hope for your understanding, Uchiha Fugaku remarked, observing the solitary yet composed 9-year-old boy who seemed as at ease as if he had entered his own garden. A flicker of complex emotion crossed Fugaku's eyes as he spoke in a low tone, his politeness coupled with an unmistakable air of distance and caution. In response, Huang Yifei offered a gentle smile, slightly bowing to Fugaku, and replied with unwavering respect, Clan Leader Fugaku, you are too gracious. I sincerely apologize for any disturbances caused by my impromptu visit. His demeanor was humble, and his words impeccably phrased, leaving no room for criticism. Yet, Fugaku keenly sensed that the innate powerful aura emanating from this 9-year-old boy remained undiminished by his humility. This boy was extraordinary, undoubtedly extraordinary. Both Uchiha Shirsui and Uchiha Itachi regarded Huang Yifei with curious and discerning eyes. Shirsui held a favorable impression of Huang Yifei, recognizing that he had saved the entire Konoha during the Nine-Tails incident, a feat deserving of respect. Moreover, he felt a refreshing and candid aura emanating from Huang Yifei, distinct from that of other high-ranking ninjas. Uchiha Itachi, on the other hand, was filled with intense curiosity and a subtle sense of challenge. He could clearly sense the terrifying power concealed within this boy of his age, a power that made his heart race. This power excited him and ignited a desire within him to engage in a thrilling contest with such a formidable opponent. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the parties took their respective seats. Once the maid served fragrant tea, Uchiha Fugaku cut to the chase, his voice grave as he inquired, "Advisor Huang Yifei, you mentioned that you wish to discuss initial proposals for fostering harmonious coexistence between the Uchiha clan and the village, enhancing the Uchiha clan's status and sense of honor in Konoha. Might you elaborate?" His tone still held a hint of wariness, but it was laced with an undeniable anticipation and longing. After all, restoring the Uchiha clan's glory and status was Fugaku's lifelong pursuit. Upon hearing this, Huang Yifei's face broke into a confident smile, aware that the moment of truth had finally arrived. He refrained from beating around the bush or indulging in pretentiousness. Instead, he candidly presented a well-rehearsed strategy capable of altering the Uchiha clan's fate, along with its deeper implications, to these three highest decision-makers of the Uchiha clan. Clan leader Fugaku, elder Shisui, and Itachi-kun. Huang Yifei's gaze swept over every individual present. His voice, though youthful, resonated with undeniable confidence and strength. I, Huang Yifei, am here today not as a representative of the Fourth Hokage or any faction within the village. I come solely as myself, a humble ninja who loves Konoha and wishes for its greater prosperity and strength. I am acutely aware that the Uchiha clan is one of the oldest and mightiest noble families in our village. You possess the Sharingan, a bloodline limit that instills fear throughout the ninja world, and you have made significant contributions to the establishment and development of Konoha. Your glory should coexist with that of Konoha, and your strength should serve as the village's most steadfast shield. However, Huang Yifei's tone shifted to one of gravity as he continued. Yet, due to various historical grievances and the machinations of certain ill-intentioned individuals, unnecessary barriers and misunderstandings have arisen between the Uchiha clan and the village. This has not only hindered the talents and strengths of the Uchiha clan from being fully expressed, but has also led to considerable losses for the entire village. I believe you all can relate to this sentiment. His gaze lingered on the fleeting shadow on Fugaku's face and the unmistakable concern in Shisui's eyes. He pressed on. For too long, the Uchiha clan has been confined within the duties of the police force, appearing to wield power, yet truly isolated from the village's core. The talents of the clan members struggle to find expression in broader domains, while the path of advancement for the younger generation appears exceedingly narrow. This situation not only diminishes the Uchiha's glory, but also inadvertently exacerbates friction with the village. This is not what the Uchiha desires, nor is it what Konoha wishes to witness. Pausing momentarily, his tone became earnest. I, Huang Yifei, may not possess great talent. Yet I aspire to leverage my humble insights and minor strengths to help resolve the discord between the Uchiha clan and the village, and to contribute my part in elevating the Uchiha clan's status and sense of honor within Konoha. I have come not to dictate terms to the Uchiha clan, nor to interfere in your internal matters. I merely wish to propose a path that may allow the Uchiha clan to reclaim its former glory and genuinely coexist in harmony with Konoha for mutual prosperity. Huang Yifei's heartfelt words resonated with sincerity and conviction. His clear and candid gaze, combined with a genuine sincerity and kindness emanating from the depths of his being, stirred a subtle yet profound emotion within Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi, who were present. They could distinctly sense that this mere 9-year-old boy seemed to genuinely care for the Uchiha clan, unlike others who had approached them with suspicion, oppression, and ulterior motives. The furrowed brows of Uchiha Fugaku, once tightly knit, gradually relaxed. He regarded Huang Yifei, a flicker of barely perceptible hope glinting in his eyes, and spoke solemnly. Advisor Huang Yifei, we have felt your sincerity. So what exactly is this so-called path to mutual benefit you speak of? Upon hearing this, a confident and composed smile graced Huang Yifei's face. He was acutely aware that his forthright declaration had successfully breached the Uchiha clan's fortified heart. The moment had arrived for him to unveil his grand strategy, one capable of altering the course of history. In the wake of Huang Yifei's sincere and benevolent introduction, and his astute analysis of the Uchiha clan's current predicament, the wariness held by Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi had not entirely dissipated, yet it had notably diminished. They began to adopt a more open and cautious stance, ready to listen to Huang Yifei's forthcoming exposition of the so-called path to mutual benefit. However, the audacity of Huang Yifei's plan for the Uchiha revival, the grandeur of his vision, and the intricate adjustments of interests and power distribution involved far surpassed their imagination. As Huang Yifei articulated his comprehensive proposal to abolish the isolation policy of the police force, encourage Uchiha members to enter the core departments of Konoha, and establish a special operations team led by Uchiha elites that would report directly to the fourth Hokage, executing high-stakes missions to earn merit and glory. The reception room fell into a profound silence. Uchiha Fugaku, a formidable figure who had battled within the vortex of power both at Konoha's upper echelons and within his family for half his life, stood frozen in place. As though bound by a spell, after hearing Huang Yifei's plan, his deep and discerning eyes brimmed with incredulity, shock, and an indescribable ecstasy and excitement that surged from the depths of his soul. He could scarcely believe that a mere 9-year-old boy, Huang Yifei, could conceive such a bold, comprehensive, and perfectly tailored plan that addressed the core aspirations of the Uchiha clan. This plan almost flawlessly resolved the myriad challenges that had plagued the Uchiha clan for decades. It preserved the dignity and autonomy of the Uchiha clan while presenting them with a legitimate path to attain merit and glory through their own efforts and reintegrate into the Konoha family. It was, indeed, a revival path meticulously crafted for the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shursui, renowned for his gentleness and wisdom, trembled slightly with excitement upon hearing Huang Yifei's plan. His clear eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. He envisioned a future where the Uchiha clan, under his guidance, would cast off all suspicion and constraints, bravely battling on the battlefield, achieving great feats, and earning the respect and affection of the entire Konoha village. As for Uchiha Itachi, the prodigious genius whose intellect far exceeded that of his peers, he maintained his usual calm demeanor. Yet a flicker of barely perceptible admiration and relief passed through the depths of his dark eyes after listening to Huang Yifei's plan. He recognized that if this plan could be successfully implemented, the heavy shackles of protecting the village and family peace that burdened his heart might finally be lifted. Yet, not everyone shared the same optimistic perspective regarding Huang Yifei's plan. Just as Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily lost in excitement, and Shursui and Itachi reveled in visions of a bright future, a hoarse and aged voice, laden with skepticism and hostility, abruptly pierced the atmosphere like discordant noise from a corner of the reception room. "Humph, you young brat, speaking with such bravado. Your so-called Uchiha revival plan sounds grandiose and magnificent. But from my perspective, it is merely a sinister plot devised by the Hokage faction to completely divide, dismantle, and consume our Uchiha clan." With this hostile rebuke, several elderly Uchiha elders, their hair white and faces withered, yet with piercing and sinister gazes, slowly emerged from behind the screen in the reception room. They represented the most conservative faction of the Uchiha clan, harboring deep-seated animosity towards the village's higher-ups. From the outset, they had been filled with wariness and distrust towards Huang Yifei, this young scion of the Senju clan. After hearing Huang Yifei's audacious plan, their suspicions and hostility erupted like a lit powder keg. "Indeed, what abolishing the isolation policy of the police force? It seems you wish to utterly strip our Uchiha clan of its last vestiges of privilege and voice in the village, encouraging our clan members to enter the core departments of Konoha? Humph, that sounds lovely, but in the end, will it not merely result in turning our Uchiha geniuses into mere pawns and cannon fodder for your Hokage faction? As for that so-called Dawn Eye Special Operations Team, it appears to be a scheme to gather our Uchiha's most elite forces and then eliminate them all at once. How malicious your intent." The stubborn elders exchanged heated words, vehemently attacking and criticizing Huang Yifei's plan with baseless accusations and even malicious slander. They could not fathom that Huang Yifei, a mere 9-year-old boy, would possess such goodwill, genuinely considering the welfare of the Uchiha clan. To them, it was all but a cleverly designed, more insidious trap devised by the Hokage faction to fully control and weaken the Uchiha clan. Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened instantly. He opened his mouth, ready to rebuke these ungrateful old fools, but was halted by Huang Yifei's calm gaze. Huang Yifei slowly rose from his seat, still wearing that serene smile, as if he held all the reins in his hands. He felt neither anger nor panic in response to the stubborn elder's harsh words. Instead, he listened with keen interest to their every accusation. Then, He spoke slowly, with a hint of mockery and sarcasm in his tone. Heh, esteemed elders. Your imagination is indeed quite vivid. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear, prompting those stubborn elders, who had been chattering incessantly, to instinctively fall silent. However, Huang Yifei's tone shifted, his smile gradually fading, and his gaze turning cold and sharp. I, Huang Yifei, have come here alone today to present this Uchiha revival plan openly before you. I did not come to listen to your attempts to distort the truth with age-old authority. What I offer you is a path that allows the Uchiha clan to regain its glory and dignity while truly achieving peaceful coexistence and mutual prosperity with Konoha village. Huang Yifei's voice rang out with conviction, leaving no room for dispute. This plan has already garnered the full support of the fourth Hokage and received the endorsement of the third Hokage. Its implementation is an inevitable trend. The future choice of Konoha. Upon his utterance, the elder's arrogance was swiftly diminished, compelled to weigh the joint will of the fourth Hokage and his predecessor. You may choose to accept and adapt to the currents of the era, forging a new realm for the Uchiha clan and the future of Konoha. Or you may choose to reject, clinging to past prejudices and hatred, ultimately facing obsolescence by the tide of time, or even leading to self-destruction. Huang Yifei's tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable pressure. However, at that moment, his gaze turned as frigid as ancient ice, emitting an aura of authority far beyond his years. The memory of his formidable prowess displayed during the Nine Tails turmoil made the temperature in the reception hall plummet. Should anyone dare to covertly obstruct the execution of this plan or attempt to exploit this goodwill for nefarious purposes, I, Huang Yifei, in the capacity of Konoha's chief strategist and armed with my personal strength, shall ensure they pay a price beyond bearing. He did not deliberately unleash his chakra, yet the profound confidence stemming from his very soul, coupled with the icy resolve forged in the crucible of life and death, was far more chilling than any palpable threat. The once boisterous hardline elders trembled at the touch of Huang Yifei's piercing gaze, their faces drained of color, daring not to breathe. They suddenly remembered, this 9-year-old youth was not merely a brash child. His power could effortlessly obliterate their entire Uchiha clan. The consequences of provoking him were unfathomable. The reception hall fell into a stifling silence, with only Huang Yifei's cold, sharp gaze and the terrifying pressure emanating from him silently proclaiming his absolute will. This was the art of open threats. This was the manifestation of strength. Huang Yifei aimed to convey to these proud and obstinate Uchihas in the most direct and domineering manner, those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. He offered them a path to survival, the sole path. Accept or face annihilation. There was no third option. Uchiha Fugaku gazed at this 9-year-old boy, who already possessed such terrifying power and dominance, feeling an overwhelming shock and reverence. He understood that he and the entire Uchiha clan were facing a decisive choice that could determine their very existence. This choice seemed to lack much suspense, for in the face of absolute power, any struggle or resistance appeared futile. Chapter 62. The grand blueprint and glorious path of Uchiha's revival. The atmosphere in the reception hall became suffocatingly silent, filled with a sense of anticipation. Due to Huang Yifei's declaration of dominance and his incisive analysis of the Uchiha clan's predicament, the elders, who had intended to assert their seniority, were now silenced by Huang Yifei's undeniable presence, each one rendered mute. Uchiha Fugaku, a seasoned leader, gradually regained clarity after his initial shock and inner turmoil. He recognized the truth in Huang Yifei's words. The Uchiha clan's future indeed stood at a crossroads that demanded change. Perhaps this 9-year-old boy could illuminate an unprecedented path for them. Advisor Huang Yifei, Uchiha Fugaku's voice, now slightly hoarse yet more solemn, conveyed a newfound gravity. We sense your sincerity. Could you elaborate on the details of this Uchiha revival plan that could alter our clan's destiny? At this, Huang Yifei's face broke into a confident and composed smile. He knew he had successfully taken the crucial first step. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, Leader Fugaku, esteemed elders of the Uchiha. The essence of my Uchiha revival plan lies in innovation and glory. It aims to fundamentally transform the Uchiha clan's awkward position in the village, allowing every Uchiha member to earn the respect and honor they rightfully deserve through their own strength and talent. He paused, surveying each individual present, his tone resounding. First, regarding the complete overhaul of the Konoha police force currently controlled by the Uchiha clan, I acknowledge the police force's significant contribution to maintaining Konoha's security. Yet, this very role has placed the Uchiha clan at odds with ordinary villagers and other ninjas, making you the focal point of conflict. This thankless situation must be radically transformed. My proposal, Huang Yifei's voice resonated with conviction, is to preserve and strengthen the police force's structure. However, its functions must undergo a thorough reformation. It shall no longer merely handle daily security and trivial matters as a village patrol team. Instead, it must be upgraded to become the Konoha Special Security Response Unit. This unit shall report directly to the Fourth Hokage. Its primary responsibilities will shift to addressing high-difficulty criminal cases related to the village's core security, counter-espionage activities, safeguarding important figures and key facilities, and undertaking the most arduous behind-enemy lines missions and assassinations during wartime. The members of this unit must be the most elite from the Uchiha clan, possessing at least the 3 Tomo Sharingan. They will enjoy the highest level of treatment and resource allocation in the village. Each mission they undertake will be of monumental significance, worthy of being recorded in Konoha's annals. They shall cleanse the Uchiha clan of its unjust stigma through their blood and glory, regaining the respect and affection of the entire village. These words fell like heavy bombs upon the tranquil surface of a lake, igniting a fervent passion among all Uchiha present. Preserving and strengthening the police force, upgrading it to a Konoha Special Security Response Unit directly accountable to the Fourth Hokage, responsible for tackling high-difficulty crimes, counter-espionage, safeguarding important figures, and even conducting assassinations behind enemy lines. This was nothing short of elevating the Uchiha clan from a scapegoat to the core armed force of the village, rivaling even the Umbu's status. Moreover, through executing high-difficulty tasks, they could earn merit and glory, vindicate themselves, and regain respect. Was this not the very path to revival that the Uchiha clan had longed for? Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shirsue's breaths became slightly hurried, their dark eyes shimmering with unprecedented excitement and yearning. Even the usually composed Uchiha Itachi widened his eyes slightly, revealing a contemplative expression. Observing their fervent reactions, Huang Yifei smiled inwardly, continuing, "Of course, relying solely on the Konoha Special Security Response Unit is insufficient to fully showcase the Uchiha clan's strength and value. This unit will primarily serve as a shield to protect the village's tranquility. Therefore, my second suggestion is," his gaze turned to Uchiha Shirsue, filled with expectation and trust, "to establish a more elite and aggressive special operations team named the Dawn-Eye, composed of the Uchiha clan's most exceptional talents and young elites. This Dawn-Eye special operations team will be led by Uchiha Shirsue as the first captain, with Uchiha Itachi serving as the vice captain." Huang Yifei's voice was imbued with an alluring charisma as he announced that the members of this team would be selected from the Uchiha clan, comprising the most gifted, the most promising, and those with unwavering loyalty and a steadfast belief in protection. They would undergo the most rigorous training, be equipped with the finest gear, and enjoy the highest level of resources allocated by the village. Their mission was singular: to execute highly classified tasks of extraordinary difficulty and risk that could potentially alter the entire landscape of the ninja world. They would become the sharpest spear of Konoha village, the most formidable shield, and the most enigmatic shadow blade. Huang Yifei's voice grew increasingly impassioned, asserting that each successful mission would bring unparalleled glory and prestige to the Uchiha clan. The names of each member would be inscribed upon the hero's monument of Konoha, revered by the populace and celebrated through generations. He envisioned a special operations team, led by Uchiha Shirsue and Uchiha Itachi, unstoppable and victorious, traversing battlefields across the ninja world, achieving feats that would bring endless glory to the Uchiha clan and to Konoha village. Upon hearing Huang Yifei's proposal, Uchiha Shirsue felt as if he had been struck by a surge of electricity, his entire being vibrating with excitement. A dazzling light erupted from his clear eyes, and he instinctively tightened his grip around the short blade at his waist, eager to lead his kin into a new era belonging to the Uchiha. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, upon learning that he would co-lead the special operations team named Dawn's Eye alongside his brother, exhibited a rare flicker of excitement and anticipation on his otherwise stoic face. He recognized this might be the answer he had long sought, a way to protect both the village and his family. Observing their fervent expressions, Huang Yifei smiled inwardly. He understood that these two pivotal propositions had struck at the very core of the Uchiha clan's vulnerabilities. Yet, he did not cease his efforts there. He realized that merely painting a grand vision would not suffice to allay the Uchiha's doubts, nor would it compel them to willingly embrace his goodwill. He required more tangible and reassuring measures. Thus, he inhaled deeply and continued, indeed. Merely relying on military might is insufficient for the Uchiha clan to genuinely integrate into the Konoha family. Therefore, my third proposal is. His tone softened, becoming more persuasive as he sought to dismantle the stereotype and professional barriers confining the Uchiha to roles as mere enforcers. He encouraged and supported the exceptional youth of the Uchiha clan to leverage their talents and abilities to enter various core departments of Konoha village, such as the medical team, barrier team, Umbu, and even the civilian departments responsible for diplomatic affairs. The fourth Hokage had already assured him that the Hokage office would provide the most equitable and transparent competitive environment and promotion channels, ensuring no discrimination or suppression due to their Uchiha identity. Huang Yifei had brought the fourth Hokage into the fold, bolstering the credibility of this commitment. He envisioned a future Konoha village where members of the Uchiha clan were not solely valiant warriors on the battlefield, but also pillars of various fields, contributing their strength to the village's prosperity and development. Huang Yifei's proposal undoubtedly resonated deeply with the Uchiha's yearning for recognition and respect. They were not mere combat machines. They were living beings with diverse talents and aspirations. If Huang Yifei's vision could indeed shatter the professional barriers and allow them fair opportunities across various domains, it would signify an unprecedented liberation and renaissance for the entire Uchiha clan. Upon hearing Huang Yifei's proposal, Uchiha Fugaku's profound gaze briefly reflected an indescribable sense of emotion and relief. He understood that Huang Yifei genuinely cared for the Uchiha clan. Yet, Huang Yifei's masterstroke was not yet complete. He surveyed the eager and excited expressions of all present Uchiha clan members, displaying a gentle yet confident smile as he unveiled the final, most enticing element of his Uchiha revival plan, the Uchiha Honor Fund. To better motivate Uchiha clan members to contribute to the village and to ensure the welfare of those who sacrifice for the village, Huang Yifei's voice became even softer, infused with warmth. I propose that the Hokage office take the lead, with the Uchiha clan's cooperation, to establish a dedicated Uchiha Honor Fund. The fund will be financed partly by direct allocations from the Hokage office and partly through voluntary contributions from within the Uchiha clan. Its primary purposes will be threefold. First, to reward those Uchiha members who excel in missions, granting them substantial material rewards and spiritual honors. Second, to provide compensation for the families of Uchiha members who tragically perish or are injured in the line of duty, ensuring their livelihoods are securely supported. Third, to fund the promising younger generation of Uchiha who exhibit exceptional talents in various fields, providing them with the best learning and growth environments, enabling them to contribute to the future of the Uchiha clan and Konoha village. Huang Yifei's proposal for the Uchiha Honor Fund struck a profound chord with all present Uchiha clan members, addressing their deepest emotional desires for recognition and fulfillment, rewarding the meritorious, compensating the bereaved, and supporting the next generation elevated the welfare of the Uchiha clan to an unprecedented level, akin to the esteemed co-governance enjoyed during the era of the First Hokage. If this fund could indeed be established and effectively operated, it would herald an extraordinary honor and security for the entire Uchiha clan. In an instant, the reception hall was enveloped in an ineffable atmosphere filled with excitement, gratitude, and boundless hope for the future. Those stubborn elders who once regarded Huang Yifei with suspicion and hostility had now been utterly captivated by his intricately woven, compelling, and sincere Uchiha revival plan. They gazed at the 9-year-old boy, whose astonishing wisdom and resolve had silenced their doubts, replaced instead by profound respect, heartfelt gratitude, and a hint of unnoticeable shame. They realized they had previously underestimated him, for this boy was not intent on dividing the Uchiha clan, but genuinely sought to lead them towards an unprecedented path of brilliance and glory. Chapter 63, The Clan Leader's Resolution. The radiance of the future as Huang Yifei presented the final piece of his comprehensive and enticing Uchiha revival plan, the Uchiha Honor Fund. The atmosphere in the reception hall ignited. All Uchiha clan members present, whether venerable elders, vigorous middle-aged members, or exceptionally talented youth, were completely won over by Huang Yifei's meticulously structured and progressive blueprint, which not only honored the Uchiha clan, but also seamlessly integrated them into the broader development trajectory of Konoha. They gazed upon the 9-year-old boy, whose terrifying intellect and exceptional foresight were accompanied by a heartfelt respect and goodwill towards the Uchiha clan. Their eyes brimmed with indescribable excitement, gratitude, and fervent aspirations for the future. They understood that the fate of the Uchiha clan might indeed be irrevocably altered by the mere presence of this child. The reception room was enveloped in a bizarre atmosphere, both tumultuous and silent. The tumult stemmed from the Uchiha clan members' hearts, which erupted with an uncontrollable excitement and anticipation akin to a volcano's eruption. The silence, on the other hand, was a result of their profound shock at Huang Yifei's seemingly flawless plan for the revival of the Uchiha clan, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. Uchiha Fugaku, a formidable figure who had struggled for half his life within the whirlpool of power in Konoha's upper echelons and his own family, now found himself in deep contemplation and intense inner turmoil due to the grand gift that exceeded his imagination. After the initial shock and ecstasy faded, a glimmer of the calm and rational demeanor befitting a clan leader returned to his deep and astute eyes. He recognized that Huang Yifei's revival plan for the Uchiha clan was indeed remarkably perfect and alluring. It nearly resolved all the core issues that had plagued the Uchiha for decades, illuminating a path that could restore their glory and dignity while achieving true coexistence and mutual prosperity with Konoha. Fugaku even sensed his heart, long dulled by repression and concerns for the family's future, beginning to beat vigorously once more, filled with a long-lost passion and hope. However, as the clan leader, he could not allow himself to be entranced solely by the immediate benefits and promising prospects. He had to ponder coolly whether this perfection concealed an undisclosed cost. What were Huang Yifei's true intentions? This boy of merely 9 years, who possessed inscrutable methods, was it merely an expression of profound love for Konoha and a desire for harmony? Such reasoning seemed overly idealistic, perhaps even naive. Fugaku was more inclined to believe that any political overture was inevitably accompanied by corresponding demands. He scrutinized Huang Yifei, seeking even the slightest crack in that seemingly youthful yet exceptionally composed visage. Yet, Huang Yifei's gaze was clear and unclouded, resembling a mirror that reflected no shadows. Clan leader. Just as Uchiha Fugaku wrestled with his thoughts, a clear, resolute voice filled with undeniable will suddenly resonated beside him. It was Uchiha Shursui, the most brilliant talent of the younger generation, known as the Shunshin of water. He slowly rose from his seat, his bright and clear eyes sparkling with an unprecedented fiery intensity. He looked at Huang Yifei, his gaze infused with admiration, gratitude, and a profound sense of kinship. Then, he turned to Uchiha Fugaku and the other elders present, speaking each word with measured conviction. Clan leader, esteemed elders, I believe that advisor Huang Yifei's revival plan for the Uchiha clan is not a scheme or a ruse, but a sincere and benevolent strategy capable of altering our clan's destiny. We Uchiha have languished for too long. Our pride and glory have been eroded to almost nothing by unending suspicion, oppression, and isolation. Must we continue to languish in this state? Must we watch helplessly as our clan's future sinks gradually into darkness and despair? Shursui's voice grew more impassioned and fervent with each utterance. His youthful face flushed with excitement, his eyes shimmering with the unique, heart-stirring desire for power and glory that defined the Uchiha clan. No, we cannot continue like this. Uchiha Shursui clenched his fist, unleashing a thunderous roar. We Uchiha are noble. We are powerful. We are invincible. We should stand atop the ninja world like our ancestors, surveying the entire realm, rather than cowering in a corner of the village, at the mercy of others. Huang Yifei's plan grants us this opportunity, a chance to reclaim our glory and dignity, a splendid opportunity to once again stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Shursui's gaze swept across the elders who once held high hopes for him, his voice brimming with conviction. I, Uchiha Shursui, vow in my name. I will wholeheartedly support and endorse advisor Huang Yifei's revival plan. I am willing to lead the Danzai Special Operations Team. I will guide the finest sons of our Uchiha clan to forge a new era belonging to us. Shursui's words were like heavy bombs dropped onto a calm lake, igniting a wave of fervor and passion among all present Uchiha clan members. They looked at Shisui, who usually exuded elegance, but now radiated an indomitable spirit like a roaring lion, their eyes filled with indescribable excitement and admiration. They knew that Shisui had voiced the sentiments of them all. As Shisui's declaration resonated, another voice, youthful yet resolute and composed, emerged. Shisui is right. The speaker was Uchiha Itachi, the prodigy who had remained silent, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. He slowly lifted his head, his inky black eyes glistening with wisdom and maturity beyond his years. He regarded Huang Yifei with a gaze filled with complex emotions, tinged with a sense of understanding and acknowledgement. Then, he turned to face his father, Uchiha Fugaku, and the other elders, speaking in an undeniable tone. Father, esteemed elders, I believe that advisor Huang Yifei's plan brings more benefits than drawbacks for our Uchiha clan. It could be said to be entirely advantageous. We have no reason to refuse it, nor should we. Itachi's gaze returned to Huang Yifei, a flicker of respect crossing his features. I, Uchiha Itachi, am willing to follow Shisui and join the Danzai Special Operations Team, contributing my strength to our clan's future and the peace of the village. Itachi's words, though brief, carried the weight of a mountain. He was a once-in-a-century genius of the Uchiha clan, his wisdom and vision surpassing that of most adults. With his unequivocal support for Huang Yifei's plan, the value and feasibility of the proposal could no longer be doubted. In an instant, the reception room was engulfed in an even more fervent and one-sided atmosphere. Under the united support of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, the two most influential and charismatic talents of the younger generation, those Uchiha clan members who had previously hesitated and observed now resolved to act decisively. They looked at Huang Yifei, their eyes brimming with unprecedented trust, anticipation, and fervor. They understood that the future of the Uchiha clan rested in the hands of this 9-year-old boy. Uchiha Fugaku gazed upon the scene before him, a vision that seemed to embody the collective will of the people, and the last remnants of his hesitation and concern finally dissipated. He understood that there was no turning back now, nor was there a need to retreat any further. Huang Yifei had illuminated an unprecedented, radiant, and glorious path for the Uchiha clan. If he were to let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away due to baseless suspicion and selfishness, then Uchiha Fugaku would undoubtedly become a historical villain for his clan. Taking a deep breath, he slowly rose from his seat, revealing an unprecedented smile filled with determination and relief on his stern face. He looked at Huang Yifei, his eyes brimming with an indescribable blend of emotions, admiration, gratitude, hope, and even a subtle hint of submission. Then, with a voice that resonated with an unprecedented solemnity and clarity, he addressed all present Uchiha clan members and the miraculous 9-year-old boy who had brought about this change. Very well. Since the prodigies of the Uchiha clan have made their choice, I, Uchiha Fugaku, as the current clan leader, hereby officially declare our full support for Huang Yifei's Uchiha revival plan. From this day forth, the Uchiha clan is willing to march hand in hand with consultant Huang Yifei to forge a new future. Fugaku's proclamation reverberated like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring the hearts of all Uchiha present, igniting waves of fervor and passion. They knew that from this moment on, the fate of the Uchiha clan would be irrevocably transformed by this 9-year-old boy and his Uchiha revival plan. A brand new future, filled with light and hope, beckoned them slowly. Chapter 64. The Clash and Consensus Among the High Ranks. Prelude to the new Uchiha era. After Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, took a resolute stand, representing the entire Uchiha clan in agreeing to and fully cooperating with Huang Yifei's Uchiha revival plan. The momentous meeting held within Uchiha territory, one that could alter the course of history, came to a fruitful conclusion. Huang Yifei did not linger within Uchiha territory for long. After an initial discussion regarding the specific implementation details of the Uchiha revival plan with Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi, he politely took his leave. He understood that a more significant and intense battle awaited him. This was the challenge of gaining the recognition and support of the top echelons of Konoha village, including the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the two relatively conservative elder advisors, Tsunade and Mito Gate. This undoubtedly presented an exceedingly daunting challenge. The long-standing discord and suspicion between the Uchiha clan and the village's leadership were deeply rooted. convincing them to set aside their prejudices and accept a plan aimed at revitalizing the Uchiha clan, which would also elevate their status and power within the village to some extent, was no small feat. Yet, Huang Yifei remained confident, for he held a crucial trump card in his hand, the immense value and promising future embedded within the Uchiha revival plan that would be irresistible to any leader truly devoted to the future of Konoha and endowed with sufficient wisdom and foresight. And he had behind him the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, who had solemnly pledged his unwavering support. As anticipated, when Huang Yifei formally presented the initial consensus reached with the Uchiha clan, along with the meticulously refined and polished complete proposal of the Uchiha revival plan, to the fourth Hokage, Minato, and summoned the core members of Konoha's leadership, including the third Hokage, for a specialized discussion meeting. The atmosphere in the conference room immediately descended into a state of subtle yet intense confrontation. The two influential elder advisors, Tsunade and Mito Gate, displayed expressions of grave complexity as they listened intently to Huang Yifei's exposition of the Uchiha revival plan. Their murky, aged eyes betrayed an unmistakable blend of shock, doubt, and a barely perceptible hint of wariness and resistance. Consultant Huang Yifei, Tsunade spoke first, her weathered visage etched with deep wrinkles, her tone imbued with an undeniable authority and caution. The boldness of your Uchiha revival plan and its radical content have indeed caught us old-timers off guard. Upgrading the police force to a special security response unit directly accountable to the fourth Hokage, establishing a special operations team led by Uchiha elites named Danzai, encouraging Uchiha clan members to infiltrate various core departments of the village, even proposing the establishment of an Uchiha honor fund. With each point she articulated, her brow furrowed deeper, her tone sharpened. Forgive my candor, but this plan appears less about fostering harmonious coexistence between the Uchiha clan and the village, and more about indirectly securing greater power and status for the Uchiha. You wish to pave the way for their resurgence. Reminiscent of the past, when the Uchiha clan wielded tremendous influence during the second Hokage's era. After we have finally emerged from that shadow, you seek to lead us down the same path again. Mito Gate followed suit, his voice even more somber and laden with distrust. Consultant Huang Yifei, we acknowledge the unparalleled contributions you made during the Nine Tails incident. We also recognize your extraordinary wisdom and talent that surpass your years. However, the complexities and sensitivities surrounding the Uchiha clan's issues are beyond what a mere 9-year-old boy can fully comprehend. Their lineage is steeped in an intrinsic arrogance and stubbornness. Their insatiable thirst for power and excessive reliance on the Sharingan can easily lead them astray. Are you not concerned that, by extending such privileges to them, even utilizing village resources to bolster their growth, you may one day witness their betrayal of the village, repeating the tragedy of Uchiha Madara's defection? Though the elder advisors expressed their concerns delicately, the skepticism and apprehension underlying their words were unmistakable. They were evidently filled with deep doubts and mistrust regarding Huang Yifei's plan to revive the Uchiha clan. They feared that his goodwill might ultimately lead to disastrous consequences, potentially sowing the seeds of greater peril for the future of Konoha. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense and oppressive as the two elder advisors' incendiary questions hung heavily in the air. All eyes instinctively turned to the 9-year-old boy seated calmly at the conference table, a serene smile gracing his face. They were eager to witness how this young prodigy, revered and powerful, would respond to the elder advisor's nearly confrontational stance. Would he argue his case vehemently, or would he choose to concede? However, to everyone's surprise, Huang Yifei did not immediately retort. He simply listened quietly, absorbing all of the elder advisor's doubts and concerns. Then, he leisurely lifted the teacup in front of him and took a delicate sip, revealing a profound smile on his face, one that seemed to suggest he had long since grasped the essence of the matter. I naturally understand the concerns of the two esteemed advisors. Huang Yifei spoke with a voice that remained calm and gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable confidence and wisdom that left everyone present feeling a deep sense of conviction. The issues surrounding the Uchiha clan had indeed persisted for a long time, deeply entrenched. Resolving the conflicts and suspicions between them and the village in a short span of time was no simple feat, however. Huang Yifei's tone shifted, his gaze sharpening, and his voice grew firm and resonant. We cannot allow the fear of potential risks to paralyze us. Nor can we allow historical grievances to cloud our judgment against a powerful clan with infinite potential and a bright future. I believe that the vast majority of the Uchiha clan members cherish this village and are willing to dedicate their utmost efforts to it. What they require is not suppression and isolation, but understanding, trust, and a platform to prove their worth with dignity. The core purpose of my Uchiha revival plan is not to favor or support the Uchiha clan, but to guide and inspire them through a more proactive and effective approach, allowing their formidable strength and talents to be channeled into the protection and construction of Konoha. Huang Yifei's gaze swept across the two advisors, his tone earnest. I firmly believe that as long as we provide them with sufficient trust and respect, and offer them a fair platform to compete and showcase their talents, the Uchiha clan will undoubtedly become Konoha's most loyal and reliable guardians, rather than a so-called potential threat. His words resonated powerfully, filled with passion. The clarity and sincerity in his eyes, along with his heartfelt trust and expectations for the Uchiha clan, stirred the two elder advisors, Zongjin Xiaochun and Mito Menyen, deeply. They could distinctly feel that this 9-year-old boy possessed a remarkable ability to transform decay into brilliance, uniting hearts. Yet, just as the ice in their hearts began to thaw, a more resolute and undeniable voice echoed from the main seat of the conference room. Third Hokage, esteemed advisors. It was none other than the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. He had consistently placed his utmost trust in Huang Yifei, and now felt compelled to stand up. Rising slowly from his seat, his golden hair gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. The azure depths of his eyes sparkled with an unprecedented determination and responsibility befitting the fourth Hokage. He addressed everyone present, speaking deliberately regarding Yifei's Uchiha revival plan. I, Minato Namikaze, in the name of the fourth Hokage, and with all my personal honor and credibility, express my full support. I believe in Yifei's wisdom and vision. I also believe in the loyalty and potential of the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, I am confident that with our collective efforts, Konoha's future will undoubtedly become stronger and more glorious through the genuine integration of the Uchiha clan. The fourth Hokage's proclamation struck like a series of stabilizing anchors upon a tranquil lake, instantly calming the atmosphere. He, as the fourth Hokage, represented the highest will of Konoha's future. With him so unequivocally supporting Huang Yifei's plan, could there be any lingering doubt about its implementation? The elder advisors, Zongjin Xiaochun and Mito Menyen, gazed at the usually gentle Minato, who now radiated an aura of brilliance and authority, and the last remnants of their skepticism dissipated. They understood that Konoha's future no longer belonged to them, the old guard. Their only course was to trust the choices of these young individuals and offer their guidance. Very well, since the fourth Hokage has spoken, Zongjin Xiaochun and Mito Menyen exchanged glances, each recognizing a shared sense of relief and resigned humor in the other's eyes. They nodded slowly, their voices slightly hoarse as they stated, "In principle, we agree to the implementation of this plan. However, the specifics and potential risks must be meticulously controlled. There must be no room for error." "Naturally," responded the fourth Hokage and Huang Yifei in unison, their faces lighting up with relieved smiles. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had been quietly observing from his seat without much comment, finally revealed a look of contentment and satisfaction upon witnessing this outcome. He knew that the issue concerning the Uchiha clan, which had troubled him for decades, was finally on the verge of resolution through the efforts of these two equally talented and village-minded young individuals. The future of Konoha appeared promising indeed. Chapter 65. The Opportunity of the Nanha Shrine, a gift to alter destiny with the formal approval and full support of Konoha's highest decision-making body secured. Huang Yifei's Uchiha revival plan surged forth like a torrent unleashed, rapidly gaining momentum throughout the village. Of course, this process was not without its challenges. The long-standing tensions and divisions between the Uchiha clan and other factions within the village could not be eradicated overnight. During the initial stages of the plan's implementation, it indeed faced some resistance and criticism from conservative elements and vested interest groups within the village. However, with the covert support of the third Hokage and the unparalleled personal charisma and strength of the fourth Hokage, these obstacles were effortlessly dissipated. Huang Yifei, the 9-year-old chief military strategist of Konoha, utilized his wisdom and composure far beyond his years, along with his precise control over every detail of the plan. to systematically advance the various reform measures. He first collaborated with Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui to undertake a comprehensive and transformative reform of the existing Konoha police force. The new police force, while still predominantly led by the Uchiha clan, adopted more stringent and diverse selection criteria, no longer limited to Uchiha members, but open to all capable, ambitious, and loyal ninjas from across Konoha. Its functions evolved from a mere administrative role to a genuine elite force with formidable combat capabilities, tasked with maintaining safety within and outside the village, combating high-level crimes, and even participating in frontline battles during times of war. This undoubtedly elevated the status, honor, and actual influence of the police force within the village. It also allowed those Uchiha members, who had previously felt stifled and dissatisfied with their limited roles, to reclaim their dignity and value as formidable individuals. Subsequently, the Special Operations Team, named Danzai, which carried the hopes of the Uchiha clan for the future, was officially established amidst great anticipation. Captain, the renowned Shisui Uchiha, known for his mastery of the body flicker technique and his successful awakening of the Mangeki Sharingan, will personally take the helm. The vice-captain position shall be filled by the prodigious Itachi Uchiha, a mere 9 years of age, yet possessing an unfathomable depth of talent and strength. The members of this elite squad have been meticulously selected from the younger generation of the Uchiha clan, representing the pinnacle of excellence. Each member wields the three-tomo Sharingan and commands a variety of powerful fire release techniques, as well as Uchiha-style fluid techniques, rivaling the abilities of ordinary J-nin. This Danzai squad will report directly to the fourth Hokage, free from the constraints of any other departments. They will be tasked with executing the most challenging and perilous top-secret missions, using their strength and blood to reclaim unparalleled glory and dignity for the Uchiha clan and the entire Hidden Leaf village. Simultaneously, under the vigorous advocacy of Huang Yifei and the robust support of the Hokage's office, an increasing number of talented and capable Uchiha youths have begun to enter the medical team, barrier team, Ombu, intelligence department, and even the diplomatic and administrative sectors of the village, based on their own merits through fair assessments. Their hard work and talent have yielded remarkable achievements across various fields, earning them the respect and recognition of their peers, and shattering the stereotype that the Uchiha clan solely engages in conflict, lacking in social understanding. Furthermore, the Uchiha Honor Fund, which receives direct funding from the Hokage's office and voluntary donations from within the Uchiha clan, has officially commenced operations. It provides substantial material rewards and moral encouragement to those Uchiha members who excel in their missions and contributions to the village. It offers reliable support and humanitarian care to the families of Uchiha martyrs who have tragically fallen in battle. And it extends a robust backing and vast opportunities to the younger generation of Uchiha, who are gifted yet financially disadvantaged. Under Huang Yifei's comprehensive Uchiha revitalization plan, the entire Uchiha clan has been infused with an unprecedented vitality and vigor. The schisms and conflicts with other factions in the village are visibly dissipating. The dissatisfaction and resentment harbored within them are gradually resolving, replaced by a deep sense of belonging to the village, a hopeful anticipation for the future, and a heartfelt admiration and gratitude for the young strategist Huang Yifei, who possesses wisdom and strength beyond his years. However, Huang Yifei understands that merely relying on external reforms and adjustments of interests will not suffice to eradicate the Uchiha clan's existential crisis. He must find a way to alter the deeply ingrained obsession with power and the misguided interpretations of love that have led to their fanaticism and extremism, especially concerning the stone tablet of the South He Shrine, which has been covertly altered by the nefarious Kaguya, containing the Uchiha clan's fateful record. This is the true root of the Uchiha clan's tragic and destructive cycles across generations. Thus, after the various measures of the Uchiha revitalization plan have taken shape and begun to show results, Huang Yifei, in his capacity as the chief strategist of Konoha, feels it is his duty to understand the historical legacies and spiritual beliefs of the major ninja clans within the village to better formulate development strategies that align with the characteristics of each clan. As one of the founding families of Konoha, the South He Shrine stone tablet carries significant historical information that is invaluable for understanding the Uchiha's spiritual essence and for devising targeted developmental directions for the Danzai squad. Consequently, he formally requests Uchiha Fugaku and Shirsui's accompaniment to the South He Shrine to pay homage to and study the legendary stone tablet. After a brief discussion, Uchiha Fugaku and Shirsui readily consent to Huang Yifei's reasonable and dignified request. They are well aware of Huang Yifei's wisdom and capabilities and are grateful for all he has done for the Uchiha clan. They also harbor a faint hope that this enigmatic young strategist might indeed unearth insights from the ancient stone tablet that could guide the Uchiha toward genuine enlightenment. Thus, with permission granted, Uchiha Fugaku and Shirsui personally accompany Huang Yifei to the South He Shrine, nestled deep within the Uchiha territory, exuding an air of mystery and solemnity. Inside the shrine, the dim lighting and oppressive atmosphere envelop them. A colossal stone tablet, towering several meters high and entirely black, adorned with countless strange runes reminiscent of tadpoles, stands silently at the center of the shrine, emanating a chilling aura filled with the weight of ancient and ominous secrets. This is the legendary South He Shrine stone tablet, inscribed by the Sage of Six Paths himself, chronicling all the mysteries and destinies of the Uchiha clan. As Huang Yifei gazes upon the ominous stone tablet, a flicker of determination flashes in his eyes. He is acutely aware that this tablet has been surreptitiously tampered with by the cunning Kaguya, distorting its original truths about love and protection into an extreme ideology that glorifies the pursuit of ultimate power, the awakening of infinite Tsukuyomi, and the illusion of false peace, leading the Uchiha clan step by step towards self-destruction. His purpose in coming here today is to purify this corrupted stone tablet and to reverse the tragic fate of the Uchiha clan. System: I wish to sign in before the Uchiha stone tablet at the South He Shrine. Huang Yifei silently intones. Ding. Special sign-in location detected. South He Shrine Uchiha stone tablet, corrupted state. Sign-in conditions met. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Ding. South He Shrine Uchiha stone tablet, corrupted state. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a special ocular technique, one-time divine protection of the heavenly gods. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special passive aura, blessing of Indra. As the system's notifications conclude, two powerful and mysterious forces surge into Huang Yifei's mind and body. Divine protection of the heavenly gods, one time. This is a legendary variation of the ultimate illusion technique, divine protection, practiced by Shirsui Uchiha. By casting this technique, the user can subtly and imperceptibly correct the thoughts and guide the will of a designated target, such as the stone tablet, objects, or a small group, leading them to discard extreme notions of hatred and destruction and instead embrace the true essence of peace, protection, and hope. This technique's effects are gentle and enduring, influencing without a trace and bearing minimal side effects. Blessing of Indra, passive aura. This is a mysterious blessing power derived from the progenitor of the shinobi, Indra. When the host is within the influence of this aura, or when Uchiha clan members recognized and blessed by the host are within its range, their Sharingan's potential ceiling will receive a slight but permanent enhancement. The negative emotional impacts, such as hatred, pain, despair, etc., during the awakening and evolution processes will also be mitigated and purified to a certain degree. This makes it easier for them to comprehend that the true essence of the Sharingan's power is not for revenge and destruction, but for protection and love. Beholding these two godly, game-changing rewards, Huang Yifei's lips curl into a confident smile, as if victory is already within his grasp. He understands that with the support of these two extraordinary abilities, the likelihood of success for the monumental task that will alter the fate of the entire Uchiha clan has increased by at least 50%. The tragic saga of the Uchiha clan shall henceforth come to a definitive end. Chapter 66. The Reawakening of the Stone Tablet and the True Fate of the Uchiha within the South He Shrine. The atmosphere was solemn and reverent, tinged with an ineffable sense of oppression and foreboding. The towering, pitch-black Uchiha stone tablet stood silently in the center of the shrine, resembling a mute giant, quietly witnessing the Uchiha clan's centuries of glory and lament, while silently narrating the distorted and malevolent fate that had been insidiously altered by Kaguya's dark will, a fate rife with bloodshed and annihilation. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shirsui flanked the stone tablet, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. They gazed at the 9-year-old prodigy, Huang Yifei, who possessed godlike strength and wisdom. their hearts brimming with unarticulated hope and trepidation. They were unaware of what secrets Huang Yifei sought to unearth from this ancient stone tablet, nor could they fathom the monumental transformations his presence would usher into the Uchiha clan. Huang Yifei paid no heed to Fugaku and Shirsue's intricate looks. He approached the ominous Uchiha stone tablet with tranquility, step by step. Extending his hand, he gently touched the cold and rough surface of the tablet with his fingertips. Sensing the malevolent energy within, twisted and tainted by the dark will, brimming with hatred, obsession, and a desire for destruction. What a pity, Huang Yifei sighed inwardly. The Uchiha clan should have been one of the most brilliant and promising races in the ninja world. They possessed the formidable Sharingan and pursued love with the deepest and most unwavering devotion. Yet, it was precisely this intense pursuit of love that led them to plunge into the abyss of hatred and despair after losing their beloved, rendering them susceptible to manipulation by those with ulterior motives, ultimately spiraling towards a tragic self-destruction. The stone tablet, corrupted by Kaguya's influence, undoubtedly served as the most direct and malicious catalyst hastening the Uchiha clan's demise. It misdirected their yearning for power and aspiration for peace towards the extreme path of awakening the infinite Tsukuyomi, leading them to lose their way and doom their future. Today, let me bring an end to all of this. In an instant, Huang Yifei's gaze sharpened and solidified with unwavering resolve. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned the immense chakra from the perfected sage body and the innate power of wood release, merging seamlessly with the essence of nature, and quietly pushed it to its pinnacle. Simultaneously, he silently connected with the extraordinary ocular technique, the heavenly guardian, granted by the system, capable of altering everything. A wave of indescribable energy, filled with sanctity, protection, and purification, emanated from Huang Yifei's tranquil, profound eyes, spreading like an unseen spring rain. This ocular energy was gentle, discreet, and imperceptible, so much so that even the formidable Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shirsue, with their powerful Sharingan, remained entirely unaware. They merely sensed a subtle freshness in the air surrounding them. The once ominous Uchiha stone tablet seemed to radiate an inexplicable aura of serenity and sanctity. As they pondered in confusion, the sacred purifying energy of the heavenly guardian began to permeate every corner of the dark stone tablet, every rune, every historical mark tainted by Kaguya's malice, like an invisible tide. Huang Yifei's hands remained gently pressed against the tablet, his eyes slightly closed, as if engaging in a transcendent dialogue beyond words with the ancient stone. A faint emerald glow enveloped him, harmonizing with the unseen wave of ocular energy, creating a strange and divine resonance. A series of subtle sounds, akin to melting ice and the gentle caress of spring rain nurturing parched earth, emanated from within the tablet. The negative energies and erroneous information, imbued with hatred, obsession, and a desire for destruction, rapidly disintegrated under the cleansing force, as if they had encountered their nemesis. Dissolving into nothingness, in their place emerged the more ancient, pure, and profoundly loving and protective essence, an authentic legacy of the Uchiha clan. The once twisted runes on the tablet softened, clarified, and illuminated with wisdom and enlightenment under the influence of the invisible force. In the name of love, protect all. The ultimate power is not destruction, but creation and guardianship. True peace arises from understanding and acceptance within the heart, not from false illusions and eternal dissent. The ultimate truth of the Sharingan is not the pursuit of infinite power, but the clarity to see the truth, goodness, and beauty of the world and to protect all that one holds dear. These revelations flowed like a gentle stream, replacing the tainted darkness deep within the tablet. The purification process persisted for nearly 15 minutes. When the last vestige of Kaguya's corruption was entirely eradicated by the heavenly guardian, the formerly pitch-black Uchiha stone tablet underwent a remarkable transformation. Its dark surface gradually shed a layer of dull, lifeless sheen, revealing a luster akin to jade, deep and mysterious, imbued with an air of nobility. The previously twisted and eerie tadpole-like runes became clearer, more fluid, and suffused with a sense of sanctity and solemnity. The entire tablet seemed reborn, rejuvenated. No longer did it exude the heart-stopping aura of doom and destruction, but rather radiated a calming sense of peace and hope. Simultaneously, Huang Yifei felt the passive aura of Indra's blessing he had just acquired resonate with the now purified and rectified Uchiha stone tablet, quietly activating. A wave of indescribable energy, filled with blessings and protective power, spread like invisible ripples from Huang Yifei and the rejuvenated Uchiha stone tablet, enveloping the entire South He shrine, with a subtle tendency to extend towards the entire Uchiha clan. Under the embrace of this mysterious energy, all Uchiha members present felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility and refreshment. They could distinctly sense that the violent and obsessive negative emotions accumulated from training the Sharingan were being gently purified and dissipated by a warm and gentle force. Their minds became clearer. Their hearts found peace. Their understanding of power deepened and became more profound. Especially those Uchiha who had activated their Sharingan felt a newfound clarity and tenderness in their once power-hungry eyes. It was as if they instinctively grasped a deeper truth about the Sharingan's power, drawing closer to the essence of love and guardianship. This sensation is utterly wondrous and beyond belief. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shirsui naturally sensed the sudden, mysterious energy filled with blessings and protective power. They gazed upon the Uchiha monument before them, which seemed to have transformed in an instant, emanating an unprecedented aura of sanctity and tranquility. Their eyes then fell upon the serene 9-year-old boy, Huang Yifei, who stood before the monument with a gentle smile, and their astonishment had reached an unparalleled peak. Though they were unaware of the events that had just transpired, they could distinctly feel that this ancient monument, which held all the secrets and glory of the Uchiha clan, along with the fate of their entire lineage, had undergone an ineffable and radical transformation within that fleeting quarter of an hour. The cause of this change was undoubtedly the mysterious boy before them, merely 9 years of age yet endowed with godlike power and wisdom. What just happened, Yifei? Uchiha Fugaku's voice trembled with profound shock as he struggled to comprehend the extraordinary scene before him. Huang Yifei turned slowly, a calm and gentle smile gracing his face. As he looked at Fugaku, Shirsui, and the Uchiha clansmen who had gathered outside the named shrine, their faces reflecting confusion and curiosity. Taking a deep breath, he spoke with a tone imbued with sanctity and solemnity. Clan leader Fugaku, just moments ago, I had the privilege of engaging in a profound soul exchange with this ancient monument, which embodies the will of the Sage of Six Paths. Huang Yifei's voice carried an enigmatic quality as he continued. I discovered that the inscriptions upon this monument do not, as rumored, convey hatred, obsession, and destructive misguidance. On the contrary, it contains the Sage of Six Paths' deepest blessings and fervent hopes for the Uchiha clan. It desires for the Uchiha to protect with love, create with strength, and lead with wisdom, becoming the most brilliant light and the strongest pillar in this world. His gaze swept over Fugaku, his tone resolute, and I, Huang Yifei, am honored to serve as a witness and guide to this blessing and hope. From this day forth, the fate of the Uchiha clan shall no longer be one of tragedy and destruction, but rather of glory and rebirth. His voice resonated throughout the named shrine, filled with undeniable confidence and power. Following Huang Yifei's miraculous purification of the monument, which had been corrupted by Kurizetsu, and under the auspices of the Sage of Six Paths' blessing, he illuminated a path of brightness and hope for the Uchiha clan. An unprecedented atmosphere of excitement, anticipation, and boundless admiration for this 9-year-old divine guide enveloped the entire Uchiha clan. Though they were unaware of how Huang Yifei had achieved this, they could clearly sense the overwhelming power emanating from the rejuvenated Uchiha monument and the sacred, protective aura surrounding Huang Yifei that possessed the capacity to purify hearts and guide directions. They began to believe that Huang Yifei's words regarding the blessings and hopes of the Sage of Six Paths, as well as the Uchiha clan's glory and rebirth, were not mere empty talk, but a beautiful future that was within their reach. Thus, in the subsequent days, Huang Yifei's plan for the revival of the Uchiha clan was implemented with unprecedented speed and efficiency, akin to the infusion of a powerful catalyst. Those elder members who had previously harbored doubts or resistance to the plan began to change their attitudes, actively cooperating with the reform measures after experiencing the heart-purifying effects of Indra's blessings, along with the patient persuasion of Fugaku, Shirsui, and others, not to mention Huang Yifei's well-timed display of power. The entire Uchiha clan radiated a newfound spirit of unity and determination. As a core component of the Uchiha revival plan, the Special Operations Team Danzai, which bore the future hopes of the Uchiha clan, officially held its founding ceremony under the gaze of the public. On this day, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. In the central square of Konohagakure, colorful banners fluttered, and the atmosphere was bustling with excitement. Nearly all villagers of Konoha and representatives from various ninja clans gathered to witness this momentous occasion that would be etched in the annals of Konoha's history. At the center of the square, a grand and solemn platform had been erected. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in the ceremonial robes symbolizing the highest authority, sat on the guest seat of the platform, wearing a look of satisfaction. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, donned his iconic white Hokage robe, his golden hair gently swaying in the breeze as he stood at the center of the platform, his warm yet authoritative gaze sweeping over the expectant faces below. To his left stood Huang Yifei, the young strategist of Konoha, clad in a specially designed white haori, embroidered with a golden symbol of the Uchiha, at the age of 9, exuding a calm demeanor yet possessing an undeniable charisma. Below the platform, the current clan leader Fugaku Uchiha and the soon-to-be captain of Danzai, Shursui Uchiha, alongside Vice Captain Itachi Uchiha, led dozens of selected young elite members of the Uchiha clan, standing tall and solemnly in formation. Each of their faces radiated an overwhelming sense of excitement, pride, and an insatiable yearning for the impending glory and mission. They understood that from this day forth, they would no longer be the family marginalized and mistrusted by the village. They would become Konoha's sharpest sword and most steadfast shield. They would defend the peace and tranquility of this village with their strength and blood, reclaiming the former glory of the Uchiha clan. The auspicious moment had arrived. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, stepped forward, his voice resonant and penetrating. Today, we gather here to witness a historic moment. The Uchiha clan, as one of the founding families of Konoha, has made significant contributions to the establishment and development of our village. Now, they shall contribute even greater strength to Konoha's future in a renewed form. He paused, turning his gaze toward the Uchiha clansmen below, filled with encouragement and trust. I hereby declare, the Special Operations Team of Konohagakure, Danzai, is officially established. With the fourth Hokage's proclamation, the entire central square erupted in a deafening cheer and applause. Hooray! Danzai! Uchiha! Uchiha! Fourth Lord, wise as ever. Everyone offered their warmest wishes and sincere hopes for this new force that carried the future hopes of the Uchiha clan. Following this, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was also invited to step forward and deliver a brief yet insightful address. He reflected on the Uchiha clan's journey alongside Konoha, affirming their historical contributions and expressing high hopes for the future of Danzai, wishing for them to inherit the glory of their predecessors and forge their own brilliance. At last, as the initiator of the Uchiha revival plan and the chief strategist of Konoha, Huang Yifei was invited to the stage. He refrained from delivering grandiose proclamations or reiterating hollow slogans. Instead, with a calm and sincere tone, he addressed the young Uchiha elites poised to embark on a new journey, as well as all the villagers of Konoha present, and slowly began. The establishment of the Danzai is not merely the glory of the Uchiha clan. It is, above all, the pride of the entire village of Konoha. It symbolizes unity, trust, and hope. Huang Yifei's voice was clear and resolute, heralding a new era where Konoha would bid farewell to past divisions and suspicions, embracing a harmonious coexistence among all ninja clans, flourishing together in prosperity. I hope that each member of the Danzai will, like the morning star piercing the long night, illuminate the path forward for Konoha with your courage and wisdom, with your loyalty and dedication, dispersing the darkness that looms above us. Go forth, contribute, create the unparalleled glory that belongs to you and to all of Konoha. Though Huang Yifei's voice was youthful, it carried a profound force and unwavering conviction that stirred the hearts of all present, igniting their passions and inspiring fervor. They envisioned a future where this newly formed force, the Danzai, would shine the brightest and most resplendent light upon the stage of the ninja world. The Uchiha clan would thus completely shed the shadows of their past and welcome a genuinely radiant future. At the conclusion of the ceremony, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, personally awarded the special team insignia and appointment scrolls to the captain, Uchiha Shursui, and the vice captain, Uchiha Itachi, symbolizing their unique identities and powers. The insignia, proposed by Huang Yifei, depicted a phoenix reborn from flames, embodying the Uchiha's rebirth and renewal. At that moment, the atmosphere in the central square reached an unprecedented zenith. Everyone cheered, rejoiced, and shed tears of joy for the Uchiha clan's resurgence and for the future of Konoha. The Uchiha clan, once steeped in tragedy and fate, finally cast off the shackles of their past, ushering in a dawn filled with light and hope, thanks to the guidance of Huang Yifei, the divine mentor, and the wise leadership of the Fourth Hokage. Chapter 68. The Dawn's Eye achieves initial victory. The starting point of glory. Following the triumphant conclusion of the ceremony marking the establishment of the Dawn's Eye Special Operations Team, this new force, which embodies the hopes of the Uchiha clan's revival and the earnest expectations of the entire village of Konoha, did not merely exist as a symbolic political entity, as some had anticipated. Quite the contrary, under the leadership of Captain Uchiha Shisui and Vice Captain Uchiha Itachi, along with the direct guidance of Chief Strategist Huang Yifei and the resource allocation from the Fourth Hokage, the Dawn's Eye team swiftly engaged in various high-difficulty, challenging real combat missions almost immediately after its formation. Their first assignment was a highly dangerous extermination mission classified as S-rank. The target was an armed gang named Black Wind Stronghold, located at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water, composed of dozens of powerful rogue ninjas, some of whom were notorious criminals wanted by the five great nations for their heinous acts during the Third Great Ninja War. This Black Wind Stronghold operated ruthlessly, often raiding passing caravans and travelers, and had repeatedly infiltrated the Land of Fire to attack border villages, committing atrocities that severely impacted the local populace and tarnished the reputation of Konoha. Konoha had previously dispatched numerous ninja teams to eliminate this threat, but all had returned empty-handed due to the gang's formidable strength, the complex terrain, and their elusive movements, suffering significant losses in the process. It could be said that this Black Wind Stronghold had become a malignant tumor at the border of the Land of Fire, a hot potato. Now, this arduous and perilous task had fallen upon the shoulders of the newly established, still somewhat inexperienced Dawn's Eye team. This was both a test from the village's higher-ups and their first opportunity to prove their worth and strength to all of Konoha, and indeed the entire ninja world. Uchiha Shisui, known as the Momentary Stasis, displayed no fear upon receiving this assignment. Instead, he was filled with fervent determination and unwavering belief in victory. He understood that this battle held immense significance for the Dawn's Eye and the Uchiha clan as a whole. Success was the only option. After meticulous intelligence analysis and tactical planning, which naturally included the invaluable insights and suggestions from Huang Yifei, who utilized the Konoha strategic map for detailed analysis of the mission area and provided critical advice for infiltration and ambush. Uchiha Shisui personally led dozens of elite Uchiha members of the Dawn's Eye team, like a sword slicing through the night, stealthily advancing towards the concealed Black Wind Stronghold nestled within the towering mountains. An intense battle, devoid of gunpowder yet rife with bloodshed and slaughter, was on the verge of commencing. Within Black Wind Stronghold, the atmosphere was vibrant and boisterous. The nefarious rogue ninjas were gathered around a bonfire, indulging in strong liquor and devouring roasted meat, boasting shamelessly of their past glories and callously mocking the innocent lives they had harmed. They remained blissfully unaware that the shadow of death had silently descended upon them, just as they reveled in their drunken stupor, with their defenses at their weakest. Uchiha Shisui's cold and resolute command pierced through the air. Now, with that, dozens of figures clad in black attire and adorned with the Dawn's Eye mask, engraved with the phoenix symbol representing the Uchiha's rebirth, suddenly appeared like reapers from the heavens, encircling the Black Wind Stronghold. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Fire style, Dragon Fire Technique. In an instant, numerous fireballs of varying sizes, each imbued with terrifying heat and destructive force, rained down like a volcanic eruption from the mouths of the Dawn's Eye members, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of flames upon the unsuspecting rogue ninjas still lost in their revelry. The Uchiha clan was already renowned in the ninja world for their mastery of fire techniques, and these elite Uchiha, meticulously selected through rigorous trials, unleashed fire jutsu of unparalleled might, extensive range, and seamless coordination that far surpassed ordinary ninjas. The resounding explosions echoed thunderously throughout the valley. The searing flames, as if possessed by a malevolent spirit, rampaged through Black Wind's stronghold, consuming everything flammable in their path. The rogue ninjas, once brash and cackling, were caught completely off guard, engulfed by the cataclysmic inferno that erupted without warning. The air filled with chilling screams of despair and the acrid scent of charred flesh. Enemies are attacking. It's Konoha's ninjas. Quick, retaliate. The few rogue ninjas who managed to survive the initial wave of fire were now displaying expressions of sheer horror as they frantically attempted to extinguish the flames engulfing them while desperately calling out to organize a counterattack. However, what they faced was the most elite force of the Uchiha clan. It was Shursui, who had long since grasped all their movements with his body flicker technique. The Jinjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami, unleashed by Uchiha Shursui, caused his Sharingan, shimmering with 3 tomo, to emit a bizarre and resplendent crimson light in an instant. An indescribable wave of terrifying illusion, filled with confusion and chaos, enveloped the entire battlefield like an invisible tide. Those with weaker abilities or insufficient mental fortitude among the rogue ninjas, upon encountering this wave of Jinjutsu, appeared as if their souls had been siphoned away. Their gazes became vacant and hollow, their weapons clattering to the ground as they completely lost their capacity to resist. Meanwhile, those who were stronger or fortunate enough to escape total control by the Jinjutsu felt waves of dizziness and unease, rendering them incapable of effectively organizing a counterattack. Just as they descended into chaos, the agile and well-coordinated members of the Danzai team had already, like phantoms in the night, silently infiltrated their midst. Swish, 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 swish. Blades glinting with cold light sliced through the night sky, tracing tragic yet lethal arcs of crimson. Bloodied heads soared skyward, and lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground. From the very outset, the battle presented a one-sided massacre. Uchiha Itachi, a mere 9 years of age yet possessing intellect and power far beyond his peers, resembled Ashura on the battlefield, ruthlessly and efficiently reaping the lives of his enemies. Within his ink-black eyes, 2 single-tomo Sharingan quietly flickered with an eerie red glow. Although merely single-tomo, his insight, reaction speed, and predictive ability regarding enemy movements had already surpassed that of an ordinary Genin, rivaling even some seasoned Chunin. Each kunai and shuriken he hurled struck with lethal precision, as if guided by an unseen force, targeting the vital points of his foes. His fire release techniques, while not as potent as those of his older clan members, exhibited remarkable control over chakra and impeccable timing and execution, leaving onlookers in awe. Throughout the conflict, he remained exceptionally composed and steady, devoid of the confusion and naivety typical of his age, as if he were born solely for battle. Each of his strikes was decisive and brutal, free of hesitation or delay. Every life he extinguished was done so with cleanliness and efficiency, devoid of excess or waste. He resembled an emotionless, perfect killing machine. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a flicker of barely perceptible compassion and sympathy for the innocent lives suffering amidst the flames of war within the depths of his cold and indifferent gaze. Alongside a profound disdain and murderous intent directed at the rogue ninjas who had wrought untold calamities upon the world. He understood that only through the most severe and thorough means could these blights upon humanity be eradicated, ensuring the true peace and tranquility of this world. Only then could children like his innocent younger brother, Sasuke, be spared the anguish of war and the tragedy of shattered families. This, indeed, was the essence of Uchiha Itachi's fight at this moment. As the overwhelming offensive of the Danzai team approached its conclusion, the once dominant rogue ninjas of the Black Wind village found themselves utterly powerless against the tempestuous onslaught of the Uchiha elites. They were swept away like leaves in an autumn breeze, easily vanquished one by one. When the last rogue ninja fell, begrudgingly succumbing to Shursui's lethal body flicker slash amidst a pool of blood, the entire Black Wind village had transformed into a desolate realm of death. Only the raging flames continued to mercilessly devour everything, as if playing a final elegy for the souls that had committed heinous acts within its confines. Mission accomplished. Uchiha Shursui sheathed his blade, gazing upon the gruesome tableau of blood and fire before him. A flicker of complex emotion crossed his eyes, barely perceptible, yet overshadowed by a sense of relief and boundless hope for the future. He recognized that this battle had been a resounding success for the Danzai. They had demonstrated the strength and loyalty of the Uchiha clan to the entirety of Konoha and even the broader ninja world through their prowess and sacrifice. They had taken the most solid and critical first step towards the revival of their clan. The name of Uchiha Shursui, along with the newly formed force known as Danzai, would undoubtedly resonate throughout the entire ninja realm. Uchiha Itachi stood silently beside Shursui, surveying the battlefield with an expression devoid of turmoil. In his heart, he had solidified his conviction regarding the duty of protection. He understood that the journey ahead was long and fraught with challenges. Yet, he, Uchiha Itachi, would resolutely continue on this path until the arrival of a true future of peace and light that belonged to all. Chapter 69. Uchiha's integration into Konoha departments. Barriers begin to dissolve. The initial victory of the Danzai Special Operations Team, coupled with the overwhelming strength and iron-fisted tactics they displayed during the mission, sent ripples through Konoha and the entire ninja world as if a heavy bomb had been dropped into a tranquil lake. All were left astounded by the formidable and resolute nature of this new force from the Uchiha clan. They could hardly have imagined that the once problematic family, characterized by arrogance and obsession, could unleash such astonishing energy and potential after shedding the shackles of the past. Particularly notable was Uchiha Shursui, a mere 12 or 13 years old, yet already possessing the kaleidoscopic Sharingan and mastering the body flicker technique to an extraordinary degree. His exceptional performance during the mission, coupled with his calm and decisive leadership, earned him unanimous recognition and high praise from the entire village of Konoha and the upper echelons of the 5 great nations. The renown of Shursui's body flicker spread like wildfire, echoing throughout the ninja realm overnight. He became yet another dazzling star on the rise in Konoha, following the likes of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the first generation Huang Yifei. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, only 9, yet possessing intellect and strength far surpassing his peers, was also recognized and prioritized for cultivation by the clan's higher-ups and Shursui due to his outstanding performance in this mission. Everyone recognized that this reticent boy, whose eyes shone with wisdom and determination, was destined to become an unfathomable force within the Uchiha clan and the entire village of Konoha. It is safe to say that the flawless debut of the Danzai team not only reclaimed unparalleled glory and dignity for the Uchiha clan, but also conveyed a powerful message to the entire village of Konoha and the ninja world at large. The Uchiha clan had undergone a profound transformation. They were no longer the family that wallowed in past glories, stagnant and harboring ulterior motives. They had been reborn from the ashes, renewed. They would reintegrate into the warm family of Konoha with a more positive, open, and loyal demeanor, contributing all their strength to the peace and tranquility of the village. This positive signal quickly set off a chain reaction throughout various levels of Konoha. Under the continuous advancement of Huang Yifei's Uchiha revival plan, coupled with the robust support from the 4th Hokage's office, an increasing number of talented and capable Uchiha descendants have begun to leverage their own strengths to gain entry into various core departments of Konohagakure through fair and impartial assessments. Some have successfully joined the Umbu, specializing in combat and assassination, utilizing the formidable insight and replication abilities afforded by their Sharingan, alongside the Uchiha clan's exceptional mastery of fire release techniques, becoming fearsome, shadowy guardians who protect the light of the village amidst darkness. Others, capitalizing on the unique advantages of the Sharingan in tracking and reconnaissance, as well as the clan's keen intellect and meticulous observational skills, have integrated into the intelligence department, emerging as strategic experts who provide critical information support for decision-making in Konoha. Moreover, a subset of Uchiha individuals, characterized by their gentler dispositions or remarkable talents in medical ninjutsu and barrier techniques, have successfully transcended the traditional constraints of their lineage to join the medical and barrier divisions of the village. With hands that once knew only the art of battle and destruction, they now strive to learn the delicate arts of healing, safeguarding their comrades, and mending the wounds inflicted by war with compassion and tenderness. A young kunoichi named Uchiha Mikoto, distinguished by her exceptional chakra control and swift mastery of medical techniques, quickly rose within the medical team, earning recognition from the upper echelons of the medical department as a promising medical talent worthy of cultivation. Even more encouragingly, a group of agile-minded, eloquent Uchiha youths, filled with curiosity and longing for the world beyond the village, have, under Huang Yifei's encouragement and guidance, successfully entered the administrative departments responsible for diplomacy and governance in Konoha. They have begun to learn the intricacies of communication and negotiation with other shinobi villages, as well as the management of various complex internal affairs, employing their wit and eloquence to secure greater benefits and broader opportunities for Konoha. This was once a notion the Uchiha clan could scarcely dare to conceive. These brave Uchiha, who ventured beyond the confines of their familial circles to immerse themselves in diverse fields within Konoha, have gradually earned the respect and recognition of their colleagues through their tangible actions, alongside efforts and talents that are second to none, thus winning the trust and acceptance of the entire village. The previously palpable tension characterized by distrust and suspicion between the Uchiha and other villagers has visibly dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented atmosphere of understanding, tolerance, and harmonious coexistence. Children in the Ninja Academy no longer harbor animosity towards one another based on their surnames, and Uchiha residents on the streets exhibit more relaxed smiles. Of course, this process was not without its challenges, nor devoid of friction and resistance. The long-standing prejudices and misunderstandings could not be eradicated overnight. In the initial stages of the Uchiha's integration into various departments, there indeed arose minor conflicts and tensions due to cultural differences, personality clashes, or the insidious provocations of certain ill-intentioned individuals. However, under the timely intervention and adept resolution skills of Huang Yifei, the chief strategist of Konoha, these issues were swiftly diffused. He routinely conducted investigations under the pretext of understanding departmental progress and gathering grassroots feedback from ninjas. He personally engaged with departments employing Uchiha members, fostering face-to-face, candid, and friendly exchanges with them and their colleagues. He patiently listened to their confusions and frustrations. Whether it was an Uchiha who struggled with acceptance due to arrogance or a ninja from another clan who harbored lingering biases against a Uchiha colleague, Huang Yifei, with wisdom and experience surpassing his years, guided them through their dilemmas, resolving conflicts. He conveyed to the Uchiha that true strength lies not in solitary pride, but in the ability to collaborate and earn respect. He also encouraged ninjas from other clans to set aside past grievances and view the Uchiha's transformation through a lens of progress. He would sometimes showcase his remarkable abilities and techniques at opportune moments. For instance, when a flaw appeared in the village's defensive barrier, he arrived on site, instructing the barrier team to implement a newly improved barrier technique that not only swiftly repaired the breach, but also significantly enhanced the barrier's defensive efficiency, leaving even the masters of barrier techniques, who had previously underestimated him, thoroughly impressed and silenced. One could liken Huang Yifei to a masterful gardener, nurturing the Uchiha clan, once stunted and withered due to a lack of sunlight and nurturing, with his wisdom, patience, and formidable power, allowing it to flourish anew alongside other trees in a more vibrant and harmonious Konoha forest. Under the guidance of this divine mentor, the Uchiha clan has genuinely shed the shadows and constraints of its past, seamlessly integrating into the warm family of Konoha, becoming an indispensable and trustworthy component of the village. Their sense of belonging and identity within the village has reached unprecedented heights, and they now realize that Konoha is indeed their true home. Protecting this home and the hard-won peace and tranquility has become an eternal mission and honor for the Uchiha clan. Chapter 70. A New Hope for the Uchiha. Itachi's guardianship and Sasuke's growth as seasons change, under the gentle breeze of the Uchiha revival plan. Both the Uchiha clan and the entirety of Konohagakure are enveloped in an unprecedented atmosphere of unity, hope, and prosperity. The shadows of discontent that once loomed over the clan members are gradually dissipating with the implementation of various reform measures, replaced by boundless aspirations for the future and a profound sense of belonging to Konoha. On this day, the sun shines warmly, and a gentle breeze caresses the air, marking a rare, tranquil afternoon in Konoha. Within the Uchiha compound, in an elegant courtyard, the delightful sounds of children babbling and the spirited calls of young adults practicing taijutsu fill the atmosphere with vitality. Along the corridor of the courtyard, Uchiha Makoto tenderly observes her toddling son, Uchiha Sasuke. At nearly 1 year old, Sasuke was born 2 months earlier than Naruto, who arrived during the tumult of the Nine Tails. Dressed in a snug, deep blue outfit, his soft black hair glistens healthily under the sunlight, and his bright, obsidian-like eyes curiously survey everything around him. He can wobble a few steps, occasionally losing his balance and plopping down, yet he neither cries nor complains, merely puffing out his rosy cheeks as he attempts to rise again. His stubborn demeanor, akin to that of a little adult, elicits laughter from Mikoto and passing clan members. Sasuke, slow down, be careful not to fall. Mikoto's voice is filled with maternal warmth. Watching her son grow in an atmosphere of familial rejuvenation fills her heart with immense gratitude and happiness. She understands that Sasuke's childhood will be strikingly different from that of her and Fugaku's generation. He will bask in sunlight and affection, unburdened by the heavy historical baggage that once constrained their clan. Not far away, Uchiha Itachi has just concluded the morning training session with the Dawn of the I-Team. Quietly seated nearby as he wipes his kunai, his gaze occasionally lingered on his younger brother, who was diligently learning to walk, imbued with a subtle tenderness and indulgence. Since the day Sasuke was born, Itachi had regarded this little life as his most cherished treasure. He would strive to spend as much time as possible by Sasuke's side amidst his training, clumsily yet patiently guiding him through the wonders of the world, using his still youthful shoulders to shelter his brother beneath a carefree sky. He vowed to protect Sasuke from any harm, ensuring he experienced a childhood devoid of shadows, filled only with laughter and joy. At that moment, a familiar figure stepped into the courtyard, adorned with a gentle smile. Huang Yifei, the chief strategist of Konoha. Aunt Mei-chin, Itachi. Huang Yifei greeted politely, having stolen a moment from his busy schedule to check on these two precious little ones he held dear. Oh, it's Advisor Yifei. Please, have a seat, Mei-chin exclaimed, her face brightening with warmth upon seeing Huang Yifei. She felt immense gratitude and admiration for this young man who had transformed the fate of the Uchiha clan. It's good to see you, Yifei. Itachi also stood, nodding slightly at Huang Yifei, his typically stern face softening with a rare smile. Through their time spent together and their joint efforts in the Uchiha revival plan, a profound bond had formed between them, transcending age, a mentor and a friend. Huang Yifei's gaze fell upon little Sasuke, who was curiously examining him while holding onto a pillar. Sasuke, seemingly familiar with this older brother who often visited, blinked his large, expressive eyes and broke into a charming smile, revealing a few missing baby teeth as he babbled, Sasuke has grown quite a bit. Huang Yifei chuckled, stepping forward to present a delicate wooden toy, a finely crafted eagle poised to take flight, its feathers intricately detailed. This exquisite piece had been lovingly created shortly after Sasuke's birth using the life energy of his wood release. As Huang Yifei approached, the wooden eagle emanated a faint, vibrant green aura, infused with life. Look, Sasuke, it's a little eagle from Brother Yifei, Mei-chin exclaimed with delight. Upon seeing the familiar wooden eagle, Sasuke eagerly reached out with his chubby hands to grasp it. Huang Yifei smiled as he handed the eagle to him. Sasuke clutched it tightly, playing with it joyfully, occasionally glancing up at Huang Yifei with curiosity in his bright eyes. Watching Sasuke's innocent charm, Huang Yifei felt a warmth blossom in his heart. Thank you so much, Advisor Yifei, Mei-chin expressed sincerely, observing the joyful interaction between the two children. Not only have you brought new life to our Uchiha clan, but you also care so much for Sasuke's growth. Please, Aunt Mei-chin, you flatter me, Huang Yifei replied with a smile. Like Naruto, Sasuke embodies the hope for Konoha's future. Witnessing their healthy and happy growth is my greatest wish. Itachi, observing the natural rapport between his brother and Huang Yifei, felt a subtle warmth in his gaze. He understood that Huang Yifei's affection for Sasuke was genuine, deepening his trust and fondness for him. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. Uchiha Fugaku entered with a grave expression, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Huang Yifei and Itachi, before his face settled into a serious demeanor. Advisor Yifei, Itachi, you are just in time, Fugaku said solemnly. We have received an urgent message from the Fourth Hokage. There seems to be some unusual activity at the village border that requires the Dawn's Eye to investigate and provide support immediately. The once warm and peaceful atmosphere in the courtyard shifted to one of tension. Huang Yifei and Itachi exchanged a knowing glance, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. A new challenge appeared to be quietly descending upon them, and the Uchiha clan, along with their newly invigorated force, the Dawn's Eye, were about to face a more severe and brutal test in the near future. Yet, they stood unafraid, for within their hearts burned a fierce flame of protection and hope. In that moment, The dawn of Konoha seemed to shimmer with vibrant hues, brimming with anticipation for the unknown challenge ahead. Chapter 71. The Border's Flames Temporarily Douse. Achieving serenity of mind, the fleeting warmth and tranquility of the courtyard were abruptly shattered by the urgent military news delivered by Uchiha Fugaku. Huang Yifei and Itachi's expressions hardened simultaneously, aware that as guardians of Konoha, peaceful days would forever be but brief interludes. "Father, what exactly is the situation?" Itachi inquired first, his youthful features now reflecting the calmness and competence befitting the deputy leader of the Dawn SI. Fugaku's expression was grave as he elaborated. "The specific details remain unclear. However, we have lost contact with one of our small outposts along the border with the Land of Grass, and several patrol teams have failed to return on schedule. The fourth Hokage suspects that hostile forces may be testing our defenses or that rogue ninjas are causing disturbances. He has ordered the Dawn SI to proceed to the area for reconnaissance, ascertain the situation, and if necessary, take preemptive action, all while prioritizing their safety and promptly relaying information back to the village." "Understood," Itachi responded without hesitation, recognizing this as another opportunity for the Dawn SI to demonstrate its worth following the purge of the Black Wind hideout. Huang Yifei listened intently, his brow furrowing slightly. The border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Grass was indeed a complex terrain, rife with forests and mountains, making it a breeding ground for conflict. Moreover, the Village of Grass had displayed wavering allegiances during the Third Shinobi World War, maintaining close ties with the Village of Rock, thus warranting caution. "Itachi, where is Shisui currently?" Huang Yifei inquired. "Brother Shisui is leading a portion of the team in specialized training. I can notify him immediately," Itachi replied. "Good," Huang Yifei nodded, then turned to Fugaku. "Fugaku, this matter is of utmost importance. I will communicate with the fourth Hokage to bolster the village's defenses and dispatch Anbu to provide remote support if necessary. The Dawn SI must act with utmost caution, prioritizing reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. If they encounter a formidable opponent, they must retreat without hesitation." "Advisor Yifei makes an excellent point," Fugaku agreed, nodding solemnly. Soon, Uchiha Shisui received the news and swiftly assembled the elite members of the Dawn SI. With strategic support from Huang Yifei and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, this special operations team, composed of Uchiha prodigies, surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, heading towards the perilous border. In the ensuing days, the atmosphere in Konoha grew increasingly tense. Fragmented intelligence trickled in from the border, revealing that the Dawn SI had engaged in several small skirmishes with unidentified enemy ninjas. The adversaries demonstrated considerable strength and exhibited an uncanny awareness of Konoha's patrol routes and outpost placements. Huang Yifei remained at the chief strategist's office, closely monitoring the intelligence relayed from the front lines alongside the fourth Hokage, employing Konoha's strategic map for analysis and simulations, providing precise tactical guidance and logistical support for the Dawn SI. With the elusive body flicker technique of Uchiha Shisui and the remarkable perceptiveness of the Manjiki Sharingan, combined with the age-defying composure and ingenious command of Uchiha Itachi, along with the valiant efforts of the other members of Team Dawn, they ultimately succeeded in uncovering the true identity of the hostile force. It was revealed that they were remnants of a shattered unit from a Wagakure, attempting to create chaos at the borders to test Konohagakure's actual strength following the Ninetales rampage, while also seeking opportunities to plunder resources. Once they grasped the enemy's intentions and deployments, Uchiha Shisui decisively orchestrated a swift assault in collaboration with the Konoha Anbu who had come to aid them. After an intense battle, Team Dawn and the Anbu successfully annihilated the remnants of a Wagakure, seizing a wealth of intelligence and resources, thereby further solidifying Konoha's deterrence in the border region. As the members of Team Dawn returned to Konoha, adorned with the glory of victory and a hint of battle fatigue, they were greeted with a hero's welcome. Although the scale of this border conflict did not rival the cataclysmic Ninetales incident, it once again demonstrated to the entire ninja world that Konoha remained an unshakable force. Moreover, the Uchiha clan's Team Dawn garnered increased respect and recognition for their strength and loyalty. Following the resolution of this border conflict, peace and tranquility returned to Konoha. Huang Yifei could finally momentarily detach himself from the burdens of military duties and strategic deliberations, savoring a fleeting moment of serenity. As dusk fell, The golden hues of the sunset bathed the village in warmth. Huang Yifei, alongside the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, concluded their discussions regarding the aftermath of the border conflict and the commendation proposals for Team Dawn and the participating Umbu. The trio walked side by side along the sunlit streets of Konoha, observing the vibrant life that blossomed from the post-disaster reconstruction. They watched the children of Konoha playing joyfully in the sunset, their innocent smiles illuminating the surroundings, while the statue of the fourth Hokage, symbolizing protection and legacy, stood proudly in the distance, filling their hearts with an indescribable sense of gratitude and fulfillment. "What a wonderful sight," Kushina said, linking her arm with Minato's, her face radiating happiness as she beheld the village's current state. The hardships they had endured seemed to have been worth it. Minato smiled and nodded, glancing at his beloved wife and their young disciple who had given so much to Konoha, his eyes brimming with boundless affection and gratitude. "Indeed, Kushina, this all stems from our collective efforts, and especially from Ifei's dedication." Huang Yifei was similarly moved by the hard-won peace and beauty before him, reflecting on what he had always pursued and protected. At that moment, an unexpected system notification, which had been silent for a while, suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully accomplished a significant achievement capable of profoundly impacting the course of world history. Ding! Based on the host's exceptional wisdom, extraordinary abilities, and unwavering commitment to safeguarding all during the Ninetales incident and subsequent handling of the Uchiha crisis and border conflict, the system will specially unlock a new achievement sign-in feature for the host. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully safeguarded the lives and happiness of Minato and Kushina, creating a nurturing environment filled with love, sunshine, and hope for Naruto. Additionally, the host has made an indelible contribution to the peace and stability of Konoha. The course of history has been significantly altered. Tragedy has been successfully rewritten. Congratulations, host. You have successfully achieved the special accomplishment, Pen of Destiny I, the smiles of the Namikaze couple, and the serenity of Konoha. Would you like to proceed with this achievement sign-in immediately? A series of melodious yet solemn notifications echoed in Huang Yifei's mind, akin to celestial music resonating through the heavens. Upon hearing the news, a jolt of exhilaration surged through him, and his face beamed with uncontainable joy and excitement. The achievement sign-in, a reward of profound significance, had finally arrived. Pen of Destiny I, the smiles of the Namikaze couple, and the serenity of Konoha. Huang Yifei silently savored the poetic and heartfelt name of this accomplishment, his lips curling into a genuine smile, filled with contentment and satisfaction. This achievement was the highest affirmation of all his efforts and sacrifices during this time. It marked the first and most vital milestone he had realized since arriving in this world, to protect Minato and Kushina, to safeguard Naruto, and to ensure the peace and tranquility of Konoha. These were his initial and purest desires. Now he had achieved it. System, proceed with the achievement sign-in. Huang Yifei proclaimed in his mind without hesitation. He was eager to discover what extraordinary rewards this momentous sign-in would bestow upon him. Ding! Special Achievement Pen of Destiny I, the smiles of the Namikaze couple, and the serenity of Konoha. Sign-in successful. Reward distribution in progress. Congratulations, host, for obtaining extreme affinity for time and space talent. Congratulations, host, for obtaining would release secret technique. World tree descend. Summon a small guardian divine tree with growth potential. Boom. As these two immensely powerful rewards flooded into Huang Yifei's consciousness and soul, he felt an extraordinary transformation occurring within every cell, meridian, and sensory organ related to time and space. Extreme affinity for time and space talent. The host's comprehension, learning speed, mastery, and potential application of all laws, energies, and ninjutsu related to time and space will reach the pinnacle of this world. The host will find it far easier to grasp and master various profound time-space ninjutsu, utilizing less chakra to unleash greater power. This talent possesses continuous growth potential, with opportunities for future breakthroughs. Would release secret technique. World tree descend. This represents Huang Yifei's understanding and elevation of the guardian divine tree, combined with the unique would release secrets he has mastered due to his sage body traits. In battle, he can summon a guardian divine tree, towering several meters high. with both offensive and defensive capabilities, possessing immense life energy and partial natural energy absorption and conversion abilities. This divine tree can unleash small-scale wood release techniques such as Tree World Descend, Wood Dragon, and Wood Clone, and can provide allies with a certain amount of chakra and vitality restoration. This divine tree possesses growth potential, with its power and duration closely linked to the host's total chakra, sage prowess, and mastery of natural energy. Extreme affinity for time and space talent. Wood release secret technique, World Tree Descend. Huang Yifei felt the marvelous changes within his body and soul, as well as the powerful rewards resonating in his mind. His astonishment and ecstasy remained uncontainable. These rewards would undoubtedly broaden his future path of growth, brimming with possibilities. The extreme affinity for time and space talent signified that his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique would soon surpass that of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and might even rival the legendary second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. His future endeavors in learning and mastering other time-space ninjutsu would yield remarkable results. This undoubtedly provided him with more life-saving trump cards and tactical options. The wood release secret technique, World Tree Descend, was even more delightful. It was almost a perfect upgrade of his previous Guardian Divine Tree. Not only has he acquired formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, but he also possesses immense growth potential. One can envision that in the forthcoming battles, when Huang Yifei summons this tree, capable of unleashing a myriad of wood release techniques while providing support to his companions, it will serve as an extraordinary asset. This world tree is akin to a mobile, sentient wood release artillery and support base. At this moment, Huang Yifei's heart brims with indescribable passion and confidence. From this day forth, his strength has genuinely ascended to a whole new realm, one that allows him to stand shoulder to shoulder with the elite of the ninja world. He is even confident that in the near future, he will challenge those who lurk behind the scenes of the ninja realm, formidable and enigmatic ultimate foes. Huang Yifei shall wield this power capable of altering everything to shatter their conspiracies completely, to protect the world he has come to love dearly, and to forge a genuinely new future of peace and light for all. This all stems from that initial and pure desire to safeguard the smiles of the fourth Hokage and his wife, and to ensure the tranquility of Konoha. Chapter 72, Achievement Unlocked. The Redeemer of the Clan, the Light of Uchiha. After successfully attaining the extraordinary achievement of the Fate's Scribe Eye, the smiles of the fourth Hokage and his wife, and receiving the unparalleled rewards of space-time affinity limit and wood release secret technique, World Tree Emergence, both his strength and state of mind have entered a completely new dimension. He did not allow this sudden and monumental surprise to cloud his judgment. Rather, he became even more composed and enigmatic. He understands that while the enhancement of power is indeed gratifying, the true focus of his future endeavors should lie in how to wield this power to protect more individuals and to create greater value. As he immersed himself in the beautiful visions and grand plans for the future, alongside the fourth Hokage and his wife, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility and warmth while returning little Naruto to his cozy home, preparing to rest, the system notification that had just quieted in his mind unexpectedly rang out once more without warning. This time, the tone of the system's notification seemed even more epic and solemn than during the previous achievement of the Fate's Scribe. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully completed another monumental achievement capable of profoundly and positively impacting the course of world history and the fate of a powerful clan. Ding! Based on the host's exceptional wisdom and extraordinary resolve displayed in addressing the Uchiha crisis, along with the mercy and benevolence that transcends hatred and leads to light, the system shall unlock a new, rarer, and even more powerful special achievement for the host. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully resolved the Uchiha clan's extinction crisis, guiding them to completely break free from the dark fate altered by Kaguya, and embark on a path of prosperity filled with light and hope. The historical fate has been significantly corrected. A powerful clan has been successfully redeemed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully achieved this special accomplishment, Redeemer of the Clan, the Light of Uchiha. Shall we proceed with the achievement registration immediately? A series of crisp and melodious notifications, infused with an epic grandeur and solemnity, echoed in Huang Yifei's mind like celestial decrees. Upon hearing this, Huang Yifei's heart trembled. His face displayed an even more incredulous joy and excitement than ever before. Another achievement registration? Moreover, judging by the system's tone, this special achievement titled Redeemer of the Clan, the Light of Uchiha, seems to possess a rarity and significance that surpasses the previous one. Fate's Scribe, the smiles of the fourth Hokage and his wife. This truly feels like a windfall, a double blessing. Huang Yifei silently savored the sacred and redemptive implications of this achievement's name, and a sincere smile, filled with gratification, pride, and a hint of compassion and relief, graced his lips. He recognized that this achievement was the highest commendation for all the efforts and dedication he had expended to resolve the Uchiha clan's crisis and to alter the tragic fates of the innocent clansmen. It was also a perfect fulfillment of his solemn promise to guide this once tragic and fateful clan toward the light. The Uchiha clan, a once great lineage on the brink of self-destruction due to hatred and obsession, has finally broken free from the shackles of darkness, heralding a new beginning filled with light and hope thanks to his appearance. The sense of accomplishment, fulfillment, and the supreme honor of rewriting history and redeeming humanity filled Huang Yifei's heart with an indescribable fervor. System, proceed with the achievement registration. Huang Yifei resolutely declared in his mind. He could hardly contain his eagerness to discover the astounding and unprecedented rewards that this higher and rarer achievement of Redeemer of the Clan would bestow upon him. Ding! Special Achievement Redeemer of the Clan, the Light of Uchiha. Registration successful. Reward distribution in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained exclusive Manjiki Sharingan technique, Senj Illusion Realm. Boom! As the 13 characters of exclusive Manjiki Sharingan technique, Senj Illusion Realm struck deep within Huang Yifei's soul. He felt an indescribable sensation in his eyes, simultaneously scorching and icy, both painful and exhilarating. It was as if an ancient power, dormant for eons, was awakening from the very depths of his bloodline. Or perhaps, some invisible shackles binding his soul were shattered in that instant. Then, a torrent of terrifying ocular power, more immense, purer, and imbued with an air of mystery and taboo than ever before, surged forth from the depths of his eyes. Akin to a liberated black hole of the universe, this torrent of ocular power was so potent, so bizarre, and so unfathomable. It not only encompassed the signature abilities of the Uchiha clan Sharingan, insight, replication, and illusion, but also incorporated Huang Yifei's unique vitality and creative force derived from wood release, as well as the extraordinary willpower of the Fate's Scribe, capable of altering and controlling all. Under the impact and baptism of this tremendous ocular power, Huang Yifei's once clear and brilliant eyes, as deep and pure as black gemstones, underwent astonishing changes. Within the inky depths of his pupils, 3 blood-red tomo, resembling burning jewels, began to materialize, exuding an aura of both allure and foreboding. But this was far from the end. At the moment the 3 blood-red tomo emerged, they astonishingly metamorphosed once more. The 3 tomo intertwined in an arcane and beautiful trajectory, connecting, spiraling, and merging, ultimately coalescing into an unprecedented, uniquely mysterious and taboo pattern of the Manjiki Sharingan. This Manjiki Sharingan pattern was not one possessed by any Uchiha from the original work, filled with the essence of slaughter and destruction, but rather an extraordinary creation. It resembles a magnificent eye of myriad phenomena, intricately woven from countless emerald leaves and golden threads symbolizing life and order, coiling and entwining, ultimately converging into a vibrant essence teeming with vitality, endless transformations, and a faint hint of power capable of creating and commanding the entire world. At the moment when this unique and enigmatic eye of myriad phenomena crystallized within Huang Yifei's gaze, a surge of ultimate ocular technique, potent enough to make the world tremble and compel all deities and demons to submit, imprinted itself deeply upon the very core of his soul. As if a divine revelation had struck him, the exclusive kaleidoscope Sharingan technique, the realm of myriad phenomena, is a unique power tailored for the host, perfectly resonating with the wood release bloodline limit of myriad phenomena. Upon invoking this technique, the host can instantaneously conjure an expansive, hyper-realistic, independent spiritual illusion space, the realm of myriad phenomena, where the flow of time can be freely manipulated, with a maximum ratio of 1 to 1,000 compared to the outside world. Within this realm, The host wields a godlike authority to shape any desired environment, scenario, or adversary at will. Here, the host can engage in exceptionally efficient training and comprehension of ninjutsu, taijutsu, ocular techniques, and sage arts. While a day passes in the outside world, years, even decades, may elapse within the illusion. The host can forcibly draw an enemy's soul into this realm for endless torment and interrogation, or utterly shatter their spirit, ensuring they never experience rebirth. Under specific conditions, the host may also use this realm to subtly inspire thoughts, share memories, or instill intentions within a small group. Moreover, due to the infusion of the hosts would release vitality and the creative power of a sage body, fully realized. The side effects of this ocular technique are minimal, virtually negligible. The consumption of ocular and mental energy during its use can be rapidly restored in a short time, alleviating concerns about the risks of blindness or depletion of life force that other kaleidoscope Sharingan techniques entail. This is indeed an extraordinary existence. Huang Yifei, feeling the terrifying ocular power capable of creating and annihilating the world within his eyes, and absorbing the intricate knowledge of the realm of myriad phenomena that flooded his mind, was overwhelmed with an unprecedented, indescribable ecstasy. He could scarcely fathom that the rewards for being the savior of his clan would grant him such an astonishing and formidable boon. An exclusive kaleidoscope Sharingan, nearly devoid of side effects, and wielding unparalleled power. The ultimate kaleidoscope technique, the realm of myriad phenomena. This is even more potent than bestowing upon him a pair of eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. One can only imagine the tremendous acceleration in his cultivation and strength that this realm of myriad phenomena will facilitate. A day outside equates to years within the realm. This signifies that he will possess hundreds, even thousands of times more training time than others. Moreover, within this illusion, he can construct various formidable foes for near-realistic life and death struggles, accumulating invaluable combat experience and honing his skills. Not to mention the terrifying power this realm holds against adversaries. Dragging an enemy's soul into the illusion for endless torment is far more cruel and despairing than any form of torture. At this moment, Huang Yifei's heart brimmed with an indescribable sense of pride and confidence. He knew that from this day forward, he was not merely a Leaf Village novice with would-release powers comparable to the First Hokage and spatial talents surpassing that of the Golden Flash. He was now a master of ocular techniques, possessing the one-of-a-kind ultimate kaleidoscope Sharingan technique, the realm of myriad phenomena, capable of creating and destroying the entire world. His ability system had reached an unprecedented level of perfection and ascension. His overall strength surged to a terrifying realm beyond his own comprehension. Uchiha Obito, cloaked in the essence of Kaguya, slowly closed his eyes, adorned with the enigmatic patterns of the eye of myriad phenomena, a chilly yet confident smile gracing his lips. Are you prepared to face the ultimate judgment from the realm of myriad phenomena? An epic saga, more grandiose and thrilling than any before, is about to unfold at his hands. Chapter 73, The Initial Experience of the Realm of Myriad Phenomena, a divine tool for cultivation and simulation. Upon successfully awakening the unparalleled and astonishing exclusive kaleidoscope Sharingan technique, the realm of myriad phenomena, Huang Yifei did not immediately reveal it to the world or showcase it before others. He was acutely aware of the wisdom in the saying, when a tree stands out in the forest, the wind will inevitably fell it. The power he now possessed was already astonishingly extraordinary, exposing the existence of his kaleidoscope Sharingan, especially one with minimal side effects. Too early could attract unnecessary troubles and covetous eyes, potentially drawing the attention of ancient and terrifying entities lurking in the depths of the ninja world, such as Black Zetsu, who had manipulated the course of history for millennia. Despite his absolute confidence in his strength, Huang Yifei preferred to keep his most formidable trump card hidden, reserved for critical moments when he needed to strike decisively. Thus, after bidding farewell to the Minato couple and politely declining their invitation to celebrate, Huang Yifei returned alone to his spacious and secretive office on the top floor of the Hokage building. He understood this would be the optimal place to explore the infinite mysteries of the realm of myriad phenomena for the first time. The doors and windows of the office had long been sealed with a special would-release barrier and sensory ninjutsu, ensuring that no one could eavesdrop on any activity within. Huang Yifei sat cross-legged in a comfortable chair, taking a deep breath before slowly closing his eyes. He immersed his consciousness fully into the newly awakened eye of myriad phenomena, filled with an aura of mystery and taboo. A hum resonated as an indescribable wave of ocular power, capable of distorting time and space, emanated quietly from his eyes. In the next moment, Huang Yifei felt his consciousness being drawn from the realm of reality by an invisible yet powerful force, casting him into a bizarre and ever-changing extraordinary space. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in an expansive, boundless, and vibrant green world teeming with life and ceaseless transformations. The sky here was a gentle and warm shade of emerald, resembling a massive jadeite enveloping the earth. The ground was resilient and elastic, covered in a thick carpet of green, providing an exceptionally comfortable footing. The air was fresh and pure, and each breath invigorated him, filling him with clarity and serenity. Within this verdant realm, countless peculiar plants and life forms flourished, each with diverse shapes and vibrant colors, radiating an aura of enchantment and mystery. Some resembled towering trees adorned with crystal-like blossoms, while others resembled ancient beasts with butterfly-like wings of dazzling colors. Some resemble murmuring streams, yet they flow with a radiant, dreamlike glow akin to rainbows. Here lies the exclusive, unparalleled realm of Huang Yifei, an independent spiritual illusion space he has meticulously crafted and can wield complete control over, the infinite illusion realm. Is this truly my infinite illusion realm? As Huang Yifei gazed upon this vibrant world teeming with life and endless transformations, his heart brimmed with indescribable awe and delight. He could distinctly sense that within this realm, he was the sole and absolute creator. He could whimsically alter everything here. With a mere thought, he could elevate the earth, forming majestic peaks. With a flick of his wrist, he could change the color of the sky, unleashing tempestuous winds and torrential rains. He could even conjure, through the sheer power of his imagination, any scene, environment, or life form he desired. This supreme sensation of omnipotence and creation was simply exquisite and utterly intoxicating. Taking a deep breath to quell his excitement, Huang Yifei began to explore and utilize the myriad wondrous functionalities of this infinite illusion realm. His initial endeavor was the manipulation of time flow. With a thought, the entire realm's temporal pace began to accelerate at a visibly frenzied rate. While only a moment had passed in the outside world, it felt as though countless hours, even days, had transpired within this illusion. Could the time flow reach a staggering ratio of 1 to 1,000? Huang Yifei reveled in the extraordinary sensation of fleeting time and the swift passage of years. His heart flooded with unutterable astonishment. This meant that he would possess an entire 1,000 times more cultivation time than others. What a terrifying and extraordinary advantage. Subsequently, Huang Yifei endeavored to construct training scenarios and simulate opponents within this realm. With a mere thought, the enchanting emerald world around him underwent a radical transformation. In an instant, it morphed into a training ground identical to the 7th training field of Konoha Village, brimming with authenticity. Even the faint scent of dust in the air and the distant chirping of birds were rendered with exquisite precision, indistinguishable from the real world. Then, with another thought, an energy entity opponent, mirroring the formidable special Jonin Inuzuka Kiba he had encountered during his graduation assessment, materialized before him. Come, let me witness the efficacy of this infinite illusion realm in practical training. Excitement sparkled in Huang Yifei's eyes as he charged toward the energy entity opponent with a fierce shout. A battle devoid of gunpowder, yet infused with an overwhelming sense of reality, erupted within this realm crafted by Huang Yifei's own hands. He unleashed every ninjutsu, taijutsu, and the newly awakened true thousand-handed manifestation, albeit a diminutive and significantly weakened simulation, without reservation, engaging in a near-authentic life-and-death struggle with the powerful energy entity. He felt the force of each attack, the thrill of each evasive maneuver, and the consequences of each mistake leading to death and rebirth within the infinite illusion realm. Huang Yifei could freely set his and his opponent's life states. Even in death, he could instantly resurrect while retaining all combat memories and lessons learned. This almost infinite training method allowed Huang Yifei's combat experience, practical skills, and understanding of his own abilities to escalate at a terrifyingly visible speed. He even ventured to simulate battles against legendary formidable foes such as the Nine Tails, Uchiha Obito, and even future entities like Sage of Six Paths Madara and Otsutsuki Kaguya. Though, with his current strength, facing these godlike opponents resulted in swift defeats time and again. Yet, each demise granted him a clearer and more intuitive understanding of these adversaries' abilities and weaknesses, deepening his awareness of his own shortcomings and gaps. Thus, he diligently pursued targeted and rigorous training. Huang Yifei became completely immersed in this exhilaratingly painful, almost masochistic training, losing track of time. He understood that with the existence of this infinite illusion realm, the heights he could achieve in the future would far surpass anyone's imagination. He even felt confident that soon, by harnessing his own strength, he would challenge those terrifying beings that once seemed unreachable and despair-inducing. This infinite illusion realm was not merely a simple training space. It was akin to a superlative strategic simulation artifact capable of infinitely enhancing one's potential and preemptively rehearsing and evading all future risks. With it, Huang Yifei possessed the ultimate trump card to control his fate and, potentially, the future of the entire ninja world. How fascinating this is becoming. Huang Yifei observed the energy entity opponent he had just obliterated with a punch, a confident and expectant smile gracing his lips. His journey as Hokage had transformed into a grander, more magnificent saga, brimming with boundless possibilities. Chapter 74, A New Dawn in Konoha, Flourishing and Restored. As Huang Yifei immersed himself in the infinite illusion realm, engaging in what could only be termed a masochistic frenzy of training and strategic simulation, his power surged at an almost imperceptible yet undeniably terrifying pace. Meanwhile, in the real world, Konoha village was revitalizing under the joint governance of the new Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Huang Yifei, the esteemed chief military strategist endowed with godlike wisdom and strength, radiating an unprecedented vitality and vigor. The scars left by the Nine-Tails rampage were being swiftly healed at an astonishing rate. The homes and streets devastated by the disaster were rapidly restored and reconstructed, thanks to the tireless efforts of countless diligent craftsmen and ninjas. New, sturdier, and more aesthetically pleasing buildings sprang up like mushrooms after rain upon the ruins of Konoha. Broad and tidy streets regained their former splendor and bustle. The villagers displaced by the catastrophe received the most considerate accommodations and generous reparations from the Hokage's office. They not only received new homes and supplies, but also rekindled their hope and confidence in life under the warm and reassuring guidance of the village's leadership. The village's commercial activities swiftly returned to their former prosperity and vibrancy. Various shops reopened, offering a dazzling array of goods that attracted visitors from near and far. The streets bustled with throngs of people and the innocent laughter of children. Konoha village seemed to have awakened from a nightmare that had nearly obliterated it, radiating a brilliance and vitality more resplendent and invigorating than ever before. All of this was made possible by the wise leadership and efficient governance of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Huang Yifei, this golden duo. The Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, with his gentle and refined leadership demeanor, along with his genuine love and sense of responsibility for the villagers, won the admiration and affection of all. Every day, he personally delves into the farthest corners of the village, listening to the voices of the people and addressing their difficulties. Through his tangible actions, he embodies the commitment and responsibility that belong to the Hokage. Huang Yifei, endowed with wisdom and foresight far beyond his years, has devised a series of grand blueprints for the post-war reconstruction and future development of the Hidden Leaf Village, characterized by their visionary and efficient nature. His numerous innovative concepts and concrete measures aimed at improving the populace's livelihood, developing the economy, reforming the ninja training system, and upgrading the village's defense mechanisms have yielded remarkable results. He advised the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, to fully embrace sustainable development and environmental protection principles during the village's reconstruction, advocating for the utilization of renewable resources and minimizing harm to the natural environment. Furthermore, he proposed the establishment of more parks, green spaces, and public recreational areas within the village to provide the citizens with a more comfortable and livable environment. Utilizing his exquisite control over would-release life energy and advanced knowledge gleaned from ancient scrolls regarding plant grafting and genetic modification, he successfully cultivated new varieties of crops that are more productive, nutritious, and adaptable to various harsh conditions. The promotion of these new crops significantly alleviated the food shortage faced by the Hidden Leaf Village in the aftermath of the war. providing a solid material foundation for the village's economic revival. Additionally, he advocated for a comprehensive reform of the existing ninja training system, emphasizing not only the cultivation of combat abilities, but also the enhancement of cultural literacy, moral character, and team spirit among ninjas. Every graduate of the Hidden Leaf Ninja Academy should not merely be a competent fighting machine, but rather a true guardian imbued with independent thinking, discernment, and profound affection for the village and their comrades. Moreover, he applied his profound understanding of sealing techniques and barrier techniques to redesign and construct a more advanced, intelligent, and impregnable defense system for the Hidden Leaf Village. This system encompasses various lookout posts, patrols, and traditional sensing and defensive barriers. Under the harmonious collaboration of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Huang Yifei, along with the collective efforts of all ninjas and villagers, the Hidden Leaf Village, once traumatized and on the brink of destruction during the Nine Tails incident, miraculously completed its post-war reconstruction in just over a year. It now stands on the stage of the ninja world with renewed strength, prosperity, unity, and harmony. The village exudes a vibrant atmosphere, brimming with vitality and hope for the future. Everyone is filled with optimism and confidence, knowing that with a wise and formidable leader like Minato Namikaze and the astute Huang Yifei, the Hidden Leaf Village is destined to usher in an era even more glorious and magnificent than that of the First Hokage. As Huang Yifei gazes upon the transformed village, imbued with hope and beauty due to his efforts, he is overwhelmed with an indescribable sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. He understands that he is steadily progressing towards the grand goal of creating a new Hokage world devoid of sorrow and regret. Although the journey ahead is long and arduous, Huang Yifei believes that as long as he and all those he cherishes work together in harmony, they will triumph over any challenges and reshape the future. For they are the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf, the bearers of the will of fire, and the hope for the world's future. Chapter 75. The Fourth Hokage's Reflections and Yifei's Humility as the sun sets, its golden rays spill across the sky, painting the atmosphere of the Hidden Leaf Village in a splendid and warm orange hue. On Hokage Rock, two figures stand side by side, one tall and mature, the other youthful yet wise, gazing down at the village that, after enduring the trials of the Nine Tails incident, has emerged not in decline, but with renewed vigor and vitality. It is the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, alongside the 10-year-old Huang Yifei, who holds the esteemed titles of Special Advisor to the Hokage and Chief Military Strategist of the Hidden Leaf. Having just concluded an extensive discussion on the village's development blueprint for the next 5 years, they both feel a twinge of fatigue mixed with an indescribable satisfaction and anticipation for a promising future. Minato gazes at the tranquil and bustling village below, illuminated by the sunset, reflecting on the new, sturdier, and more aesthetically pleasing buildings that have risen from the reconstruction efforts. A heartfelt sigh escapes him, filled with gratitude and admiration. Every time I stand here and witness the flourishing scene of our village, I cannot help but wonder what would have become of the Hidden Leaf had you not appeared. Minato's voice, slightly hoarse, conveys deep appreciation, respect, and reliance on Huang Yifei. He knows that without Yifei's intervention during the catastrophic Nine Tails incident, where he single-handedly subdued the beast and protected the populace, and without his remarkable foresight and wisdom during the reconstruction, the Hidden Leaf would not have recovered so swiftly from such profound trauma, nor would it radiate the vibrant life it does today. In essence, Huang Yifei has not only salvaged the Hidden Leaf, but has also endowed it with a future brimming with infinite possibilities. Yifei, none of this would have been possible without you, Minato remarks, turning to the slender yet composed young boy beside him, his eyes reflecting an array of complex emotions, pride, gratitude, admiration, and even a hint of self-reflection. He pauses, adopting a tone of utmost seriousness. I genuinely believe you are more suited to be the Hokage than I. This statement springs from Minato's heart. While he possesses considerable strength, wisdom, and leadership abilities, he recognizes that compared to this prodigious 10-year-old, who exhibits godlike powers and near-genius intellect, he seems somewhat lacking. Whether it is the formidable wood-release power capable of altering the tide of battle, the strategic foresight to foresee the future, or the ability to remain composed in any crisis, Huang Yifei's attributes leave Minato feeling a profound sense of admiration. He pondered more than once whether entrusting the future of Konoha to Yifei would be more secure and promising than keeping it in his own hands. Upon hearing this heartfelt sentiment from his teacher, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, filled with genuine emotion and a hint of self-doubt, Huang Yifei felt a warmth in his heart. However, more than that, he was struck by a sense of helpless irony. He recognized that his teacher, the fourth Hokage, was once again engaging in self-deprecation, perhaps due to the incredible abilities he had displayed recently that had inadvertently placed unnecessary pressure and self-doubt upon Minato. He did not wish for his mere presence to undermine the confidence of the person he revered and wished to protect the most. Thus, Huang Yifei wore a gentle and sincere smile, shaking his head softly. With a tone imbued with admiration and affection, he spoke slowly. "Teacher Minato, please do not say such things. In my heart, you will forever be the most brilliant golden light of Konoha. You are the guardian that all villagers trust and rely upon. Moreover, you are the role model and goal that I, Huang Yifei, can only aspire to throughout my life. You possess a warmth and brilliance that could illuminate the entire shinobi world. Your vast heart and compassionate spirit can embrace all. You embody an innate charisma that unites hearts and guides directions. These are qualities I do not possess and must devote my life to learning and emulating." With a slight, humble smile that reflected a youthful self-deprecation, he continued, "As for me, I simply happen to have the fortune of awakening the wood-release Kekei Genkai of the First Hokage. And at certain critical moments, I managed to conceive some fairly decent ideas. If it weren't for your unwavering support, shielding me from storms, clearing obstacles, and providing me with the most solid foundation and the broadest stage, I, Huang Yifei, no matter how strong my abilities or how sharp my intellect, would merely be a reckless brute, lost and directionless. Therefore, fourth Hokage Minato, please do not belittle yourself." Huang Yifei's gaze became exceedingly sincere and resolute. He looked at Minato, enunciating each word with gravitas. "The future of Konoha cannot be separated from your leadership, and I, Huang Yifei, will forever remain your most loyal disciple, your most reliable partner, and the sharpest sword in your hand. I will dedicate all my strength to assist you, support you, and together forge the most glorious and magnificent golden era that belongs to Konoha." His words rang with sincerity and conviction. The clarity of his gaze, the heartfelt humility and authenticity, along with his unreserved admiration for the fourth Hokage, left Minato utterly speechless. He looked at this 10-year-old boy, whose words and demeanor radiated an incredible maturity and wisdom, and the flicker of self-doubt and inadequacy born from the disparity in strength and talent dissipated in that moment. In its place was an indescribable warmth, a sense of camaraderie, and a shared ambition to create a future together with his disciple. Minato realized that Yifei was not lying. Yifei truly regarded him as his most esteemed teacher, his most trusted ally, and the rightful leader of Konoha's future. He could not betray Yifei's trust and expectations. He must become stronger. He must become better. He must rise to stand alongside Yifei, forging the brilliant future that belonged to them both, and to all of Konoha. With this thought, a familiar, sunlit smile of warmth and confidence returned to Minato's face. He extended his hand and clapped Huang Yifei's shoulder firmly. His eyes filled with unexpressed pride, joy, and a profound bond of mutual respect as both teacher and friend. "Well said, Yifei. Let us fight together for Konoha's future, for our shared ideals, without retreating." "Indeed." Huang Yifei nodded vigorously, his gaze shining with the same determination and confidence. The two stood atop the Hokage Rock, bathed in golden twilight, exchanging smiles that were genuine, warm, and brimming with infinite hope and anticipation for the future. They understood that no matter what hardships lay ahead or what tumultuous changes the world might undergo, as long as they stood united, they could overcome anything and transform everything. For they were the dawn of Konoha. They were the eternal golden light. Their legend was only just beginning.